800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life. Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
In Fremont, it will be mostly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Here's Poole driving in, goes up and scores. He caught the Raptors napping in transition, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game. 41 points for Jordan Poole.
How about that? Oh, baby, JP had himself a pool party north of the border in the 6, as they call it, Shaska. They call it the 6, Toronto.
Why?
Toronto, Canada. I'm not sure. Drake started calling it the 6.
Yeah, view
they
from
started
the
calling it the
6.
6. You got to be from the 6. Well, the 6 is fun. It's a great town. And it was a good spot for Jordan Poole.
I'm from the 12.
From the 12?
94112.
I'm just saying the 7x7.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. The 12, the 94112. What am I from now? The 66. Well, is that double number? No, that's 666. The 66. 940.
No, you're Jeremy Newberry.
No. Shout out Jeremy Newberry. Shout out to Cal Bears. Shout out to the point. He was on the point after for not the point after time. KPIX.
Yeah. There was a rumor you don't want to mess with Newberry and his sister.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. I heard the same thing.
Especially when camping.
Yeah.
Him and Eric Heitman,
yeah.
To me, when I think of 66s in 49er history, those are the two guys I think
Eric
of.
Heitman.
Eric Heitman had a couple good years.
He had a couple good years. He was a good lineman. Jeremy Newberry was a dude you didn't want to mess with. I saw him come to Cobbs one time.
He was so
Him,
sad.
and then I saw, you know who else I saw come to Cobbs? Was Tom Cable with his family.
Oh.
So I sat him. And I was about to start talking like, yeah, man, you don't want to see the Niners.
In the face.
And I was like, hey, man, you enjoy the show, Tom. Because, yeah. It's like this dude.
The guys can eat a walnut.
Oh, man. Welcome to the roast here on the
Warriors.
Monday. Big win. That was a big win. That was good for the soul. A road win. By the way, you're watching Toronto. You're like, Nick Nurse days have to be numbered.
Okay.
I mean, Nick Nurse with the NN hat.
Okay.
His own branding. Nick Nurse.
Okay.
Like you're wearing your own hat, your own brand, a head coach.
Who I saw that in pregame. It was a all black on black. NN.
He's been doing that for like 3 years now.
Okay, first off, can we look up the website? And number two, who's buying that? Who's like, you know what? You know what I need? I need a Nick Nurse lid.
Nick
like
Nurse
seriously.
Hat. I need a Nick Nurse hat. Somebody in Toronto.
I'm looking it up.
Here it is. It's $27.95.
What?
$27.95 from BuckT.com. BuckT.com. You can get a red one. You get a black one. NN. And he's been rocking this. Yeah, he's been rocking this since the 2019 Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Unbelievable. Anyway, the Warriors rout the Raptors.
Oh, God, we needed that.
They were up by 24 in this game. They were rolling. Jordan Poole with a career high, 43 points. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the roadways.
Bro.
Getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning. Hi with troll, cops, firefighters, teachers, strippers. You all know.
I think Bob Fitzgerald said the Malachi guy's name 17,000 times yesterday.
Malachi Flynn?
Dude, when Malachi Flynn gets it in the corner, you got to close out.
Dude.
Malachi Flynn. I will not forget that man's name.
Yeah, San Diego State, stand up. Fitz.
Him and Kawhi Leonard and Marshall Faulk.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn, there you go. San Diego State, baby. Listen, Purdy, too. What's the name? Marcel Purdy was the running back. He went up to Seattle for a number of years. Anyway. Fitz is a pro, by the way.
Oh, yeah. He said it was take the tie off at the end of the game.
Yeah. Well,
that was his victory cigar.
Yeah, well, crossover. I was like, hey, Fitz, baby, let's get a win so you guys can look fly in NYC, right? He's feeling good. Then I do the WebEx hit. And I'm like, the Warriors win. Whoa, because I knew Fitz will say, the broadcast, the streak, jinx. And he's sitting there going hard on the referees with the Warriors up 18 with 7 minutes left.
I'm not mad at him.
No, because like, Fitz, we got this.
Okay, so I'm all for equal rights. We all are. Part of the evolution of equal rights, the female ref, we have to acknowledge, she was terrible yesterday. She was really bad. And look, I'm not here to say that women can't ref. No, it's not what I'm saying. Just individually, I thought she was really bad in yesterday's game for both the Raptors and the Warriors.
Yeah, she was awful. Laura Holtkamp is the one.
That's okay. That's her name.
That wasn't her yesterday.
I don't know a lot of
that Laura Holtkamp, she's in my mind because she's awful.
You're very good at when it comes to these referee names. I don't know any of the referee names.
Suyash Mehta. No, actually, no. This was Natalie Sago.
Okay.
Natalie. We know Natalie.
I thought Chris Boucher's head was going to explode on numerous occasions.
Natalie Sago.
Is that the longest team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, all they do is got a lot of long dudes who can't play basketball. I mean, I'm looking at that roster.
Tiny Fred VanVleet.
So yeah,
your doppelganger. You're bigger than him.
Yeah, I know. I do look like him. I wish I had money like him, man. $85 million. Did you hear Festus yesterday? If Drake and Bonte had a kid, that's what it'll look like. We're like, yo, pause, dude. Pause. Relax, Fezzi.
Yeah.
Relax. Relax.
Yeah, seriously.
Let's chill. Let's chill. No, seriously, VanVleet is slow. I mean, he looked cooked.
You know what? When I see
he looked
him,
cooked last night.
You know when I see him, you know what I think of?
2019 NBA Finals.
No, I think of athletes in sports who crushed my soul at the championship level, who I will never look at the same way. He's one of them.
Yeah.
Scott Spezio's another one.
Yeah.
Right? What's the Jones who had the kick return against the Niners and the Ravens? Come on.
Jacoby Jones.
Thank you, Jacoby Jones.
And he had the deep ball.
Solid players, not
great.
No, not great at all, but broke your heart. And you're like, how did we lose to that guy?
Dude, Jacoby Jones, one of the great quotes of all time. He said when he first went to practice with the Ravens, Joe Flacco threw a pass, and he said he ran a go route. He said, oh, my God, look at that. That baby can go. And he was like 80 yards. It's like, dude, the way he said it, I can never unsee it in my head. He was like, oh, wait, that baby can go. Anyway, Jacoby Jones, shout out to him. Super Bowl champ against the Niners, of course. He cooked Chris Culliver. But no, that whole team, Fred VanVleet, Siakam. So where I was getting at was Masai Ujiri, their president of basketball operations, GM. He may be having a fire sale soon.
Really?
The Raptors have lost 5 in a row. 5 in a row. They're sinking. Is there anybody on the Raptors I would really want outside of Scotty Barnes?
Scotty Barnes, for just a second. What a unique player. He had a beautiful left-handed pass, a beautiful left-handed layup yesterday.
Dude, he hit a layup over Lodi like he was 6'3".
Dude, he's a fantastic player. And people are going to go Magic comparisons because of the height and the ball skills to be able to throw like that. It's hard to not view him that way, though. I'm not. Magic's one of the greatest players of all time. This is a guy who's barely made an impression on the NBA.
Honestly, I see Scottie Pippen.
That's
his name is
call.
Scotty.
That's a really
His
good
name
call.
is Scotty. I mean, he handles the ball. He plays defense.
Defending Jordan Poole all 90 feet.
Exactly. So they're not going to give him up. He's the reigning Rookie of the Year. I don't really want Pascal Siakam.
Why not?
Never did. I think he's the 4th best player on the championship team. And when I look at that Raptors series, it was Kawhi. He cooked.
He killed
no
them.
doubt. He killed them.
So did Powell.
But so did Powell.
Yeah.
So did Ibaka. So did Kyle Lowry. So did VanVleet. So did Marc Gasol at times.
Why are you doing this?
But there's not really any, I remember when the Wiggins rumors were swirling, right? Oh, man, you going to trade Wiggins for Siakam? We both discussed, I want Wiggins.
Yes.
Wiggins is a better fit. Siakam is erratic from the three-point line, and I saw the way he got defended in the bubble, and I know the bubble, we're going to take that with a grain of salt, but Tatum and Brown went at him in the bubble and exposed him.
It's hard to carry, just for a second, because everyone brings up the bubble and they get mad when you laugh at it. Look at the outliers. Look at Anthony Davis's shooting in the bubble and the rest of his career. Okay,
it's unbelievable.
Who was the guy? T.J. Warren.
T.J. Warren.
I mean,
he's
like
not
Michael
getting
Jordan.
15 minutes a game with the Brooklyn Nets.
That's what I'm saying.
Jamal Murray too, for that matter.
I'm not saying that the games weren't real games. They were real games. But if you look at the shooting outliers, no travel, no rest, no going out to clubs, all the different things that are baked into the product of the NBA, the sight lines, etc. Right. Everything was stale, and so you got all of these outlier results. Now, I'm not saying that the games weren't real. They were real games, but it's hard to carry anything over from the bubble into reality.
No doubt. I'm with you there. I'm with you. And not having a crowd there, some guys play well without a crowd. Some guys play better with the crowd.
Exactly.
Some guys are showstoppers. Some are not. By the way, shout out to the UPS and FedEx drivers. I always love you guys. Sorry, we got a long list of shout-outs here, man. That's why we do Fridays shameless shout-outs. But that team, when I'm looking at it, Fred VanVleet, I don't want him.
No.
I don't want Siakam.
Although Fred VanVleet is a great story. Wichita State.
It's a great story.
It's a great story.
No doubt. Got paid.
Yeah.
No, I'm not mad at him.
I'm rooting for guys like that, but I'm 100% with you.
Because the Warriors may be in play for one of these teams that are going to have a fire sale. I believe the Warriors can tread water without Stephen Curry. What does trading water look like? Hovering around 500.
Play like you did on Friday night. I know that the final score wasn't indicative of the fight that they had.
They played hard.
I thought so too. I thought there were some really good positives coming out of that game.
And the biggest positive to me is Jordan Poole found something. In that second half, he scored 21 points. Then he follows it up with another 20-point half yesterday, back-to-back 20-point halves. He scores a career 43 points.
Yeah.
He's dancing again. He's dancing.
What was
I'm starting
that
to see this.
You
said the
asked him.
414, because I saw it in the second quarter.
What is the 414?
Yeah, I guess it's Milwaukee. Let's look that up.
I was unaware.
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
What is the 414?
The only 414 rapper that I remember was it In My Projects?
Yeah, that guy.
What was that guy's name?
That guy.
Cuckoo Cal?
Cuddy Calhoun?
In My Projects.
So 414 is Milwaukee.
Lubman.
414 is Cuckoo Cow. Cuckoo Cow. Cuckoo cow in my projects. So the 414, that was a hitter in my projects. Dude, it's like it's one hitter, but it was a hitter. I'll take it all day long. 414 is Milwaukee, so he was doing the Milwaukee shuffle, whatever that was. The 414. He was happy we asked about it. He was like, I was like, all right, cool. He's happy. 43 points. He found something. He slowed. The one thing about Jordan Poole, it's all about pacing for me, Shasky. I don't know about you.
Well, did you see the one play where, so he already hit a couple of threes. Draymond shoveled one to him. Mm-hmm. He comes flying down, slows down, and hits the little mid-range one that was super silky. I said, that's the JP who was balling at the end of last year.
Exactly. And that mid-range is available for him all day long. Him and Klay Thompson. I would like to see Klay Thompson move in a little bit. He's starting to labor a little bit with that right knee.
He hit a shot in the corner that was ridiculous degree of difficulty. Right. And I said, damn, Klay.
Chill a little bit.
He's missed so many layups.
Dude, the Klay-ups are back.
It's just so
you know
bad.
what, though? And Mullen's been all over this. And I want you to do it. Watch Klay during the Knicks game.
Okay.
Watch when he lands. When he shoots a layup in the way he lands. He's a little hesitant to jump off that 1 foot because I think he's still petrified of coming down on that leg. Watch him a little bit. I've started to notice it over the last few games, and I'm like, he's laboring a little bit. He's a little shook on landing and jumping or whatnot.
Not to make a golf analogy, but you'll see this a lot from the free throw line. Like, free throws are like putting, you know what I mean?
Yep.
His layups are almost like shorties in like a short putt in golf.
Yeah.
Some guys have the yips.
Yep.
Will Zalatoris is an example. You look at his putter, it crushes the ball.
Chuck Knobloch, yips.
Steve Sachs. Like you see this in certain sports.
Yeah, that putter, that's weird.
It's like shaking. And you're like, dog, hit that putt. And like that's what it is for Klay. We know 40 feet away, I'm more confident than I am 4 feet away.
Right.
Why?
He's right there. Danny Green. That's why. Danny Green, that's why. So
where's Danny Green playing?
Oh, he's on First Take nowadays. He's out of the league. No, Shasky.
Who wants to hear from Danny Green?
I know. He apologized to Klay on there and stuff like that. Look, he was cooked. Danny Green tried to play basketball the last couple of years. Yikes.
Loveman, are you searching for my projects?
I am searching for a lot of different things on this computer right now, so I can add that.
Listen, by the way, good morning to Sam Loveman, and good morning to our new guy, Jake, straight from... He's worked at the Pac-12 Network.
Jake.
He's working on the all-nighter. He went to Penn State. State Nittany Lion.
So I could be Mustard and he could be One Take Jake?
He could be One Take Jake. I don't know if he has any takes.
Mustard on a beat.
Yeah, he lived... Check this out. Jake lived in Maryland. He lived in a town with 13 stoplights. 13 stoplights.
Linden, California.
Linden, California. Lemoore, California. Whatever small town you want to name. That's where Jake is from.
Jake, just on Geneva Avenue alone, there's 13 stoplights. Yeah,
exactly. There's 13 stoplights from Geneva Mission to Geneva to Cow Palace.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Seriously.
it. All right. So then Jake
is so ready to get on the mic.
He's so ready to get. Look at him. He's smiling ear to ear. Like he's 13 miles. What was it? Like 13 miles from West Virginia, the West Virginia border. But his pops made him love the Red Sox. Made him love the Bruins. Made him love the Patriots. Oh my gosh. So Jake is a Penn State Nittany Lion. They're going to get crushed in the Rose Bowl, by the way. This is Utah's year in the Rose Bowl. We are Penn State. I mean, Jake is beaming right now, Shasky.
Jake, before you get in, I hope you know, this is the Kingmaker over here. All right? He's about to knight you right now.
Listen,
can you please knight him?
All right. So I've obviously triggered a lot of people.
Who?
Since so Brad for Warriors Huddle.
Oh yeah, the homie.
He's texting. He's the homie.
Yeah.
Supposed to do the podcast, right? He's hit me.
I need to get royalties for his podcast. I feel like I've been featured so many times.
Dude, he's like hit me, right? I was gonna do a podcast before Warriors pregame, but I was like, Bram, I got too much stuff going on. I can't pod and get ready for a television show. So he hits me. And I don't reply.
The king is too busy today.
No, see, here you go. This guy,
it's
Brad,
a rough life for the king.
Brad, see, you guys, I'm gonna start. You guys are gonna tick me off at 6:30 in the morning. I'm in a good mood right now. I got great sleep last night. Good. I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
You're gonna piss me off, London.
Let's go
real quick. So Brad texts me right after the Jordan Poole interview. I get back to the desk during commercial, look at the phone real quick, and it's Brad. So what's up, King of the Bay? Are you got time for me this way? And I was like, dog, I'm into my first segment of the post-game show. I said, relax, Brad. I'll be there. Relax, dude. But the King of the Bay thing, it's obviously triggered a lot of people.
I
was just joking.
I think you should lean into it.
No, man, gosh.
I think you should lean into it.
No, because I already know what's going to happen around here. People are a little sensitive.
Well, I'll be the court jester.
Oh, gosh. Here you go, man.
I should be the king's hand. Oh, that's what I should be. Like the guy from Game of Thrones.
Who,
Rarely ever works out well for the King's hand, though.
Yeah, I know. You don't want to be Littlefinger. You will get chopped.
That's a good point.
You don't want to be that guy.
Name a King's hand who had a happy ending in that show.
Right.
That's a really good point.
OG Anunoby. Do we want AG? I'd be interested in OG Anunoby.
He's intriguing.
He's intriguing. But off the bench. I mean,
but what am I giving up to get him?
Yeah, exactly. Wiseman, who didn't play. There were some people triggered yesterday.
Why?
That the youngsters didn't get a lot of time.
I was a little okay. When you win by 20 or whatever, going away,
right?
It's hard for me to find because the team needed a win. Can we all agree?
They needed a win.
They needed a win.
They lost 5 straight in a row.
Exactly. So I'm not going to sit here and be angry or whatever. But I did question in real time, like, Kuminga can't get a little more run?
Yeah.
But again, not the end of the world.
5 minutes yesterday, all in the first half. I don't know if he took some bad shots, if he was hurt. I don't know what was going on there. But Kerr rolled with the hot hands.
Yeah.
Said, Jordan Poole, you're going to play 35 minutes. Draymond Green. How about him hitting 3 threes in the first 90 seconds of the game? Now, he came into that game with 3 points on this road trip. He scored 3 points on this road trip, Shasky, until yesterday.
You said some stat on the postgame show. That's the most he scored since 2016?
Oh, so he scored 13 points in the first quarter.
Okay.
13 points in the first quarter. So most points he scored in a quarter since 2016 when they played the Denver Nuggets. And I actually got the box score still up here because I wanted to look to see who they played.
What's his career high?
So they played, I think it might be 37 in that playoff game against the Blazers. Or Game 7 against the Cavaliers.
I was going to say Game 7 when he hit all those threes in the first half.
But that game, he had 18 points in the first quarter. He finished with 29 points, 14 assists. 17 rebounds. So it was a triple-double back in 2016, January 2nd. So he must not have gone out New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Yeah.
I mean, he must have been fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, good for him. The guy that we haven't addressed yet, who I think is just playing great basketball right now, Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh, yeah.
He made a pass, a one-handed pass, skipped across the court to Jordan Poole. He's Mully brings up the 50-50 balls, and he's so right about this. He gets so many of them. There was a sequence they couldn't get a stop for like 3 or 4 offensive rebounds for Toronto, and then he comes flying in, he gets the rebound, comes down, makes a nice assist, they get a layup. He just does so many little things, and then you look at the box score, and you're like, that isn't like reflective of his impact on the game at all.
Dude, he's had a hell of a road trip. The quotes after the game saying, hey, we're not playing Warriors basketball. We're supposed to move the ball, dish. He had a good first quarter against Philadelphia where he drops 15 and 5 threes. His father's been traveling with him on this road trip. So Pops has been around. I'm really happy for Dante DiVincenzo because I questioned the fit early on, especially when he came back from the head streak. It's like, man, he's getting blown by a lot. He's not hitting shots.
He's playing better.
He's finding his role. He's defending. I thought he did a good job of Fred VanVleet yesterday. And by the way, we can't end the segment without mentioning Loon Dog.
Oh, well, I love Looney. I watched the post-game presser because I was watching you guys, and just hearing him, he's like the old wise sage at the podium now. I know, Draymond's the fire, and I feel like Looney's the soul. And he was talking about like being the connective tissue because someone asked him about all the young guys and then all the old guys and how he's kind of in between. It was a very weird question. And he's like, yeah, I'm just trying to bring everyone together. And like when I look at him on the court, off the court, he just represents so much good when I think of Warrior culture.
Yeah, no, he's come a long way. Remember the pandemic season where it was just like, man, Looney's laboring.
I do.
Yeah, it was like, man, Loon Dog, like, I don't know, man. And he's just gotten better and better and better. And I actually want him to shoot more, be more aggressive offensively.
He's really good with that left-handed little layup putback that he does where he's getting hacked. He never gets any calls. I mean, he's playing really good basketball right now. That felt like the most cohesive win in quite some time.
Yeah, no, it was a really good win. A really good win. Now they go to New York City for a back-to-back against the Knicks and the Nets. Knicks have won 7 in a row. The Nets have won 9 of 10. Kevin Durant and Kyrie are scoring in bunches. It's going to be a fun two-game stretch here in New York City as the Warriors get ready for Christmas Day against the Memphis Grizzlies. They'll get 3 days off. But overall, look, I know some people are not happy with the way the youngsters are being treated. I just wanted to damn win.
No, I
just wanted to win. I wanted to win. Everybody feels good about it. They will get their time. Keep hustling, keep playing hard, know your role. You will get your time, and the Warriors will figure out a way. But they win. They're now 15 and 16. By the way, we got to get in the World Cup, possibly the greatest soccer game ever. I mean,
I don't think I'm educated enough to be able to make a statement like that, but I was thoroughly enjoyed.
I don't think I am. I've watched a lot of soccer games. That was as intense as they come.
It was ridiculous.
And you had 2 guys who are icons.
Yeah.
Mbappe, who's only 23 years old.
Which I can't believe that.
And Messi, who's possibly the greatest soccer player of all time. Some people may say Cristiano Ronaldo, whatever, Pele, whatever. I mean, he had two GOATs going crazy out there at an all-time level. Was it like Larry Bird and Magic? I don't know. Was it what would Brady and who?
Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I don't know. I'm just Brady versus Mahomes in that AFC Championship game.
Yeah, that's
Curry
a good call.
and LeBron. I mean, is that
that's
a good one?
That's a good one. KD, LeBron, Curry, LeBron. Now those are good. That's what we saw yesterday with the World Cup final. Plus the day in football. The weekend of football.
Can we? There's so many. You know what?
There's just
so much.
I wrote down so much stuff here. I was just watching Dan Campbell highlights coming in.
The hottest team in football?
Dude, the Lions. I love the Lions.
Jameson Williams, I'm telling you, dude, he's going to be a superstar.
They got receivers.
Yeah, they got tons of players.
So it's a lot to get into here on a Monday on the Morning Roast. We got Jim Barnett at 8:30. He's on the road. I know he's loving life on the road. In Canada, he's going to go to New York City.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. They do the 2 national anthems and all that stuff. So, Oh, Canada's a really good song. Oh, Canada.
I just think of Blame Canada from South Park.
Nah, what do I think of when I think of Canada? I don't know. I don't know what I think of when I get to Canada. I don't know what I think of when I can't find my reads. But this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Do not forget 957thegameshop.com. 957thegameshop.com. We've sold 19 relevant T-shirts. We sold, actually, on Friday alone, 19. People were shelling out the dollars. Get your own relevant T-shirt at 957thegameshop.com. Joe Namath?
Namath? I thought he wore 16.
Was he 16? I could be wrong there. Maybe he was 19 with the Rams. That was a bad pull. Bad pull. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your calls, and we'll recap the day in the NFL.
12.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol. When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And that's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes, plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Merry Christmas, Bonte! I hear you having a hard time getting into the whole Christmas spirit. Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, man. Let them know, Santa.
Merry Christmas,
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year, and, smile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little, that's all.
That's a blast from the
Now,
past.
back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's a blast from the past. Shout out to Philbo Mike out there, man. That's a blast from the past. We got the Doobie Awards coming Thursday. The Doobie Awards coming Thursday.
Is this the greatest diss song of all time? No Vaseline, Ice Cube. Hit 'em up, Pac. West Side.
Nas came in with Ether.
I mean, nailing
Ether
the
was
coffin,
hard.
Eminem.
Ether was hard. Nailing the coffin. Me, Jay-Z. I mean, you got some. Hit 'em up aged well. But I mean, he just stopped rapping. He just started ripping people.
First off,
like,
in the click you claim.
It's like,
West
hey,
Side,
man, I did some things with your chick. And,
Faith Evans.
like, I was going to say no names. I mean,
it's well documented.
It's well documented.
I'm going to let my little homies ride on you.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Corrupt had to hit him up.
Oh, good call on DMX.
Yeah. The only
calling out names.
The only X I know is RBX.
An exhibit.
I'm not even going to go. Dude, that was hard.
Extraordinary. Wow. That whole Streets is a Mother
is a classic.
Thank you.
Is a classic.
It's a West Coast classic.
Welcome home. Oh, dude, I used to bump that album all day long.
So many great songs.
So that was his greatest. That was his best
Can
work.
I speak to Dr. Dre?
Yeah, that was his best work. Before he, started popping the thizzes.
Yeah, and he's way out of his mind. I still do love Corrupt, though.
He was on the Mac Dre documentary.
Well, United Ghettos or what?
No, not United Ghettos. He was on
Thiz TV?
Thiz TV. And they were in New Zealand. They were flying out to New Zealand.
That was number 2, I think.
That was maybe number 2. And then remember, was it Selsky or was it? No, it wasn't Selsky. It was
Canadian bacon and hash browns?
I forget who it was. Who was Pip of the Year? Drew Down. It was Drew Down. Drew Down, I think, came in and he looked at the camera and he did like a little dip. And then he went back on stage and started rapping.
The ice cream man?
The
real ice cream man?
There was a lot of things going on. It's been a while. It's been like 15 years since I watched that doc. Anyway.
Pimp of the Year, Drew Down?
Pimp of the Year, Drew Down. Pimp of the Year. That song's just.
It's all time.
I'm kind of jealous. Kind of jealous that
pony.
I'm kind of jealous that I hate when you say that because it makes me laugh.
It's so good.
It's so good. My steak poundy.
He got
I'm
the best
jealous.
perm in the history of perms.
Oh, the perm is so fresh. It's so wet. I mean, it's
it's so good.
Guru, I'm kind of jealous of Guru's intro because he has that beat. Dun 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 dun. I was like, come on, man.
Dun, 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 dun.
How did we not think of that one?
And Steiny has no idea what that is.
No idea.
Steiny's like, well, I'm more of a, I'm a rock and roll kind of a guy.
Alternative rock.
Oh,
Live 105.
He's probably more emo, if I'm being totally honest.
He's what Live 105. Shout out to Live 105.
Ain't nothing wrong with Blink 182.
How about this? Shout out to Argentina.
Sum 41. What?
Shout out to Argentina.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful jerseys.
Va Montiel. Montiel. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina es campeón del mundo.
Incredible soccer game. So, full disclosure, I woke up at halftime.
What?
It was 2-0, but I went back and watched the goals. I fast-forwarded because I record all the sporting events.
Yeah.
So I go back, and I was in bed kind of watching it. So then I locked in during the second half. And I'm like, dear God, Argentina's holding off for dear life.
Who were you rooting for? Your French roots. I'm assuming France.
I was, I wanted Messi to win.
Pierre Desbonte-Hill.
Yeah. Shout out to PSG. I know they were watching at Parc des Princes yesterday down there in Paris. Shout out to the homies at PSG, but I was rolling with Messi. I wanted Messi to win. And then when Mbappe scored 2 goals in less than a minute and 20 seconds, I said, oh boy, France is gonna win.
And that third one.
Dude, they were threatening. And that goalie from Argentina made some hellacious saves yesterday. Hellacious. I mean, right before stoppage time was over in a minute and 20. So, I mean, he had the 2 penalty kicks, of course, and he nailed them. The second goal was just all time.
It was ridiculous.
The pass back and forth,
yes.
Right foot, boom.
And then Messi answers back.
Oh, my gosh.
And the guy's in the goal, in the net, kicking it out. I didn't realize it crossed the line.
Yeah, crossed the line.
And everyone started celebrating. I'm like, whoa, reverse this.
Yeah, reverse it. And then you go to PKs.
It was incredible.
Incredible game. Incredible. Yeah. So I've been watching soccer off and on since 1994.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say I was consistently watching soccer, but over the last 6 to 7 years, I really got into it. Mm-hmm. By far the best game I've ever seen.
What position would you play?
I'd probably be a goalie. I'm tall, got long arms, big reach, goal to goal. I'll be punking people.
What would people rather see? Would they rather see me and Bonte try to kick field goals, or one of us kick to the other guy who's the goalie and do PKs?
Ooh, that's a good question there.
I like the PKs.
I think the PKs, because it's like you going like directly against each other, where it's the field goals, it's kind of more indirect head to head. But I'm kind of curious, who can get the ball past too. I think there's a little bit more bragging rights there.
I played a lot of soccer growing up, but I wasn't good. I was very physical. As one of my buddies put in one of the 95.7 The Game chats or whatever on Instagram, nobody in the history of Viking soccer had more yellow cards than Joe Shasky.
This doesn't surprise me.
Nobody.
Was your dad at these games?
He wasn't a big soccer guy.
Did he watch the game yesterday?
Oh, yeah. He put on Facebook. It was one of the most exciting soccer games he's ever seen. I go, Dad.
I did see that, actually.
Like, nothing but Viking and CYO soccer your whole life.
No, I did see that. Oh, my God, incredible soccer. I was like, Pops, you're just trying to put up a Facebook status. Just put up a Facebook status. Guys. Stay active.
Big week for Dad.
Why?
We're going to Pebble.
Oh,
Friday.
Saw Olympic Club yesterday.
Yeah, I went there. Well, there was a frost delay, and it's a long story. So
I just learned about frost delays over the last month.
What do you mean?
Like frost delays, where basically, you can't play on the green yet. There's too much ice. It's too wet.
Sucks.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Frost delays.
Yeah, it pushed it out like an hour and a half, 2 hours. I was supposed to golf with my uncle, and it just didn't.
So the clubhouse was just packed.
Yeah, well, so then I went and I watched because I had to give Michelle a ride at some point. So I went, grabbed a quick bite to eat at the club, and then I was watching at the bar. Because the place was packed at the Oak Club and everyone was enjoying it. You know all the old Irishmen. They're all over that soccer game.
No doubt. No, it was a great game. I had Baby Chaz, because Anna went to go take a nap. She got up early. So Baby Chaz and I was like, she's like, come on, pop out kitchen. I was like, no, it's goals. So I had her go. Had to keep her locked in somehow, some way.
I figured that you would go international, go Cucina. Kitchen.
I'm not that diverse, man. I'm just gonna.
Isn't that kitchen? Is that kitchen in Italian?
No, I should know what goal is in Russian though. What is goal in Russian? Yeah. We can figure that out later.
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong guy.
All right, let's get to some NFL. We got more Warriors talk coming. JB at 8:30. Warriors beat the Raptors, and some people said, "Oh man, they beat the worst team in the league. You shouldn't feel good." You know what? A win is a win. They're 13-17 now. Warriors are now 15-16.
Monte.
I'm not nitpicking any dub right now.
Five.
Five what?
5 out of first.
5 out of first, baby. 5 out of first.
It's facts.
It's facts. I mean,
they feel, for as bad as it's been, the fact that you wake up, it's almost Christmas. They're 5 games out of first place.
I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
How about this?
Maybe I overreacted.
I just look at this. They're 2.5 back at the 6th spot.
Okay.
All I want is a top 6 spot.
Split the difference.
Split the 2.5 back at the Portland Trailblazers. And 2.5 back at the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel good about where the Warriors are at. Just tread water,
Agreed.
Get back home. They got some winnable home games. Wiggins will be back before Stephen Curry. Poole's starting to figure it out. And I love where Draymond Green is at with Loon Dog. So, look, feel good win for the Golden State Warriors. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Warriors win. Jordan Poole, career high, 43 points. Yes, there is a chance. 43 points, career high for JP. How about that? How about Draymond Green? Hit 3 threes to start the game. All right, let's get to the NFL coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Nipsey Hussle.
Oh, my
like
life.
I don't know if you just saw the YouTube, or how it zoomed back into us on camera. It like faded in.
Ooh.
I was like, yeah, who's doing this? Is that Jake? Is that the new guy, Jake?
One take Jake?
Damn, one take Jake. All it takes is one day. Get on the mic, Jake.
Grinding all my life.
Get on the mic, Jake. Don't be shy.
Hey, that was a great transition. I was taught well by Sam there, but like I clicked that button and it like really clicked, and the transition to you guys on camera just was fantastic.
It's almost as good as the transition of you guys buying out Pablo and him coming back to the Giants. He's a Red Sox fan.
Oh, yeah.
Not nice.
Not nice.
Are you like, real quick? Give me 10 seconds. Is Xander Bogaerts even worth an 11-year deal? Because I don't think he is.
11 years, no. I mean, last year he was on a contract deal. Like, you know, it was his last year of his contract, and he balled out. Like, it was probably his best year as a Red Sox. So, I mean, he you know, under a contract year, he went all out and deserved the money. But, you know, 8 years from now, is he going to be worth it? I don't know.
Man.
Ringing endorsement.
One take Jake.
I know, he's ready. Whoa,
He is ready.
Wait a minute.
We are Penn State.
He's also a Patriot fan, right?
Yeah, he's a Patriot fan. Oh, he's a Patriot fan. Which
Let's get there.
Which is why I want to start. So all these NFL takes. I'm just writing down stuff yesterday. Brady and the Bucs ball 17-0 lead. They're cooked. I mean, they still may win the division, but they look shocked.
Do like the smoke charcoal gray
Yeah, I did
jerseys.
like those all. They should wear those every
I like
day.
those a lot.
The Lions.
I love them.
I love Dan Campbell.
Jared Goff.
I love everything about the Lions right now.
So
put them
pulling
back
hard
on
for them.
Hard Knocks.
Yes.
I love them. You got the Niners one game back in the 2 seed Vikings when everybody was like, "Oh, the Niners going to get the 2 seed." They're down 33-0.
Unbelievable.
33-0.
Matt Ryan is the architect of multiple collapses. I mean, is anyone surprised?
No,
if I see another Jeff Saturday is the first NFL coach to coach on the Saturday, all the Saturday jokes are so dumb.
They were so bad. They were so bad, so corny, so whatever.
My brother did go to the Jim Irsay collection thing.
Did he really?
He said it was pretty awesome.
I heard it was.
So he's got this huge music and sports.
Right.
It's like all the things he's collected over the years.
Right.
Jackie Robinson balls and Beatles covers and blah, 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 and all this like really, really cool stuff. It's very diverse, but my brother said it was awesome.
Right. No, I heard good things about it. Jaguars beat the Cowboys. Jaguars are one game behind the Tennessee Titans for first place in the AFC South.
All right, so now we're here. How many people in 5-6 weeks, to start the season off, were like, oh, this quarterback class, this 2021 quarterback class is terrible. Oh, it's going to be horrible. You look up. Justin Fields a good player.
Justin Fields looks pretty damn good.
I mean, that roster, we all agree offensively, limited. Okay, Russell Wilson.
Right.
And then you look up, you're like, wow, Justin Fields, I think there's something there. I think we all would agree.
There's something there.
Trevor Lawrence, the last month, has looked like a guy who is scratching the surface on his ability. We all know that there's talent there. Doug Peterson's pulling it out of him. He's balling right now.
By the way, in one of my leagues in the playoffs, I was in one seed. I just got bounced by 20 points. I play anybody else, I advance to the second round because of freaking Zay Jones. Zay Jones, out of nowhere, has become a baller for Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he's going deep, he's going short, he's breaking tackles.
So he's your Peyton Hillis?
That's dude. I hate Zay Jones from here on out.
Oh, here on out.
Sports hate. Sports hate, as you would say.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I endorse it. But no, look at now.
Seriously, Trevor Lawrence looks like by playing more and more and more every rep, every possession. Same thing we apply with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. They are getting better by the snap.
Yes.
Justin Fields is doing it. Now, Zach Wilson, I thought he made some plays yesterday. He put the Jets in a position to kick a field goal. It was a hell of a play, but he's still a long way away.
Which is funny because I think you and I both kind of agreed, like after looking at him pretty hard. And once that Coastal Carolina game happened in BYU, a lot of us jumped off the Zach Wilson bandwagon.
Yeah.
And then I look at Mac Jones. I was against taking Mac Jones in the number 3 pick all along. And I know that there are some idiots out there who, Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
I'm watching Mac Jones, and I watched almost that entire Raider game. He missed so many touchdowns. Now, he had a bomb in that game. He missed so many red zone touch throws.
Yep.
Guys are wide open. Wide open.
Yep.
Jonnu wide open, and he just can't. He can't hit anyone. He's not athletic. He doesn't see the field. And that final play is not on him.
No.
But, my God, it'll be forever cemented in everyone's mind, him getting absolutely strong-armed by Chandler Jones.
Having Matt Patricia and Joe Judge as his offense coordinators, Belichick did him no favors.
Totally agree.
Belichick did.
I was all over this early.
Players got to play, though.
Yes.
Players got to play, but we all.
I said, dropped like 3 balls in that game.
I was sitting here thinking, there's no way Belichick's going to have Joe Judge and Matt Patricia be the offensive coordinator. It's like, no way. And he went with it.
I know.
And that game yesterday may have cost him a play. We'll get to that in just a second. I just want to give you some numbers
keep
for Trevor Lawrence. The last 6 games.
Yes.
He's completed 70% of his passes.
It's pretty good.
He's thrown for 1,680 yards.
That's pretty good.
14 touchdown passes.
Wow.
1 interception.
Wow.
And he's rushed for another 140.
Now, at the beginning of the year, that's after playing every snap last year, which people could throw it out. Oh, Urban Meyer, they don't have any weapons.
It matters.
Playing time absent. And this is a guy who played from day one until the end of his junior year with Clemson. I mean, he was the unmitigated starter every single time unless they were blowing someone out. So it's a guy who has a lot of reps, and he still needed more time.
And he still needs more time, but Doug Peterson, you got the coach right. A good quarterback-friendly coach. And they have weapons. They brought in Christian Kirk, who's he's not bad. Christian Kirk's not bad at all.
He's solid.
He's solid. Zay Jones has come out of nowhere, and he's balling over the last month.
When Etienne's healthy, he looks like he's promising.
Yeah, no doubt. Marvin Jones the third is a pro.
Yes.
He's not the best receiver, but he gives you a veteran who knows where to be, who knows how to run a route. And all of a sudden, you got a team believing.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you got a team believing down to Jacksonville, and you're 1 game behind the Tennessee Titans for first place in the South.
Did you hear that noise?
What's that noise?
The noise when America celebrated when the Cowboys lost.
Oh, my gosh.
On that interception.
They were up 27-10.
I loved it.
Up 27-10.
It was great.
That's why I don't fear the Cowboys.
Oh, and speaking of which, their defense. Micah Parsons, tweet through it, buddy.
Yeah,
you were talking so much.
He needs to put Twitter down. He needs to get microphones, Twitter.
Get off of
Put
Twitter.
it down.
100%.
Put it down, dude. Focus up. That's the Cowboys for you. They're frauds.
I know.
They're absolute frauds.
I want them so bad.
Cowboy fans know it too. They know their season's going to come to a crashing end the second week of January.
So let's just hypothetically right now, it could be you get the New York Giants if you're the Niners, maybe the Cowboys, and then Philadelphia. I would love to run through the NFC East.
That would be cool.
It would be
cool.
Spectacular. And also Philadelphia. I know, Bonte, you fear them. I'm watching that game. They're throwing the ball down the field way too much in the weather conditions. Sirianni gets a little too cute for my liking. I'm just going to say, I want Philly. I've been saying this for about 3 or 4 weeks now. I think the Niners could punk them. I really do.
Let me say this about Philadelphia, because I watched a lot of that game too. And you know me, and we said this last week. I got the binoculars.
I know.
I'm not going to talk about them. I'm going to watch them from afar. Because at some point, there may be a collision course. Now, at some point, they may get knocked in the second round, and the Niners may be hosting an NFC Championship.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't leave the middle of the field open, because the Bears one time blitzed the safety, just Jalen Hurts ran right up the middle.
Yeah.
It was an easy read. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are legit.
Yes.
But Mooney, Ward, and Lenore play physical.
Yes.
And they haven't seen corners like that. They haven't. And then you just got hitters on defense.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts got hit a couple times in that game. I said, if that's Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner Jr., or Hufanga,
he ain't getting up.
You're not getting up.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And then you got Nick Bosa, so they don't stick with the run. They get pass happy at times. And their defense, I believe you can run the ball on them.
Oh, 100%.
Their linebackers look small.
100%.
And if you get to the second level on them, I think McCaffrey can have a big day against them. But we'll get there when we get there.
No, I know. I just
remember last year in Philadelphia, I know it's not an easy place to play. But again, thinking about that crowd, if you take a lead, they start getting squirmy. They start getting queasy. And then all of a sudden, they start booing, and they get quiet, and they start getting cranky, and they lose their patience. And that energy affects that team. You saw that last year with the Niners in week 2.
I think Philly's more physical than these other teams, but there are certain teams in the league, Cincinnati, Kansas City at times. And I think Cincinnati and Kansas City.
Cincinnati looks scary right now.
They can be very physical at times as well. But the one thing that when you're a pass-happy team and you get into January, you see this with Green Bay year after year after year. They're all predicated on the pass. And then you get into January and it's so cold and it's so miserable, you can't throw. And so the ethos of your team is almost completely, put a pin right through the balloon and it pops because you can't do what made you so special in the regular season in the winter. And I'm looking at the 49ers, I'm like, everything that they do, short controlled passing game, running the ball, hard-nosed defense, get after the quarterback, that all translates to January.
No doubt about it.
Everything. So
everything.
I don't really fear anybody. And I'm watching Sirianni's team try to throw the ball down the field. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't think fear is the appropriate word anymore. When you have a defense like this that the Niners have, I don't think I fear anybody in the NFC either. That I think was the biggest takeaway that I had where, when I saw the tweets about the 2 seed on Saturday, in my opinion, I don't give a damn. It's kind of like the Golden State Warriors.
100%.
If the Warriors finish in the top 6, I don't care about home court advantage. They will go the first 2 games on the road. They will steal one, come back to Chase Center, and smoke you in games 3 and 4. That's how I feel about the Warriors.
Yes.
That's how I feel about the Niners. Now, would I want to go to Minnesota? No. Do I want to go on that turf? No. Do I want to play in that dome? No. Do I want to see Justin Jefferson? Absolutely not. He's a game wrecker and a game changer. But I saw Dalvin Cook tap out against the Niners multiple times over the last 4 years. I see Kirk Cousins against a pass rush, throw it up and throw picks. I don't fear the Vikings like that. I would rather save a flight, but Minnesota scares nobody. And then when you think about Philadelphia, Shasky, you're right on these aspects. Is Jalen Hurts going to be able to run around like that?
I don't
Can he
know.
just throw fade routes like that to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith?
Yeah, is
and
Miles
Dallas
Sanders
Goedert?
going to be able to get to the edge on our team? Because he wants to get to the edge. He's not going to run between the tackles.
Are you going to be able to run 300 yards against that Niners front?
No. What's the best rushing attack against this 49er front?
I don't know. Now, again, you get a win in Chicago. Chicago's playing, that's their Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, look, at the end of the day, he throws for 315 yards. He throws to 2 picks, however.
Yes.
And he got bailed out with the run game.
And they got a couple of penalties to extend drives.
They did. But you got 2 stars at wide receiver. Those guys are good. Those guys are really good.
Absolutely.
Their defense, we'll see. They play Dallas next week. It's a good litmus test. I think we're all going to be locked in on that.
100%. I just look at the NFC East, and I'm so surprised by this division in general. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know if they are really that great. the division in general, or if it's a byproduct of them playing against the subpar NFC South and what's going on in the North. There are some bad teams. I don't think the Bears are as bad as their record indicates. I actually think they play really hard.
They do.
And they just don't have any weapons to move the ball on offense.
I agree. And they traded everybody on defense to get picks to reload for next season.
Exactly.
Because the NFC North is going to be up for grabs.
Yeah, and then the Packers suck.
Yeah.
They just suck.
They're going to fade. The Vikings will. Are they going to be consistently good? I don't know. And then you got the Lions coming.
I like the Lions.
Dude, I love Dan Campbell. I do. I really do. I watch every Sunday. I think about the Detroit Superfan because we still follow him.
I still follow him, exactly.
He is so jacked up.
Good for him.
Good for him. I feel good for him because remember when he came on, he was humble.
Yeah.
He said, look, man, we respect the 49ers. We just want a winner out here.
Statement or not?
I do want to see Detroit, and I know Minnesota just built a new stadium. This will never happen. They got to play outdoors. Watching that Buffalo-Miami game at night.
So cool.
I'm so glad Buffalo's not going to have a dome.
Our boy Anthony Slater was out there.
Oh, was he?
He was out there. I texted
looking like
with him.
Jim Harbaugh
Dude,
and 17 pairs of khakis.
He had his Dolphins gear on, and he was like, it's not that cold. It's going to be a close game. I was like, you know what? It may be a close game. So I kept Jalen Waddle in all my lineups. Thank God.
Waddle
but
dance?
that game, the Waddle dance, it looked sick in Orchard Park.
Just seeing the snow come down as Josh Allen slinging it in there.
In the last drive.
It's incredible.
The snow came down earlier, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, but at the end, it made it even better.
It's funny because the game pops on, and she goes, whenever you watch a Buffalo game, the weather's always crazy. I was like, that's Buffalo.
Yes.
I want to go there so bad for a game.
I do too.
So bad. But
I don't trust Buffalo, though, for a couple of reasons. Like
they don't rely on the run game. It's all passing.
That's number one. And number two is, Josh Allen, they're asking too much of him.
Dude, he's running.
Yeah.
He's reckless with the football. He throws it up. He's fumbling left and right. He's taking too many shots. The team in the AFC that we haven't talked about.
Cincinnati.
Exactly. Joe Burrow's that dude. Joe Burrow is sick. He's sick. I mean, they were down 17-0, and it felt like they hadn't even kicked off yet. They were like, you know what? Let's just get on the board before halftime. And they just started hitting in the second half.
I can hear Nicotina in my head. Chris like Kringle, Cincinnati like a Bengal.
Always got to rival sports team.
I mean, it's the best.
It is the best.
I think Cameron had a couple of Cincinnati Bengal raps.
Cameron's got like this show.
I love Cameron.
He's got like this little I think it's a YouTube show or something like that.
I'm gonna look it up,
dude. And he like comments on sports.
Does he?
It's pretty wild because he went off on Ben Simmons.
Well, my favorite, I know because he paid for money and he was sitting on the sideline. My favorite was when he did that Sports Center beat.
Oh yeah,
Let him know. Yeah. So good.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. For Niner fans out there, does having a 2-seed matter to you? Does having the 2-seed really matter in the NFC playoffs? And as you chew on that, and as you line up the lines here, 888-957-9570, we'll also read some comments on YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity Mobile text line. We do have to revisit one of the sickest plays I've ever seen. It happened in Las Vegas yesterday.
Sickest or?
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward Mac Jones. It's picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
I don't know what to say. You think Miami was bad? We're down here, the Miracle of Miami. This is a heads roll type freaking play right here. Oh my God.
Chandler Jones, originally a Patriot. Jacoby Myers throwing it back across the field. Jones intercepts and he runs through Mac Jones. Try to bring him down. Gone for a game-winning score.
Now, earlier in the game, they were lining up to hit a punt, and Jabril Peppers wasn't set and wasn't paying attention, and the punt got blocked. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that. Yeah,
and
yeah,
the special teams coach was losing his mind.
This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
You know what's crazy is that
Scott Zolek, by the way, that's the color analyst.
WEI.
Yeah. It's 98.5 Sports Hub. Patriots Radio Network.
Oh, okay. There you go. What's interesting to me is that for as great as Belichick is, he sure's got some clunkers at the end of games on his resume.
Dude, he's got some clunkers. They all do.
But when you coach that long, you do.
Right.
No doubt
You're
about
gonna
it.
get some clunkers.
But B, to see them lose that way, first off, Stevenson gets a great run. It's not a hook and ladder play. He's going rogue. This isn't even on Belichick. This is like Jacoby Myers being an idiot. Stevenson throws it back to him. I don't even know why. Just at that point, go down. It's a tie game.
So I'm in the newsroom at NBC. It's right before pregame live. And the office just erupts. Because the Patriots game on. So I thought the Patriots scored on the last play.
Was there a bunch of Jakes in there?
No Jakes in there. No Jakes. A bunch of Taylor Wirfs. A bunch of Tristy Rodriguez's.
Oh, okay.
Kara Burks. Monty Pools. Jonathan Sacties. You name it. Our boy J-Dub. Yeah. Dan Dempster. Do I got any other names? Fast Eddie, who listens to the roast. What up, Fast Eddie?
Fast Eddie Guerrero.
Fast Eddie, what's up?
Why is he Fast Eddie?
I don't know. It's Eddie, and I don't know. Fast Eddie became a nickname somehow, some way. Well, there was a guy I worked with at KVR. I love you, Eddie. Don't hate me for this. He was an intern. He was so slow on cutting sound and getting things done that I just called him Fast Eddie.
Oh.
To say Fast Eddie, what's happening, baby?
It's like Little John when he's really big in Robin Hood.
Yeah, exactly. Little John. So that's why. But anyway, the newsroom erupts. I'm thinking, oh my God, the Raiders lost. Oh my God, the Raiders lost on the last play of the game.
Another double-digit lead.
Do you blame me for that?
No.
I can't believe Jacoby Myers did that.
It was
and to see
unbelievable.
Mac Jones get stiff-armed like that, Madden.
So if you didn't see the highlight and you were living under a rock, Stevenson gets like a 20-yard run, pitches it back to Jacoby Myers for whatever reason. Jacoby Myers turns and throws a left-handed wobbler back 15, 20 yards, and Chandler Jones for the Raiders just goes up, intercepts it, stiff arms Mac Jones, who's the only defender, and then dances into the end zone.
So here's Jacoby Myers on the play.
God, it's unbelievable.
Trying to do too much. Trying to be a hero, I guess you could call it. Kind of. I ain't see the dude back there trapped on the ball. Like I said, I was just doing too much, you know what I'm saying? So it just went down the ball.
Jacoby, I'm assuming you knew the score was tied at that point, and was there any communication?
No, that was just me. That was me.
There was no communication in the huddle, though.
I promise you, that was just me trying to make a play.
Poor guy.
So did you hear Belichick after the game? They asked Belichick, why didn't you throw a Hail Mary or call a Hail Mary?
Yeah, because Mac's got such a great arm.
He said he couldn't throw it that far. Damn.
Well, it was the pause, too. There was like a 5-second pause where he's just like looking at the reporter. And I'm watching like, I would literally die if Belichick gave me that long of like a glower while answering that question.
During the break, I know we're asking on the fly. You got to give me the Belichick sound from yesterday.
Let me find it right now.
Yeah, give me the Belichick sound from yesterday.
Is there anybody out there that still wants Mac Jones?
Yeah.
I mean, he looks so garbage. Gosh. The guy can't move. He can barely throw. He's so mediocre. He doesn't see the field. Like, he be in any other year, he's a 3rd or 4th round pick. Maybe he's a high second. I mean, a lower 2nd round pick because the team gets desperate. Like, what was his skill set? Throwing to the greatest wide receiver trio that we've ever seen in our lives.
He throws to Devontae Smith every other play.
Newsflash: Devontae, baller. Jalen Waddle, baller.
Yeah, no doubt.
Jameson Williams, baller.
Mechie will be a baller down in Houston. Here's Belichick from yesterday.
I can't believe he got stiff armed so hard like that.
Bill, in the final play, situationally, how do you weigh what was called as opposed to taking a shot at the end zone?
Taking a shot at the end zone?
Yeah, like a Hail Mary, 55 yards away, getting it as deep as you could.
Yeah, couldn't throw it that far.
One more time, man.
He's livid.
One more time. I want to count the seconds of the pause.
Bill, in the final play, situationally, how do you weigh what was called as opposed to taking a shot at the end zone?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Taking a shot at the end zone?
Yeah, like a Hail Mary, 55 yards
Couldn't
away,
throw
getting
it
it as
that
deep as you could.
Yeah, couldn't throw it that far.
Couldn't throw it that far.
How is he so reserved? I'd be livid.
Dude, he just stares at you, too. And
I mean, what would be worse, getting yelled at or having Belichick just glower at you like that?
I didn't even know that was a word. What was that word?
Glower?
Glower?
You learned that at the University of Miami?
Yeah, man, private school. It's big education.
That's what he's doing with Mario Cristobal's scouting.
Clara?
That third rank recruiting class?
I thought you were going to say just gleaming at you or staring. I guess
that ball is bounding down the line. When people say that, I'm always like, ball's bouncing. What are you talking about bounding? What does that even mean?
Hey, when we get back for the new year, after we celebrate Christmas, we'll come back at the new year, we may have to do Lubman's Word of the Day.
Ooh, I like that.
Like that?
I do.
Lubman's Word of the Day. He has to use it in a sentence to describe what happened with our sports teams.
Lubman's Lexicon.
Ooh, there we go. Look at us. Look at us contenting on air.
Jake, this is why I get paid the big bucks here, bud.
Dig. I come up with the idea. He comes out with the wordplay. Yep. It's boom. Peanut butter and jelly, baby.
I'm like Bayer. I don't make the products that you use. I make the products that you use better. You guys don't remember that commercial, do you?
I don't have an ego.
The Eagles are flying this morning. All right, more football talk. 888-957-9570. Line them up. After what you saw in the NFC yesterday, are you afraid of anybody in the NFC? Does the 2 seed matter? Does it matter? Plus, we got some Romanowski sound on Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I tell you what about Brock Purdy, okay? You won't want to miss the sound, okay?
Number 53, he pulled the foghorn. Did you see that 2 weeks ago?
I did see that.
Tampa Bay game?
I did see that.
Hey, let's get fired up. And then he swore like 8 times.
Yeah, he's out of control, dude. He's out of control, and I'm here for it. All right, that's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Need a great gift idea? Head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for a DIY doer, green thumb go-getter, choose gifts they'll love from a huge selection of name brands, or buy an Osh gift card. Shop Osh with 14 locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does. And is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Poole through a series of staggered screens, gets it open, look at buries a three. Jordan Poole with 30 points, Jim.
Make it 33 with that three.
Ah, okay. Well,
it was a slow clock there for you.
Slow clock, okay. It's been slow clocks all night long here in Toronto.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP with the career high 43 points. Tim Roy on a call right here on 95.7 The Game as the clocks of Toronto. We'll get to that in just a second. The first quarter felt like it lasted an hour. We could ask Kevon Looney about it. Or Willard and Kyle Matson can ask Kevon Looney about it. He's going to join 95.7 The Game at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
I guess they're going to be getting it.
Yeah, getting money with Kevon Looney, getting fit age, money, all that stuff.
Too Short told me in 1994 when this album came out that this was his last album.
Yeah, he lied. That check came, and he was like, no, I need a couple more albums.
He's like the Brett Favre of rap.
He like...
Liar! Well, no, I shouldn't use Brett Favre as an example anymore.
No. Leave that one alone.
No. But I meant like the retiring coming out.
Tom Brady? Is that the new one?
Tom Brady's a good one.
Tom Brady's a good one.
He hasn't ruined it yet.
It's a lot of boxers, too. Boxers do that all the time. Floyd Mayweather retired like 7 times.
Yeah,
he didn't cry after this is my last fight.
And Brady's married to football.
Right.
Too Short's married to the game.
Right, yeah. But you don't think about Too Short. And by the way, shout out to Too Short. He had the street named after him.
I saw that.
Yeah, street named after him.
That would be pretty cool. On my list of things that I would want to have happen, I have to admit, having a street name named after you is probably right up there.
Yeah, street name.
I mean, I'll be happy with a park bench.
Listen, I'm happy that Millbrae Pancake House got our photo up there.
Oh,
like
yeah.
his lips.
I know, I seen that.
We're next to Festus's.
I know, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
I heard they might knock Festus's over and make ours a little bigger.
blow it up to an 11 by 14.
Just to fit your head.
Listen. I heard that. You guys got jokes today. You got little jabs. Okay.
I'm in my bag.
Look, man, I'm gonna wear a crown into the studio tomorrow. How about that? Listen. What was I gonna say? Too Short. We forget about the Too Short phase, the Atlanta phase. So he's making the tapes in Oakland.
Yeah.
He's got the
And
90s
he
stuff.
moved because him and Looney's got in a fight.
Yeah, in a fight.
At Sabrani Park.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes to Atlanta, and we forget about the Atlanta phase of Too Short, which really blew up on. I think it took him to another level.
Todd Shaw was making hits down in Atlanta.
Hits.
What's my favorite word? Chasing the cat.
Milkshake.
Oh yeah, well
and then what's the other one? Khalees.
Bosse.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
it Khalees? I say
Khalees.
Kehlani?
Yeah, Khalees.
Yeah.
I'm Bosse.
Yeah.
We forget Too Short had the verse on the end. Shut up, man. You a boss, Jake. I was sick. Too Short is hard. But shout out to Too Short. He's got a street named after him.
Blow the Whistle might be the best sports song made in the last 20 years.
By the way.
What?
Blow the Whistle. Did you hear Fitz in his bag? Was it Friday in Philadelphia?
Refresh my memory.
So early in the game, he goes, this could be a Too Short remix. Don't blow the whistle. Or something like that. I forget the exact line he used. I said, Fitz is having a Jordan's Game 6 flu game type of season on the microphone. I mean, he's bringing out all the stops. All the stops. I mean, I said, Fitz, I didn't know Fitz listened to Too Short, but obviously he goes to every arena.
Yeah.
So he probably hears this like, man, they play this in every arena. For the mean streets of Seven Tail, Fitz dropping 2 short lines.
I mean, it's Sarah High School.
It is. By the way, we have a poll question up.
What's the poll question?
Morning Roast 957. Sam Lubman put it up there. Or was it One Take Jake? Who'd you rather see? What would you rather see Bonte and Shasky do? A field goal competition or a penalty kick competition?
Oh.
I'm going to click on penalty kicks, and 55 votes in. Penalty kicks are winning.
See,
62%.
I want to see you with the big Mickey Mouse white goalie gloves. You know, the ones that like make your hands look ridiculous.
Yeah.
I want to see you with that, and then me and some Sambas trying to kick the ball into the net.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm going to wear the most ridiculous neon green / purple goalie jersey you can imagine.
Oh.
I'll buy soccer cleats just for this matchup.
Would you?
Yeah. I'm going to touch all the posts. Come on, Shasky, let's go.
Touch all the posts.
I may even lick the post like I eat the grass.
You're going to start
like you lick the Gucci?
Yeah, you lick the Gucci. I lick the Gucci.
Loveman couldn't wait to get in there with that.
It's one of my favorite lines on the show.
I'm enunciating here, folks. I like to lick the Gucci. Gucci. I like to eat the grass, and I like to lick the post. I'm going to lick the post.
All right,
and I'm going to smell the net.
It feels like...
And then, by the way, Rossi, every time music is brought up, you two drop some bangers. Either of you have an iTunes with the playlist. I don't, but we could do that for you, Rossi. At sizzle_pie415. And he's got the Giants hat, no shirt on. He's got rocks. You can do that when you got no body fat. You know, could just have an avatar with no shirt on. Kind of jealous of that.
Did you get all your Christmas shopping done?
I haven't even started.
You haven't started?
Yeah. I'm behind on everybody here.
I know that we threw out the second seed. I feel like it's not hitting people this week.
It's not.
So let me
Nobody
ask you
cares.
this. Let me ask you this one because I've had this in the back pocket.
Do you feel like that? Do you care about the 2 seed?
No, because I watched this team go on the road last year and curb stomp everyone.
I kind of want them to go on the road so we can travel and go on the road too.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted the Warriors to play in Miami South Beach, and that didn't work out last year.
Yeah, well, our significant others would have been on that trip too.
I don't know if Michelle would have went, but I definitely would have went.
Oh, Anna was like, they're not going to Miami? Yeah, whatever. Have fun in Boston.
Oh, so she pulled a Bonte. No LeBron, no Bonte.
No Miami, no Anna.
Yeah. No Moss.
Damn, no Moss. No done.
No, I was just thinking okay, for gifts, right? If you were to rank, all right? If you were to rank right now the best gifts to get a Bay Area sports fan, how would you even begin to start ranking them? So, for right now, I'm looking at tickets, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I know the 49ers have punched their ticket for one home playoff game. Mm-hmm. Is there a game? We don't know if the Warriors are going to make playoffs. Is there a game on the Warrior regular season or Giants regular season that would supersede, if you were going to buy someone tickets, is there one game that would supersede that 49er playoff game right now, knowing what we know? Would the Aaron Judge weekend in New York, would that supersede a 49er home playoff game? If you were to get your significant other or a family member, someone that you care about.
Depends on the playoff team, right?
Oh, does it?
I think so. Say if the Cowboys come into Levi Stadium for the NFC Championship.
But we don't know that right now.
We don't know that right now.
Well,
right
what if
now-
it's like the first round? If it's like Washington or
Yeah,
Detroit?
okay, let's just say it's one of them.
Let's start small and work our way up.
So what do you think? Is there a game on the Warriors schedule like a LeBron AD? Because you know how AD's hurt. Who knows?
Yeah.
Is there like a LeBron? Steph might not play. Like, it's tough, right?
I assume it could be like a game on like a different day. It doesn't have to like be on the
Yeah.
same day as the playoff game.
I right now I would go Niner playoff game.
Okay.
I'll go Niner playoff. Because the Giants, although they have Carlos Correa, we've seen the Dodgers Giants. I guess the first time around seeing it, it'd be a Niner playoff game.
Yeah, I think so
It'd
too.
be a Niner playoff game.
I think so too.
The only way it could be a Warriors game is if it's a Warriors playoff game.
Okay, now let's take an even farther step. I give Bonte the magical time machine to go to one game in Bay Area sports history. What's that game?
Oh.
You could be alive or not.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Could happen before you were born.
It's got to be the catch game. It's a madhouse, a candlestick.
That's the
Scully.
one?
I think it's either that one. Oh, no. It's got to be Cowboys 94-95, that NFC Championship game. I would be there. Troy Aikman throwing the pick to Eric Davis, the pick that rocked the stick. They're up 21-0. Yeah. The Niners are in the throwbacks. It's a muddy field. Emmitt Smith and company are coming back. Chris Bonio misses a chip shot field goal. You got Matt and Summerall in the booth. Give me at that game.
Okay.
I got to be at that game.
But
I know.
yeah.
That's why I knew you were going to say that.
I know. Man, that's a
I'm
good
surprised
one.
you didn't say the catch game.
I think Lubman.
I was at that game. I was in Noreen's belly.
Yeah, I was. Lubman, before I answer mine, what would yours be? I'm sure it'd be like,
Giants related.
It was the game that Dustin Hermanson closed out in 2005.
Hermanson was actually closer in 2004 with Matt Hergis, so let's get those numbers right.
Accuracy.
Well, first off, the fact that I have to correct you on a date, that never happens. Usually the other way. If I'm going to go with a game, obviously catch game, I feel like that's like every Bay Area sports fan. That's probably like a base one. I kind of would like to do Cal Stanford play. Wouldn't like to be there for that. I hear my dad talk about it a lot.
Really?
I think it'd be kind of cool.
You know what?
Two teams.
I'll
not
back you up.
If 40 years later, my dad still beams about being there.
Hey,
so
Lubman, I'll back you up on this. The play between Stanford and Cal with the band coming on the field is a top 4 play in Bay Area sports history.
Oh, hands down, yeah.
Hands down. I'm with you there. There's one take Jake in the back after the phone.
If I got to think of like a Giants game, though, I know it was recent, but I would have
just one game. Let's keep it one game.
All right, fine. I'll keep out the play then.
Yeah, the play. You said it. The play. Stand on yours, Lubman.
Right.
Stand on
what
yours.
if I made you do pros?
Sorry, say it again.
You have to pick professionals.
Professionals.
And crank your mic down just a little.
You don't have to crank it all the way down.
I'm gonna think about it. The first one that comes in my head, just because I wasn't here, I had to watch it on TV, was the Travis Ishikawa walk-off home
that's
run
a good
in
one.
LCS.
That's good.
That's a good one.
That's good.
Also, another one that my dad was at, Game 3 of the 89 World Series. Be there.
Wow. That's a great call. Wow.
Yeah.
So I think mine would be the 1988, January 89, Joe Montana Drive against Cincinnati. That's the one that I think I would want to be at.
I thought it was just in the Bay Area.
Oh, my bad. Well, I was going my teams.
All right, gotcha. No, that's a great one.
Because I would want to be sitting next to John
Yeah,
Candy.
that's a great one.
Look, there's Shasky.
Yeah.
Candy.
And then you from John Candy C, you could be like, hey, John, that's Harris Barton. Hey, that's Roger Craig. Hey, John, you know who Jerry Rice is and John Taylor?
Brett Jones should be on this play, but he can't find his helmet. So we're going to throw to John Taylor.
And he's going to line up at tight end. He's going to line up at tight end, and we're going to throw him a quick slant.
It's the final Bill Walsh game.
Yeah.
It's against Sam
That's
Weish,
a great game.
His predecessor, a guy that he tutored for many years. And I love Boomer Esiason. Like, I always love Boomer. I love lefties. Right. So I love Boomer Esiason. I loved Ickey Woods. That Bengals team was fun.
Yeah. No, that's a great game to be at. I thought about, I'm not going to lie to you, I thought about saying the NFC Championship between the New York Giants and the 49ers, but it was a loss.
Well, the one where Leonard Marshall and Pepper Johnson
knocked out Joe Montana and Lawrence Taylor came up with the fumble.
It's not bad.
That's a game I wouldn't want to be at. I'd also want to be at, I'm a sick individual. Just call me sick. I'd want to be at Seattle for that NFC Championship game, the body bag game, the ultimate body bag game.
It's pretty epic.
I thought about the losses, but I want to keep it positive. But I'm a sick individual where I would want to be at those games and walk out so sad. Like, even though the Niners lost to the Rams last year, the NFC title game.
Oh, that was one of the great sports moments of my life. It was awesome.
It was one of the greatest days of my life.
Absolutely.
It was unbelievable. you, Papa Shasky, we had Ryan, we had Worldwide Half. Rocco. Fahey was there, Dacre was there, Sino was there.
The whole city.
It was unbelievable. Mondo. The photo we have in front of SoFi with the random dude from Fresno with the pigtail saying,
That's right.
I'm getting in this when he got all the neck tattoos. Y'all getting in this photo. And not one of us is going to tell him, no, you can't be in this photo.
No.
I was like, no, you go ahead and crouch down in front. It's all good, homie. It's all good.
Why in my head was I wanting to say, just to piss you off, I wanted to be at the Keys Are Wrong Way game with Jim Marshall going in the wrong direction. Just in my mind, I wanted to say that just to piss you off.
Maybe I could have just said I was at Wrigley Field for Gale Sayers scoring 6 touchdowns against the Niners.
Does anyone want to be at the 4 home run game for Willie Mays?
Nobody brought that up. Let's go to Matt in San Rafael.
Hey, Matt.
He has a game that he will want to go to.
Let's hear it.
What's happening? It's fun. Matt, going once.
Phenomenal. You are my exclusive listen in the morning.
Thank you.
And I'm listening to Sports Talk. So I was fortunate enough to go to all the Niner home games from 73 to 98. So I saw the run. The catch is a good choice. The most emotional game I ever went to was a Saturday night game. Niners Detroit. It was Montana's last game.
Oh, yeah.
In the second half.
In the moisture.
Yeah. And I was actually crying because I knew it was his last game, and it was just so amazing to watch. But the best actual football game I ever saw was the Niners-Saints divisional round.
Totally agree.
Never saw anything like it.
Totally agree.
It was phenomenal.
Did you sit? Did you sit at all? I remember it was the first time I've ever been to Candlestick because when I started going to games with my dad, like they'd already won a Super Bowl, right? So the fan base didn't stand the whole game the way they did. That New Orleans game, every person in the entire stadium stood the whole game.
I heard it was a college atmosphere.
It's one of the greatest games, and it was a hot day.
It was hot. I wasn't at that game.
It was phenomenal. One last one, though.
Yeah.
In 80, the comeback against the Saints was fantastic.
Down 35-3 at halftime?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and we got some great ones on YouTube. 888-957-9570. This is a good one, Shasky.
You like that?
Yeah. What game would you want to go to that you weren't attending? We got some really good ones. Ben Brown on YouTube. Sharks Knights Game 7.
Ooh, that's a great one.
I was lucky I went there just to go. Just get out the house.
Yeah.
And people tell me it's one of the sickest hockey games ever, and I was like, wow.
Well, because the King showed up.
Right, the King showed up. And
that was an incredibly fun hockey game to watch.
Were you there too, London?
I remember watching on TV. Pavelski goes down. They have that really long power play.
Because you know what?
Little Joe?
You know what, London?
Little Joe Pavelski?
Big Joe Pavelski.
Big Joe.
The captain.
So then who's Little Joe?
I don't think there is a little. I guess bigger Joe would be Jumbo Joe.
Yeah, Jumbo Joe Thornton.
Yeah. So I guess, you could call
Little
him
Joe Pavelski. Isn't that what they called him?
They always call him the Big Pavelski, too. But
oh, I didn't know that. Number 16?
So that game, I remember Lutman used to go to a lot of Sharks games. He's the one who got me hooked up with a credential back in the day. I was like, "Kid, you guys go to Sharks games?"
Team Teal.
Yeah, Team Teal. He was all about Team Teal.
I like
going
that.
down there. So that was a good game. That was also the same night Damian Lillard waved bye-bye to Oklahoma City.
Oh, that's right. The greatest picture of all time where he's like looking into the camera.
Looking into the camera, getting mobbed. That was sick.
On that Niner game.
Thrilla Manila.
What?
Boxing
event. That's a good
Foreman
one.
Ali.
That's out of the Bay Area.
Yeah,
that's
out
fine.
of the
I'll
Bay Area.
accept
It's fine.
I'll accept
Game
it.
4, Steph in Boston. We happen to be there for that one.
Let's just stop for a second. I think it's one of the greatest sporting events I've ever been to.
It was unbelievable.
And it's hands down the best basketball game I've ever been to. It's not even
Steph Curry
close.
at the end of the first quarter, when he looks into the Boston crowd and he's yelling at them in front of the Boston bench, I got up and said, they ain't losing this game.
It was
now,
incredible.
we thought walking out, remember we did the show that day, Bullet came on.
Yeah.
Bullet came on and surprised everybody.
That's right.
And he came out on the morning roast and he gave us 25 minutes of absolute gold. Hot liquid magma, right?
Yes.
As Dr. Evil will say.
Liquid hot magma.
Liquid hot magma,
Liquid
excuse me.
hot
Liquid hot magma. He
$1
came on,
million.
and we walked out of WEEI, and we said, we ain't losing this game.
Yeah.
Hey, I looked at every Boston fan that day. I said, hey, you ain't winning tonight. Now, deep down inside, I was like, you better not lose this game. It's over.
I was ready for war.
Friday night in Boston. That was a great sporting event. Tyler Miller, it was great. We believe Joseph Dotson. We believe Warriors 2007.
Yeah, good call.
That was a good call. Pick the Stick would have been dope.
I was
to be
there
at.
for that one. That was incredible. It was a weird because we were celebrating, yet it was also a funeral. And then they still had playoff hopes on the line because they had to win week 17 as well. That was in week 16. It was really, really, really sad.
It was weird.
But
Eddie
that
D
was incredible.
back. Eddie D was back in the building. That was a great day at Candlestick Park.
Just for a second, because that game had similar vibes to the New Orleans game.
Mm-hmm.
The pendulum swing of emotions in the final 6 minutes of the Niners-Saints game, that wild card matchup, or divisional round matchup, excuse me. I don't think I can think of a swing so dramatic one way, back,
Right.
forth. You had, obviously, the Alex Smith run, one of the greatest runs of all time, with Joe Staley leading the way.
And Darren Sproles.
People are crying and hugging each other. And then Jimmy Graham scores. If he goes
Was
down...
it Jimmy Graham or Darren Sproles on that last? They both scored,
I know
right?
they both
Yeah.
scored. I thought it was Jimmy Graham.
Maybe
And
Jimmy Graham,
Whitner missed a tackle or whatever, and it ended up helping them. They get the ball back with less than a minute to go. He hits Vernon Davis on that long little pass.
Frank Gore had a big play on that last drive.
Yes, he did. I mean, that was just incredible. That just... To this day, I have a photo right after it happened. It's one of the greatest photos I have in my collection.
Xfinity mobile text line. Nobody's mentioned this one.
What's that?
Got to be Game 7 in Kansas City, 2014.
That's a great one.
Madison Bumgarner.
I would have sent him. Would you have sent him?
Oh, hell yeah. I scored.
Who was it? Was it
Make a
Juan
play.
Perez?
Juan Perez and
Bumbling the
Gregor
ball?
Blanco.
Yes. Who was the left fielder?
Yeah, it was Perez and Blanco were the ones out there. And
We're out there rolling with Juan Perez and Gregor Blanco, dog.
Unbelievable.
That team was leaking major oil.
Yeah, they were. And then Pablo catching that ball out of bounds.
Buster's hug to Bumgarner.
It was incredible.
It wasn't a celebrate. It wasn't a it wasn't a hug that, we're like, hey, man, we won the World Series. We're jumping up and down. It was one of those hugs where he just looked exhausted. Like,
yes.
Thank you, Mad Bum.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mad Bum.
Oh, that playoff run took 5 years off his career.
No
I
doubt.
mean, that was unbelievable. It's just, I was thinking about best gifts. It's Christmas week. You know, if you were to go to a game, what would that gift be? Now, later on, I want to ask, if you're buying someone a jersey right now, okay, you've got a 7-year-old daughter or son, who is the player that you're getting that it's not going to age poorly? It's got to be Steph Curry, right?
Carlos Correa.
Oh, boy.
Like, you know, you look at some of the jerseys you buy for somebody in your family, and you say to yourself, like, man, why did I get that Kevin Barlow jersey for him?
Yeah. No, it's Steph. It's Clay. It's Bosa.
You guys see the Niners are having a huge shortage of Brock Purdy jerseys right now?
That's not accurate, is it?
Yeah, I saw you. They're scrambling to make as more jerseys because they're just flying off the shelves right now.
I think
McCaffrey jerseys.
I do think the Will Clark jersey is timeless. That they're selling right now at the dugout.
They don't sell enough Jeff Kent jerseys.
I totally agree.
But I'm just looking at the Niners right now.
Yeah.
Bosa, Fred Warner Jr.
Yeah, those are good. Those are good ones. I mean, I still see Willis jerseys, and they age well. A Willis jersey ages well.
It does age well. Bowman? I don't see too many Bowman jerseys.
I got a Bowman.
But I don't see too many 53s.
No, you don't, but I got one. It was hard to find them. That was when they had the weird neck. Remember the weird Reebok neck?
The real Reebok neck with the little white lines, and then they had the NFL shield for a while.
I got rid of my Crabtree one.
The Reeboks were terrible.
Didn't fit right.
Let's go to Chris and Concord.
Yeah.
Chris and Concord, what's happening? You're on the roast. Chris. Going once?
Sports.
What's up, Chris? Sorry, man. We got...
Hey, sorry about that. Just chiming in on best sports events that I've been to.
What is it?
Probably would have to be that 20th win for the Oakland A's when Hatterberg did the walk-off.
That's pretty
sick. They made a movie about it. So, I mean, it was a great moment.
You know, the A's were in some epic games. Like, I want to hear somebody, and I know this kills fans, but like, the Derek Jeter play. The Derek Jeter play is one of the all-time greatest plays in baseball history. You want to say it's a fluke? Okay, fine. You want to say it's a heartbreaker? I get that. It's one of the greatest plays ever. Because you were talking about the Niners losing to Sherman. It's one of the great NFL plays of all time.
No doubt. Another game. I'll throw another game out there.
Huh.
Chicago, 88 NFC Championship game. You brought up the Super Bowl.
When the finesse-ass 49ers?
When the finesse-ass 49ers kicked the Chicago Bears' ass in the frigid cold.
Yeah.
And it was freezing. That would have been a sick game to be at.
Yeah,
to go to Chicago in that weather, knowing what they went through that season, winning 6 in a row and going on the run late in the year. You had the quarterback controversy with Steve Young and Joe Montana. Bill Washington going on local television and said, yes, we have a full-blown quarterback controversy, which I wish Shanahan came out and said that in the training camp first week. We have a full-blown quarterback controversy here in Santa Clara, and we're going to have a battle. It would be fire. It'd be electric.
I was listening to the audiobook of Steve Young, QB. It's a great book. And he goes, I got traded. And, you know, he said to me when the trade was getting consummated, Joe Montana's never going to play football again. He's got a back injury and an elbow injury. He's never going to play again, Steve. He shows up to the first training camp.
And lights it up.
Well, and there's Joe Montana already throwing. He goes, Bill. And Bill just smiled at him. And he's like, I thought I was the man.
Right. Joe's lighting it up. And dude, I got to watch the Peacock documentary again because Joe Montana is. I'm taking Joe Montana over Brady for one game. I'm convinced by that.
Why?
I'm convinced. The era, the defenses that he faced. Like Brady, although Montana played in the NFC West, which is down, the NFC West are strong, very strong. When you think about Brady's rivals, the Colts, we don't think of them for defense.
No, although they did have some.
They had some good defenses.
Robert Mathis and
Dwight Freeney and Bob Sanders was good. They were good for a while. But
Bob was hurt a lot.
He was.
He was a great player, though.
Pittsburgh had some defenses, but they didn't have enough for Belichick. I don't know, man. I just, for one game, I got to go Joe. I've seen Brady lose the big game multiple times.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, how you feel is how you feel.
Yeah, how you feel. But no, that doc, just think about Joe coming back to training camp. It's like, yes, Steve, it's not your time yet. And then Randy Cross telling Steve, as a roommate, you're just not better than Joe.
Yeah.
That had to be humbling.
Yeah. It must have been really bad.
Really bad. Let's go to Ray, San Francisco.
Yeah.
Ray, San Francisco. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, I know the game didn't really mean anything, and it was no playoff, nothing, but that Clay 37-point quarter game, anybody that was there, we were exhausted. That was exciting. That was the most incredible, 12-minute stretch. I mean, he did everything. That's got to be an honorable mention right there.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. What did he take? 6 dribbles or something?
Yeah, no, that was the Indiana game where he scored 60. He had 11 dribbles.
11 dribbles.
And he had the ball for 88 seconds in his hand. 37-point quarter. Think about that. Remember they blew a whistle on the foul, and he still chucked it up, and he made it?
Yeah.
That's a game that ticks me off.
Why?
Because I decided not to go to that game. I was like, it's the Sacramento Kings. It's a Friday night. I'll just lay on the couch. I'll go out afterwards. It's the Kings. Who cares?
The Kings.
The Kings.
It's the one game of the whole run that you didn't go to.
And he draws 37. I'm on the couch thinking to myself, I should have been there. I should have been there. You're sitting there you can't even enjoy it because you're so ticked off at yourself for not going. Oh, man, that was a great game. What other games? 888-957-9570.
What about the Sleepy Floyd game? I'd throw that in there.
Sleepy Floyd and Superman. That's a great game. The one game they got against the Lakers at the old Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. That's a good game. Let's go to John in Oakland. What game would you want to go to that you weren't at?
Game I want to go to is Game 6 OKC Warriors.
Oh,
back on the road.
That's the one.
To go off.
That's an awesome game.
Where did you watch that game?
I was watching that game at home. It blew my mind.
I was up the Russian River. It was my uncle's birthday, and my 90-something-year-old grandmother was like, I love this basketball game. And we stood the entire time screaming at the television. Little tube TV, too. Everybody had flat screens. We still had that horrible tube TV.
How many times,
Standard def.
John, how many times during that game did you think that, damn, the season's over?
Was losing my mind, just the attitude, the atmosphere. I wish I was there to watch them crumble.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'll tell the story again.
Donovan.
I was with my guy Igor, the front office. He came over with this 8-foot tall bong. I laid on the couch, and we sat there by ourselves, stayed away from everybody, and we were just sitting there. And we're sitting there now. He was half baked. I think I was a little baked, but I remember every time out we kept looking at each other. We're only down 5. Damn, we're only down 7. We're only down 3.
Pack another ball.
Man, oh boy, I need to relax. Damn, dude, they got a shot. They got a shot. And it was see you Monday at Oracle Arena. Game 7's underrated. Nobody talks about the Game 7 because Game 6 was so dramatic. People forget Game 7. They were down 13 in that game.
Which one was the one where he got trapped in the corner and threw the ball in the middle?
Regular season game. When Steph Curry did the little weekend at Bernie's.
I still, just some of the decision making, it's just... That Oklahoma City team, talk about the team with all the talent in the world and no results.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to England and Pacifica. England and Pacifica. What's happening?
Not much, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So I'm going to go with Game 5 NLCS, Giants versus Cubs, where Clark hits that one up the middle.
He read his lips.
And scores 2.
Yep. Off of, do you remember who it was off of?
Mitch Williams.
Yes.
The same
Mitch
guy
Williams. Wild thing.
The same guy who gave up the home run to Joe Carter in
with
Game
Kurt
6.
Kurt Schilling being a horrible teammate on the dugout. Yeah. That Cubs team had so many players, dude.
That Phillies team was so fraudulent. The Giants owned them that year in '93.
Yeah, they
were 8-4 against them.
Don't even start me. And they also have a bunch of horrible human beings. Lenny Dykstra being the first.
I tell you what. I would not have wanted to been at that Dodger game when they got beat 12-1 on the last day of the regular season. That's one game I would not have wanted to attend.
Solomon Torres starting over Dave Righetti. One of the great. He's going to be the next one, Marichal.
The Giants were something like 14-3 or something down the stretch. They got fire, right? It was just. And I think all the losses were attributed to Solomon Torres.
Well, and Colorado Rockies lost like 19 games or whatever it was.
They didn't beat the Braves once.
Yeah.
Even Brian Hickerson, remember him?
Oh, yeah, Brian Hickerson, number 41, lefty.
Dude, he was even lights out down the stretch.
Yeah.
He was lights out. Swift and Burkett winning 20 games. Oh, my God.
Trevor Wilson coming back, Bud Black. Come on. Mike Jackson, Dave Burba. You know I can name that team.
Mike Jackson in the 8th inning was so automatic.
Yeah.
He's so automatic.
And shooter. Brian Hickerson. I can't believe you went there.
Brian Hickerson. I loved Hickerson.
If you say Brian Hickerson, I go like 10 years later, Brad Hennessy.
I
don't know why, but I always Hickerson and Hennessy.
Hickerson, I remember a 3-game set at Atlanta County Fulton Stadium. He got the one win in that series against the Braves. Hickerson was dealing. Oh, man. What a team. What a team that was. Brian in Phoenix, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Big time caller. Love the show. I did have to take a little bit of break from listening when Shasky had that Skip Bayless take comparing Clay to Kyle Korver. But
hey, listen, I once said trade the number 2 overall pick for Antonio Brown, and that number 2 overall pick was Nick Bosa.
And you've missed out on some great content.
Yeah, you missed out on some fun times.
Duh.
But I'm back now. The game that I wish that I was at, not as big of a game. It was a regular season game, but I think it was 2016, the game that Steph made like that half quarter against OKC.
Oh, yeah.
Yup.
And I think he had like 12 threes, 50 points, and he started sea-walking on.
Yeah, he's sea-walking, dude. That was an incredible game. He kept getting the switch on to Kyle Singler, and he just started cooking them. Draymond Green had one of the sickest stat lines in that game. He scored like 2 points, went absolute psycho at halftime, went berserk where Lisa Saucer was like, at halftime, security had to run to the Warriors locker room because he yelled at Steve Kerr. They're about to fight. He had like 2 points, like 17 rebounds, 15 assists, or some crazy stuff.
Chesapeake Bay
Chesapeake Bay Arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You in the arenas. I had to get in there.
Chesapeake Bay. Yeah. You know, I love Chesapeake Bay and the Thunder. By the way, 925, Xfinity Mobile text line. What's up, Carlos of Concord? Give me that Niners New York Giants game. Garcia versus Kerry Collins. First game I ever cried tears of joy as a kid. That was an incredible game. I watched that game with Wet. Of course, you were there.
I was there with Mikey C sitting in the end zone.
I was on Wet's couch in the Fillmore Center watching that game.
I'll never forget a fat New York Giants fan, and he was very big. 2 rows in front of us, wearing a Lawrence Taylor jersey, talking mad smack, got up and left with a minute and a half to go.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my Lord.
That was back when the stick was just ruthless place.
Ruthless.
God, Shockey got a touchdown in the corner, spit water at a fan.
Let's see. Maine 510.
All right.
What's going on? Oh, hang up on Brian. Maine 510. Game 6 playoffs against the Pelicans, where Mo Buckets gets the rebound and pass to Curry and makes it over AD. That was Game 3. Maine 510. Game 3 that series where Curry did that. It came back from 20 down. And I remember where I was with that one. I was cutting audio at a radio station when they were on a different station. And I cut like all those highlights. Couldn't really enjoy the game because it was like, wait a minute, it's going to overtime? They were getting blown out. I was done, and all of a sudden, Curry hits a 3. And I'm like pressing F8, 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 F8. And there's all these lines in the Adobe Edition on F8. And I was like, oh, my gosh. That was a great game. Game 3 of that series, the first championship run. Let's go to GW in Sausalito. GW, what's happening? What game?
Hey, how are you guys? I
Good.
just want to say I'm a second-time caller, but a long-time listener. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Better. I told him one game, but I got 2, okay? I'll be quick. The first one is LeBron James hitting that game winner over Iguodala.
Oh, yeah.
Regular season game.
Yeah.
And I was with my dad at that game, and even though we got beat, like to see LeBron do that and do a little fist bump or whatever he does walking down the court, I was like, ooh, that hurt, but it kind of hurt real good in a weird way. And then the other game is, it's the A's when they lost against the Royals. And I was watching that with all my buddies, and their game seemed like that took forever.
The wild card game?
When Suzuki, who was the catcher that couldn't throw?
Derek Norris.
Derek Norris.
And John Lester.
Yeah.
AGW, we found out John Lester couldn't throw the first base.
Johnny Lester.
Okay. I don't know if I want to walk through that game again.
Sorry.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
It hurts so good, but I appreciate what you guys are doing, man. It's a pleasure listening to you.
Good call.
Thank you.
Back down memory lane.
Hey, the A's have had some great moments. I remember Giambi hit a walk-off against the Yankees. They swept them at the Coliseum. They've had some really, really good moments.
Was it the Josh Hamilton missed fly ball in the
that's
outfield?
right. And they rallied
on
to
the
win
final day of the year?
Yeah, they rallied to win the AL West.
Yeah, that was a great moment.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Wanted to be in the building when Baron Davis dunked all over Andre Kirilenko.
Yeah.
That was a great game. There's a lot of them.
Okay.
There's a lot of them. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. I was up in Packers country when I saw Owen. Shout out to Joe Starkey when he caught it.
One of the
great moment.
games.
I was crying with about 30 seconds left because I said, I looked back at my grandmother, the late, great Lorene Williams Tendo, and I said, they can never beat the Packers. They own us. No one's did that. I thought for sure the Niners were going to the Super Bowl. We don't want to bring up what happened next week with Garrison Hurst getting hurt on the first play of the game because those fraudulent-ass Falcons, and I digress. We're going to get into Brock Purdy next segment because Romo says some things because Brock Purdy mania is real. And part of the belief that the Niners can run through the NFC is because a lot of people feel like Shanahan has the best quarterback he's ever been able to put his hands on. Brock Purdy has turned this system upside down. Now, I think Chris McCaffrey's the biggest difference maker, but a lot of people believe in Brock Purdy. So we'll get to that during the 8 o'clock hour plus Jim Barnett at 8:30. But let's go to Derek in Richmond. Derek in Richmond, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys? I'm going to top all you guys because I'm a little older than you. I've reached the 6.0 this year.
Congratulations.
Happy birthday.
Huh?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember seeing Reggie Jackson knocking the ball out of the Oakland Coliseum when I was a kid. And I also saw the greatest baseball player of all time, Willie Mays, catch a ball in the outfield with his glove behind his back.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I don't remember what year because I was a kid, but I saw both of them, and I was just like, Willie Mays was Jordan before Jordan.
Yeah. And Reggie Jackson.
He was Pele, you know.
Wow.
We don't talk enough about Reggie Jackson in general, about what he did to usher flamboyance into sports in a positive way.
Right.
Like, you don't get a Steph Curry-like guy or even a Joe Burrow. You know, Joe Burrow's got this coolness to him. I think we go, Joe Namath. No, Reggie Jackson. I watched this whole baseball doc on Reggie Jackson. I underestimated his impact on culture in general. Reggie Jackson's like an icon.
I wish I was at that Giants game when they lost Game 7 to the Yankees. What was that, 62?
Yeah, with the line drive.
Yeah, Willie McCovey.
Well, it had rained.
Bobby Richardson.
It had rained for a week, really hard. They brought helicopters in to Candlestick to dry the field, and Mays hit a ball down the line that he said he normally would have had at least a triple on, and he ended up only getting a double because the field was so moist.
1984 Super Bowl, 49ers versus Dolphins. Joseph Dotson.
Palo Alto.
Out there on the YouTube. Sharks Vegas Nights getting a lot of love on YouTube. A lot of love, especially on the text line and Twitch.
You know who was at that Raider game yesterday as we talk about crazy miracles? Nash.
Nasher. I saw that.
Young Nash was out there.
He said, Mac Jones, you got 4 quarters to prove me wrong.
Well,
we know what happened there.
There are rumors on the internet saying that Brock Purdy makes that tackle on Chandler Jones.
Gosh.
Probably. Well, you could throw it that far, too.
Just 1 second. I just want approval rating in Boston for Mac Jones right now. After Bill Simmons, he's giving me Brady rookie vibes. Shut up, Bill.
Take Jake. Take Jake. It's your time to shine, Jake.
I'm so glad we didn't take Mac Jones.
Jake.
Last year, Mac Jones looked so comfortable under Josh McDaniels'
till about week 11.
And this year with Matt Patricia running the offense, he looks like a complete shell of himself. So, get him an actual offensive coordinator who's called plays in the NFL before, and I think he'll be back to his old ways.
So you still believe in Mac won't take Jake?
I do.
I'm not mad at you.
As what?
As a competent NFL quarterback.
As the 9th best AFC quarterback?
Yeah, maybe 8th, maybe 7th.
Let's go to Ronnie in Oakland before we get to the injury report. I got something for you, Jake, coming out the break. I got something for you. Ronnie, what's happening?
What's up, B. Hill and Jasky?
What's up, baby?
The game for me probably would have been when Steph Curry broke the 3-point record. You know what I'm saying? That's the game for me.
Oh, in Madison Square Garden last year, yeah.
Yes. And Shasky, I didn't call last week, but boy, major bars.
You like that?
I like that. Hey, you wrote the beat well though.
Let's go,
that, bro.
I thought you did too. I was
like
impressed.
That. I'm thinking maybe me and Guru put a little duet together.
I would love that.
Little mixtape.
Oh my God, that would be so amazing. I was in the studio when Guru dropped that Cuckoo Gaga freestyle.
Yeah.
It's one of the best things ever. It's not like being in the studio when somebody drops some bars. You're like, damn, that's some fire.
Yeah.
I get to be here with Duke.
Dylon.
Mr. Britt.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you and Guru would be something else. That cover photo with him in the shades. Oh my God. I can't even. Let me not even manifest that into the world. Before we get to the injury
cover
report,
would have to be White Men Can't Jump, right? Something like that.
Before we get to the injury report, I just want to play this. And then Lutman, as this highlight bleeds out.
Like the last Boy Scout.
As this highlight blows out, where you got to ride a horse and shoot somebody in the head. As this highlight rides out, I want you to go straight to the injury report.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward Jones. God. It's picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest games I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Scott Zolak, is he going to have a job next year? He said heads are going to roll. He may be the first one rolled out after that call. This may be the dumbest team I've ever seen. Damn. All right, we got some Robo Sound coming out.
Ever.
Dude, that's a terrible.
For regular season?
That's a terrible loss. They may be done now. No playoffs.
I just can't believe they lost that game. Jacoby Myers, I mean, that's his moment. That's his Bill Buckner moment.
The fact that they gave up a touchdown to tie the game in the first place.
Or if Losky's sitting there going, that's a dumb play.
Yeah. You didn't need to look back for validation. I laughed. It was a good job.
Thank you, King.
It was 3.
Thank you, Your Highness.
No. Kyle Shanahan's not just making the right calls on the field Thursday night, but on the sideline, too, after deciding not to put in Mooney Ward. Despite clearing concussion protocol, the Niners announced over the weekend that Ward was indeed diagnosed with a concussion after the game. It will be placed in the NFL's concussion protocol. He'll be held out of practice until he is cleared, so there is no set timetable for when he will return. The good news is, Niners had a few extra days off this week before hosting the Commanders on Saturday. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'm going to take your calls and talk about Brock Purdy for a second.
And I got Coach of the Year candidates. I got a top 3, and I'm going to give them to you, and I want you to pick
CYO
one.
or
NFL.
Oh, okay. I thought she was going to CYO on me.
One and only Monday night game of the year is available tonight from TakingVegas.com. I am Chris Hodge, and guys, this is a game you do not want to miss. LA, Green Bay. It's absolutely free. Just visit TakingVegas.com, and here is the offer for tonight. We must win this game, or not only will you receive the rest of our bowl service absolutely free, you will receive the rest of our pro football season, playoffs included, absolutely free. That's how sure we are. We are going to nail this LA Green Bay Monday night game of the year. It's absolutely free. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. We are 27-8 on weeknight pro football releases this year. That's Monday night and Thursday night, 27-8. And we have our one and only Monday night game of the year going tonight. It's absolutely free. Just visit TakingVegas.com. That's takingvegas.com.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world, right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
For whatever Christmas vibe you're feeling, the free Odyssey app has the music you're looking for.
Do they know it's Christmas time?
Celebrate the season with Odyssey, with pop Christmas classics.
Women of Christmas, Alternate Christmas, R&B Christmas, Santa songs, and more.
Christmas is on the Odyssey app. Download it now, search for holiday stations, and celebrate the season with Odyssey.
That's AUDACY. Odyssey.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, what a day. Jordan Poole scores a career-high 43 points last night in Toronto. We'll talk to Jim Barnett all about it at 8:30. Of course, he's a color analyst here on 95.7 The Game alongside Tim Roy as the Warriors embark on this 9-day, 6-game road trip. Game number 5 coming up tomorrow night against the New York Knicks at the Madison Square Garden. Then a back-to-back at Barclays against the Brooklyn Nets and Kevin Durant. Warriors get their 3rd road win of the season. A much-needed win for the Soul as we're kicking around the World Cup final. That was amazing. The 2 days in the NFL, Saturday and Sunday, was amazing as we welcome everybody to the 8 o'clock hour. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their jobs. UPS workers, FedEx workers, California Highway Patrol. Special shout out to you guys. Checking those people driving the speed limit. Drive the speed limit, folks. Christmas shopping could wait. You don't need to rush. You don't need to rush at all. We're going to get to the calls, 888-957-9570. And Shasky, good morning to you. We got One Take Jake. We got Lubman. Having a lot of fun here. Let's shift gears, though, to Brock Purdy. Niners clinch the NFC West Thursday. Hat and T-shirt game. Brock Purdy looked flawless. Kittle balled out. The defense was flying around. Nick Bosa's at the top of the board when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year. And nobody cares whether or not the Niners end up as a 2 seed, 3 seed. They're not going to end up as a 4 because Tampa Bay stinks. But nobody cares because they have Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Can you believe that? And I want to play something for you that Romanowski said yesterday. And where was this at? Where did Romo say this at?
Zach Gelb Show.
Zach Gelb Show. Was that CBS, right? CBS Sports Radio. Here's what Romo had to say about Brock Purdy.
I think he is their franchise quarterback. The only wild card in this, I will say, is there's not a lot of tape on Purdy. Because of that, defensive coordinators don't really have a good feel on how to attack him yet. That might be the wild card here, to where there are certain tendencies that defensive coordinators look at, like, he likes to throw right. He doesn't look people off, things like that. Kyle Shanahan does a really good job with mixing it up. As soon as they figure out where his weak points are, where his weak tendencies are, they may start attacking his strengths. That might be a difference maker in this. But as far as what I see the franchise quarterback of the 49ers for the next, call it 15, 20 years.
Franchise quarterback, Brock Purdy.
15 to 20. Guys, just like how many quarterbacks have played 15 years in one spot?
Not a lot.
As a starter.
Not a lot. Not many.
Okay, the last part of that, we can kind of like a little hyperbolic. I mean, it takes one to know one. I'm first in line
15
here.
to 20.
But that's ridiculous. Look, he's been awesome. He's been fantastic. Everything that you're looking for and then some, right?
I'm not mocking Brock Purdy here.
No.
Romo said 15 to 20 years. It's just like, all right.
That part was a stretch.
Right.
I'm talking about what he's seen. Is he the franchise quarterback? I don't know. I really don't know. What we've seen from him been remarkable in the 3 games? Yes. It's been remarkable. It's been amazing. Is it sustainable? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I brought up just a couple of guys, right? Everybody looks at Baker Mayfield now a certain way, but go back in time. He broke the rookie record for touchdown passes in a season. He broke the yardage record. He broke so many different records that year with a awful organization in Cleveland. They had 3 wins over a 3-year period or something like that, right? So you look at his rookie year, 27 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, all right? 64% completion. The very next year, he rolls out 22 and 21 interceptions. 22 touchdowns, 21 interceptions. They go 6-10. He's down at 59% in completion percentage. All his numbers way down. I look at someone like Mac Jones, who we were talking about earlier. Last year, 22 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and he's at 68% completion. This year, 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and he's still about 65, 66%. But, like, his numbers are way down. So I don't know if this is sustainable. I legitimately don't know. It feels like Lamar Jackson's been kind of, quote unquote, figured out after 4 or 5 prolific years as a player in the NFL.
And then to Lamar Jackson's defense, I don't think Baltimore's did a good job.
No, I agree.
Of building around him.
And I can make that argument about the Patriots and the Cleveland Browns, right? I think that there is an argument there. But also, there is some reality. Like, we watched it with Colin Kaepernick. Pretty much the same personnel. 2012, he was good. 2013, he wasn't as good as 2012, right? And then 2014, by then, the wheels were falling off. He got progressively worse. Now, some guys are like Joe Burrow, they're a rocket ship, or they're Patrick Mahomes, they're a rocket ship. I don't know if Brock Purdy falls into that. Does he plateau? Does he do a Case Keenum? Case Keenum had a great year with Minnesota, and then the next year he goes to Denver. It's not the same. Progressively worse. I don't know. I don't know what's real and what's not. I feel like the mind, the processing feels pretty real. But I do think there are some physical limitations, height, size, arm strength. Maybe defensive coordinators can limit some of the things he does really well and really maximize what he doesn't do well. And then it looks totally different. I don't know.
I don't know either. But here's Romo, what he had to say and what he saw in Brock Purdy.
I have to admit, I'm pretty blown away. He's got some Joe Montana in him. It's not too big for him. He's got crazy confidence, and he's calm. And like I said, the moment is not too big for him. He's executing. He's smart. I mean, how this guy was the last person taken in the draft, I don't get it, because I see a phenomenal player.
I agree with that. What he was saying there. He does look phenomenal. It does look like the moment isn't too big for him. How he was the last pick in the draft is a great question, considering what we've seen now. I think a lot of people would want a do-over. But again, I'm all in on the Brock Purdy experience for this year, and just see where it goes. But I am cautious in the sense that, I know that this can crash and burn at any moment. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we're all fools, and this is incredible, and it's the start of a 10-year run. But, boy, that feels very unlikely.
I mean, I don't know what's like. Look, Shanahan's doing a phenomenal job of putting them in the right spots to succeed.
100%.
Shanahan's play calling has been
100%
next level. If anything, it makes what Shanahan did with Garoppolo for all these years look that much better. It makes me kind of sit back for a second and pivot and say, damn, Shanahan was really that dude. Right? The play calls were amazing Thursday night in Seattle on a short week. The double screen, the fake screen left, fake screen right. Oh, Kittle over the middle, touchdown. To put their foot on the throat against Seattle early in that third quarter on the first drive coming out of halftime. Very impressed with Shanahan. He's done this now where he's put his foot, the Rams game, up 24-14. You know what? We're going to throw it and put this game away. Seeing some growth in Kyle Shanahan as a play caller and as a guy who has that killer instinct, because that's what he's lacked. That's our biggest complaint with Kyle Shanahan was the killer instinct. Brock Purdy, look, man, I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to Caleb Williams, right? And I get we all make comparisons. That's what we do in sports. But everybody goes straight to Mahomes. Man, and I'm thinking to myself, man, that's so unfair to the kid. Now I'm hearing Romo. I'm hearing fans say, he reminds me of Joe Montana. He's got some Montana-like qualities. I'm like, whoa, let's chill. Montana's one of the 20 greatest players in NFL history.
And
NFL history. What's Joe Montana? Think about what we're saying.
And he hasn't taken a 49er snap since 1992.
Right. Let's go to...
So how many of those people making that comparison really actually watched him play?
I mean...
in real time.
So let's start with Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, that's what I had used as a reference. Because Garcia came out of nowhere, right?
Let's start with, Jimmy Garoppolo, for crying out loud, who just played with the 49ers. Is he already better than Jimmy? It's too early to say.
And I also think that's unfair to what Jimmy's accomplished. I think he's had 3 really good games in a row, and we all know this. Even the great quarterbacks that we know are great, Brady, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, pick whoever you want in the hit. They have stinkers too. All players have stinkers. That happens in the NFL. So, his stinker is coming. Just maybe it doesn't come this year, B. I don't know.
I don't know. Can you ride this wave to the Super Bowl? A rookie quarterback. Like, think about that.
It feels like the sustainable parts of his game are he processes it really quick.
Right.
He does see the field pretty well. Now, you can get fooled at times. Even the great Brady, who's the smartest quarterback who ever lived, gets fooled. And the accuracy feels like it's there. That feels like something that can be week to week sustainable. But again, I don't know. Are you as accurate when you're getting tagged 8 times in a half?
I don't know. He hasn't
really been hit hard.
He hasn't been.
He's done a great job evading the rush.
But when he has been hit, he's recovered.
I agree.
He got hit in that first play. The first play against everybody, he got blasted. And he got up and led him to a touchdown score.
I know. And he's got a great supporting cast.
He does.
And a great play caller. And I don't think those are knocks. Those are just identifying the realities of his situation. But if he like, for example, this weekend, Washington has a really good defense.
Right.
If he had a stinker against Washington, would you be that surprised?
I would not be surprised whatsoever.
And that doesn't mean he can't have a good game the following week, right?
I would not be surprised. Now, everybody mentions that he played 4 years. I watched Peyton Manning play 4 years in the SEC for Tennessee.
Yeah.
One, he couldn't beat Florida. But then, two, when he got to the NFL, he looked overwhelmed and led the league in interceptions. It was the rookie record.
Trevor Lawrence played 3 full seasons at the best program in the country, playing in big-time BCS games.
Big-time games. And looked overwhelmed as a rookie.
Yes.
Overwhelmed.
Even in the first 4 or 5 weeks of this season.
Right. So the 4-year stuff doesn't really matter to me. Like, this is the NFL. Ben Roethlisberger played, I think, 3 years at Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
Comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers as a rookie. Now, they managed the hell out of him.
Yeah, they did
Running
a great job.
game, defense. He got to the AFC Championship game, and boy, Belichick had him twisted.
Yeah.
Throwing pick sixes. I think he threw 3 or 4 picks in that game. Like, the 4-year thing, like, there's going to be a moment where Brock Purdy's going to have to win a game, and can he do it? The arm strength is very limited. It is. But Shanahan's doing a good job of putting them in the right spots, and he's right in Christian McCaffrey.
And let's give Brock his credit here. I mean, he's hitting all the right targets.
Mm-hmm.
The plays are out there to be had. This is what I said during the Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not knocking Jimmy. I'm just saying, like, there are lots of plays to be had out there because of the offense. Hit this guy here. If that's not open, you go to that guy. I feel like Brock has done a great job coming in and just, boom, that guy's open. Hit him. Oh, this is here. Oh, if they come in this direction and they give me the blitz on this side, my hot route's going to be wide open.
Right.
He's really, his processing pre and post snap has been almost perfect.
No doubt.
Almost perfect.
No doubt.
And the other part is he's had 2 interceptions in terms of that were called back because of penalties. What happens when that doesn't happen?
That was a big swing in the Tampa Bay game.
Yeah.
Big swing.
I mean, Jimmy, I'll give him credit. There were games where he'd throw a pick and he'd bounce right back with a touchdown drive.
Right. And that's what Jimmy did. That was special about him.
Yeah.
But this is a great question that I'm seeing here. 650 Xfinity mobile text line. How many games will it take for Brock Purdy until we say he is him? Like, how many games is it going to take?
I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl, how do you
go back?
How are you gonna? But that feels absurd for me to say that, But I look around the league and you're out talking about number 2 seed. B, I honestly believe that this roster is so damn good. They won an offense. Just everyone take a step back. They won a game. I don't know, Jimmy. They won a game in Green Bay against the MVP where they didn't score an offensive touchdown. I'm not knocking. I am identifying what happened.
Right.
Okay. Now you could say that was fluky, Joe.
Right.
Okay. That's true. They've won a lot of games where they didn't need their quarterback in the playoffs. Green Bay game and the NFC Championship game in 2019, January 2020.
Yep.
Barely needed Jimmy in that game. And I'm not knocking them. It's just that's how suffocating their defense and their offense was. Could that same thing happen in a playoff game or 2 here? Yeah, I do actually think it could happen.
Right. Now, I mean, and you look at the last 3 regular season games. We watched that Washington team last night. Nobody's impressed with them after last night. Nobody. Not that offense. So I believe the Niners can be icing and chilling in the fourth quarter. Now, Washington, they're on a short week. They got to travel across the country and play this defense and protect Heineke behind that offensive line. Doesn't look like a recipe for success for Washington. Then you got the Raiders. Now, the Raiders, they're going to be up for that game.
Yeah.
And they got talent.
Yeah.
They have talent. But that defense, we'll see about Max Crosby and Chandler Jones.
Yeah.
We'll see about, but you're going to run the ball all over the Raiders. Then Arizona is going to be thinking about the offseason and vacation by the time they come to Levi Stadium for their last regular season game. They're not even going to. They're done. They are cooked. So we're going to see in the playoffs what Purdy, like, it's just crazy, man. I've never thought a rookie could win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying Brock Purdy could win a Super Bowl, but damn, the roster around him is so damn stacked that this defense is going to keep them in games. And when you have McCaffrey, a lot of people say, well, I was thinking about this over the weekend, Joe. Everybody's saying, well, what happens when Brock Purdy and company fall behind? Well, this defense is so good, and this running game is so good, they may not have to play from behind. They may play with the lead every single game. And when you get this defense a 10-point lead in the second half, an 11-point lead, a 15-point lead, they're going to go home with a dub. Like, they may not fall behind because that's how well Shanahan has scripted the first 22 plays. That's how well his defense is playing. And that's how well McCaffrey is running the football.
Yeah, and I think Shanahan's done just a brilliant job getting all the playmakers involved. Like the game the other night, you don't have Deebo Samuel. You went up into Seattle, and you didn't miss Deebo at all.
Didn't miss him at all.
And George Kittle, you busted him out, and he had monster game.
Well, think about it. You didn't miss Deebo in the Rams game.
I know.
Nor did you miss him in the Seahawks game. Because 925 is sent an Xfinity mobile text line. He's right. Niners are 7-0 when McCaffrey starts. That, to me, has been the biggest difference maker.
That's crazy.
That, to me, is the biggest difference maker.
Getting back to the Shanahan thing, I actually think, this is wild to say, because I know we're obsessing about Purdy, but it's because of how we all feel about Shanahan. And let's call it what it is. I mean, the reason we have so much optimism with the Niners is Shanahan, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at Coach of the Year. And what's wild is Sirianni could go 16-1.
Right.
I don't even think he should be Coach of the Year. And that sounds crazy to say out loud. I think it's between Daboll, and I think it's between Shanahan and Daboll. That's who I would have. I'm watching those New York Giants. They're using Richie James as a wide receiver.
He's balling with the Giants.
I mean, I didn't think Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones. I didn't think Daniel Jones was an NFL quarterback.
So he's the backup to Saquon Barkley? Matt Breida.
Daboll has done an unbelievable job. So right now, and I know I'm biased, I admit it. I'm saying out loud, 15-2, 16-1, Sirianni could go. I would actually go Daboll 1, Shanahan 2, and Sirianni 3, which is insane to say out loud.
I think Dan Campbell's moving up the charts.
That's a good call.
Detroit Lions.
I'll listen to that.
Dan Campbell and the Lions have won 7. We thought they were a joke coming out of Hard Knocks.
Do I sound absurd being
Shanahan should get love for it.
To Sirianni, though?
No, I mean, I believe Sirianni's going to run away with it.
You do?
Did we see the Eagles as the number 1 seed in the NFC?
I'm watching Daboll. I'm like, I can't believe he's doing what he's doing.
I mean, I can't believe the Eagles have one loss right now. Honestly. So, Shanahan deserves love.
Yes.
Zach Taylor with the Bengals deserves love. I think Mike McDaniel in Miami deserves love.
Yes.
I think Andy Reid, crazy as it sounds, a lot of people in the league thought Kansas City was going to take a step back.
Especially
without Tyreek Hill.
Yep, Tyreek Hill trade.
And now look at Kansas City.
Yeah.
They're battling for home field advantage once again.
We were all rooting for the Texans yesterday.
We were. We sure was. Dan Campbell, Shanahan's, I believe, though, I'm with you, Joe, that I believe this has been his best job.
We're going to bite a
during his
kneecap
tenure.
off.
Hands down.
Now in year 6, because you know what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's year 6. How long do we have to wait for this? And I've had my beef with Shanahan. I've had my beef with him. Not because I think he's a bad coach, because a lot of people compared him to Shanahan. I've said, okay, I see greatness in him, but you got to show me on the big stages that you can be great. And I've been let down on the big stages. But I think this year, the maturity, going for the killer instinct, having that killer instinct now in his game, getting that big time back in McCaffrey, letting this offense just explode and open up. Shanahan gets credit for never losing the locker room. I mean, they could have lost the locker room multiple. The Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance situation could have lost the locker room.
You won the division with however many games to go on your third string quarterback.
Unbelievable.
I mean, so to me, like, as great as the Eagles situation is, they've had one injury, the Jalen Davis injury, and that's about it. Everything's gone brilliant. I think you could go executive of the year. I'll listen to that. Howie and them, they've done a great job. They made the trade for A.J. Brown, basically got the Tennessee Titans GM fired.
Right. John Robinson got fired because of that.
I mean, and
with
then,
a bad deal.
And I think
Gardner Johnson at safety.
Well, and they also have, I think, New Orleans pick. I think they also still have New Orleans pick.
Gardner Johnson, that move at safety was big for them.
It was very big. So I don't know. I look at it, I go, we could win executive of the year. Coach of the year, though, I look at what you've gone through or what you inherited. New York Giants, 3 wins, 4 wins, 3 wins. Like, they're a dumpster fire. Daniel Jones, they don't pick up his 5th-year option. Now I'm like, damn, Daniel Jones, you could win games with him. Saquon looks like one of the best players in the league. Richie James?
Richie James Jr.
I mean, what?
Richie James Jr.
Basically, it's Thibodeau on defense and old man Landon Collins. So, and like they're winning games. So
that dude Lawrence in the middle is good out of Clemson.
No, I do like
he's
him.
solid.
The big
he's
guy,
a big
Ty
he's a big
Lawrence,
boy. Yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Dexter Lawrence, I think.
Is it Dexter? Yeah, whatever. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He is a beast. But like, Pete, everyone was looking at the Giants roster like that's a 5-win team.
Yeah. And he's got them in the playoff hunt. Very impressive.
It's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. Let's go to John and SF. Executive of the year, though. I still like Lynch.
Okay.
You make a McCaffrey trade.
No, it's a great deal.
That's ballsy. Nobody's thinking about the second, third, or fourth round pick anymore. John and SF, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy holidays.
What's up, Jonathan?
Entire Bay Area and everybody at 95.7 the game.
Appreciate you.
I just want to say, guys, Shanahan's going to win Coach of the Year because you know why? Who else could you name out there that they could lose their first two quarterbacks and their best running back and still be in the hunt? Nobody. Shanahan's done a wonderful job. And I also want to say I'm more than halfway sold on Purdy, man, because what's not there to like? Pocket presence check, field vision check. I mean, you can't blitz the guy. You blitz the guy, he kills you with a counter strike downfield with a touchdown. So what are you going to do with him? I mean, I just want to see him with one more test. This defense that Washington's bringing, they could rush 4 and drop 7.
Yeah.
He passes this. I mean, I'm all the way sold because you know why also? You guys mentioned it. The roster is stacked, and he's backed by this best defense in the world.
Wow. Jonathan, it's one of his best calls of the year. He's sold, Shasky. He's almost sold. Did you like the way he said, hey, they could bring 4, drop 7? Look at Jonathan out there.
Also, they lost so many people off their staff. They redid their entire staff this year, on top of all the player personnel stuff.
You brought up Ryan Greasy last week.
Great hire.
Anthony Lynn. Look at it. I saw him sitting behind the Niners sideline. I now saw the value of Anthony Lynn.
Oh.
He's chirping with everybody. Tight ends, running backs. That's the reason why he's the assistant head coach. Anthony Lynn, great hire. Greasy, great hire. D'Amico Ryan's running around. Chris Kosaric chirping left and right.
If we were to put coaches in uniform and pads, Anthony Lynn would be on my starting 11.
Yeah, dude.
Dan Campbell, absolutely.
Dude, they listen to him, man. But Shanahan has done a great job. I think Executive of the Year and Coach of the Year is in play for the Niners. And I think Sirianni's going to end up getting it because of the East Coast bias, the East Coast media. How about John Lynch, Executive of the Year?
Oh, I'm here for it.
Everybody got to look at Howie Roseman in Philadelphia. So anyway, that was some fun 49er talk. People are believing in Brock Purdy, man. They are believing in Brock Purdy. Romo believes he could be the Niners franchise quarterback for the next 15 to 20 years. We'll see.
Montana was the starter for 11 years.
Yeah, I know.
Joe Montana.
Bill Romanowski may join the roast later this week. What's coming up on the game sponsored by CalHope.org? The one and only Jim Barnett here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to take your other kneecap.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
In Fremont, it will be mostly cloudy, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last-minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in-store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus XFi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Picked up by Klay Thompson, out to DiVincenzo. Beautiful bounce pass to Poole. Uses the inside hand on the left side. What a pass by DiVincenzo. The bucket makes it 60-46.
Hey, it's Willard of Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with Bonte and Joe. Boys, the changeover is coming. You better be ready. We'll talk to you soon.
We will be ready, and we will be out in 5 minutes, Willard. Thank you. Warriors win last night, a much-needed win. We all needed that win. It was good for the Sols. They improved to 15-16, get their third road win of the season, first against the Eastern Conference team. They had lost 5 in a row on the road, but they get a good win yesterday after shooting 53% from the floor, 46 from 3. Actually got to the free throw line, outshot their opponent at the free throw line for the 6th time all season, Shasky. Go figure. And Jordan Poole, of course, with the career high 43 points. And let's not waste any more time. Let's go to Jim Barnett, who's out there on the East Coast with the Golden State Warriors, of course, color analyst here on 95.7 The Game. We love JB. JB, good morning, man. What a win for the Warriors last night. What a game for Jordan Poole. Career high 43 points. He hits the 5 threes, and I loved his pacing yesterday. He wasn't over-dribbling. He wasn't going 100 miles an hour. He played like he did last March and April and in the postseason. A good sight for Jordan Poole.
I thought so, too. He was very decisive. When he made a move, he went straight to the basket, or he went straight up in the air, took the shot. He wasn't, over dribbling, going in and out, and indecisive like that, and slipping all over the floor. He had his confidence last night, and he's obviously a big part why they won the game, and a career high 43. It was terrific, and he got to the free throw line. I thought it was important that they shot free throws last night because they've given up. In the first 20 games of the season, they'd given up over 200 free throws to the other team. The other team had taken more than 200 free throws than the Warriors, and that's been a real problem. But last night they got to the line 26 times, and they're a good free throw shooting team. They made 22 of their 26. They played a really good game, and it's much needed win. I thought the bench was good last night. JaMychal Green was terrific. The rebounding, they played against a bigger team. They were big players all over the place for Toronto, but the Warriors stayed with them rebounding. They had 42 to 43 for Toronto. I don't like the turnovers. They did great in the first half, but turned the ball over in the second half. But overall, the way they shot the ball, the first quarter, they made 8 threes. Draymond, who'd made 11 threes all year long, hit 3 threes in the first quarter, was terrific.
First 90 seconds, JB.
What's that?
First 90 seconds of the game, he had 3 threes.
I know. But last night, their defense held strong all the way through. And Toronto only shot 42%. I thought it was a real key to not let them get in the lane. They did get in the lane for a lot of points, but the Warriors also got into the lane. Points in the paint was good, really good last night. They were aggressive, and I love the tempo. Draymond was a great leader last night. He bringing that ball down the floor, pushing it like they were, and I think they caught Toronto off guard. And they really, I mean, when you start that game and you score 36 points in the first quarter, then you get 32, and you got a nice halftime lead. You come back in the third quarter with 34. They were on their game. So it was a good win for them. It's a step forward. Now they've got the Knicks tomorrow night. The Knicks, a hot team. I think they've won 7 in a row. We'll see how they play against them. But I liked it that they finally adjusted without Stephen Curry, who obviously got hurt in that Indiana game. So I thought they played pretty well against Philadelphia. I think they were ahead at halftime of the Philly game. They then lost it. But, this is they got a lot of players that don't have a lot of experience, like Ty Jerome. And I think he's a pretty doggone good basketball player. They're bringing these guys off the bench, and last night the bench had 33 points.
JB, I feel like Dante DiVincenzo has just been spectacular for this team. He's doing so many little things, 50-50 balls, setting up the offense, grabbing a rebound when they desperately need to clear a defensive rebound and stop a possession. He's been much, much better the last couple of weeks. What are your thoughts on Dante DiVincenzo?
Shasky, I'm glad you brought him up. He's so solid, and he's not worried about getting his points. He plays 33 minutes last night, and he takes 5 shots because everything else was going for other people. He's unselfish, and he's always around the ball. He keeps the ball alive. He makes steals. He gets rebounds. The 2 previous games against Philly and Indiana, he has 17 points in that Philadelphia game where he hit his first 5 threes coming out of the gate. He was really hot. He's an excellent basketball player. He's got size. He can defend, and he can rebound. He knows how to play the game. He's got a very high basketball IQ, and I like him. I think he kind of, the first few weeks of the season, was trying to meld in and not do too much, but now he's more assertive and he's good on the floor. And I think he's got when he's out there, the defense is better. And I think the plus minus is a lot better when he's on the floor.
JB, I've noticed, just my naked eye, especially recently, it feels like when Draymond, Dante are on the floor with Jordan Poole, you get the best version of Jordan Poole because there's so many playmakers out on the court in the half court.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, as I said, DiVincenzo is a very unselfish basketball player, high IQ. He knows how to play the game at both ends of the floor. He moves the ball. The ball never stops there. And we'd mentioned about Poole and over dribbling and so forth. The ball will always stop, and he might take, 15, 20 dribbles before he does something else and maybe give the ball up and waste all that time. He didn't do that last night. So I thought they played a really good team game. I think they're getting used to each other. And you know what? We haven't mentioned Kevon Looney.
I was just about to, JB. Second straight double-double. How about that?
He's just been terrific. And the game before, he almost had a triple-double.
Yeah, 1 assist shy.
Yeah, exactly. So I really like the way he's playing. He's really solid. He's playing consistently. He's getting better all the time. He's strong. He's rebounding. He's defending without fouling. And he's having his best year. There's no question about it.
Nah, I love what Looney's doing. He's played in his 142nd consecutive regular season game, and this is a guy who had hip surgeries. He didn't know if he could be durable. Well, he's a stalwart in that lineup. He's a godsend for the Golden State Warriors at the 5 spot there. Look, I want to get to Kuminga in a second. I know a lot of people were kind of up in arms about him only playing 5 minutes last night, but I think overall over the last 12 to 13 games, he's averaging over 20 minutes a game, and you could see him turning the corner. It just feels like with every possession, every rep, Jonathan Kuminga is starting to figure it out. What have you seen in JK over the last couple weeks here, JB?
Well, I think he's letting the game come to him. He's not trying to go in and he's not taking the ball to trouble like he was before and missing the shots and turning the ball over. That's why you'll see him outside a little bit more. And not that I want him shooting 3-pointers all the time, but I like him because he's concentrating on defense, trying to rebound the ball, trying to play a team game, and not, I think he was a little earlier in the season, thought he could come in and play like he did, in the G League and just overpower people. This is the NBA. These guys know how to play. They've got experience, the opponents, and they know how to play, and they're just as big. They jump and they're athletic. So he's kind of tamed himself down a little bit and not trying to come in, take over the game, which actually gets himself in trouble. So he's letting the game come to him. I thought he's been really good the last 5 games. Now, he didn't get many minutes last night, I don't think. No, he didn't at all.
Yeah, you only played 5 minutes. Yeah, all in the first half, JB.
Yeah, but because I think Steve Kerr realized who was playing really well last night, and he wanted the guys out there that could win the game for him. That's why Moses Moody didn't play that much. But Moses Moody played, 10, 11 minutes and didn't even take a shot. So, but he's still effective out there, and I like him. He knows how to play the game. He's smart. Yeah. And so, I without Curry, without Wiggins, and they win this game, and they've been in these other games as well, except for on the road trip, except for the first one against Milwaukee. I think they're doing okay, and they're learning to play without Stephen Curry a little bit. So I'm encouraged by all of that.
JB, a quick aside, it's Christmas. I want to know, of all the people that you've played with, worked with, been around, who are the best and worst gift givers?
That's a good one.
Oh, man. I don't know I don't know the inside stuff of what's going on. I know this is Stephen Curry gives a lot away to a lot of people and does things, but I don't exchange gifts with players. I do with Tim Roy.
Oh, nice.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Is Tim a good gift getter?
Bob Fitzgerald's a very good gift.
Oh, Bob
giver.
is. Oh.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, Tim Roy always brings nice delicacies that he bakes himself. His wife doesn't bake; he bakes.
Oh, wow! I didn't know Tim Roy had that skill set.
Wow.
Yeah, and divinity, and it got lots of different little things, special things. and so he brings some nice treats for the food. And he does that every Christmas, by the way.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
About that. Make sure that I'm on the list again this year.
Yeah, we need to try to get on that list, Shasky. We need to get Tim Roy. We need to get on Tim Roy's good side here. JP, how's the East Coast treating you before we get you off? You enjoy the East Coast road trips?
Absolutely. It's been so long, it's hard to remember, but we go to Philadelphia. Well, that was my last team that I played with, and losing in the finals to Portland with Dr. J and George McGinnis and Doug Collins. And, of course, coming here to New York, I played for the Knicks for 2.5 seasons, and I always love coming to New York. I know where to go, and it's a lot of fun. And so, no, I like being on the road, but it's very different. We used to stay in motels early in my career and have roommates and everything, and now we stay in beautiful hotels, Four Seasons and places like that, and it's pretty luxurious, and they feed you. We always had to go out and, the first year in the league with the Celtics, I had to go out and find meals every day on $8 a day meal money. That's tough to do even back in 1966, 67. That was tough to do in New York.
Wow. Is New York the best city in terms of Christmas? Like if you just touch down for Christmas week, you think New York's the best city?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Lots of lights. Trees here and there. Yes,
snow.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's fun in New York City, and then it's going to be a fun 2-game stretch. And Knicks have won seven in a row. Madison Square Garden, that's always electric. And then, of course, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets, who've won 9 of their last 10. They're hot. They're on fire. So nice little 2-game stretch here to end the road trip, JB. Always fun catching
Merry
up with
Christmas.
you. And a good win. And happy holidays to you and your family, JB.
I appreciate it very much, and thanks for having me on today.
Anytime. Jim Barnett, the legend, the great, the GOAT. Here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You could tell he was amped up to get on the roast today. He came out firing.
You remember my name.
He did. We have that drop still. That's one of the great drops. Don't forget the Doobie Awards happening Thursday here on the Morning Roast.
Nice.
The Doobie Awards. Going to have the best guest of the year, the best soundbite.
Full disclosure.
Best YouTuber.
Full disclosure, my mind will be in another place.
Thursday?
Yeah.
You're going to be on Pebble Beach?
Yeah.
That's Saturday, though.
No, Pebble Beach is Friday. Saturday's the Niner game.
Well, just mail it in Friday.
We're doing the Hay, which is the 9-hole course that Tiger designed. Okay. It's a little pitch and putt. I'm hoping to get
Who's going?
Me, JP Money, my brother Deli Boy, and my dad.
Oh, my gosh. Good luck to Deli Boy getting a word in. Good luck. Because JP's going to hold the conversation. He's going to quarterback everything. Who's driving?
My brother in the big truck.
Deli Boy?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
Why? He's scared. Does your dad rattle him?
Well, my dad's the ultimate backseat driver. You didn't know that?
This is what I would do.
He's the worst.
Just let your dad drive.
No, I want to get there. Dale Earnhardt Sr. will get us in a car crash.
Let him drive.
Who do you think is the best gift giver and the worst gift giver here at 95.7 The Game?
Ooh. Well, how many hosts give gifts at 95.7 The Game?
Yeah, we got some tightwads.
Yeah. You and I give gifts.
Yeah,
I've given gifts for years.
Arms. I'm actually going to bring mine tomorrow so I don't forget it on Thursday.
Okay, yeah, I've got a shop for the gifts, but I know what I'm getting, everybody. I already know what I'm getting for everybody. Trust me, I know.
Jake, you're too new. You ain't getting nothing.
Ain't getting nothing, Jake.
I'm going to let you know that right
now. You get
now.
a shout out and some airtime. That's all you get.
My wife
Merry
tapered
Christmas.
down our list this year, and so I'm not, Jake, even though you're here this week, you ain't getting nothing.
You get a high five and some airtime. That's it for you, Jake.
That's more than what old interns used to get.
Yeah, no, exactly. Lutman's getting a gift. Matt's is getting a gift. He filled in a lot on the Morning Roast.
I have something special for Mattson.
Hey, well, true story. I got Mattson a bottle of wine with the old BS&G crew. Mattson was producing. I get him a bottle of wine. For some reason, they needed my ID for him to get the wine, so I went back to a local Walgreens. That boy Mattson didn't pick up the bottle of wine for like 6 months. Just sat there.
Well,
pretty expensive bottle of red wine. Hopefully it was good. But yeah, I think you're a great gift giver. I think I'm a good gift giver, right?
Yeah, you're not bad.
I'm bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, I give Anna a lot of the credit there, but yes. I just know she's got a great touch.
No, your boy comes up with some gems.
I know that she knows.
Boy's good. I may be the Grinch of 95.7 The Game when it comes to the holidays, but I can give a gift. I got no problem with that. Ask John Curley.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
Loved it. You're getting a gift. Mattson, and of course, Spinoni. Spinoni gets a gift.
Does anyone live in the East Bay? Because I want someone to give the gift to Spadoni this week before.
I'm an East Bay resident.
Oh, maybe can you bring it to Spadoni for me if I bring it tomorrow?
Yeah, I could probably do that. I can stop by his house on the way home.
I would appreciate that.
I can do that.
Who do you think is the worst gift giver?
Here?
Yeah.
Ratto. I mean, that's
I think Ratto could be a really good gift giver.
Yeah, but that would require him to care.
What about Guru?
I just don't think he cares about any of us.
Is Guru the guy? Oh man, I left your gift at the house, and then time flies by.
That's not fair.
The time
The
flies
Christmas
by.
present you get is actually the one he meant to get you like 3 years ago. He just forgot to give it to you.
And it's actually the gift you got him 5 years ago.
Right.
He would be a chronic regifter, right? Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I got you an espresso set. Like,
Dude,
wait a
I
minute,
had your
got you
gift.
that.
I thought it. Amazon lost the package. They sent me a picture, said the package was there. I'm trying to find it.
I left it at my uncle's funeral.
Oh, my God. Don't do that. That's...
Every time we were going to play hoops in the morning, there'd be a new relative that was on their deathbed.
Oh, man.
I love him, though.
Ooh. Gift cards. I do give gift cards sometimes.
I think
Good
Mark
gift
Willard
cards.
would be a great gift giver.
No,
I think
Mark
he's
Willard's very
thoughtful.
creative.
I think he's
what he
very
did on my
thoughtful.
birthday with the burrito proposal
I
with the
think
burrito.
he's thoughtful.
No doubt. Mark
But the
Willard.
only problem that I have with Mark is that knowing him, he would probably like handwrite the letter, which I'm like, that's too much effort.
Going over the top.
Yeah, but because he's very arts and craftsy,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
At least that's my impression.
All right. By the way, I got
like he might knit me a sock.
I got to shot this one out. 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. By the way, I love your morning show. Listen to it every morning as I'm driving to work to take on 26 third graders. When I get to school, I delay getting out the car as long as I can so I can hear Bonte and Shasky. I love my job too, so that should be saying something. Damn. Wow. That's after he called us kind of homers about talking about the Philadelphia Eagles, but shout out to the 707. It's pretty cool. Delaying class. Now, I would delay class with a bunch of third graders. Shasky Bonte, third graders. Easy choice for me. King or third graders? King of the Bay or third graders? I got to listen to the King of the Bay. Come on. Easy choice. Easy choice, 707. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
Where are you doing your shopping?
I can't tell you.
The Gucci store.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
He's
Dude,
driving to Gilroy
listen,
to go to the premium
listen,
outlets.
I will never, ever go into a
Straight
Gucci
to
store
Vacaville.
ever in my life. I'm done with Gucci. I don't even know why I bought those things.
Well, now they have you the app, I'm sure, and you deliver it right to your house.
Dude, I'm telling you,
the
man.
King doesn't do his own shopping. Either.
No, he doesn't. That is very
100%.
true. It's very true.
You know how sausage was originated, right?
No.
Well, back in the day, this is the folklore.
Hold on,
that
Gene. Give us a second.
The king of his empire would want meat from all four corners.
Yeah.
So they would tie it all together and then put it through a sausage casing. So you'd have a wild tiger with, a duck. And the more exotic that sausage was, the more great your reign was over your kingdom. So you'd have the four corners. So yours would have Gucci, some Jordans. If I were to make a shoe sausage, the Dior's, absolutely.
Gotta have Dior's. The Kohans.
Oh, I love Cole Haans.
Cole
I wore
Haans
them
are
on
comfortable.
Saturday.
Yeah, Cole Haans are good
I went to a
shoes.
play.
I'm telling you, man, when you get the Gucci in the box, there's no smell like it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you lick the shoe. You lick it. The white, just like, ooh, it's so fresh.
I'm not doing
You lick the Gucci. You lick the Gucci. You don't
Hi,
like to lick the
Gene.
Gucci? Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on a
No,
roast.
I don't want to lick the Gucci.
Hey, fellas.
Stay, be careful, Gene. Don't say anything.
Yeah, okay. First of all, talking about holiday gifts. I got a little one for you. You're gonna be there Friday, right? Friday morning.
No, we'll be here Thursday.
Thursday.
And I'm out the door right at 9. Going straight to Pebble.
All right. Then I'll call in Thursday with my little holiday gift.
I like
right?
it. I
We
like
love
it.
that. We love that.
Okay. All right. So turning to your question a little while ago about how important is the number 2 seed to me, and to me it kind of depends on circumstances and who's quarterbacking. What I mean is, I'm on the Brock Purdy bandwagon right now. I love what I'm seeing, but it's still a bit early, and I just wonder. If we get to that, I think he's going to do fine the rest of the season. I would even expect him to win that first playoff game. But the second one,
to me, there's a pretty big difference between playing Minnesota here or playing them there. And frankly, I'm more concerned about them than I am about Philadelphia because I put a lot of stock in playoff experience. So, I mean, if it gets to that point, and frankly, if Jimmy G's ready, I might want to lean Jimmy G to start that Minnesota game.
Oh boy!
But hey, I could change my mind. We'll see. I mean, I just want to see what this kid got in the next few weeks.
So we're gonna. I want to make sure I'm absorbing this. So Brock will have gotten us into the second round, and then out of nowhere, we're gonna play Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh my God! Can you? Gee, thanks for the call. Can you imagine if Jimmy is ready?
Mark's head might explode.
This market is going to explode. You go back to Jimmy, and they're struggling in the first quarter, and he's on the field, and Levi Stadium starts chanting, Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. That's not fair to Jimmy. Please don't do that. Give the keys to Brock Purdy. Let him take this car wherever he wants to take it. You cannot go back to Jimmy Garoppolo. You cannot. For everybody's sanity.
Joe Montana was once removed from a playoff game.
He was. Brady was removed from a regular season game in which some reporter asked Belichick whether or not there was a quarterback controversy because Garoppolo led the Patriots on a touchdown drive. Remember that look Belichick gave him? He gave him a little smirk. He just looked over. He just shook his head. Can you give me the Belichick sound one more time? Hey, Lubman, wake up back there. Belichick, why didn't you call a Hail Mary on the last play of the game? Why didn't you call a Hail Mary? Because this happened in Vegas.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward Jones. It's picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
Can we just pause for a moment? It's a really good play-by-play of that particular play.
Oh, it's great.
No theatrics.
Just is it Sochi? Who is it? One take. Jake, you're the Patriots fan. I know that's Scott Zolak. He's sleeping back there too.
Oh, he's sad.
Yeah, it is Bob Sochi.
His Red Sox signed Justin Turner, so I'd be sad too.
They're cooked. He's going to praise.
Bruins look good though.
He's going to replace Rafael Devers.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, Jake, you're on the West Coast.
Listen to me good. Hockey don't exist out here.
Hey, listen.
Homie.
The last time we talked about Sharks,
the boss almost killed us.
Yeah, exactly. And the next time we talked about the Sharks, will probably be give me the Belichick. Give me the Belichick before we flex.
Bill, in the final play, situationally, how do you weigh what was called as opposed to taking a shot at the end zone?
Taking a shot at the end zone?
Yeah, like a Hail Mary, 55 yards away, get it as deep as you could.
Yeah,
Imagine having an NFL quarterback. He can throw 55 yards into the end zone.
Hey, I got to hit the cut. On this Hail Mary.
Dude, he got to hit the comeback route 20 yards downfield.
The little crow hop. I guess Mac Jones should have been doing those Fred McGriff VHSs.
What happened to the pro day in Alabama when he had his shirt off throwing down the field?
I already saw a meme that had Mac Jones's 2023 Madden ratings. Did you see what it was?
No.
Tackle, 0. Tackle rating, 0.
What about throwing power?
Yeah, what's the throw strength?
Throw strength.
Not good.
Did the rating go down after that Belichick
100%.
quote? Like, it was at like a 56, and as soon as I heard the Belichick presser, down to 48.
Just like watch it fall in real time, like a stop.
Oh, man.
Okay, one of my favorite stories. I do this cutoff drill with all these kids.
You can't throw it that
great.
far.
I do this cutoff drill. We're out at Crocker Park, and one of these boys, the Fergus family, if you're out there, one of the boys, you got to catch it and throw to the next kid. Catch it, throw to the next kid. It's like this long line. Well, his sister had just gotten her keys. She's 16 years old. She's going to pick him up out at Crocker Park. First time ever. Well, this is like the early pre-cell phone era. You know, like the early stages of cell phones. So not everybody had cell phones. She shows up. Her brother had a blown-up nose. The ball hit him square in the nose.
Like Marsha and the Brady Bunch.
Just blew his nose up. Blood everywhere. The little sister was literally having an anxiety attack and a panic attack. What do I do with my brother? I'm like, you need to come back to my parents' house because my parents' house right down the street, and we'll fix him up. We'll call your parents. We'll figure the whole thing out. Poor guy. Every time I see him on Instagram now, all I think of is Marsha getting blown up in the nose.
Marsha.
Sorry, Pat and Sean Fergus.
Before we flex, one more Belichick cut.
That's
I got to
called
hear it
getting
one
the
more
cut.
time. Can't throw it.
He can't throw that far.
He can't throw that far.
Play situationally, how do you weigh what was called as opposed to taking a shot at the end zone?
Taking a shot at the end.
Yeah, like a Hail Mary, 55 yards
Couldn't
away,
throw
getting
that
it as
far.
deep as you could.
Yeah, couldn't throw it that far.
Let's flex. Good throw it that far. Damn. We can't end the segment without mentioning Loon Dog.
Oh, well, I love Looney. I watched post-game presser because I was watching you guys, and just hearing him, he's like the old wise sage at the podium now. I know, Draymond's the fire. And that. I feel like Looney's the soul. And he was talking about like being the connective tissue because someone asked him about all the young guys and then all the old guys and how he's kind of in between. It was a very weird question. And he's like, yeah, I'm just trying to bring everyone together. And like when I look at him on the court, off the court, he just represents so much good when I think of Warrior culture.
Yeah, no, he's come a long way. Remember the pandemic season? Where it was just like, man, Looney's laboring.
I do.
Yeah, it was like, man, Loon Dog, like, I don't know, man. And he's just gotten better and better and better. And I actually want him to shoot for him.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Fun show. Don't forget, 957thegameshop.com. Get your relevant T-shirts. Kyle Matzik came up with the creation. How about that?
You get a cut?
19 on Friday.
You get a cut?
You're welcome.
You get a cut?
No, I got a free T-shirt.
I don't
Damn.
Who wants
Shout
a
out
free
to me.
T-shirt?
I know how Odyssey works. Getting a cut of anything is very
I know how
difficult.
Odyssey works.
You know,
leave that one alone.
This is the best week of the year, not
I think it
because
was when the boss is
Christmas,
gone.
because the boss is gone.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Dibs or Matt Nahegan?
No, I meant Nahegan.
Oh, okay. Dibs is the boss. No, I'm kidding. We love you, Dibs. We know he's listening. Might get Wally Pitt this week, big dog.
Better be careful. Better be careful.
Better be careful.
Hey, you guys just transitioned in a way that you don't even know how well you transitioned. You're
Couple
such
of pros.
pros. Coming up at 11 o'clock today.
Matt Jones?
Kevon Looney.
Oh.
Kevon
Looney will be on the show today.
Is it brought to you by
Belichick is
Fit
joining
Aid?
us.
What's that?
Is it brought to you by Fit Aid?
No, it's just
About to be.
it's brought to you by Raymond Ritter. Actually, yeah. So yeah, exactly 2 hours from now, we will be calling
That's cool.
the Warriors' New York hotel room, and we'll talk to Kevon.
Oh, they got the NYC early.
Oh yes, they did.
They got there early, a little late night. The Apple, Big Apple, baby. Looney, almost a triple-double Friday night.
So good. That was
Double last night.
I heard you say it. I thought yesterday's game was a little food for the soul, and it was also fun because my bet is, and not to throw my man with a J. Rich throwback on right now under the bus, but this is one of those games. You not only is it on a football Sunday, you've got the time change and everything. This one probably got lost for a lot of people. Where you probably like, oh wait, the Warriors are playing, especially if you got locked in on those afternoon football games, which were tight, and if you wanted to show up for the Patriots making complete fools of themselves, and who's not here for that? It's delicious, right? Like DiVincenzo, right? It's like that delicious, and so maybe that got lost. And I bet for a lot of people, by the time you turned it on, it was already like, oh, they're up 15. And Jordan Poole's going off, and that felt like a bath, man, because they needed that.
People miss Draymond Green sinking 3 threes in the first 90 seconds.
Yes.
He had 3 points during the first 2 games he played on the road trip. It's 3 threes in the first 90 seconds. Like, all right, this is getting weird.
Yep. They needed it, though. They needed it, and that's the Jordan Poole. I mean, obviously not going to get a career high all the time, but if this thing is going to be held together by duct tape for the next month, that's the guy you're going to have to see, and it's going to reboot the conversation of, is that what he looks like when he's a starter? Because he's starting to look better, isn't he?
That's a good conversation that we can have if they can tread water.
Yeah.
I
mean, let's see what he looks like the next 2 nights in New York.
Yeah.
Knicks are hot.
Really good.
Nets are hot.
Both the New York teams are really good right now.
Knicks have won 7 in a row out of nowhere. They haven't really beaten anybody. And the Nets have won 9 of 10. And Kevin Durant is dropping 26 and a quarter against the Pistons. How about that?
That's what I was on a podcast. Remember, Sparky Pfeiffer from the. I was on a podcast with him talking Eastern Conference.
His name is Sparky Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
Steve Pfeiffer.
That's him pimping the hell out of this podcast, too. I've heard about this interview a lot. You pimping the hell out of it, man.
I want to know about my guy Sparky. No, but he was talking about teams in the East, and it's like he just glossed over the Nets. I just feel like he can't do that.
Ben Simmons is playing really well right now.
And Kevin Durant is still one of the best players on the
He had
on the
12 field goals made the other day.
Neither one of these teams has lost in 2 weeks. Neither one of them.
Right.
Neither one of them. So this is an interesting back-to-back.
Kyrie's not talking. He's just playing basketball, which is good for everybody.
What a thought.
Everybody.
What a thought.
He's just, I don't even know if he's saging. He's just dropping 38 randomly on a Sunday against the Pistons.
Good for him.
Brooklyn is tough, man. They're an intriguing team. Jock Vaughn should have got the job in the first place.
I was at Dick's Sporting Goods, and his shoes are on very big clearance right now.
Kyrie's.
No, I'm dead serious.
Oh, yeah, no.
They
These
are
are some
very
cool
nice
shoes.
Jock Vaughn's shoes are on clearance?
Yeah.
No, not the former Orlando Magic point guard.
Okay.
Former Kansas Jayhawk.
Yes. So what's up, guys? What, like Mac Jones, huh?
I heard he couldn't throw it that far.
I love it.
That's such a funny. There's no like. So I thought the Warriors' loss in Utah, where they blew the 4-point lead in
bad.
8 seconds
Two
or whatever.
botched turnovers out of a inbound play.
Right, just a total disaster. And I'm like, that's the worst sports ending we're going to see, certainly in the NBA and probably all year. And then the Patriots topped it. I don't understand. Like so they do the draw because Mac Jones can't throw it that far. So they're going to take it and you figure he's going to go. The first pitch is
like,
wild
what are you
enough.
doing?
Right, but okay, Stevenson does that because try and make a play. If we fumble it, they just gets picked up right here and go to overtime.
Even then, you gotta. I hear you, but even then, it's like unless it's a hook and ladder designed play where it's like a shorter pass that you're throwing to, and even then, it's a tie game. So you're not chasing points.
So that's what everybody gets on Jacoby Myers. Like he must have forgotten the score. I think Ramondre forgot the score.
I think they both did.
That's where because Jacoby Myers said after the game I was just trying to. So I think
trying to make a play.
There was something in his brain that went off that just went when he got the ball. Like, all right, we're doing this. All right, here we go. And he just let it rip. I think I'm blaming. If you're going to blame it on somebody, I'm blaming it on Ramondre. That's because
no, he's down my list. I'm blaming it on the Look, Myers is too easy. That's on the coaching staff. And the reason this is food for the soul for all of us is we have spent 20 plus years watching that team and that jersey always be the more buttoned up team. Yep. Like they don't do, and for them to do that, and this is 2 weeks after Mac is screaming on the sideline about things that are happening on the offensive side. It's the most bizarre deal. Like Brady is over here on a terrible team in the worst division I've ever seen.
Dating a Giselle lookalike.
Right, but what is more embarrassing since his departure? Like the Patriots, they hired defensive people to run the offense.
Which is wild.
And I
can't believe they rolled with that.
Look at this.
And Mark, they had a young guy special teams coach, and Jabril Peppers earlier in the game wasn't lined up properly, and they got a punt blocked. And the guy's losing his mind on the sideline. And I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is.
They're a mess.
Belichick started on special teams with the New York Giants.
Yeah, that's his bag.
Yeah, he loves it. And they've been horrific.
And you're talking about this was all simultaneous as Herbert is throwing a dot down the field to Mike Williams to set up the game-winning field goal. The Patriots pull that, knocks them out of the playoffs. Like, they are very, very probably going to get to the end of this thing, and they're going to be out of the playoffs because of that play.
Mac Jones stinks.
But wait, can we back up? He can't throw a football 55 yards?
Not only that,
no
but
way.
You know what? I'm not going to say.
No way.
He's an average quarterback.
No way. And
but
even if you can't, then throw it to the 10.
But I also think.
Like, what
Belichick did him no favors. You can't go into his second year in his career where he's trying to ascend and have Joe Judge and Matt Patricia call plays for him. It's a joke. You're putting him in a terrible spot. Now he looks lost. He's yelling at everybody. But that play also overshadowed the Patriots' defense, which is their strength. Giving up a 4th and 10 to the Raiders when they had no timeouts, and they go right down the field and score. A Belichick-led defense. The defense blew that at the end of the game.
Yeah. They're a disaster.
Tough. What else? Lions win. What about the Lions?
Everybody's favorite team.
I told you last week, Lions are going to the playoffs. The Lions are going to the playoffs, and they're the only team that would even give me, not really, I don't worry. This 49er team that we're looking at right now, I don't really worry about them too much in the first round. But if you had to make me say the team that I don't want at Levi's Stadium on January 14th or 15th, that's them. That's them.
I kind of had that thought.
They're a pretty good football team.
Because they have a good offensive line.
Very good offensive line.
Very good weapons on the outside. They have a lot. They have a lot of speed.
Jamison Williams. I knew he was going to come back.
St. Brown's balling
even Chark. Chark. They can play.
Chark was
They
good
traded
in
T.J.
Jacksonville.
Hawkinson.
I know.
And got better.
So the team that's going to beat them in the division. They traded him to the Vikings, but they were 1-6.
And nobody
Why
trusts
wouldn't
the
you?
Vikings.
Right.
They have lost one football game in the last 2 months, and it was the 3-point game at home to Buffalo.
Should have won that game.
And they should have won that game.
They should have won that game.
Fourth down, they throw deep instead of going short. The whole thing made no sense.
That one yesterday was the most impressive one yet. If you really, really dive into the way the NFL works, for the dome team to go into New York against that defense outdoors in December, be down with 2 minutes to go, and do that like that. That was the game yesterday. I'm like, okay. The Lions aren't just on a little streak here. That's a good football team.
I got to hold an L on Dan Campbell. I thought he was a fraud. He's doing a great job. I'll hold that.
Biting kneecaps. I mean, the press conference is still ridiculous, but Hard Knocks was a ton of fun. And, wouldn't you – if the 49ers' choices are –
We're going to take your other kneecap.
Thank you. If it's Washington, the Giants, the Seahawks, or the Lions, I'll let you eliminate one. Isn't it the Lions?
Yes.
Doesn't that scare you?
I'd rather face Washington or the Giants.
Let me see what Washington's defensive line does to the 49ers first.
Is Chase Young going to play this Saturday?
He's always hurt.
I have no idea.
Told this guy 2 years ago.
No, you said he wasn't good.
He's a robot.
You said he's a really good player.
Well, Big Dog City and I both said the same thing. We were like, remember I went down to the Fiesta Bowl? It's like, Combat, this guy's overrated. He's a bum.
Yeah.
But
he's hurt.
When he's on the field,
no,
he
can
play.
He's a really good player.
He's just
not the number one overall pick talent that we were giving him. Like he's not a sack guy.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
He's a run
It's
stuffer.
early. It's early.
They just with Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen,
Montez Sweat.
I just think that they could cause some problems for the Niners, but I got to see it first.
And their personnel is underrated.
Tyler Heineke though can't hold on to the ball. Taylor Heineke, whatever his name is.
He don't know his name by December. He's not that good.
He tried to throw a pick in the end zone before the pass interference. It's like, dude, you're throwing it right at dudes.
No, Washington and the New York Giants are not very good. Minnesota, everybody's going to have the same conversation. Going to call them frauds. And they kind of are. I don't know whether to be impressed by the comeback or hold my mouth and laugh at the fact that you found yourself down by 33 to the Colts at home in a half of football.
Well,
I don't know what they are, but this thing should end with the 49ers playing the Eagles. It just should. They're head and shoulders.
Before we get
I'm not convinced the Eagles. I'm telling you, I got a feeling they're going to be one and done.
Well, don't you wish that the playoffs started now?
Man.
If they started right now, because there's so much that can happen over the next 3 weeks. Even look at what's going on in the AFC. The Chiefs' defense is ridiculous. If this started right now, don't you feel great?
I feel like Bengals
about
Niners.
The 49ers?
Yeah. That's what I would say. Bengals
Niners, and Joe Burrow scares me.
Joe
Burrow scares me.
How can you get hot in December? Can you play your best football in December?
I still think Buffalo's going to the Super Bowl.
Who's happier this morning, though? The Cowboys, Brady and the Bucks after blowing a 17-0 lead, or Jeff Saturday after the Raiders came through against the Patriots like that? Like, everybody's talking about that Patriots-Raiders play in Vegas. We forgot about the Colts blowing a 33-0 lead. A 33-0 lead. We already forgotten about Brady blowing a 17-0 lead at home to Cincinnati, and the Cowboys won the 27-10 lead against Jacksonville.
I love the Cowboys losing.
Tom Brady is having it. I wonder, I always, like Steph Curry's dealt with this. I don't like it when we take these small samples and attach them to people's legacies. It's a little bit over the top. It's a little bit clickbait stuff. But my question is this. How is this affecting the way you look at Tom Brady? He made this decision to come back. Potentially, I don't want to guess at what will happen in his personal life, but potentially at the expense of his entire family. He comes back to play again after a mini retirement, and he is having the hardest time winning the stupidest division I have ever seen in the history of the NFL. He cannot shake 3 teams that have given up. 3 teams have decided to not address the quarterback position.
Andy Dalton.
And he can't shake them.
So
he can't shake them.
I don't think that's going to go as a knock against Brady because he's 46, 47.
Whatever.
That's just going to be the weird year at the end of his career, I think. The guy whose legacy I think is being impacted is Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers, if this is his last year, or this is just what his teams are going to be now, I think that's where there's going to be some revisionist history on like, man, he won those MVPs, but he had one Super Bowl, and those last few years were a disaster.
It's got a CP3 feel to it, where you expect the collapse at the end of the year, and his own teammates hate his guts.
Yes.
Even though CP3 doesn't have the one championship.
Made guy, though, yeah. It made guy. You win a Super Bowl.
It feels so long ago. It's like Drew Brees'
It was long ago. It was what, 2010?
I know, but he needs to send a Christmas card to Russell Wilson, because the whole idea of winning one Super Bowl and then actually having it just go completely south.
Russ is playing himself out of the Hall of Fame.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm dead serious on this.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
If this is what he is for his tenure in Denver,
I'm taking Eli over
kind of a
Russ
bar.
right now. I thought that was blasphemous just a couple years ago.
Yeah, me too. Hey, look, Russ.
Am I wrong?
They need a head coaching change immediately.
That's going to happen.
He
But who
needs Sean
wants to
Payton.
coach him?
Can you convince Sean Payton to go to Denver?
Sean Payton is going to the Chargers.
I don't
Staley
know.
might
The
not get
Chargers,
fired.
Yeah, Staley
might not.
He might survive.
They're in the playoffs right now, Shasky.
That would be a Spanos move.
You're right.
Stick with him one more year and not get Sean Payton.
And
even though
fire
he's
Marty Schottenheimer. Marty when they're 14-2.
Yes,
they got to get Joe Lombardi out of there.
Give him one quarterback contract that right now I'm going to give you a get-out-of-jail-free card, and you can get out of the contract right now, but you got to pick one.
It's Russ.
Russ Wilson,
Yeah.
Kyler Murray, or Deshaun Watson.
Russ.
The Deshaun, I just don't understand the guaranteed. Every dollar guaranteed was so bad.
If you take away the baggage, which is hard to do, I'd rather stick with Watson.
But he's been bad, B.
He's been terrible.
He's been really bad.
That should be expected, though.
He hasn't played football.
He hasn't played football 2 years. I got to give him a training camp, let him play. You're playing in December, guys already at full speed.
Yeah.
Kyler's a close one. Kyler's a close one.
I'm sticking with Kyler.
But
I think Cliff stinks. I think a good coach could help him.
Yeah, and they're not already going to get rid of Cliff.
Probably.
They have to.
So the GM Klein is now sick.
Yeah,
he's like sick, and so he's out.
issues.
So they're going to have to. What?
Yeah, we'll talk about it off air.
Oh no, but like basically he stepped away. So to me, it gives him an opening to reset the whole thing.
Stress. I mean, it'd be Russell Wilson.
I agree, but it's close.
Russell Wilson's contract hasn't even started yet.
I know.
And Seattle gets their pick.
Neither is Kyler's.
Seattle's getting their
Kyler's.
top 5 pick.
It's a good top 5 pick.
That's
financially, neither is Deshaun's. His salary was $1 million this year.
That's true. Yeah.
Next
but,
year,
but like Bonte said, you can't. I mean, it's really hard to remove. I wouldn't have signed Deshaun Watson to begin with.
Right.
Like kick him to the curb.
Yep.
But I think from a football standpoint, I'm going to bank on him figuring it out and Kyler eventually figuring it out way more than I'm going to bank on Russ becoming Russ.
I agree.
If Deshaun doesn't pan out in Cleveland, we're going to have to give Bill O'Brien a lot more credit.
Yes.
In Houston.
Yes. They're up 24-0 on the Chiefs in Kansas City.
But Bill
should have gone for it. Up 21-0. Should have gone for it up 41.
Bill was a decent coach.
I agree.
It's the GM stuff where he couldn't do it.
Right.
Like, you trade $1 million picks for Laramie Tunsil.
Right.
And you sign what's the big stiff from Denver? Come on. The big quarterback that he signed.
Brock Osweiler.
He gave
The
a
big
bunch of
stiff.
because he was a big stiff.
Is Brock Purdy already better than Brock Osweiler?
Oh, yeah,
Is he
no
the best
doubt.
Brock of all time?
No doubt.
I mean, the Hopkins David Johnson trade.
Oh, dude.
Horrible.
Right?
Horrible.
Yeah, that was awful.
Unbelievable.
And then David Johnson breaks his hand
After he was
opening the door.
washed.
Yeah.
He was already washed.
He was already
Oh,
done.
my God.
All right, so I also love to hear what you guys say about this, and I know that this city, this station, we've got time for this, and I know it's going to come up 1,000 times. Well, I'm listening to you guys play the Romanowski sound. I'm listening to you guys play the Romanowski sound, and so my question is,
15 years, come on.
what is Brock Purdy? Where's the line to where he becomes the presumptive starter for next year?
I got to see a month of football first.
I'm not saying we're there yet.
No.
Is there a weekend of the playoffs he has to get to? Does he have to get to the Super Bowl?
No,
is it not possible at all? Is it already the case?
Let's say,
Like a smart person.
It's already going to be an open battle. It's going to be
Okay,
competition.
so that's
it's
where
a
you
battle.
are. It's
no
an
doubt.
open battle right now.
Right.
Yeah.
But if he wins the Super Bowl, it's like,
What if he gets to the Super Bowl?
well, and what does it look like?
Yeah,
That's it. That's it right
Is
there.
it just, for example, if all 3 games getting to the Super Bowl resemble, Raheem Mostert ran for 260 and Jimmy threw 9 times.
How about if it looks like it's looked?
No, if it looks like it looks, hell yeah, he's the dude.
You think?
He's
QB1
throwing 20
for
times
sure?
in a half. Like they're throwing the ball all over the field. Like I'm giving him a lot of credit. He looks damn near flawless. I don't know if that's sustainable though. He's looked pretty freaking good.
Is there a certain playoff level?
And
he
the
needs
play
to...
calling to me has dictated Shanahan's trust level in him. Now that's for right now. But let's see.
But you know what, Shasky? I've seen a lot of the same plays. It's just Brock is taking chances that Jimmy wouldn't take.
Yeah, but they didn't drop back in any playoff game and threw 25 attempts.
No doubt.
In a half.
Well, we haven't seen that with Brock yet.
Right.
We'll see.
No,
totally.
So like if
he handles pressure better.
He had 28 attempts. I believe
better.
28 attempts in the first half of the Tampa Bay game.
Yeah.
No,
No,
it's
Miami
one
game. Miami game.
No, it's one game. But my
he only
point,
threw 21 times against Tampa.
my point being is like if you're dropping back 25 times and a half in a playoff game, that tells me a lot of what Shanahan thinks of him. Oh, and also probably the best strategy to beat the team that's in front of him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what if Super Bowl and you lose? NFC Championship.
How does it
game
look?
and
Like?
you lose.
How does it look?
Again, it looks like it's looked. It looks like it. You know what I mean? Like it. I know right now we're all on the assumption that no one's ever going to score more than 17 points against the 49er defense.
Right.
But what if you go to Philadelphia, you know what I mean, and you lose 28-27?
See, this is why I agree with Bonte. I think it's going to be a competition no matter what.
No matter what.
Unless Brock comes out and just starts throwing for 350 a game.
Right.
And it's like, oh, he's Patrick Mahomes. And that's not going to happen, I don't think. So I think no matter what, there's going to be a competition. Now, maybe he goes in next year as it's his job to kind of lose. Like okay, he has the inside track.
He has the edge.
But even then, I think it's going to take a couple playoff wins, and he has to play really well.
And I think Trey Lance deserved. I know people are going, oh, man, you won't leave Trey alone. Trey played with Kittle one time in a win against Houston in a do-or-die game last year.
Yeah.
Hasn't played with McCaffrey. Didn't play with Kittle this season. Yeah. When he got hurt, they moved into the red zone twice in that Seattle game.
But Bonte, I think we're overthinking it. Like the NFL's just so wild.
It is wild.
We bench Zach Wilson. He'll never play again. Oh, Mike White's hurt. Get back in there. You know what I mean? Like,
they had no choice. Things happen. Things do happen. But I'm just saying.
I thought he threw his last pass 5 different times.
Right.
Five different times.
I'm saying it's not fair to Trey to just say, hey, get the job to Brock. Let him battle in training camp. Let the starters again. And by the way, all the reports about him struggling in training camp, well, what do you know? He was going up against the number 1 defense in the NFL every single day.
Yeah.
It's tough to navigate.
No, look, he's going to get his chance, and the 49ers already, we knew this just by virtue of the injury. Forget where your belief is in Trey Lance. Just because of the injury, they had to have another quarterback, a viable quarterback option. So I don't know where we are yet. This is just me with Brock and Trey. I do think we are at minimum on the verge of Brock saving the 49ers from having to go get somebody else.
I agree.
Like, I'm out on all this Brady and Rodgers stuff.
Yeah, I am
that
too.
will not go away.
It won't go away.
I
thought you were going to ask us what happens if Jimmy gets healthy in the playoffs.
No. Well, I mean,
I thought you were going to ask that because somebody asked us
I'm
that.
out.
Gene in Oakland, I believe, asked us that, and I was like, boy, I don't even want to go there.
No.
I don't even want to go there.
Is Brock healthy?
Shanahan's already said.
If Brock's healthy.
Shanahan's already said it's 7 weeks to recover.
This is insane.
And then, so you're looking at the NFC. So you're going to go into the NFC Championship game with the guy who got you there, and then bring in a guy who's just now getting back into foot. No.
Do you know what's weird about that conversation? That's the kind of conversation you have when what you're currently looking at is bothering you.
Yes.
Right.
Why is anybody thinking about Jimmy or Trey right now? Roll.
Yes.
Just roll.
Because, Mark,
you're here.
It's the quarterback position for the
I
San
know,
Francisco 49ers.
but it's going well.
I watched Jeff Garcia orchestrate one of the greatest comebacks of all time in Niner history, and people were like, first 2 quarters, he was so bad. He's the reason we got into a 25-point deficit.
But you don't even have one drive of evidence on Brock right now.
Well, he's got 2 throws that, again,
everybody
I agree with you.
Right.
I'm saying, but like that's what the hater would say is, well, Diggs dropped that big pass over the middle, and look it was a closer game, and he threw that pick to the defensive lineman that dropped into coverage.
Mm-hmm.
I throw my hands up and say, this guy's played about as good as you could play. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
They got to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
They got to keep him healthy.
Which is crazy.
He's got the swag, though. He's brought the swag to the position. He's making plays, man. The third read to Kittle there, the third quarter, because I'm thinking, I'm right there where Kittle caught it. That's where I was basically sitting. And I'm like, yeah, you could drop that. But I'm like, oh, Kittle just broke open, but he's like the fourth read, and yet Purdy still stay patient. His patience in the pocket has blown me away. I did not see this coming.
The thing that makes me so encouraged about Brock Purdy is not the ceiling, because we might just be seeing it. Like this might. But if the thing with the Niners in this team and the way they're built, it's not about the quarterback ceiling, it's about their floor.
Mm-hmm.
Can the Niners win a game where Brock Purdy has his worst day? And I'm becoming
very, very probable. Yeah,
more and
very
more
probable.
encouraged that's the case.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, Jimmy had a lot of bad days, and his team bailed him out multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. This defense is playing at such a level that,
They're
when
so
people
sick.
say, oh, well, can Brock Purdy lead a team to a comeback win? I don't think this team's going to fall behind because of this defense.
It might happen, though. Special teams. You drop a ball.
You never know.
You go
never know.
to
interception.
Like
and
even in the last month, we've watched this team, right? The first play of the game against Miami, it's 7-0. The Chargers go right down the field, hot knife through butter. They adjust really, really well. But
it's so early in the game. I'm talking about like third quarter, down 21-10.
But could Jalen Hurts
2013.
Could Jalen Hurts dot 2 touchdowns on you in the first quarter?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It can
that
happen.
could absolutely could happen.
AJ
You know what
Brown
I mean?
cooked the Niners last year.
What's that?
AJ Brown cooked the 49ers.
Exactly.
Oh, Tennessee. Oh, yeah,
God.
that's right. Yeah.
So
we should have won that game, though.
Totally.
I
think they do
about
if Jimmy
10
doesn't get
different
hurt.
ways.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to do.
That was the game everybody said, forget the Warriors game. Curry dropped 46 that night, and nobody gave a single damn. I'm doing post-game show in front of nobody. I'm like, wait, why is everybody
Check's
sad?
still open.
I was so mad.
Mully's not even there?
That
Bully
game.
wasn't even there. He's like, yo, what happened?
So I don't want to jump king of the hill, but just take the whole NFL, okay? And this is going to be a little bit of a twist on Jim Harbaugh's old line. Who's got it better than us? Who's if you're the 49ers, who's better than us?
Kansas City.
Are
Kansas
they?
City for
Just
sure.
because
Yes.
of that guy.
You see Jerick McKinnon.
I do
Oh,
not.
of course I saw Jerick McKinnon. You don't think I saw your boy, the paper airplane, running one in to end the game?
Willie
Speaking of
said
which-
Dredo.
legs aren't
Willie said
his
Dredo
legs aren't
text me,
tired
Chiefs
anymore.
legend Jerick
I hate
McKinnon.
him.
You see that? And I said, I can't wait till Cincinnati kicks your ass. I really can't.
Again.
Seen with Kansas City the last 3 weeks?
No,
I'm just saying.
Mark, I watched
Yesterday
this
was
team
weird.
come into
Was it?
Levi's.
Yeah.
Was
I
it?
watched this team come
I
into
think so.
Levi's and do anything they wanted.
They gave
dominated for the
yes,
most part.
right, and that was first of all Christian McCaffrey in a part-time role. That was a completely
I'm talking about their defense. Got
I-
rolled. They didn't get a stop.
right with Mooney
For like
Ward
3
totally
quarters.
compromised. Like, point is, look, the 49er defense has sort of recalibrated since then. I don't think it would look that way if they played tomorrow. And if it was, the 49ers would be on completely different footing in terms of being able to get into a shootout, not so much because of Brock, because of what's happened to the Chiefs defense.
I've got Kansas
Look,
City PTSD for a variety of
But
reasons.
they also,
I get it.
I know what you're going.
also
Like they've
really
been
good.
struggling the last
gave
couple
up
games.
28 points to the Broncos. That's
Yeah.
a month and a half's worth of points for the Broncos.
It's a division
It's a division
opponent.
game,
Yeah.
though. Division games are different.
And so what about then yesterday?
And
How's Davis Mills cooking them?
No, but
They
there's a
don't-
lot of teams
you
in the
gotta
league
think-
that play tight games down the stretch. The Niners, the year they went to the Super Bowl, they lost to a horrible Atlanta
team.
Falcon team down the stretch.
No doubt.
It happens.
But it's a 3-week run now. I'm not
Well,
not
they've also
sell-
had McCole Hartman out.
Yeah.
Tony's been out. He came back yesterday. That's their weapons. They run a lot of jet sweeps with Hartman.
I'm not
That's a big-
selling Chiefs stock. I'm just telling you, their defense. This would be my prediction. I'm not telling you who's going to be the one to do it. Their defense will prevent them from winning a Super Bowl this
So
year.
the only reason I kick back, Chris Jones specifically dominates the 49ers.
He dominates.
Every time we've played them, he has monster games, and he's a wrecking jet. Forget that. The bigger thing is Houston Texans, if you're listening to me right now, you need a complete redo. You need to change the nickname. You need to change the colors.
Go back to the Oilers.
whole things.
Why?
Ask the Titans.
Wait.
The
Ask the
Texans
Titans.
are maybe the worst name and uniform combo in all of sports.
I would go
Am I
back to the
wrong?
Oilers. I would ask the Tennessee Titans, hey, can we use the Oilers name?
It's terrible.
And go back to the Oilers. The
You're not
Texans
gonna-
are terrible.
In 2022, you're not going to have a team running around with an oil rig on the side of his
Hey, man,
helmet.
why not? Those
Not gonna
uniforms
happen.
are clean.
The Texas team, you know anyone that lives in Texas, the Texas team is the Dallas Cowboys.
Of course.
All right? So for them to call themselves the Texans, they just need a complete rebrand. That's what I would do if I ran that organization.
Move him to Oakland.
Oakland Invaders.
Their
Part two?
rebrand might start with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback.
Casario.
Have fun down there.
Enjoy that.
Have fun.
Yeah.
All
Have
right.
fun,
And Pierce is a baller, though.
Hey, Willard and Batson, going to be fun. Kevon Looney, 11 o'clock, coming off 2 straight double-doubles as the Warriors get a road win, the 3rd of the season. Should be a fun show. Willard and Batson coming up here on 95.7 The Game, and that is sponsored by cowhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at BayAreaPanthers.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 Osh gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire, fit everyone, make terrific stocking stuffers, and look fantastic tucked into trees. Plus, they make great gifts that are perfect to give all year long. So snag this BOGO deal. December 6th through the 24th for a free $10 gift card. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, it's not Willard and Dibs. Not for the rest of 2022. Dibs will be back next year, but that's it. It's a wrap for Dibs, which you know what that means, Kyle Madsen. For an entire week, I'm ripping the refs. That's all I'm doing.
Good. They deserve it.
I am ripping the refs for the rest of 2022, and nobody's going to get in my way.
There were several
my
bad
God.
officiating moments on Sunday. Those two at the end of last night's game
Started with last
on a
night.
national stage.
Oh, my gosh.
Oof.
That was such pass interference. But then again, those two teams also, and it's kind of where we start with the NFL right now. There are so many teams. As soon as I think I got a bead on figuring them out, I'm like, I haven't figured you out at all. And I get that it's the NFL. Anybody can beat anybody on any given Sunday. We can do all the cliches. The Houston Texans have put the fear of God into Dallas and Kansas City on back-to-back weeks. So anybody can play a game. But you also start to see trends. For instance, I went on a little rant, and this is not to pat myself on the back because they were losing most of the game, but you may remember my Friday rant. Watch out, Cowboys. If you're real, you'll take it to Jacksonville, but I don't think you're going to take it to Jacksonville. That's going to be a very, very close football game, and Jacksonville might win it. That's exactly how it played out. And the reason I felt that is the trend. Like, are you watching the Jags play? They never lose by more than one score. They're getting better and better each week. They've figured it out. Trevor Lawrence is starting to pop like
he can play.
He can play. And so I'm like, okay, we've got a trend here.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm watching with teams. The Giants and Commanders, and the Commanders now will be here in 5 days. These are two of the teams. Every time I go, okay, I got a trend. Nope. They come out the next week and look completely different. I was shocked the Commanders did not look better against the New York Giants last night.
They played the Giants, then got their bye week, and then got to play the Giants again at home.
Right.
And lost.
It didn't add up.
It's a good thing I'm not into the betting markets because that's one of those games that I would have looked at Washington. I would have circled it and gone, I'm taking Washington and whatever the points.
Yep.
Like, give
and
me
it was 4.5, by the way.
I would have jumped all over that. I'd be like, they'll beat them by a touchdown and no dice.
Absolutely, yeah. They barely ever got into the end zone at all. So it sort of leads to this question and conversation. And good morning, Twitch, YouTube. Hey, what's going on? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. We do have a lot of Warriors. Anthony Slates is going to join us here in about 25 minutes. We look forward to catching up with him with regard to what it all means now going forward for the Warriors without Steph Curry for the next 3 to 4 weeks at least. Who is Jordan Poole, starter, bench guy, whatever. We'll get into all that. And then we go back out to the Warriors in about an hour and a half. We go straight to the team hotel. And Kevon Looney the wisest man in the history of human life, not just the NBA. Remember Steve Kerr? I'll ride with Loon. That guy, wisdom beyond his years. So we're going to pick his brain. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll talk to Kavan.
Loon definitely hits the continental breakfast, right?
Oh, my gosh. Twice.
He definitely boogies down cereal, waffle.
These are nice.
Probably a little cup of coffee.
These are nice hotels, too. Like, it's not the continental breakfast where you open up that pan and the eggs look like they've been in there since 4:30 in the morning. They're fluffy, man.
Right.
Fluffy
They might
eggs.
even have an egg station where they just cook up the eggs
right, like
for
a
you.
guy who's there. Like, what you over medium? What you want? Oh, my gosh.
That's actually the secret. Like, if you go to a Disneyland hotel, they do the character buffet breakfast. That's the key, is don't get the eggs out of the thing that are like
watery,
hard, like congealed egg. Go up to the omelet guy and be like, I want an omelet with nothing in it.
There you go.
And they crack a couple eggs in there and they cook them up for you.
Oh, that is.
Yeah.
I never even
That's
thought
a pro
of that.
tip, dog.
I never even
You're
thought
welcome.
of that. An omelet with nothing.
Yeah.
It's the most LA thing that you can possibly do. People are ordering burgers without buns. People are ordering buns without burgers. Like, I like an
wrapped
omelet
in
without
lettuce,
anything in it.
Just wrapped in kale, maybe?
Perfect. So perfect. But that's kind of where we're at. You look at these teams, and I know we can eliminate in the NFC conversation. Can you eliminate everybody but the Eagles, Cowboys, and 49ers? I don't know what to do with the Vikings. Nobody does.
You can't like, okay, here's my thing with the Vikings. Are they quote unquote fraudulent in the way that they're like
11-3? They're 11. Yes.
But like they're 11-0 in one score games, or 10-0, or whatever their insane record in one score. Like, yeah, they're probably not on the level of the Eagles. But at some point, when you keep pulling out these games and you keep figuring out how to win these games, like, you're just fine. You're just good.
I mean,
you're figuring it out.
How many NFL teams even have the power to erase a 33-point deficit, no matter who, no matter what the scenario, no matter what's going on? 33-0 at halftime, and you win that football game. You got some juice. You got some juice. So I'm not here to make fun of the Vikings. I don't think they're on the level of the other three, and I honestly think that after that, now you can really, the rest of it is just some sort of competition for, well, we're going to need a team to play on January 14th. So, hey, Giants, want to come to our party?
Wanna hang out?
Right. Like, we need, it's kind of like what we're all going to do this week with stockings. We've already got all the gifts, but we got to go fill that thing. So, like, just go over to Target and, how about that? Throw that in there.
I'm an elite stocking filler, by the way.
I need to talk to you then.
Okay.
Because it's one of the only things I got left. I'm halfway there, living on a prayer. But I need to,
Bon Jovi.
the stocking's got to be full.
We'll talk.
Okay.
I got a couple of spots that are great. I got you.
Let's talk. I look forward to that.
Vikings plus 2 point differential, by the way. 11-3, the plus 2 point differential. That's
absurd.
outrageous.
And I want it, by the way, to give you reference, do you want to know? Okay. Want to know who's +1 in point differential this year in the NFL?
I know because I'm looking at it. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The Las Vegas Raiders. That's a team that has
Miami.
Miami. Is Miami only
Miami's
+1?
+1.
Good Lord. Well, maybe point differential is just stupid. The Jacksonville Jaguars have a better point differential than the Minnesota Vikings. So that's sort of what that stat leads us to. Even the Lions have a better point differential than the Minnesota Vikings. The Lions are an interesting team. They scare you a little bit. They could make noise in the playoffs, no doubt. But the larger point is this. When you look Eagles, Cowboys, 49ers, if you want to mess around with the teams in the North, the Vikings and the Lions, sure. But I think we know where the 49ers sit in the pecking order there. Let's welcome in the AFC. Bills, Chiefs, we got that. We've already seen what it would look like. Dolphins, Chargers. Then there's the Bengals and Ravens. Try to project the Ravens having Lamar Jackson back. That makes them interesting. But the question I'd love to throw out, and I threw it out to Bonte and Joe. Joe's the only one who ripped an answer off, and he just goes Chiefs. Who's better right now? You can use your eye test. Give me analytics if you're weird and you've got them in your back pocket. Who's better? And I'm not asking the question because I think the 49ers are the best. They're beatable. So's everybody.
Sure.
So you can put that label on every team in the NFL right now. But who's better right now than the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570, the number. How do you answer that?
I agree with Joe. I think the Chiefs are. And I think that is just the Mahomes being a Goliath and just being that good. Like, it doesn't matter how good or bad their defense is. We saw the 49ers shut them down in the Super Bowl for most of 4 quarters, and then it takes one Patrick Mahomes miracle play, and all of a sudden the wheels are coming off. So I think the Chiefs are there for sure. It's hard to not put Buffalo there. After what they did to Miami and just the inevitability of Buffalo and Josh Allen. Like, that really sticks out in my mind. And then Philly. I think Philly has what it takes. Like, is Jalen Hurts as good as he's been this year? Maybe or maybe not. Like, can he stand in the pocket and throw it 40 times? And maybe he can. But they're so good on the offensive line, and they're so good on the defensive line, and they have offensive weapons with Devontae Smith and Miles Sanders and A.J. Brown, that I just think that they are going to be a really, really tough out.
I'm down to
those 3.
I'm down to 2 teams that scare me.
Okay.
There were 3. I'm down to 2.
While I was talking?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just over the last, if you want to call it, 8 days of football. I mean, when Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, the first thing you do as a 49er fan, what scares you? Oh, well, the 49ers do, because it feels like the season's over. And we know the evolution of where our conversation went. It was like, well, Brock Purdy looked kind of nice. Like, that was kind of fun, but, oh, man. Remember the conversation 3 weeks ago? Can they still win the division? Well,
right.
Yep, they sure can.
Needed 2 games. Needed 2 games to do it.
That conversation did not last. So that's over. And now all of a sudden, we're sort of having to stop ourselves from going the other direction. We're having to put the cap on the idea of getting ourselves too far down the road of, oh my gosh, they're going to win the whole damn thing. Brock Purdy's amazing. He's going to be the next big thing. So put a cap on that as well. And the truth probably lies somewhere in between. But the San Francisco 49ers, during that time, Buffalo has certainly gotten their stuff back together. They've had to be very close with their wins. If you look at, they had those back-to-back losses to the Jets and that game they blew against the Vikings. They've since then won 5 in a row. But how many of them by more than 1 score? 1. Only 1. And that was a 24-10 game against the Patriots. But the Browns hung in there with them. The Lions on Thanksgiving Day probably could have, should have won that game. Jets, tight game. Then there was the snowball game against Miami the other day. But Buffalo, to me, they've righted themselves. I'm with you. I still think for me, that's the 1 seed in the NFL. The other team that scares me because of their balance and because of the dynamic play that they have at the quarterback position is actually the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
To me, it's not the Chiefs anymore. I got the 49ers ahead of the Chiefs. The Chiefs don't scare me, and I don't say that in a way of like 49ers will kill the Chiefs. The Chiefs can beat the 49ers. We've already seen it once. But my spidey senses tell me when you play defense like that, you lose in January. That's the way it works. Kansas City went to play the Tampa Bay Bucks the year after they beat the 49ers in the Super Bowl, and we all, oh my gosh, it's Mahomes. Here we go. He's going to be in every Super Bowl for the next 10 years, and they're favored by 8 and all this, and they got beat, and they got soundly beat because the better defense, the longer we go, the better defense wins. And so we think of Purdy versus Mahomes. Think about it the other way. Brock Purdy would torch the Chiefs defense right now.
That's a wild thing to say.
Davis Mills did. Put up 3 touchdowns yesterday.
Sure.
Their defense is terrible. And it's gonna bite them.
So there's a couple things. One, that Chiefs Bucks Super Bowl.
Yes.
They were without their 2 starting tackles. Like they were hindered a little bit, I think. But we talk about Buffalo and Kansas City. So let's chart the path where the 49ers make a run and they go to the Super Bowl, okay? So the Niners make their run through the NFC. You can even say that Philly lost early and the Niners got to host the NFC title game and they went on to win, okay? We're just, that's going to be to the side here. If they're facing Kansas City, that means Kansas City went into Buffalo and won.
Right.
Which means their defense did something right in that game.
I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
Okay, but okay, sure. But that's kind of what I'm saying though, is if they do go to the Super Bowl, if they are making it there, it means they've figured something out defensively. Because based on how the playoffs are laid out right now, if everything just goes chalk, they will beat Cincinnati, who they haven't beaten their last 3 tries, and then they would go to Buffalo and win. If they're doing that, they're playing at a really high level.
Agreed. That's why I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can do that. I don't think they can do that at all. That's not how they look to me.
I also don't think that we can really underemphasize the importance of just playing well down the stretch. Like Warren Sharp was on our show a few weeks ago, and he talked about how the first 8 weeks don't really matter. What you do in the first 8 weeks doesn't matter. It's what you do over the next 9 and really into December. Can you play your best football going into December? And from that standpoint, right now, it's like, man, that's the Eagles and that's the 49ers. Just in terms of teams that, because so much of what we look at with San Francisco is A, the Brock Purdy factor, but B, it's like, oh, what did the Chiefs do in week 7? Mm-hmm. Look at the Falcons in week 6. But history tells us, like, that doesn't really matter if you're playing well at this point of the year, and the 49ers are.
Right. And now here's the other problem with that is it's December 19th. And every single month we learned that last month was last month and this month is this month. So what's it all going to look like a month from now? Mm-hmm. We're still 4 weeks away from that playoff game at Levi's Stadium. Who's healthy? Who's in? Who's out? What's it look like? This can all change again. I'm just telling you how I feel right now. Right now, I don't feel like the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean they can't.
I'm with you.
We look at the Chiefs and we go, oh, well, Mahomes, great. Someone's going to outscore him.
Right, but that's right.
Someone's going to outscore him.
Right. Mahomes is just the kind of trump card to, hey, why did the Chiefs scare you? And it's like, well, yeah, they have number 15 back there.
Totally.
Like everything might just not matter.
Right. It's possible.
But I agree with you. If they have to go to Buffalo, I'm taking Buffalo in that game.
Anthony Slater's going to join us in about 11 minutes. We'll get into some Warriors there. 888-957-9570. Who looks better, if anyone, than the 49ers to you right now? But I also watched this yesterday, and I immediately thought, boy, we better get What Are You Doing ready for tomorrow.
Have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, speaking of what are you doing, it's among the things that you can go get. What are you doing t-shirts, 957thegameshop.com. Holidays are not coming. They're here. Happy Hanukkah. Okay. What are you doing t-shirts are available. So are relevant t-shirts. Brock Purdy's number 13 tucked in there. And they are all from the mind of Kyle Madsen. Good job, by the way.
Just the Brock Purdy one.
Yeah, the
Thank
Brock
you.
Purdy one.
There's also per sources, could be another new design going up short.
Per sources.
According to sources.
I feel like this might be t-shirt worthy. It's too bad Spadone's not here. We'd love to celebrate this with him.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle. Hit by Chandler. Jones slips the hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward Mac Jones. It's picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
I don't know what to say. You think Miami was bad? We're down here, the Miracle of Miami. This is a heads roll type freaking play right here. Oh my God.
Chandler Jones, originally a Patriot. Jacoby Myers throwing it back across the field. Jones intercepts and he runs through Mac Jones, try to bring him down. Gone for a game-winning score.
Yeah, that's the Patriots call. That's Zolak. Scott Zolak goes, okay, heads are going to roll. Do you remember? He's the one that gets all excited. Show ponies! Like he has some famous calls, and that one deflated him in a major way. New England Patriots, what are you doing? That was one of the craziest finishes to an NFL game I've ever seen. And I got into, on the Fox show last night, I got into the anatomy of a bonehead play. Because it's so easy for us, right? It's always the armchair quarterback thing. We come in Monday morning, and, oh, this idiot did that and that idiot. It's like, man,
it was crazy.
It was great. They're out there playing. And in the moment and in the emotion and all of that, right, crazy stuff happens. But this one was off the map. I don't know how the coaching staff and the players, I don't know how you can even end up in a situation like that.
The first pitch from Ramondre Stevenson was bad enough, right? Well, first of all,
why are you running the play?
Right.
Why are you running the play?
Right.
Hail Mary or kneel. Those are your two options.
Right. What? So you're running it there in hopes that he breaks one? Because he's not going to. The Raiders have 4 guys standing on the goal line.
Right.
You're not going to get enough blockers down there in time so that play's not going to work for starters. Secondly, you have the first pitch from Ramondre Stevenson to Jacoby Myers, which, okay, you think...
I mean, we're here. He broke a couple tackles. Right. We're in the high red zone now. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, let's see if we can do this.
Okay, so Ramondre tries to pitch it back because, okay, if Myers drops it or he fumbles, like, there's enough bodies
Kick
there.
It out of bounds. Right.
Okay, so let's try and make a play. It's the Jacoby Myers bit that makes me think that, like, and Jacoby Myers came out after the game and said, my fault.
Right.
Like, I tried to make a play.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make a, but, like, the fact that his move was to throw it all the way. Let's go to the world where Mac Jones, that ball gets to him. Then what?
Greg Rosenthal's tweet on this was the best. He goes, in defense of Jacoby Myers, if that ball gets to Mac Jones, he only had 60 yards to go.
Right. Like,
exactly.
So I mean, that makes me think that there was something said in the huddle, like, hey, keep this alive as long as we can.
Oh my God.
Or something along those lines. I just can't believe that a Bill Belichick coach team and a veteran like Jacoby Myers is going to go, hey, I've got this.
I just...
Mac!
The crazy part for me, too, is I was in a good high school buddy of mine, Mark Grumbach, lives out in, grew up in the Bay Area, but now lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. We were texting the whole day because we were in a quarterfinal fantasy match with one another that was epic. It was going back and forth. I was at a 90% analytics chance of winning about 15 minutes before. Then the Joe Burrow stuff starts happening. It all starts to fall apart, but I end up down 3, and my only saving grace is if either the Chargers or the Patriots end up in overtime. Chargers go get a field goal. That ends their game. I'm down 3, but I've got the Patriots kicker, Nick Folk. And so I'm going, oh, we're going to overtime. Very solid chance. They're going to kick a field goal in overtime, and I've got this thing. And then that play happened. It was so delicious that it didn't even bother me that it ended my fantasy season. Like, the Raiders getting one over on the Patriots, it feels like they're still owed about 6 more.
At least.
But that was therapy for the soul. And I'm not a Raiders fan, as you all know.
And Chandler Jones, who the Patriots unwisely traded, by the way, stiff-arming Mac Jones. Like, it just gave us a great image, just a great football play.
Oh, my God.
Who had the worst Sunday? Tom Brady or Bill Belichick?
Bill Belichick.
You think?
Tom Brady's still in first place. He doesn't need to win games to go to the playoffs.
That was just such a... The ball in the third quarter did not move beyond midfield. They spent the entire third quarter...
I don't think it moved beyond their own 20, it felt like. It was
Bengals territory.
4 turnovers.
Failed fake punt, and then a fumble, and then another fumble, and then another fumble. Like,
That's
my God.
This is, and listen, I know hyperbole. This division, the NFC South right now, this is the worst division I've ever seen in the history of me watching the NFL.
The Patriots are 6-8. They need to win one of their final 3 to clinch the division.
You mean the Bucs? The Bucs. You said the Patriots.
The Bucs.
Yeah, the Patriots are 7-7 and are not going to win the division.
The Bucs.
Yeah.
Like,
That's it. All right. Let's get to some Warriors. Anthony Slater, our guy on the Dubs, is going to join us next. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's up next on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Kyle's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. 95.7 the game.
This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
It's the most wonderful time of the year on 95.7 The Game.
Oy, oy, oy! It's the most wonderful time of the year.
We're having a holly jolly time here on the Bay Area Sports Station.
Yay!
Wait a second. Ray, you can't open your Christmas gifts early.
Oh, bite me.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game. Ho, 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 ho.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Starting a small business requires strange tactics. I started my business in the basement of a factory in 1986. There was no heat, no air conditioning, and I used blankets as my office walls. Instead of customers, my visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes, and I was broke. To psych myself up that I was going to succeed, I wore formal business attire and a tie to that lonely factory basement every day. Strange? Yeah, I look like a goof. But I didn't care. I had my late model 1970s mustache to comfort me. Hi, I'm Mike Capel. Now, 30 years later, I still use strange business tactics like making payroll simple and incredibly inexpensive for small businesses. Our payroll starts at just $10 a month. Go to patriotsoftware.com and enter promo code RADIO, and I'll give you 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Inside, Looney sees trouble, throws it back outside. DiVincenzo, pump fake, draws and kicks. Here's Draymond. 3-4-3 from the left corner. He buries another triple, and it's 9-6. The Warriors are on top.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard and Dibbs, and you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves. What are you doing? I'm listening.
What are you doing, Goo? What were the Patriots doing? Come for
one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
Yeah, come for the Anthony Slater conversation, but stay for Julian Edelman sound as that play unfolded. He was at the game in Las Vegas. There's a video of him that he put on social. It is hysterical to watch Julian Edelman. And in fact, not just hysterical, but very appropriate for this show right here that we call Willard and Dibbs with Kyle Madsen in for Dibbs. And let's welcome in our Warrior Insider after just a warm bath victory, let's call it. Anthony Slater after the Warriors take down Toronto. Hey, Anthony, what's cooking, man?
What's the equivalent of what the Patriots did in the NBA if you, shot a full court on your own hoop?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's what the Warriors did in Utah.
No, it's way worse.
Yeah?
No, what the Warriors did in Utah is nowhere near as bad as what the Patriots did. Don't you think, Anthony?
Yeah, because, the Patriots, it was much more self-sabotage. Not that the Warriors, they didn't sabotage themselves, but at least, it was a good steal, a good fast break.
Okay. All right, that's fair.
I got it. I got it. The Patriots thing, if we want to make an NBA comp, J.R. Smith in the finals is getting close. I still think what the Patriots did is even worse, but J.R. Smith with the rebound and the dribble out the clock when you're not winning, that to me is we're getting in the same area code.
Yeah, except J.R. Smith would have had to have done that, and then instead of dribbled out the clock, shot it on his own hoop.
Right, there you go. He would have had to hand it to a Warrior for a dunk. You're exactly right.
Yeah, a hit-ahead pass to, Draymond.
Just a perfect outlet.
So amazing. Just amazing. Hey, Anthony, come on, Looney's on in an hour. What should we ask him?
Oh, how about his, Iron Man streak where he just won't miss a game?
Kind of selfish.
Pretty crazy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would say that. It's I'm always, especially considering what he was early in his career. I mean, you remember a couple of years ago, it was one injury after another, and then for him to not only get back and look like himself, I honestly look better than we ever thought in last year's playoffs. Really emerged, but he's there every single night. That's one. I mean, his mentorship of Wiseman is always very interesting. I mean, the dynamics of trying to bring along and help the guy that was brought in to replace you. I've always not only found it fascinating that he has to deal with it, but just how well he deals with that.
You brought up James Wiseman. He only played a couple of minutes last night. Jonathan Kuminga only played 5. Moses Moody, I think, played 11. what's I guess what's the deal with we'll start with Kuminga only playing 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just think he came out a little sluggish, and the plug was kind of pulled early. Draymond was back, so he wasn't in the starting lineup. Then he comes off the bench, and I just think there are nights with Kuminga where maybe the staff just doesn't see this all the way there. I mean, I think he's cemented a pretty consistent, regular, larger role. That doesn't mean every single game, every single night, but I think that was kind of the issue last night.
Anthony, we're fascinated. I'm fascinated by Jordan Poole. So that's kind of the guy that they're looking for. Does that guy only come out when he's starting? We've had lengthy conversations recently about the mental side of Jordan Poole. There are a lot of times where it looks like he's going through something. What is your read on what we're watching right now?
Yeah, I think he seems to be on the verge of a hot streak. He is, in some ways, just kind of a streaky player, as we've seen in his career. I mean, he'll go months at a time where he's a 45% three-point shooter on high volume and months where he's a 27% three-point shooter. And for the Warriors' sake, this would be a very good month, just like last March and April was, for him to get really hot. They're going to need it without Steph. The word they were using last night was patience. You know, he's been so scattered and rushed and dancing with the ball a lot of the season and yelling at refs after he goes into traffic and gets the shot blocked or turns it over. Last night, just the way he was just kind of gliding off screens and, seeing the coverage and, he'll take the jumper sometimes. I like when he shoots his mid-ranger. To me, that's when I feel like when he's a 3-level scorer, I think it forces the defense to come up a little bit. It challenges the shot blockers. He seems to be gaining a little bit of rhythm. And to somewhat of your original question, I guess it does kind of take him being in the starting lineup at times. It's a lot easier for a lot of young players to just know that they're going to have a big role, large responsibility, and they're going to be out there with the other best players. I think part of Jordan Poole's struggles early in the season was the very odd lineup combinations that were always shifting around him that weren't really, emphasizing what he does well. I remember his best month ever, mid-March to mid-April last year. He got a really good Steph-like connection with Draymond Green. Well, he's got to be out there with Draymond Green.
Right. Is there any chance that they would insert him into the starting lineup if he continues to be as productive there versus on the bench?
Yeah, I just don't know who for,
Right.
If we're talking about everybody's there. And one of their arguments early in the season, because that was a talking point, was like their 5-man starting lineup when everybody's healthy remains the best 5-man unit in basketball. So, their problem wasn't the starters or who was starting games. I mean, they were crushing teams. Now, I think on certain matchups, maybe you could go small and put him in for Looney. That was the thought going into last year's playoffs because Poole was playing so well, Curry was coming back, and you thought, hey, maybe just go super small. It worked really good early in the Denver series, but we've also seen that 3-guard lineup is a little bit shaky defensively. So it's kind of, I guess, a 6-man tricky equation for Steve Kerr to manage. But as we're seeing it now, part of their explanation early in the season about hey, when can Jordan Poole start? It's hey, somebody's going to get hurt at some point. And honestly, even before Steph went down, he was starting for Wiggins. So that's the thing. When you have a player as good as Jordan Poole, even if he is your 6th man, he's probably going to end up starting 40 games during the season because guys miss so much time.
Anthony Slater with us here, 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Kyle is in for Dibbs. Anthony, can we just get an injury update? When are we expecting to see Wiggins, and what is the behind-the-scenes buzz on how long Steph's actually going to be out?
Yeah, so on Wiggins, they were kind of hinting that they were maybe a little bit hopeful for the Toronto game. I saw him out there. It would have been shoot-around in Philadelphia right after they put out the release that, hey, he's back in practice and shoot-around. And he was, after it, kind of talking to Celebrini, stretching out the adductor, which is kind of like the groin area. And they have not ruled him out officially for the New York games, but it does sound like they're maybe going to sit him the rest of the road trip, get him a long break before the Christmas game. So I could see him missing 2 more just because that is an injury where re-aggravation is it happens pretty easily if you come back a little too soon. As far as Steph goes, again, I thought Steph was pretty candid when we talked to him in Philadelphia about it, but he's gonna, he basically has this probably a 2-week period where he's got to kind of keep the shoulder stable. He's got to wait for the pain to subside before he can really strengthen the shoulder. Then it's about strengthening everything around the shoulder to try to limit the likelihood of it, I guess, popping out again, subluxation, whatever the term is. And if he can avoid that, the hope is he is back in 3 to 4 weeks from the injury. But again, a little similar to Wiggins, but I think in a more scary way. Re-aggravation is definitely possible there, so they're going to be careful. I think the last few weeks before he returns is going to be very day-to-day. Like, we won't know exactly which game. They're going to have to make sure, probably test him out in different workouts to make sure the shoulder's stable enough, because if it gets into a situation where it's popping out regularly, I think everybody who's played sports has dealt with something like this, then the concern potentially long-term would turn to, like, is surgery needed, and they're trying to avoid that, as much as possible.
Do you think that how the team looks and how they're playing will determine any of their decision-making?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if there's an extreme, if something extreme happens, like they go 2-12 over the next 14, or 12-2, nobody's predicting that, but maybe that would speed up the urgency of, like, hey, Steph's feeling pretty good behind the scenes. A lot of these, Poole had a great month. Some of the young guys are exploding. Yes, maybe they can go get another piece and it looks like a title team. Or the flip side, as I mentioned, they go 2-12. They sink deep in the standings. Maybe they've got to start looking at themselves and, like, do you punt on the year? And that also is, like, how does Steph feel behind the scenes? How is this rehab process going? So I do think the next month is really vital. But I think the key in the next month is, like, go 7-7 in the next 14 games, something like that. Then I think you're sitting fine as long as Steph is feeling okay coming back from the shoulder.
So who are they looking to during this time beyond the obvious? Like, when you watch this, the key is what? Jordan's scoring, Draymond's leadership. Like, what's really the straw that stirs the drink with no Steph?
Well, I mean, it's a whole lot of partly what you mentioned, and we could probably go, player by player down the rotation of what they need to give. I do think Klay Thompson needs to have a good month. And, you go back to last April when they secured the 3rd seed without Steph. Remember, Steph missed the last month. They won their last, I think, 5 games, something like that. Mm-hmm. But the last 3 games of the regular season, where, like, one loss would have meant they were either the 4th or 5th seed, and honestly might have made their playoffs a little bit more challenging. Klay Thompson, I think, scored like 36, 41, 33 in the last 3 games. Like, he needs some big Klay, like, detonation games. Maybe it's on Christmas against Memphis. Can you steal a win there because Klay gets really hot? Or, probably on the homestand, mostly you're thinking about Klay. But I just think he needs some big games. And that's a little bit dangerous for the Warriors, because sometimes when he goes searching for the big games, he's destructive the other way. I thought you saw that in Philadelphia. I think he was 4-16, 4-17 shooting. So you almost don't want him to overdo it, but at the same time, particularly against better competition, you do need him to just, pull one of those out of his bag where he just scores 41.
Anthony, is he ever going to play back-to-back games ever again, or is this the deal?
They say yes. They say he wants to. They've hinted that, like, they're going to try it at some point. I thought maybe on the road trip. We'll see. He's always playing the first side of the back-to-back, sitting the second, so we probably won't know until post-game tomorrow. But I bet, to answer your question, yes, I think he will at some point this season.
Okay. Anthony Slater with us here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, why doesn't Moses Moody play more? Like, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been a question all season, right? I think that, first of all, he plays a position that's behind maybe their deepest part of the roster, where, especially with Steph's healthy, you have Steph and Klay in the backcourt, you have Poole playing a bunch off the bench, and then DiVincenzo, who they signed, has been, their best veteran signing. DiVincenzo, at this point, I agree with him staying in the rotation. That kind of makes it hard to find, like, very easy Moses Moody minutes, like Kuminga's been able to, because the front court is way more unsettled. Wiseman, in the G League, JaMychal Green hasn't been that impressive. It's been easier to get Kuminga in there. And then Moody, I think his point of attack defense has been a little bit disappointing. I think the idea of him as, like, a 3-and-D guy was, like, really not to be a stopper. He didn't have to be Gary Payton II or something, but just survive a little bit better, be more disruptive out there defensively. It hasn't really happened as much as I think they'd like in year 2. Steve Kerr's mentioned the turnovers and the fouling as reasons. But generally, I still think there's been times where it's a little head scratching. He's not getting more minutes. I thought the Indiana game was a perfect example where Ty Jerome's going in before him. And that's a game steps in where, like, you don't need Ty Jerome as an extra ball handler. And Ty Jerome's a minus 17, and you're like, where's Moses Moody? He comes in, and he does more than Ty Jerome. So it's hard to find him minutes, but he still should be getting more.
Anthony, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for checking in from the trip.
All right, fellas.
Okay,
Thanks,
there it is. Anthony Slater, our Warrior Insider. You know what it is about this team? And the Clay thing for me is one of them. You asked some of the questions. Why doesn't Moody play more? Why does Jonathan Kuminga suddenly get 5 minutes? People get triggered by Ty Jerome. He's the trigger guy this year. You see him out there, you're like, gosh dang it, what the hell's going on? What are we doing? What the hell's going on out there? So here's the thing. It's kind of like, and whatever your holiday tradition is, Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate, Christmas morning when you're a kid, if you celebrate Christmas, you want it to be kind of the same every year. You have a tradition. We wake up, we do this. Like for me, it was we wake up and we were allowed to immediately do stocking presents. Santa, for whatever reason, in my house, wrapped the stocking gifts. I don't know if that's, is that I'm getting a lot of shaking heads here. I got a furrowed brow from you, Kyle, and everyone's out on that, right? Well, Santa wrapped them at my house.
Waste of paper, Santa.
Santa wrapped them at my house. Am I special? I don't think so. But that's the way it went. I think it was actually, you call it a waste of wrapping paper. I think Santa was trying to buy time. So that breakfast could get cooked.
Sure.
So it takes more time. You can't just go.
That's nice of him to do that for your folks.
Thanks, Santa.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So it was pull the stockings out, unwrap stocking gifts, then go have breakfast, then go to the living room while Dad went and did his thing. And
sure.
Dad.
Cup of coffee goes right through you.
Right. Stop taking so damn long. Felt like it took an hour and a half. No joke. And then you come out, and we were a house where nobody's opening gifts at the same time. You go around in a circle, and you watch the other person. Now I'm getting thumbs up. Watch the other person open the gift. Hey, thank you. Okay. That's good. Pay attention to other people, not just a frenzy of wrapping paper flying in every direction.
Right, because that's insane. Now, is it let's go to your house with your 3 kids. It's you and it's Abe and Jude and
Ella. Yep.
Ella.
Yep.
Do you distribute hey, here's your stack, here's your stack, here's your stack?
That's up to them. That's up to them.
So you one at a time.
If they want to
it's not everybody watches one person
open all their stuff. It's everybody watches. One person opens at a time, but if they want to put a stack on their lap, that's fine too. Or if they want to keep going over to the tree, or sometimes there's one distributor. You know what I mean?
That's key.
Right? It's almost like a Rajon Rondo of Christmas. I don't shoot, I just pass. I'm going to, look, I can read, this one's for you. Here you go. Right? All the kids are of reading age now, so they can read the tag and they can distribute. Right. So that's the way it goes. But everybody, I think when you're a kid, you want that tradition where you're like, this is what we do. Here's why I bring this up. When I'm watching the Warriors right now, what fits into that statement? This is what we do. I don't know what that is. It's different every single night. Is Clay going to play? Nope, not this time. Is Draymond going to suddenly shoot the ball every time down the court? Well, is Jonathan Kuminga, who a week ago were like, they found something. Right. Kuminga off the bench, defense, and then slam dunk, and then 5 minutes in Toronto. Moses Moody, why doesn't he play more? I'm still looking for the identity of this Warrior team, and I think they are too, where they can start a game and go, this is what we do.
Right.
Now, sometimes I understand injury forces you into, but even without it, Kuminga 5 minutes. What are we doing?
The craziest thing was Anthony's answer on why. I thought it was going to be like, I was a little banged up. Yeah, he's played a lot lately. They didn't want to, but he was like, the vibes were bad.
Yeah, he went in.
What?
Went in, looked a little sluggish. Sit down. Don't go back in again.
For the night.
Yeah. It was like, did he fumble twice? Like, right? He got 5 minutes of run, and they didn't like the way he was moving, so you sit him down. How about pull him out of the game and get into his damn shorts a little bit? That's what my coach used to do to me if I went out there and looked sluggish.
Counterpoint, they won by 16, so
Granted,
it worked.
Granted. But is it sustainable? Does what they did yesterday, does that travel to New York? I mean, I don't know. And listen, I got nothing but compassion and sympathy and cheer for everything Klay Thompson is and has been in this city for so long. But how long are we doing this? Well, he can't play the next 2 games? Steph's out. Is it that dangerous that he can't play tomorrow night, Wednesday night, then he doesn't play again until Sunday? Is it that dangerous with Steph Curry out, and he hasn't done it, 3 years since he's played back-to-back nights? It's going to be that dangerous that he can't go play basketball twice in 30 hours.
I think it's a risk-reward thing, right?
What's the risk, I guess? What's the risk?
If he gets hurt again.
But because of that, I mean, he could get hurt in any game.
Sure, no, totally. But if it's like, man, he's just not, because right now, rested Klay, well, there's a couple things. One, rested Klay may give you a 4 for 16 night. What does tired Klay look like? I think is part of the issue.
Okay.
And then B, if he doesn't think his body's there, if doctors are like, yeah, hey, you know what? Give it a year before he's really back playing back-to-backs, then so be it, because you don't want to risk losing him for X amount of weeks or the season again, because you, as up and down as he's been, you can't probably survive without him.
Look, they know more than we do, and I have the utmost respect for all of that. And again, what his body has been through, I totally understand it. But we are, and get ready, Bay Area especially, we are heading into an entire month of rest versus rust conversations. The 49ers have clinched the 3 seed. They might be the 2. Nobody seems to really care if they get the 2 or the 3. The only difference is whether they would host Minnesota or go to Minnesota, and everyone thinks they'd win by 30 either way. So what's really on the line? And so you're going to hear a lot of people go, hey, shut them down, rest, don't get hurt, watch. I promise you, here's a story before the story even happens. Someone's getting hurt over the next 3 weeks, and a group of people are going to rip the 49ers for that person being hurt, because they should just be sitting and watching, apparently, for the next month, because that works. Like, you're going to have to go play. Take the same conversation to Klay Thompson and the whole NBA, for that matter, with all of the load management. Anthony tells us this is absolutely something I want to ask Looney without putting him in a bad spot. How come you can play every night? Nobody else in the NBA can play every night. You can. Doesn't seem to bother you.
It's the fit aid.
And I know that puts him in a weird spot where he's like, what do you want me to say? I don't want to rip my teammates.
Right.
But come on. Can we play? Play the games. What are we doing?
Focusing on May and June.
Fine, and that's fair. But again, I'm talking about back-to-back nights and then 3 full days of rest before you play again.
Right.
And a day of rest right now. If there's a doc, and we'll ask Pandy on Wednesday.
Brian Feely.
We'll ask Brian Feely on Wednesday. Can you hit me with, at this point, why Klay can't play back-to-back nights? If Anthony Slater says they were already playing with the idea over the last weekend, this feels like a great spot to me, the layman. This feels like a great spot for Klay Thompson to play both games.
Sure.
It's New York. You're seeing KD on the second night. Steph's out. You got 3 days of rest after.
Should he sit the front end of the back-to-back instead of the back end?
I don't want him to sit at all. I want him
but
to.
But if you had to pick one.
Well, I don't know.
Knowing he's going to sit
Madison Square Garden's a big deal to these guys. Kevin Durant's a big deal to these guys. But you know the way the Warriors play it. They're always the most mature team in the room.
Right.
Like, they're going to just be like, well, we try to win both games, and we're going to keep an eye on.
Even if you could get him, and again, maybe there's a doctor or team doctor or Klay's personal physician or whatever that's saying, hey, he cannot play back-to-back nights. that amount of stress on his body is not good. He's not healed to X point yet. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But can't there be like a minutes restriction? Like, can you give me 15?
Right. Could you do that? If instead of 35 minutes one night, can you do 22 both nights?
Yeah.
I don't know. Something. It's all sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond, 888-957-9570. Kyle Madsen is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. And coming up next, it is the most emotional, potentially the best sports broadcasting moment in the history of the world. We'll play that for you next. Plus, Kyle watched Red Zone for the first time in his life yesterday. I mean, that's like somebody being like, yeah, I never saw The Godfather.
Oh.
Like, honestly, you've never watched Red Zone, so
Never seen The Godfather either.
Well, but that's your thing. You've missed all the good movies through the years.
Bad thing to have be my thing.
Okay, so at least you got one of them out of the way. You've now watched Red Zone. We will get a live reaction coming up next, and Kevon Looney joins us in a half hour on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Bonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. Fourth championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan, Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But Kyle is in for Dibs. Everybody say hi to Kyle. Wearing a throwback Jay Rich Thunder Warriors jersey today.
So this was the first Warriors jersey I ever owned.
Okay.
It was a Jay Rich like this. I was 11 or 12 or however old I was.
Uh-huh.
And maybe a little 13, whatever. And I had to eventually get rid of it. A, I outgrew it, and B, it got all faded and gross. So I had to get rid of it. So my buddy for Christmas this year, Mitchell and Ness remade it, and he bought it for me.
For Christmas?
And I was elated. Yes.
For Christmas?
Yes.
It's December 19th.
I opened it right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
That's just kind of how we...
I can't do that.
It's just a thing with him and I.
I know, but I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. I was one of those people that, you have those other families that open all their gifts on Christmas Eve. I'm like,
oh, that I can't do.
I'm like, oh, it stresses me out. Like my shoulders go. I'm like, like I can't do. What are you doing? You can't do that. Whatever your tradition is, I'm not like ripping it, but not for me.
Right,
I
totally.
can't. So aunts and uncles will send something in the mail. Shows up on December 16th under the tree. We open Christmas presents on Christmas.
Okay, so two weird things. One, if he had sent me this, because we just order, he lives down in Arizona, so I go on, Mitchell and Ness or Fanatics or whatever, and I send him.
It just sends it to him.
I just send it right to him.
It.
I'm
Okay.
like, I don't want to pack it, and then but if he packed it and like wrapped it and shit, it would go under the tree.
It would go under the tree. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll split the difference on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now here's someone in one of my classes told me when I was in like middle school, like, oh, we open our Christmas presents on Christmas Eve. I was like, that sounds tight. I want to get my presents earlier. Ma, can we do this? And she's like, you can open one.
One. I know a lot of people do one. Pick one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she picked it.
Of course,
She picked
because
the
you're
one.
not going to take the big grand finale and put it at the front.
Right.
Yeah, Mom knows.
So she hands me this box. I open it. It's like a shirt.
It's a belt.
And when you're 10, you don't want a shirt.
Exactly.
And so I'm like, this sucks.
Right.
I don't want to do this anymore.
You get the opening act.
Oh, wait till Christmas morning.
Every collection of gifts has an opening act. It's usually the thing when the parents are trying to even the numbers out. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, gosh, I ended up with, because I got 3 kids. Oh, geez, I ended up with 7 gifts for that one. I ended up with 5 gifts for this one. Crap, I need 2 more things. And then you just go like, find something. You're like, yeah, how about that? That's the gift.
It's a gift card.
Yeah, here you go. Boom, open that on Christmas Eve. Right, it's an opening act. But yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. They all wait for Christmas as far as I'm concerned. And speaking of which, How about some gifts from 957thegameshop.com? 5 shopping days left, and I keep hearing from more friends and family that they're hopping on there and they're buying these things. Relevant T-shirts are going hot. Brock Purdy's number 13, all courtesy of the evil mind of Kyle Madsen, and he's working on more right now. He's in the lab. Oh, wait till you see what he's got next. Wait till you see what he's got next. 957thegameshop.com. All right. Before we play the best moment in sports broadcasting history, let's go to Philmo Mike and get him on here on Willard and Dibs with Kyle in for Dibs. Philmo, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm driving to my mom's house. I'm going to wash my clothes at her house, and I'm smoking on a blunt. But listen.
It's a good day. Mike. Damn right it was a good day.
Great. Yeah. You already know. You sound great. Over the weekend, man, I was tuning in. I'm like, hold on, this boy sounds familiar. Huh. You asked Ephraim Salama a hell of a question. I was like, look at Mark.
Hey. No, Philmo, I know you're smoking a blunt, but I need you to remember, what question was it that I asked that you loved? Which one?
Oh, man, I forgot.
Yes, and it wasn't that good of a question. Oh, gosh. No, thank you, Philmo. I love Ephraim is a sweetheart of a man, a great player, a great broadcaster. I love doing that with him. For anybody who doesn't know, 5 to 8 on Fox Sports Radio, which in the absence of Warrior games or 49er Post or whatever, you can hear right here on 95.7 The Game. So you can end your weekends with more of listening to me. If that floats your boat. So anyway, we have fun with that every weekend. Philmo didn't have anything
Mike
else.
Wanted to say?
Philmo didn't have anything else. Man, he tapped out early. All right, let's go to Eric in Shasta. Hey, Eric, you're next up on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey guys, thank you. I'm driving to my cabin up in Shasta.
Well, fancy. Yep. Whoop.
Hey, you guys talked about presents and Christmas Eve. I'll tweak it a little bit. I want to give you the worst present you can get when you were growing up in the 60s, and I got one every year for like 5 years in a row. It was from Avon. It was usually a cologne brush combination or soap on the rope, and it was absolutely the worst gift, and I got one almost every year for 5 years.
Who was giving you this horrible gift?
My mom.
Okay.
She shopped through Avon, and she goes, I'll just get my son something in it, and I hated it every year, and it just sat in the bottom of the vanity until we threw it out like 16 years later.
Oh, my gosh. Well, at least you kept it for 16 years so that you made it look like you liked the gift. So that was nice of you.
Yeah, that was part of it. And then the second thing was you talked about Knicks and Nets, and I say push all the chips in on beating the Knicks and take one out of the two. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
You know what, Eric? Here's how I feel about it. And thanks, Eric. Appreciate it, man. Drive safe. I know it sounds like I just had to fend off a bunch of individual attacks on YouTube during the last break.
Per usual.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Mark and Kyle. Mark knows more than doctors for the Warriors. No, I think I said that about 3 different times. With all due respect, I don't know what's going on with Clay's body, and I have total sympathy, compassion, and respect for everything he's been through. But it's just hard. It's hard. I hate this conversation. That's my reaction. I hate going in to back-to-back games, and the conversation has to be, so which one do we try to win? Ugh. Yuck. Sure. And I know there's no solution. There's no solution. You can spread the games out more. You can try to talk about lowering the schedule, which they'll never do. Even if you do say, no, you have to play, punitive, they'll just make up injuries.
Right.
There's no solution to this. But I want the chips in the middle of the table for both games. That's what I want.
You're not going to get it.
I'm not going to get it. But I'm also not going to stop wanting it. Yeah.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. But again, the Warriors are a team that I'd be interested to see how they would operate if, let's just pick up the 2013 Warriors and drop them into now, like the more modern NBA. It's weird that 2013 isn't modern, but here we go. So if you pick them up and drop them in and out, are they I bet Steph plays 78 games probably?
Yeah. All the games.
But when your core is in its mid-30s and they've played, this is the other thing with them. They haven't just been doing this for 10 years. They've been making deep playoff runs for the better part of a decade. They have so many minutes on their bodies.
Right. They're very smart. They have the data. It worked last year. We don't need to look very far to understand how and why this can work, and I get all that. However, with Steph's injury and at 15 and 16, the question will come up. We're going to get to the question, I believe, of how much longer can you sit here, mess around, and go, but April, but May.
It has a tortoise in the hair.
Right,
vibe,
you're not even going to get to May if they don't start getting some victories at some point.
Right.
And so I don't know. I would love to see Klay Thompson play both of these games. But it seems like it's probably not going to happen. Did everybody catch this? So what a weekend of football and so much, and tucked into it, if you weren't running errands or you weren't still asleep, or if you're just, not that much of a soccer fan, was the greatest World Cup final in the history of ever. And I can say that having not seen more than about, 5 or 6 of them.
Right.
But I immediately went, well, that's the best soccer match that I've ever seen. Hey, soccer people, is there something I don't know about? Because that's the best one I've ever seen. And all the soccer people were like, that's pretty much the best thing we've ever seen. So this was the best thing we've ever seen. And Argentina defeats France 3-3 and then goes to PKs and wins it. And even if you don't love soccer, you probably know this guy, Andres Cantor. And if you don't know that name, he's the guy that goes, go, that guy.
But like a lot longer.
But like forever.
Right.
Right? Well, I learned this yesterday. He's from Argentina.
Moved to the States when he was a teenager, I think.
So when Argentina and Messi finally win in what was probably Messi's last real shot.
I already have chills.
What did it sound like? This is it.
Va Montiel. Montiel gol. Argentina campeón. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina es campeón del mundo. En el cielo lo hizo Diego, lo hizo Cuchufo, lo hizo el Tata, lo hizo Luque, lo hicieron ustedes jugadores que se ganaron el cielo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Messi es campeón del mundo. No podía ser de otra manera sino sin sufrir. Argentina, la selección argentina de Lionel Scaloni es campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo, bicho. Manolo.
I mean, full level sobbing. And if you've seen the video, whoever's sitting next to him, his spotter or whoever's in the booth with him, is literally holding him. It is practically holding him and just patting him on the back and holding his shoulder. It wasn't just that Messi got it done before he hung him up. Same for Andres Cantor.
Yeah.
Incredible moment.
And we think of Argentina as this soccer superpower, right? Because they've had Messi, and Messi's been awesome for 50 years or however long he's been around. But they haven't won one since 1986.
Right.
And they've been close, and they've had Messi this whole time, and they've just not been able to get over the hump. And it's so cool because you so rarely get to hear a person who that's his country in the biggest stage in the sport of the biggest stage of the biggest sport in the world.
Yes.
And he gets to be a fan in that moment, but also maintained his composure in a way that you have to respect.
I've listened to this 10 times. I could listen to it 10 more. I never want to stop it before it's over. It doesn't bore me. you're right. Biggest stage, biggest sport. Ephraim Salam last night, who has played in a Super Bowl, said you could fit 10 Super Bowls inside the World Cup final.
Yeah.
I understand how we view the Super Bowl and what the international audience is, but it's nothing like this. When you hear something like that, it also, for me, it puts back into the box the whole idea of U.S. soccer. We always like, oh, it's growing. We're getting there. We're going to, and 4 years from now, they're going to be better. And they are. And it is. All those things are true. And Team USA, when we host in 4 years, it could be real interesting. I think they're going to be something. But soccer in the United States of America will never be that.
No.
It will never be. There is no broadcaster who someday is going to be on Fox sobbing because his little nation, the United States of America, finally broke through and got one. Like, that's why it's different. That's why we'll never care as much as the next nation. It doesn't mean we'll never win, but it's just different.
It is.
It's just different.
Not bad.
No, it's just what it is.
It's very different.
Yeah.
Did you see the drone footage of, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on their capital city.
Oh, Buenos Aires.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you see the drone footage from it?
No.
Okay, let's take the Giants' first World Series parade and just blow that out.
Quintuple.
Yeah, like shoulder to shoulder,
the
all
whole
the way
country.
down Market, all the way down the Embarcadero.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's San Francisco and all of the surrounding Bay Area all converging on San Francisco. It was like unbelievable. It's amazing.
The whole thing was breathtaking. The whole experience was breathtaking. And yes, I would imagine no one in Argentina has even been to bed yet. And this thing is now 7 hours old. Actually, just a little bit over 24 since it went final.
Oh, yeah.
It went final somewhere around 10 o'clock in the morning yesterday. And by the way, just from a personal level, one of the more unique experiences I've ever had. My son wanted to go fishing yesterday morning. And you got to get up early to go get the trout, right? And so we head out to Bontempi.
And the Otani.
Yeah. Well, you got to get up early to get trout because if you don't get there early, he gets hurt. And then they're gone for the rest of the year. So anyway.
The Otani's biting and casting.
Thank you. Exactly. Casts it, then he bites it, then he pulls himself in. Right, he does it all. Anyway, so we go out to Bontempi Lake in Fairfax, and it's not that it slipped my mind, but I'm like, we're getting gear together. It's 30 degrees. We're doing all the stuff, and I hadn't quite tapped into the World Cup final yet. By the time we get to our spot, poles in the water, I pull the phone out, and I'm like, let's turn on the World Cup final. And it was about halftime. Argentina's already up 2-0. And I'm like, wow, okay, this is amazing. We're going to watch Messi win the World Cup. However, we're lacking a little drama here that we're thinking might come because it's already 2-0 and it looks like Argentina's got it. And so then it's a half-hour party for Argentina until Mbappe goes bing, bang, and it is suddenly 2-2. And as all of you know, what unfolds over the next 45 minutes of our lives was the most dramatic soccer experience I have ever had in my whole life. And it's on a phone out at the lake on a perfectly crisp Sunday morning. And I, with no dog in the fight, I have been to one of these countries, yay, Eiffel Tower, but other than that, no dog in the fight. And I'm yelling at my phone at a lake at 9 a.m. And Abe's like, Dad, the fish.
Scaring the fish.
There's people across the lake. You sound like a buffoon over here. I was so emotionally wrapped up in what was taking place. Every near miss at the goal. Just almost fell in the water one time. Unbelievable and unforgettable experience watching that match.
I woke up at 8 o'clock and I go to the bathroom and I lay back down and I'm like, oh, the World Cup's on. Am I going to go watch that? I lay back in bed because it's cold and my bed's warm. So I'm laying there and I'm like, am I going to head downstairs and watch the World Cup final? And then I wake up and it's 10 o'clock. So I'm like, oh, slept through it. Let me see how it went. So I open the ESPN app and the headline, I kid you not, is like, Argentina takes World Cup in most dramatic World Cup final in history. If you slept through this, you're dumb.
Right.
Just front page. Didn't have to scroll. It's like Damn it!
The headline was literally, for those of you who were driving out of Dodger Stadium when Kirk Gibson hit the home run, at least you didn't sleep through the World Cup. I mean, it was just
and I like
unbelievable.
Soccer.
Right. Incredible.
Football.
Incredible. San Leandro Stu in Alameda. Hey, Stu, you got to pick one, man. Are you in San Leandro or Alameda, Stu? What are you doing?
Well, no, I live in San Leandro, but I'm in Alameda right now. I got to do a meeting. But I tell you what, I watched the game the whole time. I agree with you totally. Messi, yes, great player and everything, but man, when Mbappe got going, and he's 23 years old, and then we get into a shootout. Now, for me, yes, I've watched a few soccer World Cups. I'm 75, so I've seen a few of them, and I started getting into it when I was 50. Now, to me, when you get shootouts, it's, you forget the team. It's who's got the better goalie. And it looked like Argentina got the better goalie. So that's it. So France lost. But as the whole game went on, it was so exciting. I don't see how anybody could pick anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I tell you what, yeah, I agree with everything you're saying from these perspectives. Like, first of all, yes, Mbappe, I think, has now solidified himself currently as the best player in the world. Messi solidifies himself maybe as the greatest of all time, but Mbappe right now, most dangerous player on the planet, Golden Boot, he did the whole thing. PKs, I know it bothers some people, but I'll say this. Thank God Argentina won, not just because Messi's last chance. Argentina's the one that had the match twice. We now get to walk away from this match going, bravo to everybody.
Yeah.
That was an unbelievable display. Mbappe, you're the best, and we'll see you in 4 years. Messi, you get the carriage and the horse and off into the sunset.
Yep.
And nobody's calling anybody a choke artist. Nobody choked anything. If France had won this, right, there would have kind of been that aspect of like, oh my God, they had it. They had it, and they lost it.
My man from France in the 123rd minute, not burying that one. Come on, man.
Wow.
The goalie made an unbelievable save.
Yeah, he did. Well, and Messi had a shot very late. High, would have been right underneath the crossbar. Goalie made a beautiful save. It was just incredible. It was layered with so much stuff.
On the Mbappe point real quick, he has 12 World Cup goals now. The record is 16. Just in the World Cups total. So he's sitting there at 12, 4 behind the all-time lead.
Yeah.
He's 23.
I like his chances.
So he's going to get 3 more of these?
Oh, I mean,
at least?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, 3, that'd make him 35. Yeah.
Like
so he'll get 3 more of these.
You think?
And he's at 12.
I mean, he'll get it. He'll get it here. He'll get it here in 4 years.
I meant 3 more World Cups.
I know, but he'll get the record on the next one.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
If this was any indication, and he's blessed with health and all of that. Okay, Kevon Looney's going to join us in about 7 minutes. John in Benicia next up on 95.7 The Game. Hey, John, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just working from home for the 3rd straight year.
Well, right.
Hi, babe.
Yeah, life comes at you slow. Am I right?
Yeah. No. Hey, about that game yesterday, I mean, you're absolutely right. The right team won, and to me, it was the only way that we would have had anything like that in the States. I mean, we had our shot in the 1980 with the Olympic hockey team, but I think we're so regionalized that we're never going to be able to get behind a sport like that. But in terms of Mbappe and Messi, that was like Kobe and Jordan. Watching the two of them, it was almost kind of like a passing of the torch, and watching Jordan walk off the stage one last time. It was an amazing game.
You're absolutely right. It's all those things. Kobe Jordan, could it be Kobe LeBron? It's always that. It was layered with the next big thing versus the best of all time on his way out the door. And it went exactly the way you would want it to go if you were a script writer. Exactly the way you would want it to go, which is greatest of all time, solidifies, and it's sitting there for him. Nope, it's taken away. Nope, he got it back. Nope, it's taken away. Yep, he got it. But the next big thing showed you the excitement that is here and is to come for the next decade.
It's kind of like a Rocky movie.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. All right. Kevon Looney joins us next. And that's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by calhope.org. Live in New York, Looney next on Willard and Dibs with Kyle in for Dibs.
It's the most wonderful time of the year on 95.7 The Game. Oy, oy, oy!
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
We're having a holly jolly time here on the Bay Area Sports Station. Yay! Wait a second. Ray, you can't open your Christmas gifts early.
Oh, bite me.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game. Ho, 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 ho.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, the final chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that fit your vehicle. Air filters, tires, headlights, brakes, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are working on connecting with one Kevon Looney live in New York, getting ready for the little two-step out there, Madison Square Garden, followed by Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets. Neither one of them have lost a basketball game in 2 weeks. Got a 7-game win streak, I think, for the Nets, a 6-game win streak for the Knicks, or maybe it's the other way around. But anyway, they're both streaking. They're going streaking! And the Warriors are going to be compromised, obviously, with no Steph Curry and I would think no Klay Thompson in at least one of the games.
Bring your green hat.
Right. Bring your green hat?
School?
Oh, yes. No. Sorry. Yes.
Nate Burleson this weekend said he was streaking down the sideline like Will Ferrell in Old School.
Did he really?
Like, I need more of this in my life.
That's impressive.
Really
That's really impressive in the moment.
Shout out to Nate Burleson.
All of this. I was even, we were just talking here during the break, like this has been so active. This sports weekend, to go from the Vikings coming back from 33 points down, the next morning you wake up, we just talked out the World Cup. Mm-hmm. Then you go through the morning witching hour, if you will, which was highlighted by the Jags rally and overtime pick six win over the Dallas Cowboys. And whenever the Dallas Cowboys lose, then another star gets added to the sky. I don't know if you know that, but it's a wonderful thing when the Dallas Cowboys lose. And then the Patriots-Raiders thing at the end of all this. I started the show at 5 o'clock last night. I'm like, who needs a drink? Like, I mean, I was exhausted. I was exhausted, but all because of fun. And I never got off the couch.
I did get a workout in yesterday.
Yeah,
Shout out to me.
Which is very opposite of the way our next guest goes about his job. Kevon Looney, the workhorse of the Warriors. Good morning where we are. Good afternoon where you are. Hey, Kevon, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, man. I'm so excited to have you on. Thank you so much for doing it. Before we dive into Warriors, we've been sitting here today talking about Christmas traditions or holiday traditions when you were a kid. What was yours like? What were the holidays like for you when you were a little guy?
It was my mom's birthday was Christmas Eve, so her and my dad would always go out and have fun, and then I would wake them guys up at 6 in the morning trying to open my gifts. But I think she usually had a hangover from the night before.
Well, plus now I'm also imagining, because the kids go in and jump on mom and dad's bed, but I imagine you to have been like 6'5". Like,
right.
So how did that work?
Definitely. I was too big to be jumping on the bed, and they told me about myself and told me to get out. We gonna open gifts later. So, yeah. So that was our tradition. Mom and dad would cook. We get up around afternoon, 12, everybody opened their gifts, and I usually got what I wanted, so I was always happy.
I know your Christmases are probably a little different now because you're playing in an NBA game every year on Christmas, but do you still keep some of those traditions?
Definitely. Basketball always been part of our tradition. We always used to watch the games on Christmas Day, me and my dad and brother and everybody, really. So for me to actually be able to play is like a dream come true. You always dream about playing on that stage. So my parents used to come to all the games, and after the game, we usually go to the house and open gifts and do kind of the same thing.
So good. Kevon Looney with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs. Kyle is in for Dibs. All right, Kevon, let's get to a little basketball. How you guys going to hold this together without Steph Curry?
It's a tough task, but I think we have the talent to do it. So, once we get Wiggs back and got Draymond back last night, that made a big difference for us. And, it's going to be tough for us, but we got enough talent to, try to hold the shit down until he gets back.
Jordan Poole had a huge game last night, a new career high, 43 points. Is he a guy that you kind of go to as one of the leaders on the team and say, like, hey, man, we need you, or does he kind of know what time it is when Steph is out?
He kind of knows what time it is. We just got to we all talk amongst each other about, everybody has to step up. Steph has big shoes to fill, so he can't. Well, no one guy can just fill his spot. So we all got to do a group effort. But he kind of knows when Steph is out that he kind of got to take more lead, got to control the game more, and be more poised. And I think he's been doing a great job at the last few games.
Come on, I want to ask you this without certainly putting you in a bad position. I mean this genuinely. In a time in the NBA where load management is all over the place, how the heck is it that you can play every game?
I mean, I've been taking care of my body really well the last few years, and I kind of found out the formula for myself to stay on the court. I've been having, I've been blessed to be healthy the last few years, and I always tell myself if I'm healthy, I'm going to play. I had a few injuries early in my career where I wasn't able to get on the floor. So I always tell myself I missed enough games for my career already. I got to make up for lost time. So that's kind of how I look at it. I have a lot of talks with the training staff, and they always checking in on me. If I always tell them if I'm hurt, I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you guys, and I'll sit out. But I've been feeling really good, and I continue to play every game if I can.
Does this interaction ever happen where they come to you and say, like, hey, you played 186 games in a row or whatever it is, like, take a night off, and you say no? Or do they know, like, hey, Loon's going to be in the game, we're good, and he'll tell us if he's not?
Oh, those conversations definitely happen. They come to me like, man, you look a little tired. You sure you don't need a rest? You sure? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm feeling good. And so we have those conversations all the time. He just always tells me, just be honest. He don't want me lying to me just to keep the streak alive. He just tells me, like, make sure you're honest with your body. It's a long season, and we're going to need you the whole year. So I've been feeling great, though, so it's still early in the season, and hopefully I can keep up the good health.
Kevon Looney with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game with Kyle in for Dibs. Come on, you mentioned those injuries you had earlier in your career, and we remember the hip, and people were starting to use the word degenerative. Well, take us back to that time. What was your level of concern that it wasn't going to get better?
I really wasn't that concerned about my health. I was kind of just more to figure out the basketball side of it. We had so much talent on the team and such high expectation. I was trying to find a way I could get on the court. But as far as the health-wise, it was kind of unknown because there wasn't a lot of people that had the same hip surgery as me, so I didn't have no blueprint to really follow. So I was kind of just, winging it and just hoping for the best. But I never lost my faith. I got good support system in my family and the training staff. They all had belief in me, so I didn't get too worried. But it definitely was tough, though.
One of the things we hear a lot about with Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman and Moses Moody is the importance of learning how to play with Stephen Curry. That's obviously something that you've learned how to do.
Right.
What did you do? Like, where do you feel like you grew the most in learning how to play with Steph so you could become such an integral part of the team?
Playing with Steph is kind of unique. It's a lot of got to make a lot of reads. He really doesn't. We don't really call a lot of plays when he's on the court because he's so good in chaos and he's good at creating havoc for the other team. So we kind of play a lot of random stuff. So you got to kind of know where to be at. You got to know where he like his shots at. You got to know when to be aggressive and when to screen in and pin in for him. And so it takes a while. It takes a while to learn, especially when you come in out of playing in a different system. I don't think many guys play the style that we play, so it's kind of tough to learn. But it took me a couple years to figure out. But once I figured out, when to be aggressive, how to play in the pocket, which way Steph likes to go, and be ready for the most random things to happen, kind of figure out how to play with him.
Is that something you have to learn just kind of by playing with him, or is that when you're on the bench and you're talking to Wiseman or Kuminga or Moody or whoever it is that something that you can kind of like instill upon them?
You can try, but I think it's the best experience is actually getting on the court with them. You can watch as much film as you want, but like I said, a lot of it is random, so you never know what's really going to happen. And Steph is a unique player, so he's always putting on the show. He's going to throw some crazy passes. He's going to shoot some wild threes that you probably wouldn't expect him to shoot. So it takes a while to figure it out. I think it's best to learn by being on the court with him and asking him a lot of questions. So that's what I did. I used to ask him which way he likes to, how should I screen for him? When should I be aggressive? Things like that. I kind of just pick his brain. He's one of the leaders of the team. He's definitely a guy who has a lot of knowledge. He's willing to share it as well.
Learn by doing is always the best way. Of course, though, the Warriors can't just hand out minutes and have everybody learn. So what are you saying to James Wiseman in particular right now as he tries to figure this out?
Just stay patient. Your time's going to come. It's not going to just come overnight. For a guy like that, who was out of the game for so long and out for a year with a real injury. So getting your legs back, getting your rhythm back, getting your confidence back, it takes a while. Even some of the best players who ever played, it takes them a while to come out off the injury. So just don't lose your confidence. You're going to be able to figure it out. And he's had so much talent. I'll get to practice against him almost every day, so I know how good he really is and how much he can offer to the game. So just stay confident, and when the time comes, just be ready. That's kind of what I kind of tell him.
Absolutely. Kevon Looney with us here on 95.7 The Game. Kevon, everyone right now knows that the Warriors handle the season with an eye on the playoffs.
Right.
But the record is also starting to make people a little bit uncomfortable, especially with the Steph injury. So how are you guys going to tackle this and still keep an eye on the postseason without, potentially not even making the postseason?
Right. We know it's time to get some wins. We're attacking it. It's time to win. It's time to. We're not looking towards the playoffs. We're trying to win, get better right now. We know we have a high ceiling, but we're not playing all the way to our potential. So we just got to continue to build good habits, and we feel like we keep building the right habits and playing the right way. Things will take care of themselves. We've been proved that we can play against some of the best teams, and we can beat the best teams in the league right now. But we also have shown that we can lose on any given night. So we got to become more consistent. Start putting some wins together, and I think we'll be in the right place. Not having Steph is going to hurt us a lot, but I think we showed last night that we can win versus anybody. We have enough talent. We're deep enough, and I think this experience that the young guys are going to be able to get is going to be valuable for us.
Back-to-back double-doubles for you, an assist shy of the triple-double a couple nights ago. Are we getting that triple-dub this year, Kevon?
I hope so. I think I got close. Maybe I get close again. I've been playing really well. It's the best I felt in my career. So, I expect great things out of myself. So, hopefully I can get that off my bucket list.
Kevon, next two nights, what hits the heartstrings more? Getting to play at MSG or getting to see KD?
I've been thinking about that the last couple of days. I'm not sure yet. Playing in the Garden is always an amazing experience, but all the history we got with KD, winning a championship with him, and you don't get to see him often because of him being on the East Coast. I'm kind of excited to play against him. I got to train with him a lot. I learned a lot from him, so I'm kind of excited to get on the court with him. I'll probably lean with KD.
Okay. Yeah.
You've been on the road. You've been on the road for about a week. Do you have a favorite road city in the NBA, and why is that your favorite city?
For me, if I was just going to visit, it'd probably be LA. It's close enough to San Francisco. It's not a long flight, and I went to UCLA. But the one time a year I get to go back home to Milwaukee is always a lot of fun for me. I don't get to see my family and friends that often. The ones back at home in Milwaukee, and so for me to go there and get to play in front of them guys is always a lot of fun. So that's probably my favorite time of the year is to get to go back home.
Kevon, great stuff, man. Happy holidays to you. Thank you so much for spending some time, and enjoy the two games in New York.
All right, thanks, man. Happy holidays.
Okay, there he goes. Kevon Looney on 95.7 The Game, and he's just the best. He's the best. He's one of those, you know what I mean? There's those people when you just talk to them. The Warriors have a few of them. I think Bob Myers is one of these people. Steve Kerr is one of these people. Kevon Looney's one of these people. You just talk to them. I don't know. You just get good feels.
Right. They just kind of get it.
Yep. Totally.
Kevon Looney is I felt like the Giants in their 2010 through 14 run had a bunch of guys that were like, that guy's not going to the Hall of Fame. He might never make an all-star team, but damn, I love having that guy on my team.
But important. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Kevon is like the poster child for that.
I also feel like, and I wonder if you agree with this, the whole vibe around Kevon Looney really took another step forward and changed at the beginning of this year because of the role that he played in the post-Draymond punch saga and the way that Steve Kerr pointed to him so many times. Looney is what did he call him? The moral compass of our team.
Something like that.
And said, wise beyond his years, and I'll ride with Loon. And I feel like we all knew that Looney was a solid presence, an Iron Man, a guy who was underappreciated around the league. His free agency this past offseason, you really felt it from fans. We're like, you cannot let this guy get away. And so we knew all that, but I don't think we knew this. I don't think we knew on a team that has Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay and Kerr and even, Zaza, like the people who have been through so much. I don't think we knew that Kevon Looney was such a emotional centerpiece of the entire roster.
No, well, it took until, and I might be off by a year or so, but it really felt like the Kevon Looney thing was a Warriors only thing. Like, that's our guy. Yeah, Kevon.
Right.
Way to go. You got a double-double. Right on, dude. But then he comes out in the playoffs last year and was awesome.
Oh, man, that Dallas series.
Instrumental to them winning the final. And it went, he's awesome just for anyone.
Right.
This isn't just a little bit hey, here's our fun little side player. He's a key piece. And then that led into what you're talking about this offseason. And yeah, I think that he feels like one of those guys that you don't want to disappoint. So when he comes down on somebody and is like, dude, come on. I think it really probably drives home.
Totally. I mean, it's funny the way you're even saying that. It makes me like my dad's not a yeller. Mm-hmm. If my dad ever raised his voice at you, whoa, you just stopped. You're like, oh, okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Like just because you're mad, like I'm wrong and I don't want to disappoint you. Yeah, maybe it feels that way a little bit with Kevon Looney. Just a huge piece of this thing. And then the question that we asked him there, I don't know how to process this and get it to a spot where it doesn't make me get annoyed with other players and the whole league. He just admitted to us not only does he play every night and has figured out a way with his body in order to do that, he admitted to you that the team has come to him at times and said, maybe a day off. And he's like, how about you go get a snack and leave me alone? I mean, he is not going to take a day off. And if he can figure that out at a position that is maybe even more physically taxing than others, he's got the 7-footers leaning on him and pushing him and elbows flying everywhere, then why can't the rest of you? Why? And I'm not forget Clay for a second. His body's been through hell. I'm not even talking about just the Warriors. The whole league. If Kevon can do this, he's a starter. He's a high minutes guy also. He's a push and shove underneath the hoop guy. If he can figure this out and he can take it personally, why can't the rest of you?
Maybe because he's 26.
Okay. It's a fair answer.
And he plays 25 minutes a game instead of 34. Is those 9 minutes making a difference?
I mean, I guess cumulatively they do.
Like this is where like the not a doctor thing comes in, because I don't know if they track everything, right? They're tracking how many miles they're moving, they're tracking their heart rate, and they're tracking so many things on these players that maybe there's just something with him and his body and the way he trains that they're like, yeah, hey, you have the option to have the night off. With other guys, they're like, dude, you are going to see a significant decrease in performance if you play. You're going to hurt the team, so you are not going to play tonight.
Yeah, and I get it. He's 26, right? Andrew Wiggins is only 27. Wiggins does it less. Like, I fully understand the Steph, Clay, Dre. I get it when you're in your mid-30s. But let's look around the league. It's not only guys in their 30s. That's not it. It's everybody. It's absolutely everybody that's at a high level. If you're a star player, you get nights off. You saw what the Brooklyn Nets did last week. They sat 9 players. I'd give anybody $1,000 right now if off the top of their head they could name 9 Brooklyn Bonte's not here. Anyway, right?
That he's screaming at his radio right now.
Name 9 Brooklyn Nets, which means somebody got load managed who you haven't even heard of.
Yes. That's a correct thing.
Come on. So, sure, there's context. There always is. But this is just, of all the problems that leagues have, like I've been going crazy over the last 5-6 weeks about roughing the passer, okay? And I understand officiating mistakes. It happens in every league. It doesn't even usually bother me that much. There are certain plays at certain times. Go back to the Saints and Rams in the playoffs a number of years ago, the Alvin Kamara, obvious pass interference, that kind of stuff. But even things like last night, if you watch the end of the Commanders-Giants game, was it PI on the last play? Like, unquestionably. Mm-hmm. But have you ever watched an NFL game where you're not questioning a PI play? Like, that happens every game. It's not that big of a deal. The roughing the passer thing is worthy of rule adjustments in the NFL. It is like you cannot ask players to physically do things that the human body can't do and then penalize them when they can't do it. So that is adjustable. This load management thing in the NBA, it doesn't have an answer. And that's what's so frustrating about it. You can't legislate it. You can't change the schedule. There's nothing you can do. And we're crazy to think that it's not going to get worse. Why wouldn't you? If you're going to sit out 10 games in 2022, why wouldn't you sit out 20 games in 2030?
Was it Baxter Holmes that wrote the big piece for ESPN, that like 2-part piece on how like 18-year-olds are coming into the NBA, 19-year-olds are coming into the NBA with the bodies of like guys in their mid-30s because of how much AAU basketball they play.
Yep.
And I wish we had Dr. Pandya this week, because that's something that he harps on a lot, is multiple sports. Like not focusing on one sport, because it you use the same part of your body over and over and over and over. And I think that kind of has a role to play in it as well. The 5 guys who played 82 games last year, there were 5 of them.
Okay. 2
of them were centers, Kevon Looney and Dwight Powell, but only 2 of them played more than 30 minutes a night.
Okay.
So I think that...
And they were?
It was Sadiq Bey, played for Detroit, good player, but they weren't going anywhere, and Mikal Bridges for Phoenix.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting.
I don't know. It must just be like a personal choice. Some of these guys are like, no, I'm not doing it. You know, it sounded to me like Looney takes it personal. And I love that, you know, he drew a line to the injuries he had, and he's like, that was my load management.
Yeah.
I missed enough games already.
Yeah.
So now I'm making up for it. I know he was being a little tongue-in-cheek, but I don't know. That whole thing right now is just, sometimes we forget in the effort. Like, I'll even give you this example. Mike Tomlin had a quote late last week about feeling like fantasy football and gambling are a really negative distraction to football. And he was responding because people were coming down Minkah Fitzpatrick's road because he got a turnover late in a game and he could have easily run it back for 6 points. But instead he did the smart thing. He took a knee, and then the game was over, and it became a story. Minkah, why don't you go pick 6? I have the Steelers over 37.5 and blah, blah, blah. It happens every week. But instead of just shrugging it off, Tomlin goes into a whole thing about, wow, this is a distraction from watching men achieve goals, and it's like, pipe down.
That's annoying.
I understand you're a coach, and it's simply about wins and losses, but too often we get into this spot where we forget this is an entertainment company. Mm-hmm. It's what they are. Mm-hmm. And an entertainment company cannot have its entertainers just decide not to entertain.
Right.
That's a humongous problem.
But also not a great bet if you had the Steelers over and you needed a pick 6 in the final seconds to swing that.
There's
like,
that
that's
too.
on you.
Well, there's that too. There's that too. Yes.
Yeah, I get it. But at the same time, like, this is why so many people are interested in the NFL.
Totally.
So,
yeah, this is what we're doing. I'm like,
nobody's not. The Steelers don't get a loss because people complained
Well, and don't attach yourself to being not fun. Yeah. That's always my rule. Don't attach yourself to being not fun. That's what we're doing here.
Isn't Mike Tomlin the guy that tripped a kick returner on the sideline?
I think it might have been. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're getting a thumbs up on that. Yes. Yeah. All right. Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. I haven't heard about your first ever Red Zone experience yet. So that happened yesterday. We'll get to that and so much more after an unbelievable NFL weekend coming up around the bend on Willard and Dibs.
Let me guess. It happened again. You're out holiday shopping at the last minute. No judgment here. That's why I went to Kohl's, where I earned a ton of Kohl's Cash and found what I needed for less. Like stocking stuffers starting at $6.39 and silver jewelry sets for $17.59. Plus, I got Sephora fragrance sets for $25 and under and saved 20% off other presents. More gifts and more savings. It's Kohl's, even at the last minute. Select styles, 20% offer ends December 24th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash not valid on Sephora at Kohl's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas, exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity.
Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard. Welcome back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How did we not play that for him?
I mean, seriously. Wow. Now you got to wait like 6 months till we have him on again to play that for him.
Call him back.
Yeah, call back Kevon, please. And I'll mispronounce his last name, and then we'll go from there. Kevon Looney joins us here on Willard and Dibs with Kyle in for Dibs. Hi, Kevon. And then we'll go from there. We'll see where it goes. That was fun listening to him talk about his. If you miss Looney, go to the app, Odyssey app, right? Favorite all the shows, subscribe, and join in on Willard and Dibs. You can listen to the Kevon Looney conversation. We talks about his childhood holiday traditions, which start with his mom and going out on her birthday on Christmas Eve. And usually being hungover on Christmas.
Trashed.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Hey, by the way, getting trashed on Christmas Eve, same.
Winner. Yeah.
Big same.
I mean, can you imagine? Just now, let's be Kevon's mom for a second. Let's walk on her shoes for just a moment, okay?
Oh, I don't do well in heels.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to make you.
Okay.
So you're Kevon's mom. It's your birthday, right?
She has flats.
You're raising, certainly for the holidays, okay? You're raising Kevon, right? So that's probably $1,000 a day in food. So, right, life is, right, comes at you fast. Mm-hmm. And so it's your birthday, and you're like, damn it, today's about me. We're going to go relax. We're going to go out. We're going to have some drinks. And we're going to come back. And tomorrow's going to be a holiday. And after all of that, here comes this massive human being who you've named Kevon at 6 a.m. Can you just imagine that? Like, you've had one too many. You just want to sleep in. It's the holidays. And here is Kevon Looney at your bed.
Like,
wake up!
Santa came!
So good. He'll be like, Mom, no days off. No days off. Today's the day, and so we play. Oh, my gosh.
He's like, Kevon, aren't you tired? I'm not tired.
Let's go. Oh, gosh. That's a very funny visual.
I'm going to be playing a bunch of Christmas Day games. I got to make up for lost time.
We only got like 2 Christmases left until I got to work every single one of these for the rest of my life. All right. 5 shopping days left. Get your butt over to 957thegameshop.com. Get your relevant T-shirts. Get your What Are You Doing T-shirts, hoodies, whatever you want. Get them for the holidays. Get them fast. They're going fast. New items coming every week. 957thegameshop.com. All right, 888-957-9570. Back to the phones in just a second. So you watched Red Zone for the first time yesterday.
First time ever.
Okay, now how did this go, and why not till now?
First time really engaging. We have it on here on Sundays, but I'm usually working, getting stuff prepped. I'm not like super locked in.
Right.
So the 49ers didn't play. I was home, and the only game on my regional television was Chiefs-Texans. I was not super interested in Chiefs-Texans, if you can imagine.
Right.
So I have a Fubo TV subscription. So I popped onto there, and they have Red Zone.
They do.
It's like, cool. So I go to Red Zone. And, man, what an experience. And I think it helped. Yep. I think it helped that I watched on the most epic Sunday of the year where all but like 2 games were decided by 1 score and a bunch went to overtime.
Yeah, it was intense. It was intense.
It was just like the last time I went camping. Intense.
Yes. I got it.
Intense.
It did take me a second and a half, and then I got it.
So, so there's all this. And I thought, because I've always been, even like my folks had Sunday ticket when I was growing up, and I would go to whatever game I was most interested in, and that was the game I locked into. At a commercial, I might flip over to a different game, but I was dialed into whatever, Jets-Lions, or whatever game I thought was going to be interesting. So this is the first time I've ever tried the whole like bouncing around experience. I didn't know that when they cut to a different game, that they'll show you like, hey, Philly's on the Chicago 6.
Right.
Here's the play that got them there.
Yes.
They show you that. They give you a little setup. The quad box, incredible. I overestimated how much I would miss the non-football parts of the game.
Right.
Like when they're like, hey, they're going to take a second after this play. We're going to go watch a different game for a minute. And it's like, whoa.
Really, all you have to get over, I just think, because, again, it's partially because we do the show here. It's partially because I love this stuff injected into my veins. It's partially because I do a show that starts at 5 o'clock after all the football. But you watch that thing, you will get to 5 o'clock, and you will feel like you saw all of the games.
Yes.
All of them. You saw all of them. You missed nothing. Someone can reference, this happened on 3rd down in Denver. You're like, yep, I saw it. You see everything. I honestly think, and we're not doing a commercial right now, it is the best thing on television. The only thing you have to get over, and certain people are wired one way, other people are wired another way. I work on this stuff. I love this stuff. It doesn't bother me one iota, but I know a lot of people who are like, this is too frenetic. And I can't, as soon as I'm like, oh, I'm into the story of what's happening here, I blink, and then I come back and I go, all right, what happened? And they're like, no, we're on a different game. No. You're like, well, wait, but what happened in Houston? Right. Oh, yeah, no, we're in Detroit now.
Right.
What happened in Houston? We'll get back to that. Someone called timeout, and you're like, well, I didn't know that because I went to the restroom. Well, you got to keep up. I mean, I changed dinner plans last night because I was going to cook Abe something special. I was going to cook it for him, and I got to, I got to do this at about 3:30. I got to start the prep, and we went into that vortex of Chargers and Titans and Raiders and Patriots, and I had fantasy stuff even going on in Denver. There was all these things happening, and I kept going I'm going to go get started. I'm going to go get started. I'm going to go, and then at 4:30, my show's starting in a half hour, and I looked at him and I go, how about if I just run down the street and get you a burrito? He goes, well, will you make the thing that you were going to make tomorrow? Yeah, I will.
Yeah, man, I got you.
Can't pull myself away from this stuff.
Yeah.
Commercial free. The whole damn day. It's the best thing on TV.
I'm a football guy.
Yeah.
I did feel like a football guy. Yeah, and the thing is like, they'll be at, because there's no other game on, so they'll be at Texans-Chiefs, and the Chiefs are going to snap it from their own 26. And then they'll cut away from it to show. And like you said, my brain immediately goes, wait, I need to see what happened on that snap. But realistically, if something important happened,
they'll tell you.
They would go back to it.
Right. Because it might have just been a run up the middle for 2 yards.
Right. And I didn't miss it. I thought I was going to miss it.
It's a beautiful thing.
I didn't miss it.
It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Kind of like when Robin calls. I think Robin wants to say something about Kevon Looney. Hey, Robin, you're on with Willard and Kyle Madsen. Hey, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
What are you doing?
I am sitting here. My boss, one of them, I have 3 jobs, gave me $100.
Join the club.
And it may not seem like a lot to people, but when you got 70 cents in the bank from shopping so much, the $100 is like $1 million. So I'm sitting here.
Yep.
I feel it.
Amen this week.
I wanted to say to you before I talk about Kevon that I agree with Phil Moore. It's a pleasure to hear you on Saturday. I'm always in my car. I love all the shows. I can only pick one to call in a week, so I called you. It's nice to hear the balance because that after you guys go off, it's all about LA, and then they always have this skewed, I can never say that word, skewed, SK, I guess perception of the Bay Area when they talk about sports up here.
That's I'm setting them straight, Robin. I'm setting them straight because the Lakers are irrelevant. The Rams are going into an 18-year rebuild, and on the low key, the worst big team offseason in baseball this year has been the Dodgers. So take that, and I tell them every weekend.
And you let Ephraim know that, and he didn't like that. Baby. And you were like, that might be true, but you're not going to stack them anytime soon, baby.
That's right.
Right? Now, but here's what I want to say, you guys, real quickly before you kick me out the air. I enjoyed the interview with Kevon. Kevon, even though he's a tall giant and looks like he could be Robert Parrish's second cousin or something, he does strike me as a kid that, or like somebody on the basketball court, like, would pick a fight, want to fight Loon. He's like, are you serious? Are you really trying to fight Loon, of all people? But this is what I want to know. This fan base, Willard, you said something that they loved him. They did not always love him. When did this love affair start? Because I think up until last year on the air, and Kyle, I think you could back me up on this. They were always saying Loon was useless. Loon can't do this. Loon can't do that. We need to trade him with a package for this and that. Those of us who understood what Looney meant, even though his health wasn't that good, he knew how to play with Steph. He knew where to be on the court, even though he couldn't stay healthy. I think one of the valuable assets of Looney, even though he's not the most athletic, is that Clara would say last year, no, we don't have bigs. No, we don't have big athletic people, and that's why, but that's not why we're not getting killed in the middle. If we rebound, that would overcome that problem. And it seems that particular job has been given to Looney to do, and that was the key reason, one of the reasons why we won the damn chip last year.
Yeah. Robin, always love hearing from you. I think the love affair went from he's just kind of there to a massive love affair in the Dallas series. Yeah. Whatever it was, it went through the moon at that point. More on that coming up next. Plus, if you haven't heard Julian Edelman react to the Raiders-Patriots final play, I think you might like it. So that's coming up next as well. And then Guru and Larry are going to jump in here with us as well. It's Willard and Madsen on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, and it is all sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's the most wonderful time of the year on 95.7 The Game. Oy, oy, oy!
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
We're having a holly jolly time here on the Bay Area Sports Station. Yay! Wait a second. Ray, you can't open your Christmas gifts early.
Oh, bite me.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game. Ho, 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 ho.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of Poole, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And that's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
What if this holiday season you could give your loved ones the gift of never, ever having to bend down or touch their shoes to put them on? Like ever again. That's a pretty powerful gift. And that gift would be new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. That's right. With new Skechers slip-ins, your loved ones can just step in and go to put their shoes on. Plus, they come in all your favorite fashionable styles for the whole family, including kids. Find slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
In Burlingame, mostly cloudy this afternoon, highs near 51.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard and Dibbs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing? I'm listening.
Well, no, what are you doing, Goo? You're like 12 feet from us right now. If we're going to play that at this hour, just have him come in and do it live. He's right next door. He's right on the other side of the wall. Goo's going to be in here in just a second, and we're going to hang out with him for a little bit. And then Larry will be all along a little bit after that. I think that Larry's having some Bay Area roadways escapades, and we'll hear about that a little bit more later. But
Can't wait.
All is fine, and Guru will be in here in just a second. So I know you cut this. Do we have it somewhere? Where's the Julian Edelman thing? You guys got it? Okay.
Yeah, they got it.
So check this out. So Julian Edelman goes to Vegas, and he takes in a little Raiders-Patriots yesterday. And Julian Edelman comes from the do your job, no days off, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady Patriots regime. We're not used to watching this team be the Keystone Cops, but it was yesterday at the end of the game. And so Edelman shot this video of himself in the stands right as the Raiders won the game, and it touched our hearts in so many ways.
What the are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
That was his reaction.
Thank you, Julian.
That's the extent of the video.
What are we doing?
And then he playfully throws his hat.
What? Which was a Boston Red Sox hat.
Right.
What are you doing? What are you doing? That is going to be a signature moment of some sort this season. I do think we may get to the end, and the reason the Patriots aren't in is because of that play.
Yes. Like, something's going to happen the last week of the season where they win, but, like, they don't get the help they need. And that's going to be like, hey, if this moment goes differently, they're in the playoffs.
I mean, the Jets ended up losing, so the Patriots are like it was there for them to move ahead. And I think that they've got, let's see, they haven't played the Chargers, but I'm pretty sure the Patriots right now have or would have had the tiebreaker over the Chargers. So even with the Chargers beating Tennessee, Patriots in line to go to the playoffs if they win yesterday. Now, I will add this. If there are 3 games left on your schedule that you don't want, that's what the Patriots have. The remaining schedule for New England goes Bengals, Dolphins, Bills. That's the remaining schedule. So add that into what you saw yesterday, and it's entirely possible, if not probable, that we have watched the final Patriot victory of the year. So it's not just that they they didn't just fall out of the last playoff spot. Like, they needed that. They absolutely had to have that. And instead, they found the most delicious way to lose that. Oh, and can I ask you a question that no one's asked about that game? So this brand new stadium, Las Vegas, Nevada, state of the art.
Allegiant Stadium.
State of the art.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell is some ceiling camera the only view we've got of that Raiders game-tying touchdown with Keelan Cole in the corner of the end zone? I don't know if his foot was out. It kind of looks out, but there's definitely nothing definitive about it.
Right.
But I'm just pretty used to, in 2022, the NFL has cameras on all the end zone lines so that we can see if somebody's feet were in or not.
This is one of my biggest gripes with the NFL. Like, forget penalties and officials and all that. How is it that in 2022 we're spotting the ball the same way they did in 1922?
Well,
how is that a thing? Additionally, on those same lines, how is it that in the World Cup we can find out that a guy is offside by the hair of his rear end?
That's gross.
But we can't figure this out, whether his foot was inbounds or not, because the angle matters, right? Remember that goal Japan scored where it looked like the ball had gone out across the end line?
Yes. I do remember the goal you're talking about.
But then when you get that like down the line VAR technology, you saw, that little slice of the ball was in, so it's in. How does the NFL how have they not invested in this technology to ensure that plays like this don't happen?
I mean,
you can eliminate human error, eliminate it.
Like the 4 corners of the end zones have what's called pylons on them, right? They get those little orange cones, if you will, sitting there. How's there not a camera in each one? How's that?
They have one down the goal line.
Yes.
Put one more camera going the other way.
Or like, yes, there should be one on the back line, and then the sidelines, and the goal line, and all of the lines. I'm sure the NFL can afford it. I know they can.
Yes.
I know that they can afford it.
They definitely can.
Right? So that was an under-discussed because so many other things happened this weekend. Right? The Patriots with the most embarrassing play I can remember in a decade. The Vikings overcame a 33-point deficit. The Jaguars with their pick six to beat the Cowboys. There were so many crazy things that happened this weekend that no one's ever going to get to the discussion about how the heck did you end up with a game-tying touchdown with under a minute to go and not have a camera angle to tell us if it was actually a touchdown. Very, very weird. Now, if it all just leads to the Patriots getting hosed by the Raiders, I'm fine with it.
Sure,
right?
Sure.
Like, this was one of those weird scenarios where,
crying tears for the Patriots.
I'm pretty sure he was out of bounds, and I'm pretty sure we don't care.
Right.
Because it just feels like you deserve that.
Yeah.
And a bunch more. But still, underlying all of that is the point. How? How was that the best angle that we could get? It literally looked like someone had phone video from the 300 section.
Yes.
They're like, I don't know. What do you think? Is this foot in or not? I'm like,
and the lead official says after the game, like, "Oh no, we looked at all the angles."
Yeah. Oh,
like,
did you
now? That's not good, man.
Yeah. He's like, we looked at all the angles. There were two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw the TV and they blew it up. And
one of them,
what are you going to do?
was a guy at the 50-yard line, couldn't tell from over there, and the other guy was sitting up there fixing something in the rafters. He got a good shot of
They're
it.
doing a Twitter search of like video Keelan Cole touchdown.
Super weird. Super weird. All right. Great stuff today. Comments in all week. We're going to have all kinds of fun as we walk you all the way up to Christmas. Hanukkah's already here, so we'll have a Hanukkah update every day the rest of the week. The Hanukkah update today was actually quite a spicy one, and as Guru joins us, hey, buddy, good morning. How you doing?
Sounding great. What's up, man?
Well, the Hanukkah update was very, very unsettling for me. My mom's maiden name is Schneiderman. We've celebrated Hanukkah my whole life. We don't do it in the...
Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you. We don't do it in the traditional sense because I've never been to temple in my life. I did not have a bar mitzvah, nor did we have gifts every night for 8 nights. They're just like, let's be efficient. How about let's pick one night? We'll go to grandma's house. Here's your Hanukkah gifts. Plus,
that's just Christmas.
Thank you. Christmas, but it also worked as a Christmas pregame show, which I don't think my mom meant to do. But Hanukkah almost always before Christmas, so the date would be something before Christmas. And similar to what we talked about earlier, you don't want to spill all the great gifts at the beginning. Right. So Hanukkah, like she bought into her own negative stereotype, which is that the Hanukkah gifts were like socks. And then for Christmas,
the free gifts.
Then you get a gumball machine for Christmas.
A gumball machine?
I did. One time I got a gumball
machine. Like a full-sized?
Like it wasn't on a stand. It was just like you could put it on your dresser. It was about that big. Gumball machine.
Rent.
And it was free.
Yeah.
Just
Sweet.
spin it. Gum.
Did you do gumballs or did you do like M&Ms?
Actual gumballs. Gumballs. Yeah. I think the M&Ms would have just slipped right through the hole. Like they're
I see.
too small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I can't even remember why I got. So the Hanukkah update today. I got my son. I got my son lighting the first candle on the menorah last night, and I put it on my Instagram story.
There you go.
And my mom immediately DMs me on IG.
Hilarious, first of all, by
and
itself.
goes, right, like, Mom, I think you've got my number. You can go direct. You don't need to DM me. But she responds and goes, because I had the first candle, in the all the way to the left slot on the menorah.
Okay.
So she DMs me and goes, turns out you're supposed to go from the right to the left on Hanukkah. And I felt embarrassed. I felt embarrassed for 1 second until I read her next sentence. We always taught you wrong your entire childhood.
Wow, there it is.
So now I'm like a left to right guy. Like it's been that way since I was 5 years old.
Sure.
You can't tell me at age 47, now we got to start doing the menorah from the other side.
Well, she owned it, though. She owned it.
Right. But
we
I
taught
looked at
you wrong.
But ask me which side I'm going from tonight for night number 2. We're going from the left to the right.
Right, you're going Aaron Banks.
I'm not changing this thing now.
That's a 3.
I haven't done anything traditional in Judaism my whole life. Why should I start now?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
All right. Listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1.
Thanks, Willard.
San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Hi, Goo.
Hey, I want to ask you this. I want to ask about the Cowboys second, but first, do gift cards work as a gift? Are you pro or anti gift card as gift? I'm pro.
You know what? I'm not a snob, So it's the thought that counts.
Yes.
And I'm going to give thumbs up on the gift card count. Because I could have not thought about your ass, whoever you are out there. You know what I mean? I could have really not have thought about your ass. But I put something in this envelope. So to me, where's the audience for you to complain that they've got me a gift card?
Okay.
It works, Kyle.
That means so much to me when someone's like.
The answer is yes.
They went to Starbucks and they're like, oh, Kyle, I'll just get him this. I'm going to use that. Thank you.
There's an intricate answer to your question. There's a very intricate answer to your question. The answer is yes, ... but it is for certain people in certain situations, okay?
Ooh.
If you get your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your spouse, if you just go gift card.
Okay.
If I've got three kids and I got a list of a list of problems and a list of gifts that they want, and I go, I know you want a hoodie and you want, like whatever, you want a new Xbox game, and I just go, gift card, you do it. Yeah. That's weak. Now, if I'm sending something to a friend, nieces, nephews, I don't see you more than once a year, so I don't know what you're into, then completely above board.
Okay, so my niece and nephew. Nephew is 9, niece is 13. 12, 13? I'm bad. I'm a bad uncle.
Whatever.
But they live in Japan.
You definitely should get a gift card if you don't even know how old they are.
Okay, so they live in Japan. I've seen them once in the last 6 years. I saw them recently. I saw them this summer. When I get them Christmas, I can just go Amazon gift card, right? Instead of going to their Amazon wish list and like picking something.
No doubt. Absolutely.
Okay.
And they will appreciate that.
Okay.
And they will appreciate that.
Like, hey, Uncle Kyle thought about this.
Yeah. Like my nieces, my nieces on their birthday, like pow, just on their phone. Poof. Yeah. Amazon gift card. Just gets texted to them.
That's amazing.
And they're like, yeah. Right? Like, go get yourself something.
Yeah.
Love you. Happy birthday. Go get yourself something nice. Or something mediocre. I'm not going to spend that much. You know what I mean?
No,
that's how it works. That's how it works.
Kyle, I need your help.
What's up?
So Friday show, Steiny's last show, he's probably somewhere having fun with the fam.
Yeah.
He kind of backed me. I backed myself into these corners, but we were having some fun about pickup. And I talked about when the game's on the line and it's 8-3, we're down. I may say a 6-5 just to see who's following, right? You never know. So anyway, the hate and vitriol I got on IG, Twitter, Guru, you're a cheat. I'm disappointed. I'm like, look, I don't do it the whole game. And Steiny went crazy like I, struck a nerve with him about his playing days, his old playground playing days. So I say that to say, in that same conversation, we talked about December birthdays, which my oldest, Donovan, turned 20 today on the 19th.
Oh, happy
I'm
birthday.
An old geezer. It's his day, but I'm thinking, you got a 20-year-old. With that said, on the show, I said, you know what? Whatever I get Donovan, because Christmas is in 6 days, I half it. Pops puts the dollar total on everything, but I half it. I can't go all the way in. I know what I'm getting you. So they're items, but I half it because we got something in 6 days. You gotta,
So I just want to make sure I'm following. So I'm going to just pick a number just for sake of round numbers. So say $100. I'm spending $100 on this person. That's so you go 50 for the birthday and 50 for the. Okay.
It's more than 100. You know what I mean?
I know. I just wanted to round
kind of has figured this out. But Steiny was so perplexed because his dad. He goes, "Oh, the worst birthday." I go, "No, you just half it. You go 50% on the birthday, which is substantial. You don't go cheap. And, Tom Hanks, you go big." But you're big, little big, right? You know what I mean?
So look, I guess my next question, because now we got to interview you.
All right.
If his birthday was in June, would he be getting more by the end of the year?
At the end of the day, on that specific day, he would get more. But when it's all said and done, on the 26th, he's gotten the same.
Okay.
That he would get if his birthday was just in June.
If at the end of the year you're getting the same thing, then you can split it all up however you want. But if somebody is literally at an advantage when their birthday is in July.
That's my guru now.
I mean.
Now I'm making more the way you said it.
But here's where I get it. Look, we all get to this week. I'm going to speak to all of you now. I know. Robin called in earlier. She's like, I got 70 cents in the bank account. You get to this week, and all of a sudden, you're like, damn. I think I might have went a little over the top. Man. right? Like you get here, you want to give everybody everything, and then there's that game I told you that you end up playing when you got kids. You're like, oh, I'm gonna get this one that, and you get this over here, and then you get to the end, you're like, damn it, I bought too much for this one. Yeah. Now I got to buy 2 more for that one, which means 2 more for that one, and this game keeps getting played until you get to this week, and you're like, oh man, I overdid it. There's no money left for anybody, so I get it. Like, whatever you need to do to get through December, get through December. Hashtag payday on the 23rd.
Dude, how big is that?
God.
I've learned today that Christmas is very different once you have children.
And I'm in go ahead, because you're preaching.
I have cats. I throw a toy at them. They have no idea. They're idiots. Yeah. They're stupid. They don't know. They're just like, it's a toy.
Yeah, but here's the problem. That when you have the kids and you add them to the pets, the kids think it's a fun game. I guarantee you, my daughter's some point this week, can we go shopping for the dog? And then we have to have the dog Christmas on Christmas Eve. And so now we're going to go spend $150 on the dog.
That's too much.
It's too much.
I'm like $25 on cat toys.
Totally. But she's going to try. She'll try. If and my whole goal this week, I have many goals, but the number one goal is to stay out of the pet store with my daughter because she will want to buy all of it for the dog. So this is what I'm talking about. It's a snowball.
Get her, do we have a pet store sponsor? We should get her.
We should, right on the table. Petco, Pet Food Express, whoever you are.
PetSmart.
Your ad here. Sure.
Right.
PetSmart.
Right.
Yeah.
Get her a gift card to her favorite pet store.
In her stocking.
Hey, here you go. Now you can throw Penny her Christmas.
By the way, that's the other gift card answer. Like little gift cards, I think are great stocking stuffers,
well,
right? Just little
here,
ones, right?
$9.
Even a $5 Starbucks.
Random gift card amounts, by the way, are super my bag. Okay. Like here's $9.64.
$6.
Do you guys have any rituals on New Year's, Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve?
Yeah. The in-laws come over. We get new pajamas, which I don't buy.
Adorable.
Okay.
And we wake up and do the gifts, but all I think about is the NBA games, and I want to be in the lab by myself. So they'll be like, Uncle Daryl, where you going? To the store.
I tell you.
I'm going to see the 80-inch Samsung. I don't like this, but they don't know, so if they're listening. But, dude, I want to be by myself. Come on.
Christmas Eve. Well, this year we get saved. Like, I like this Christmas Eve tradition. How about if I wake up and watch football and don't move and leave me alone? That's what I'm doing for Christmas Eve this year.
Yesterday.
Yeah. And then
I'll be hosting overtime after the
49ers
get my boy.
When it's all over, is there a night game? Is there a Saturday night game or no? When the Niners are done?
That's a great question.
Is there? Because I know Christmas has got the 3 games.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's going to be.
Let's see what Goodell did. Did he give him the time off?
We got Raiders at Steelers at 5:15
on Christmas Eve.
On Christmas Eve,
great. So I'm
locked in.
So I'm in. Yeah, I'm in.
You got a big one, Christmas.
Yeah,
Eve.
so I'm all.
It's not a big one.
It's all. I'm all.
Sorry.
Are your feelings hurt?
No.
I tried to tell you on Friday that they were going to lose this game.
I'm going because I reached out to you yesterday.
I know.
I was off. I turned off all notifications.
No, I responded. Oh, okay. I waited the whole day
for a couple hours. I was like, he didn't turn into Stern.
No. I got you. I got you. I was like it was
Willard. I got a confession. Kyle too. This is a real one.
What's up?
I have. My life has been dedicated to one team. When I fall in love, I'm in love, and I'm yours. Basketball, football, baseball. That's just Pirates. You know how it goes. I'm announcing my retirement next year from fantasy. Because what has happened is I've turned into something I don't even like. I'm trying to keep up with a whole roster. I'm in my playoffs, and you can keep up with a couple scores of a game, but when fantasy's going for playoffs, I'm like a crackhead. I'm just put the phone down. Let a play go by. Let a few.
I did.
Dude,
can I share what you texted me?
I'm not proud of who I'm turning into with fantasy.
Can I share with everybody what you texted to me? Because it's not that you texted me. It's just,
you about to read it.
I have to. Only someone you know well. Because if I had gotten this text and I didn't know you well, and I didn't know the context, I actually would have dropped everything I was doing to drive to your house to figure out, are you okay?
I thought about it.
The text at 11:57 in the morning comes in from Goo, and all it says is, fighting for my life.
And
that's all he said.
I gotta be honest.
I'm like, is there a burglar?
Yeah.
What, is someone have a gun?
Willard, I thought
fighting for my life.
Should you specify what you're talking about?
I looked at it and I go, oh gosh.
It's early.
It's the witching hour and his fantasy game is close. I know what's going on. So I put it over here because, by the way, I was fighting for my life too. And
I said he must be losing.
I died. My fantasy season ended yesterday, so I waited until the end. I said, I'm done. I'm dead. But you know what? You know what's funny about you? You say you're retiring from fantasy tonight.
Oh,
but that's because you got what, like a 3-point lead?
I got it. Thank you.
He's got a 3-point lead, and he's going against the Packer defense tonight. If Baker Mayfield hangs,
by 2.
But if Baker Mayfield hangs 30 on this team and you move next week, you're not retiring.
Where are the metrics for that? Is it? I'm here, 28, 31.
I don't know.
There's no way they're not gonna. Green Bay's gonna get me points.
Well, I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine they're gonna get some points. It's funny you bring this up though. Like
I thought about this. Specify what you're talking about.
I'm rooting so hard for the Rams to hang like 50 tonight just for you.
I'm telling you what it looks like in my house on a Sunday. And the lovely Christy is learning this on a weekly basis. She comes over. It is not just me with 3 leagues, 2 pick'em pools, 2 jobs surrounding these football games.
That's your soulmate.
3 kids.
And then there's the 2 sons who are in a combined 4 fantasy leagues.
Mayhem!
Watching the 3 of us watch Red Zone has to look like 8 Tasmanian devils in one room. There's a dog. She's chasing balls all over the place. We are screaming at every game, at every play. Yes, go. No, not that guy. You, over here. This, yes, win. I mean, there was a play yesterday where I had a tight game. Latavius Murray runs in for a touchdown. At the same moment, Nick Folk hits a 50-yard field goal. I almost ended up in the fetal position. I was so excited. That was 12 points at once, which then evaporated and I lost. I feel you, but I'm sort of here for that crack.
Wow,
do you know what I mean?
I'm tired.
Like your mind,
I'm tired.
your mind has to go so fast,
and you got to keep up with too much. It's too much. You know what I mean?
It's a drug.
Let 5 minutes go by and pick it up.
Nope.
And then I'm superstitious. I'm like, you're losing because you let 5 minutes go by. You should have grabbed it in 2 minutes.
I'm telling you, there are so many things that I have planned for the Sunday that never happen because I can't. If you play fantasy and you watch Red Zone, there's no break.
Man,
you can't leave. Break. You cannot leave. Like sometimes, it's like, when am I going to go to the bathroom? It's like you are Scott Hansen. Like you can't leave.
That's great.
It's happening the whole time. So.
How did the interview go at 9:45 with Jacoby Myers? What are you doing?
We did. He did make. What are you doing?
I've seen 2 things this weekend, guys. 33-0. I had the Colts.
Right.
Explain what we just witnessed.
You had the Colts plus 3.5?
I had the Vikings.
So did I.
Minus 2.5.
Oh, minus 2.5?
Yeah.
See, I think I got him at 3.5. Anyway.
But explain Saturday, hey, I'm the guru, you think you're the fire me. You can't come back from that. And the way you got your job, guys, and I like Jeff Saturday, his commentary when he's on the air and all that. But that one to me was like, you can never be the next. Finish this season out. And poor the guy that's got the Super Bowl in his ledger, the collapse, Matt Ryan.
Oh, Matt Ryan.
And 33-0. I don't want to watch football or be in that era where you can come back from 33-0. Like, it's bothering me.
It was one of the things that actually jumped out to me in that game was A, how inept the Colts are without Jonathan Taylor, but B, they tried to turn Michael Pittman into Deebo Samuel in that game. Every big spot, they're like, here, Michael, go get it. And it just really, it shined a light to me. It shined a light to me on how special Deebo Samuel is, that he's a receiver that the Niners can just be like, here, do everything and keep us from collapsing here.
Yep.
And Michael Pittman just couldn't do it. Like, they just didn't. I think it's coaching. I think it's overall talent and just.
But Kyle, everything you cite, you're up 33.
Yeah.
In the second half.
Do you know what's funny though?
5 touchdowns.
I would love to, and I was running holiday errands, but I was keeping it up on the phone. They go up 33-0, and you're just like, well, okay. So
I tweeted out Niners got 2
Let's go run some more errands. I did too. Okay. I'm like, this is perfect. We're missing a complete dog of a game. So then You come out, it goes 33-7. Then I think it was 36-7. I can't remember if it was when they got to 14, and I looked at the clock, I'm like,
you're saying there's a chance?
It's not over.
Yeah. Wow.
Because it was the Vikings, and I'll tell you once again, because I've injected this junk into my veins too, why I was thinking that way. When the Colts go up 33-0, I was terrified because Justin Jefferson is my number one pick on a team.
Should be.
So I was like, oh, God,
here they go.
They're going to pull him. They're going to pull their starters. Right. And so the second they got going, I was like, oh, they're not going to pull their starters because I can tell by the clock these crazy people still think they've got a chance to win the game.
The Colts tightened up.
And then it was just touchdown. And the second they got to 21, I was literally at a point where I was already I'm predicting. I go, this game is going to overtime.
Yeah.
They are going to score the requisite 15 points, and they are going to overtime. You could see it. It was just one of those things. Sometimes you can feel it.
Yeah.
It's like that Oilers-Bills game, Frank Reich. Like you could just feel the drum beat,
the other
right?
day. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I always want to ask him about it. I don't.
The game after that, it was so funny, the juxtaposition in those two games, right?
Oh, gosh, the Browns-Ravens?
Yeah, because you go from Colts-Vikings, which is just like hair on fire. Oh, my God. Because even in the first half, it's like, the Colts are doing this. And then the second half, it's like, oh, my God, they're coming back. And then you go to that Vikings-Ravens game. And my wife is sitting there, bearing with it with me. And we got like 3 plays into Ravens-Browns. And at one point, she just goes, oh, that was a really bad play. And this is early. It's like first quarter. And I'm like, you know what? We're turning this one off. Let's watch
go
something
do
else.
something.
We're going to watch something else. And great choice.
I mean, the Ravens are playing with their backup QB. The Browns, this Deshaun thing, it feels like it's going to bite them for a long, long time. I know it's only been 3 games, but they can't move the ball.
And to be honest,
they can't move the ball.
I'm giving them an offseason.
If you saw him playing preseason, Deshaun, he was throwing turf monsters too.
Totally.
And I get it. Hey, you ain't played in a while. You need to thaw out. But I was like, okay, he's still throwing some turf monsters. Had a couple. I'm like, ooh, man, brother got to work it out. Because now.
We gave Jimmy a week. Now, Jimmy had no offseason. Jimmy had surgery. Right. Jimmy came out in a game that was already tilted in his favor against Seattle. And then he went out and had maybe the most embarrassing game of his career against Denver.
Right.
He got ripped. He said, we need practice. He did. Poof.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked really, really good ever since. Yeah. Even the losses after that were, for the most part, they weren't a Jimmy problem.
Like Jimmy. Yeah.
So I get that this has been longer than that, and there's an emotional aspect of it too, and it's a new team and all that for Deshaun Watson. But, man, it should look better than this by now.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think they've got 2 offensive touchdowns since he came back. Is that right?
I had Amari Cooper, who I had on the bench.
Yeah.
Because I like something's this. Y'all ain't clicking.
No.
Yeah, you are not the internet.
I'm giving him a full offseason before because he sucks, but he's a very talented player.
One more takeaway yesterday.
Yeah.
To me, in my world, the 3 most prestigious positions in sports: shortstop in baseball. I would throw pitcher in there, but they're one every 5 days. Mm-hmm. Shortstop in baseball, quarterback in football, and center in hoop. Like when you see a good center, like a Shaq or a Whit, you just know it's different. That's what I'm hoping Wiseman can be. With that said, we don't know what's going to come of Brock Purdy, who will be under center. Not a story for today because they're on a high and they're on a ride and they're the smartest team in the NFC. But watching Trevor Lawrence and not having the ultimate team success, but I go Troy Aikman because I was on the train when he was at UCLA. Like, Dallas, please get him. John Elway. There's just something about when you can look at Trevor and think, we might not go to the offs, or we might, but it ain't going to be because of the quarterback. We got something. That's got to be the best feeling in the world.
Wow.
And that was my takeaway watching Lawrence. Like, we dogged him, threw eggs at him. But look now, it looks like your boy's about to be something.
Well, and you can hear, like, Jags players have even come out. And I know sometimes it does take a year with a rookie, but they've straight come out and said, look, now you understand how bad Urban Meyer was.
Wow.
Like, this guy just needed coaching, and then extend that to now Brock Purdy, or Trey Lance for that matter, because I do think quarterback careers have been ruined based on ending up with the wrong team or the wrong coach. Like, there's no doubt about that. We give these players all the credit, and they deserve it, but there is an aspect of quarterbacking that's just luck. Like, who'd you end up with? What's around you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many quarterbacks, and this is not to take anything away from Purdy because you've got to be good. You got to be good to do it. But if you end up with Kyle Shanahan as your coach and Christian McCaffrey as your running back and Trent Williams as your left tackle, my gosh, like that's the deal. That's the deal.
That was the whole impetus behind taking Trey Lance, despite the fact he'd played 17 games or whatever, was like, hey, he's super talented. He doesn't need to be that good out of the gate, so they can thread that needle of develop him, but also win some games because you can live with the mistakes. That was all. And now you get Brock Purdy, who is the opposite, right? He's not as talented, but he played a ton of football.
He looks downfield.
Right. And you're seeing the difference there. He's just smart. He's making the right decisions, and he's not trying to do too much, and he's making some mistakes here and there, but mostly they've been able to overcome that.
Can I ask you this? Because you're right, Guru. It's a conversation for a different day, but it's also a conversation that's big enough so we can just go ahead and have it 2 to 27 times. And it's this. Have you marked a spot on the calendar in the NFL playoffs that Brock needs to get to become the presumptive starter next year?
And you know what, Willard? That's a great question, and I have. And I try not to do it, but I got a mind. Russell Crowe, beautiful minds. I'm going to say not. The NFC Championship game. Because if he does it in the manner that he's doing it now, to where everybody's getting fed and you're doing it without Debo, it's like, how do you just say, I want to continue that as a coaching staff? He's going to grow. We know Jimmy's limitations. We know his warts. We live with the roller coaster, the good and bad, Trey Lance. But, you know, I wouldn't be mad if there was a competition. But if this kid does what, you know, I'm saying he could do coming from what he was, Willard, how can he not be the leader in the clubhouse?
There's going to be a competition.
Okay.
And that's like that. If for no other reason than they've invested in Trey.
I agree with that.
Like there's going to be some.
Unless they win the whole banana.
If they win the whole thing,
it's going to be pretty hard.
He's awesome. Then he's the. But if Trey is the better player in camp next year, then they're going to have. But I don't think there's a realistic scenario where we're going into the offseason going like, yes, surefire, Brock Purdy week 1
even Super Bowl though, Kyle, which is not too crazy if you watch.
Not at all.
My goodness.
Not at all.
No. But again, it's like, okay, maybe he's the presumptive, like, okay, he has the inside track, but I don't think
you gotta put. Yeah, I got you.
I think they're going to give Trey every chance to win the job.
And I don't want to go National Enquirer, but I can ask you too. Why does the offense look different? And when I say look different, I'm just talking about from the play calls, from what Trey Lance did in even the Arizona game last year, the Miami game, the Texan game he started, or is that Purdy looking downfield?
So it
looks different.
There's two things in this. I do think, and this is, Kyle will back me up on this because this is something we ended up talking about during games through the year. The phrase play calling gets used by fans too much because here's the fact. You have no idea what the hell they called. You have no clue. Unless if you're mad about run versus pass, okay. But the idea that what we see on TV every time is what was called, I have no idea what option 1 was, option 2, option 3, option 4, what got taken away, what was an ad lib, who messed up out there, who missed a block. And so when we go, they're calling plays downfield, I don't know that. Brock is doing a better job so far of finding people downfield.
Well, okay.
So now that's true. But I do think this, which is that at minimum, what Brock Purdy can do over Jimmy is he can sort of mute the negative play because he's got feet that can get out of the way of that major negative play. And even if it's just to throw the ball away or run for a yard out of bounds, rather than taking the sack that could be the fumble or an injury or whatever, that's one thing I think we can definitively say already.
Yeah, he just navigates the pocket better. Like you see Jimmy
handles pressure better.
Right. You see Jimmy when the pocket starts to break down, he gets those happy feet, he's looking and you see the shoulders going. You don't ever see that with Purdy. There's just kind of a calmness, and I think that just comes from how much he played. But when we talked to, when you and Dibbs, I should say, talked to his throwing coach, Will Hewlett, I believe is his name.
Yep.
he talked about how he had all those like impulse control and his perception down the field. I just think there's little things that he does as a quarterback just better than.
He's got better feet.
Lance.
He's got better feet.
Yeah.
Than Jimmy, not than Trey.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
better. Like I see.
Yeah, he's calm.
Yeah.
He's calm.
I had. I'm not going out on a limb here. I had a luncheon with Steiny on his last day.
Oh.
And Old Chip.
Yeah. Old Chip.
Okay.
A couple of Caesar
Is that
salads.
what you call it now?
And I said to Steiny, I said, you know what? When you think of Brock Purdy and you forget where he was drafted, I'm an adult now. I'm a parent, a husband. I should have already tapped into this, but he did start 50 college games. Tim Duncan did play at college. And I said, Steiny, you know what? And this no shade at Trey, he didn't have that. So why am I shocked that Brock, is more seasoned than Trey Lance? And I'm just starting to look around and I'm like, you know what? That college thing ain't, I know football, you got to play 3.
You have to play 3.
But that college thing ain't too bad. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Now, there are always the Moses Malones and the Kobe's, but the Garnetts, but more often than not, that ain't going to hurt you. It's going to help you. I know if we have to.
It's going to be interesting.
Steiny looked at me like, how old are you?
It's going to be interesting if they run into the same ceiling that they were running into with Jimmy.
Yeah.
And what they do, because they got Lance to break that ceiling.
Although, can you gather that information from one trip?
Right.
Is also fair.
That's a great call.
All right, Larry's in with Guru. We good with Larry?
Larry's
all right,
here.
Larry's here. Beautiful. Larry and Guru coming up next. Kyle, great job. We'll do it again tomorrow. 95.7 The Game.
'Tis the season for basketball.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
The cutter is Poole. Squares up, fires, and hits a 3. 39 points for Poole. New career high.
And football.
2nd and 21. And down he goes. Bosa. 15 and a half now on the year.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area. 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bay Area? No Steiny. It is my main man, Larry Kruger, in for Steiny. And Larry, it's the holidays. I want to know how your weekend was, how the kids are, how your shopping was. But there's VIP and then there's super VIP. And right now on the line, we have to start the show with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald, a.k.a. Fitz, on the line now. Fitz, how you doing?
Man, I made the VIP line? That makes me feel really good.
If we had something better than that, you were in it, because I saw you at the Laker game, and I said, Fitz, our signal's getting crossed. We got to get you on. I hope you're getting ready for the holidays, but I got like 100 questions. Larry's with me, so I'm going to get to a couple, and then Larry will hit you. But, Fitz, we got to put this thing together because I want you to take me back to Indiana, the Pacer game on the road. When you saw it, I watched the games listening to you, and I feel like I'm doing a telecast with you and Kalina. That's one.
I love that. That's what we want. That's we want you
Union
there
City.
With us.
Yeah.
Dub Nation's with us. I love it.
Fitz, when you saw the chef, Steph Curry, leave, What went through your mind, and how relieved were you when you found out, you know what, he's not done for the year? The Warriors just got to tread water until he gets back.
Well, I mean, the thing is, anytime Steph gets bounced around, I get nervous. And it's the same thing with Jordan and other guys because, the best ability is availability. And we saw last year, Steph was out, Clay was out, Draymond was out, but when they all got back together, they went 16-6 in the playoffs and they won a championship. I've seen enough football stuff that when a guy gets a subluxation, I knew exactly what that was, left shoulder subluxation. But if you fully separate it and it pops out of the joint, then you can see that you get a bump up high on your shoulder. I didn't see that. I knew he was in significant pain, but I was fingers crossed that it would, come out as good as could be expected, and I think it has. But then, the long term, you start looking at, okay, the Warriors are going to play a significant amount of time without Steph, and they already without Wiggins, and Clay and Draymond are playing through a few things, and it's part of a long season. And so it's like, how do they survive until they can kind of get the band back together and go after teams?
Well, I'll tell you, one guy who's absolutely elevating right now is Dante DiVincenzo. I mean, DiVincenzo fits the last few games. He's looked good all year, but right now he looks really good. And I loved when he threw the lob to Wiseman. I just feel like him and Wiseman have a nice little connection. Give me your thoughts on DiVincenzo's increased role with Steph out.
Well, I asked Kalena, and I talked to Steve a lot about this, is that, when people are out, what should be the mindset with the remaining guys? And the mindset has to be the best version of yourself. Don't try to do anything outside of who you are. And so I think that's where DiVincenzo, what am I? I'm a good defender. I'm a great rebounder for a guard. I'm an energy guy. I'm going to play hard. And like you just said, Larry, all right, here's Wiseman coming back. Let me throw him a lob, get him involved. Let's, see Jordan Poole spoon feed a Looney or JaMychal Green for a layup. Like, be the best version of yourself. And I think you've seen Looney and Jordan and Dante, these guys really play at a nice level. The problem is it's a math equation. Without Steph and without Wiggins, you're down 50 points. Now, hopefully you get Andrew back sooner rather than later. But if you're down 50, as tight as these teams are in the Western Conference, your margin of error is nil. So you got to be really good. And so I look at two things each game for the Warriors. What's the free throw disparity and what's the turnover situation? Because those have been the big Achilles heels for this team this year. And if they're right, like they were last night in Toronto, they're going to win. If they have one bad, they might be able to overcome it. If both are bad, that's an L. And that's just how the year has worked out.
You're listening to Larry and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. It's our pleasure to be joined by the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald. Anthony Slater just reported that Andrew Wiggins, the earliest he could come back would be Christmas. So, I was watching the game the other day. I told my dad, I just took Wiggins for granted. And I know everybody's making a fuss about Steph, and rightfully so. But, I mean, this guy does it all on both sides of the court. Can you talk about, and you kind of just touched on it, how big of a loss that is? Because I don't think Dub Nation's really honed in on how much this team misses what he brings to the table.
Well, I mean, you just hit on it, Guru, perfectly, is that you don't want to take him for granted because that's 18, 19 points. That's a career best, nearly 43% on threes. That's guarding the best wing player. That's a guy who found the love of rebounding in the playoffs and has continued it into this year. You miss him at that wing spot in a huge way. And you took for granted how durable he has been throughout his career. He is rarely injured, and that's why a groin or an abductor you got to be super careful with, because you got to make it right, because if you retweak it or something like that, that can be a much more significant long-term injury. So, the medical staff of the Warriors always plays things very cautiously. They got, as Steve says, there's 10 guys whose whole job in the performance team is to evaluate where people are and what they can produce and, not to re-injure them. And so you trust that because it paid off last year. But I can't wait for Wiggins to come back. And if it's Christmas, that'd be a hell of a Christmas present because they need Andrew in about 16 different ways on this team.
Fitz, I love Moody and Kuminga, but I don't love the way they're kind of being brought along here, or at least what they're getting from them. Kuminga the other night against Philly, half his shots came from beyond the arc. He had no rebounds. He played like 30 minutes. He's got to rebound, and he's got to go to the hole. And Moses Moody, especially with the injuries to Wiggins and Curry, he should be a primary scorer for this bench unit. He just can't get any consistent run. What's your feel on kind of how those two young guys are being brought along?
Well, I think for Kuminga, the Philly game you need to take out because they got Embiid sitting in there. So, I mean, the Warriors didn't go inside at all, and they kind of lived from the outside. So that might be a bit more of an aberration. I think Jonathan, from the Dallas game to the Utah game, and recently, I think he's played really good basketball because you're seeing him guard everybody from Luka Doncic, to switch on to guards and things like that. I think defensively he's come along. He had multiple games where he had 3 or more assists, which were good, but he's 20. And so he's going to have kind of up and downs. And then for Moody, right now they're playing Anthony Lamb ahead of Kuminga and Moody at different times. It's because Lamb can hit threes. He's a very smart, high IQ player, and he's kind of switchable with Draymond and Looney as far as he's a stockier guy, and he plays kind of a smaller big. I think Steve looks at the season, similar to how I look at it, where the Warriors are 15-16. There are 4 games that they absolutely gifted away. They really should be 19-12. And 19-12 would be essentially near the top of the West. But because you gifted those games away, you get a little more like, let me, go with the experienced guys. Let's have a JaMychal Green play over a Wiseman. Let's have Lamb and Ty Jerome play over Kuminga and Moody. Those are very difficult decisions because the idea is just what you're saying. Let's see these young guys and get them out there more. But because you kicked away some games you should have won, you look at the standings thinking, don't fall too far behind because the West is so solid. So it's not an easy balancing act. They're one they're trying to do. The good thing is that I think the camaraderie and spirit of the team is excellent. And when guys are called upon, they seem to respond. And so it's a long year, and I just think it's good that they have as many quality players to kind of pick from.
Fitz, you and I go back like 2 flat tires. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I panic. I get emotional. And Larry, he knows me. We haven't talked since the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green incident. And when Jordan got off to the slow start, Fitz, I was on here saying I'm worried. I don't know. But I'm watching him now, and I see that cohesiveness. But I've seen Dre give him dap, and I really don't think that's anything. But I still was kind of concerned about Jordan, and I'm listening to you, and you said, you know what? The speed, he's going too fast, and now I feel like he slowed it down. Had a good second half in Philly last night, 43, but the great ones go at their own pace. Break that down for us about that speed that you saw Jordan maybe going a little too fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're reacting to something that Colin and I have looked at. We've talked to the coaches about, talked to the players about. Jordan Poole is so talented and so gifted that going 90 miles an hour, he's got 16 different moves, and the ball, bounce off someone's foot or bounce off his own foot, or he'll go too out of control and spill out of bounds. 70 miles an hour, Jordan's still better than anybody guarding him. And so something clicked from the second half of Philly through all the game last night. There are times to go burst. There are times to slow and let that screen get set. There's times to stutter and then go. And he was mixing in all of those beautifully. And so then when you see that happen, better shot base on threes. Oh, wait, the threes start going in. Oh, I don't have to go all the way to the cup. I'll pull up for a mid-range or floater. He's got that in his game. Wait, I have a guy on his hip. I'll go by him. He fouled me. I'll get to the line. I'm a great free throw shooter. So the way he's balancing the last couple games, just moderating that speed, not always the fastball. Sometimes you throw the curve and the changeup and other things. That's when Jordan's at his absolute best. And I'm telling you, the 6 quarters he played, second half against Philly and the 4 last night, that Jordan Poole is the Poole we saw when Steph was out heading into the regular season or end of regular season last year into the playoffs. And I just think Jordan was in a rush early in the year. And I can't quite pinpoint why, but dude, you're so good and you're so much better than some of these guys trying to check you. just 75 mile an hour instead of 90, and things will be better. And I think he's figuring that out. It's also too. I always kind of remind people, Jordan's 23 years old. This is the second real year he's been a key cog in what they're doing. There's a lot on his shoulders right now.
You know, it's such an interesting year because the Warriors are the defending champs, and they're trying to balance development and winning games. And right now they're basically 500, 15-16. If the season ended today, they're in the 11th seed. Fitz, in your mind, what's more important for the Warriors in the rest of the regular season? Is it to get a certain playoff seed or certain seed in the West, or because I would contend that the seeding is not important. They can win the title out of any seed. What's more important to me is that they get their three young guys in their rotation somehow, some way before April. How do you see what's more important? Being the 4 seed or having Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman ready to roll come playoff time? Yeah,
you're sizing it up great, Larry, because to me, I think anybody would say you got to be top 6, okay? You don't want to be in the play-in stuff. Like, just stay out of that. Like any one game, you could get 7 technicals in a game like we had in Milwaukee. Like you could have any one game scenario, forget that. So get to the top 6. Is that realistic for the Warriors? Yeah, they're 3 games out of the top 6 right now. They can get to the top 6. But then I think if you say, and Steve calls these guys the foundational 6, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney, Jordan, okay? Those 6 guys all got rings, and those 6 guys can carry a team in the playoffs. But you tell me who 7, 8, 9 are. Now, 7, 8, 9 are Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, great. If 7, 8, 9 are DiVincenzo, Wiseman, Anthony Lamb, great. If 7, 8, 9 are Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, and DiVincenzo, just tell me who 7, 8, 9 will be, because 7, 8, 9 last year were Porter and Peyton and Bielitsa. So I know who my foundational 6 are. Tell me who my next 3. Maybe JaMychal Green's one of those. I mean, who knows? I'm just saying you got candidates that when you come to April, I need to know who 7, 8, 9 are. Then if I'm in the top 6, I know, okay, I got to go on the road. Warriors in the playoffs on the road have the NBA record, 27 straight series, at least winning 1 road game. Never been done by anybody else. So I feel good about that. And then you ask yourself, who can beat the Warriors 4 times? Who do you really think, with your house on the line, Memphis going to beat them 4 times? Pelicans going to beat them 4 times? Phoenix, Denver, the Clippers. I mean, they're going to beat they can beat the Warriors 4 times.
Love it.
I'll take my chances.
Yeah,
I'll take my chances with the Dubs. Now, I'm not saying the road would be easy, because the West right now, there's so many teams that could come out of the West. Memphis, New Orleans, Denver, Phoenix, Warriors, Clippers. Those teams could all come out of the West, and this is a weird year in that the talent level's amazing. And then you look at the other side of the bracket. I think Milwaukee or Boston's going to come out of the East, but I'm just saying you laid out kind of what's the goal. Be top 6 and tell me who 7, 8, 9 in the rotation are ready to roll in April. And I think that's kind of the goal from Christmas to April to see if we can answer those questions.
He is the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald. We know you're on the road. You're busy. Thank you for your time. But before we go, because Larry and I are about to get into it, Fitz, I know you're probably excited about your Justin Fields, your quarterback in Chicago, but Niner fans on YouTube, they're clamoring. Ask Fitz, how far can the Niners go with Brock Purdy?
Okay, I am going to stand tall. Larry can vouch for me on this. I said Brock Purdy should be on the team in training camp in preseason.
Uh-oh.
I was not a Nate Sudfeld guy. I wanted Garoppolo back, and I wanted Purdy to make the team, so I was very happy with both of those outcomes. And in Kyle's offense, with Purdy being a distributor, as good as the Niner defense is and as good as the running game can be, I and you can ask, there's a bunch of Niner people know this because I texted them this. I have it Philly Niners in Philly for the NFC title game, and I got a good look at Jalen Hurts yesterday. I think the Niners can handle anyone on a given day.
We love you, Fitz.
I think anybody, just be accurate, Brock Purdy. Don't commit turnovers and let Warner and Bosa and those guys knock people in the head. So
there you go.
I think the Niners got a hell of a shot here. So that's now, Guru, I'm going to be thinking about you tonight. I mean, multiple nights in New York City here. I mean, Monday night, then the Knicks tomorrow, then Brooklyn. I mean, there's a lot of nights in New York City. So, if you got somewhere in the streets I should be going or avoiding, be sure to text me and let me know.
You know what? I will do that, Fitz, because we got my family. We got to see the Michael Jackson play on Broadway. Oh my gosh, it was incredible. New York's incredible. I know, Larry, you got probably been there 10 times, but enjoy yourself and be careful, Fitz.
All right, guys. Well, call me anytime you need me. Good hearing your voices, and have great holidays if I don't talk to you before Christmas.
Thanks, Fitz.
Larry, I feel like we're brothers. Newhart, my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl, in the sense that I feel like if we had a basketball team here at the station, you and I would be on the block because you're about the young guys. And it's not, nobody else on the team is playing. You want to see Wiseman. And if you're going to lose, let's take the Band-Aid off and let me see what they got.
Well,
and Kuminga, 5 minutes yesterday, 9-second guessing Kerr. I didn't understand that. But I'm like, it's got to be greater and sweeter later. And sometimes you take your lumps, but I didn't get to see a lot of Wiseman and Kuminga yesterday. They won the game. I get it. Poole looked like he had it. But I love when you say, kind of back me up, let's see the youngsters.
Well, I mean, Fitz just kind of crystallized it. They've got their top 6, and then it's about 7, 8, 9. But the question is, can they win a title if Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, none of those 3 are in that 7, 8, 9?
Oh, man.
And I would say no chance, no way, no how.
Right.
There's no way. They're not winning a title if those 3 guys aren't in their rotation somehow, or not, they're not all 3, but a couple of those guys got to be in the rotation. And to me, I would rather see Kerr lose a couple of games.
Talk to me.
In December and even January, and get some serious run for Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody, and develop those guys and get those guys in the rotation. Then win 2 or 3 more games and not have those guys. They're DNP. I mean, this last game. Look at the minute distribution.
Kuminga had 5 minutes yesterday.
5 minutes for Kuminga.
Okay.
Moody played 11, which is a massive amount of minutes for him, but only 2 for Wiseman.
Which is basically a DNP.
While Ty Jerome, who I don't even know if he's really an NBA player, Anthony Lamb, I don't see it. I don't see it with Anthony Lamb. I don't see it with Ty Jerome.
You know what, Larry? And if they're not going to be the 7th, 8th, and 9th guys, then give some of those minutes to the guys you did, the original, the youngsters, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. That's what I don't get now. And no shade, Lamb, you got the IQ. Jerome, you're playing, but if you're not going to be what fits in, you talked about, Larry, the 7, 8, 9, give it to the youngsters. Hey, okay, maybe you might lose this game, but the experience, that's what I thought this season was about. Greater later. I'm holding on to that. And I'm talking about the youngsters.
And also, what did you get from the guys that were 7, 8, 9 before? Bielitsa gave you a shooter. Who's the guy that could be Bielitsa on their bench? Probably Baldwin. He gets no run at all.
Yeah. Big boy, too.
As far as Jermichael Green, he's coming off his best game, but I've not been impressed with him.
No doubt.
What did Porter give you? Porter gave you defense, rebounding, and a 45% three-point shooter.
I took him for granted.
Who could be Porter? I mean, maybe Moses Moody. Then
Peyton.
GP2. What he gave you? He gave you an unbelievable stopper on the ball defender. I would say to Jonathan Kuminga, as you're developing your offensive game, be a defensive stopper every single night.
But he had a good game last week, and I thought, okay, he was using his body. I'm like, he'll never get less than 5 minutes. Kuminga. And I don't know what you made of him in Philly. It was it wasn't a blowout. It got ugly late. But you're dealing with the news about Steph, no Wiggins. But 5 minutes yesterday, I saw that like, I expect him to ball out Kuminga tomorrow and Wiseman. I mean, Larry, there's just not enough minutes, and I'm not going scholarship. We got Lo Neal coming up here at 1 o'clock. We'll react to all the football that transpired yesterday, Brock Purdy, and how far the Niners can go. But just give me some more Wiseman, because you're not going to fool the league, because if you don't have 7, 8, 9, Larry, you got to go get 7, 8, 9, and you got to use something to get something. So it may be a decision that's going to be uncomfortable or something you don't want to do, but you'll never get something that's substance free.
I won't. I'm based on what I've seen the last couple of games, from Wiseman, just in the brief spurts. I don't want to trade James Wiseman. And I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Now, if somebody's got there's a number of teams around the NBA that could take him, that would be interested in Moses Moody. Indiana, New York, Orlando. There's probably 3 or 4 other teams. If you can find a rotation player
I like Moody.
for Moses Moody, I would consider doing that. But I'm not moving those other 2 guys. So I'm not moving them. So that means I got to develop them. And that means I got to play them.
Yeah.
So I want to see those guys get some minutes.
And I'll say this about Moody. He played in that Dallas series. And Steiny goes, Goo, he's just a guy. And I'll go, you know what? He's just a guy in a lineup or a roster that has 3 future Hall of Famers going nowhere. But if other teams called and you put Moody on the Kings or even Toronto, they're a mess. Or the Hawks. Moses Moody can do a little bit of everything, Larry. And I say all that to say is I think he would be attractive.
The Warriors have to get some points off their bench. He is the one guy on their bench. I mean, look at who's on the bench last night. Rollins, Jerome, Wiseman, Baldwin, Lamb, Jermichael, and Kuminga, and Moses. Moses is the one guy that can go for 15. He's the one guy that can go for 20.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and he didn't take a shot in 11 minutes because he doesn't want. He's deferring his offense because he's not in the
But
flow.
normally he's aggressive. But I get you. Last night,
I know he's not special.
Yeah.
But either get him in the rotation or can find somebody that will take him in a trade and get somebody that you can put in your rotation.
Man, we got some exciting stuff coming up on the show. It's Larry in for Steiny, and when we get back, we'll be joined by the should-be Hall of Famer Lorenzo Neal right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the most wonderful time of the year on 95.7 The Game. Oy, oy, oy!
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
We're having a holly jolly time here on the Bay Area Sports Station. Yay! Wait a second. Ray, you can't open your Christmas gifts early.
Oh, bite me.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game. Ho, 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 ho.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
End this year on a high note at Big O Tires year-end sale. Get great deals on name brand tires for cars, pickups, and SUVs. Plus, save on auto care services with financing options available on credit approval. Visit BigOTires.com for all year-end sale offers. Ends January 8th.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of Poole, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bay Area? We got Larry Krueger in for Steiny. It is Larry and Guru till 3 p.m. And right now we got a big boy. Should be in the Hall of Fame. You can hear him tonight on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. They do a great job. But, Lo, I was telling Larry, man, I watched football all Saturday. I watched it all Sunday. But I got to go to Saturday. I have never, ever, not even playing Madden in my video gaming days, have I seen a team come back from 33-0? I mean, Lo, what do you do in the locker room after that? I mean, do you just there shouldn't be music playing? The buffet should be turned over. Talk to us about what you saw when Minnie came back on Indy from 33.
Oh, my God. I know the Niner fans, for just Niners' sake, had an opportunity to move up the number 2 spot. To watch that game and just watch it unfold, to see guys get disengaged, to lose a 33-point lead, that just doesn't happen, Guru. This is something like you saw. I was watching this saying, is this really happening? And just to watch those guys go from giants to just shrinking right in front of their eyes and let Minnesota come back in that game, that's unheard of. It's as a coach, as an organization, as players, congratulations, because you made history, and it wasn't for a good thing.
Matt Ryan is just taking a major backslide as a player. I mean, his stats, if you look at his quarterback stats, they look all right. But we all know third down's the quarterback down. They converted 6 of 19 on third down. I mean, if you can't stay on the field on third down, you can't win games. I don't know who to blame. If you blame Matt Ryan, if you blame the defense, if you blame Jeff Saturday. But, yeah, I mean, come on, man. Minnesota was dead. Absolutely dead.
They were dead in the water. It was like if this game, like almost wanted to disconnect. You almost say this is over. Minnesota, how could you come out this flat with you being in a position, controlling your destiny, challenging still for the number 1 spot? Minnesota, how could you come out here and play against the Colts and play this awful, god awful? You're like, Minnesota, what's going on with you? And so yeah, you blame that. Just both teams. It was a tale of two halves. But think of Minnesota gets mounted or routed, or think of Minnesota lose that game. Tell me, how would you feel if you were a Viking on that team playing against the Indianapolis team that's already packed it up for the season?
Wow, Lo, it's incredible. And I'm going to say this. You work with me. We're brothers. You know me. I react to new information. I told Larry, you know what? I don't know it all, but I'm knowing the NFL's like the BCS now. 1 week's like a month. And everybody's been whistling Sweet Dixie about the Eagles. I get it. Did they have the greatest game against Chicago yesterday? Nope. But, Lo, to me, it's about coaching. I'm watching Dallas not make the other team burn their timeouts. I'm watching the Niners. If people forgot, and I've been hard on Kyle, they've been to a Super Bowl, Lo. They got up off the mat last year and went to the NFC Championship game. Coaching matters. They got a smart coach, and it's translating on the field. I just believe it's going to be the Eagles and the Niners, and obviously the Niners and Eagles in the NFC Championship game. Anything can happen. Guys can get hurt. But do you think I'm off my rocker for that assessment?
No, I don't. And you know what? I think that people are just like, it's hard for me, and Larry, you know that, for me just to look at this, looking at Brock Purdy and just like saying, look at us. Look at everyone. We're just like, here's a rookie. Here's a guy that's only played in some college games, had a great preseason, looks great at practice, and played only 1 game, started 2 games in the National Football League. That meant something. You played against the Tampa Bay team that looks like they're done. You played against the team in Seattle that still was fighting for the playoffs hope. And here's a young guy that's getting raving reviews. And if we said, what is the weak point of this team? How about no one saying it's the immaturity of a quarterback? Why does everyone think that this team is better off now? Now, this is interesting. Some people are saying this team is better off now than it was if they would have had, the first pick in the draft. It's better off now if they would have had, if Jimmy G was playing or Trey Lance. Some people are saying this team, they feel better with this quarterback, better than both those guys. What say you two?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that
it's not fair, though, Larry.
I mean, Kyle Shanahan has said that Brock Purdy's the most poised rookie he's ever had. Bill Romanowski, Dante Whitner said that he thought they had a better chance to reach the Super Bowl with Purdy than with Jimmy. Now Bill Romanowski, who, say what you want about Romo, he gets fired up and this and that, but I think Romo's one of the more cerebral players I've met in the last 20 years. He went on a radio show on Friday and said that Purdy's got some Joe Montana in him, and that he thinks that he's the Niners franchise quarterback for the next 15 to 20 years. So, there's the people that know a little bit more about ball than I do who seem to think that this kid's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not, and I love Bill. Bill and I spoke last week. I'm not going to crown this guy the next quarterback over the next 20 years or 15 years. And I know that, Joe Montana was small in stature, a Golden Domer in Notre Dame, and end up being one of the greatest quarterbacks, not the greatest top 2 quarterbacks of all time. I get that. I think the jury's still out. I'm not going to say that he is the franchise. I am going to say that he's smart. He can handle the pressure. He's not getting the team. He's putting the team in. He's not putting them in harm's way. He's doing the small things. He understands what's at stake. The moment's not getting too big for him, and he's not trying to go out and go be a Superman. He's giving what the defense. He's taking what the defense is giving. He's decisive with the way that where he wants to go with the ball. He's delivering it on time. He's trying not to get behind in the sticks. He's playing efficient, and very effective.
No, Lo, you're right. And I'll say this. To me, it just goes back to the disrespect to Jimmy Garoppolo. How the hell do you take a team to the Super Bowl, get a lead with 5 minutes left in the Super Bowl, and then take them back to the NFC Championship last year? And now, as brilliant as Brock Purdy has been, it's just shocking to me that he's getting all the kudos. I'm not hating, but this is me doubling back, because when you talk about Kyle Shanahan, and Larry, you can attest to this, I've been overly critical on his situational play calling. I've called him a genius. I gave him all that, but then I was disappointed because I'm like, hey, when it's lemon booty time and it's time to make a play, you go away from what got you the lead. But that doesn't take away from how great he is. And I say all that to say, Lo, is what he's doing with Brock Purdy could be his best moment as a coach if he can get him to the NFC Championship or, lo and behold, the Super Bowl.
Hey, Guru, you know, you and I were brothers from another mother. And, Guru, you know, me and you will go at it. We'll have the tough conversations. We don't agree on a lot of things. And you and I agree to disagree. And it's a part of life, and it's a part of radio. But I'm in the same church, same pew. This is Kyle Shanahan's finest hour. Because what he's doing with this quarterback, and the way he's understanding with this quarterback, you never seen him do the double screen with Jimmy. Certain things that he does athletically and he can move, you've never seen him necessarily boot consistency with Jimmy. Because he understands this guy can get out, make a guy miss. He's athletic enough to boot and not go down. If someone can flash, he can make him miss, and he's quick enough to get out of the way. So you're absolutely right. This is Kyle Shanahan's finest hour, and it is. It's such flat-out disrespect when everyone said, oh, my God, it's like Kyle Shanahan. If you give him an athletic quarterback and a guy with some athletic and ability and some smarts, and he plays in that system, he's going to have success. Don't forget, the Washington football team used to be the Redskins. Think about what Kyle Shanahan did with RG3. Think about RG3 finest hours because of the fact Kyle Shanahan said, you're going to read 1, 2, 3, get the ball out of your hands quick. This is what you're going to do. This is how you're going to light it up. And RG3 was magnificent because Kyle Shanahan's offense, because he had athletic ability, he could get rid of the ball. People were wanting to crown him king. And I agree with you, Guru. This system, if you have an athletic quarterback, this system, if the guy's smart enough, it's the system. And yes, Kyle Shanahan does not get enough credit. And yes, there's times that he's done stuff with a 24-point lead when he was in Atlanta. Should have won that game in the Super Bowl. So he gets back. He gets criticized for that. Times when he was with the Niners in the Super Bowl, went away from the run. Should have won that. And that boy wonders sometimes outthinking himself when it's an easy what obvious you should do. But at times he wants to go out for the knockout blow, and it comes out and knocks himself out.
I mean, right now, Purdy can distribute the ball. He can be accurate, and they've got a killer defense. They've gone 7 straight games holding their opponent to 17 or fewer. I mean, you think that's impressive, and then when you look at it historically, it hasn't happened since '84. I mean, you got to go back, 35 years or more. The last time we've seen a defense hold teams down this consistently. I mean, it sounds crazy to think the 49ers could win a Super Bowl with a third-string quarterback, but you know what, Lo? I mean, this guy throws strikes. The ball comes out on time. And the moment isn't too big, as we've all kind of said and repeated. But I mean, the accuracy is really, really impressive, and the resilience and kind of his experience. He doesn't look. This is easily the most comfortable I think I've ever seen a rookie quarterback look in the NFL.
I totally understand what you're saying, Larry, and just his poise and his fortitude. And you think about competency, credibility, character. He has the 3, and he's very competent. Character. You look at the guy, and can he think? Can he critical think? Does he have those things just as a person? And the answer is yes. And when I look at football, Larry, you've been in the scouting, you understand that, and Guru, you've seen great athletes. For me, it's about alignment, it's assignment, and it's technique. You can have a guy with great technique, but if he doesn't know his assignment and he's supposed to play inside shade because he knows he's got the safety help over the top and he's playing outside shade, that means that's bad technique. That's bad because he didn't know his assignment. You can have great technique and don't have the right alignment. Outside, you line up at the Z position because you don't have the alignment. You taking inside the numbers as opposed to be outside the numbers. These are small things, and that's what this kid, to me, he has. He understands the alignment. He understands what's his assignment, and you think about his technique and what he's doing, how he's delivering the ball, the release, understanding taking what the defense gives him. He's doing those small things that sometimes veteran quarterbacks don't do. He said, I'm going to take what you're giving me. And in that play, to Kittle, when he hit Kittle on that corner route, you guys remember that play? He had Ayuk, then he went to Jennings, then he looked for the running back, McCaffrey, on the swing, and then he went 4 reads. He went through 4 progressions. Now, give the offensive line credit for making sure that they blocked and, gave him time to get the ball down the field. But I saw this guy go through 4 reads, guys, and I said, oh, boy, that is attention to detail. That's a guy that knows his alignment, and he knew his assignment, and he was able to hit Kittle on that corner route, and Kittle make a guy miss, touchdown.
Lo, I'll get you out of here on this one because I know we got you through the whole football season, but it's 3 weeks left. Right now, if Larry and I said, Lo, who you got in the NFC Championship game, who would you have?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, and I don't want to be a homer, but I'm with you. I think Philadelphia, and right now, the Cowboys, I don't think they're coaching. I think you hit it early.
Oh, man.
The coaching ability. And I look at the Commanders. I know they, last night, tough game. You just look at football, and it's like, man, who scares you? Dallas can score, but just the inconsistency. I'm going to tell you, the Commanders, this is going to be a dogfight if they're going to get in because they match up well. But I'm going to tell you, when you look at Philadelphia and the Niners, to me, and they're separated and they can meet in the divisional championship, I think that may happen because of the fact styles make fights and they match up very, very well. And you have to look at Philadelphia, guys, because this Jalen Hurts kid, he can play. Yesterday, Krug, I don't know if you saw that play.
Yeah.
But they came after him. They were playing cover. It was like 3rd down and 20 on the 35. Jalen Hurts saw that they were sell out. They were playing cover 0, and they bought the safety. Remember that play? And the safety came in the A gap, and he went to the A gap on the opposite side and ran a touchdown because he saw cover 0 as a pass play, and it turned it into a quarterback draw because I think his ability as a quarterback, his delivery with the ball, but also his intelligence, he's a tough out, guys. He's a tough out.
Wow.
Well, Dallas gave up 7 yards a carry this last game, and Prescott's thrown a ton of picks, a lot of them in the red zone. So I think it's Niners-Eagles in the NFC Championship
And I'll leave
game.
you two with this. I talked about Defensive Player of the Year, and I love Micah Parsons. His kryptonite is big offensive linemen, blobs. Bosa ain't got no kryptonite. Yeah, they can try to chip him. Parsons a bad dude, but he ain't. Bosa is like Hercules. He's getting to the quarterback. He's a problem, Lo. So I can't watch to see how this season ends up, man.
Relentless. You're absolutely right. That's the difference between Bosa and Parsons. Parsons, if he's getting it, if they're giving him a business, where would he?
There you
He's
go.
got to be a front runner. You watch Bosa, he's got a motor, he's relentless. That's the difference. I think that different level that Bosa says, I'm not going to be denied. I totally agree with you. I know what you're saying, brother.
We'll be listening to you tonight, and you have my address for my Christmas gift, Lo. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Hey, no worries. Thanks for getting on Steiny about that Hall of Fame thing.
Oh, no doubt. I got to tell Larry about that. I'm going to show him the video. Take it easy, Lo. Lo Neal, former NFL fullback, should be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he blocked for LaDainian Tomlinson. He said
Eddie George,
Steiny was Eddie George.
Corey Dillon.
Keep going. Dude, to play fullback and give your body up, but I got some footage I'll send to you about Lo. It's not going to surprise you. He was a beast.
Oh.
And those holes come from the fullback, Larry.
I saw him at Fresno State, man. The guy could do the full splits. And, 16-year vet.
Man.
And when we do the pregame, the Niner pregame.
You guys sound great.
I introduce him as future Hall of Fame.
That's what I'm talking about.
Fullback, because he is. He's a future Hall of Famer.
There's no doubt.
There's no doubt.
It's sad. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Is Larry in for Steiny? And real quick, I don't know if Steiny's listening. He's the dude that leads and won't listen. But we need 3 dudes to fill in for him. I got you tomorrow. We got JD and we got Whitey. But yeah, Steiny was giving Lo the business about basically all that. Was kind of playing with him. Lo took it serious and sent us all this game footage. But he was a beast. let's talk about yesterday real quick. Niners didn't play yesterday.
Right.
I'm a student of the game. Larry, I can watch Sunday night, the Commanders and Giants, and watch the game end on a non-call for pass interference. I don't got a dog in the fight, but it pisses me off that we got all this technology. And I told Ray Rattle this because my dad says this about crime. Oh, son, crime has been happening like this the beginning of time. The only difference now is they got video and you see it more. Larry, I mean, what do you make of the non-call in the end zone that basically, to me, prevented the Commanders from taking the lead? How is that not PI? How is that not called?
Well, I mean, it was a terrible non-call.
Oh, the flag!
The DB bear hugged him
around the neck.
Yeah. 2 full seconds before the ball arrived, which in slow-mo looks like about a minute and a half.
It's bad.
It was so bad. Not only that, the NFL is losing credibility because I mean, I understand where the NFL, to understand this, you got to know where the NFL has been and where it's going. It used to be a mom and pop. It's now big business. It's a $1 billion industry.
But it don't make it right, Larry.
No, it's not right. The point is, it was never right, but they're kind of slowly graduating beyond their mom and pop roots to their corporate America present. They're a $25 billion industry, have full-time officials. This idea that, you know what? Bob is teaching school on a Wednesday afternoon, and on Sunday he's officiating the NFC Championship game.
He should be paid.
I mean, that sounds like a cute little quaint story, but in reality, that's embarrassing. Why should a guy who's a school teacher on a Wednesday have that much impact on a Sunday? You're telling me there's nothing that you can do to help improve the officiating? I mean, make these guys full-time officials. Have them go to some place in some academy, maybe it's an online course, and practice during the week. Don't tell me that there's nobody that does something part-time that's better than somebody who does the same thing full-time.
Wow, Larry.
It's a full-time gig. It's worth full-time money. They have full-time influence. There's billions of dollars changing hands. Let's get legit. You get your college buddy who's still living on a couch and he's not paying it. He has no insurance. And you say to him, "Hey, Bob, get legit. Right. Get legit. You're 47 years old. Get legit." I would say to the NFL, you're worth $25 billion. Get legit.
And you got a commissioner that's probably making 50, 60 mil for doing what? I don't know. Break some of that chicken off to those guys so they can live. And you're judging plays on guys that are making so much money. You are right. That is an embarrassment.
It's embarrassing.
And listen, Larry, I was born in Oakland. Father's under Who Cares? You don't know this about Goo. Named after Daryl LaMonica, Cowboy fan. Named after Daryl LaMonica. So I have friends and family that are diehard Raider fans. They're going to get mad. The Raiders, that touchdown to tie the game, his foot was out. They go review it and say the ruling on the field stands. I'm watching it like, no dog in the fight again, Larry. That's not a touchdown. I can see from my living room his foot was out.
I'm going to start calling you Mad Bomber, man. I'm going to start calling you Mad Bomber. I didn't know you were named after LaMonica.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you said you had no dog in the fight.
Yeah.
I had a dog in that fight.
Uh-oh.
I had the Patriots. I bet the Patriots over the Raiders.
Jacoby, not Oscar Myers, Jacoby Myers on line
How
one.
hard is it to see? You got a gigantic white outline of the out of bounds. You could see the toe over the line.
What are you looking at, man?
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Larry, I'm being real with this.
Horrendous call.
When you talk about mobs and the wise guys and the refs in the NBA, 2 quick fouls on whoever, the star player, you really start to sit back like, you're telling me somebody in New York looked at this replay and said that toe wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, I'm telling you, man.
Let's talk about this for a second.
Yeah. I need help.
You ever been to the track?
All day. Go Russell Bays.
Okay. If you have a photo finish at the racetrack,
okay,
right? You got the 1 horse and you got the 2 horse, and they're coming down the stretch at Golden Gate.
Coming down to the wire.
Exactly. And it's a photo finish. They don't say the 1 horse won, the 2 horse lost, and now we're going to go look at the film. They say inquiry. It just goes inquiry, and that means that the stewards are going to take the
talk to me, Larry.
At the finish line, they've got a camera that takes photos like a million a second, right? So they can isolate. So they just say inquiry. They don't say the one beat the two. They say inquiry. We don't know who won. Wow. Then they go. The stewards look at the pictures, and then they tell you the 2-horse won, the 1-horse won. In the NFL, what is this garbage about? Well, we need overwhelming video evidence to overturn what may have been the incorrect call on the field. You didn't see it in real time. Throw up the inquiry flag.
Man.
Now let's go to replay. And now judge it without something being favored. When the receiver's toe was out of bounds, they had called him inbounds. So they needed overwhelming video evidence to overturn it. That's predisposing one side or the other. Don't. Just go inquiry and get it right.
And I'm going to say this.
Don't have little mechanisms within your system that prevent you from getting it right.
And you know what's you're on fire? You know what's making it worse? No shade, Pereira, if you're listening. Those guys going to hearing their spiel, and then it's like they're attached at the hip. Like, dude, just say they got it wrong. And some do, but like, I don't even want to hear the Pereiras out there to where you're like, okay, there's a pretty good chance it's going to go this way. And Larry, it just goes the other way. But my point is, I got 20/20 vision. I know what I'm watching and I know what I'm seeing. It shouldn't even take this damn long. But I forget what game. They had a review of the review of the review.
It was a Niner game.
The Niner game. Like,
I've never heard of that in my life.
What?
It was reviewed.
The McCaffrey touchdown.
It was reviewed, and then it wasn't. It was a touchdown.
Who do
then
you
it was
know?
reviewed instantly, and it wasn't a touchdown. Then Shanahan throws the challenge flag, and now it's going to be really reviewed.
Okay.
What was the first review?
Right. That wasn't the real review.
What's that?
Where are we going?
Yeah,
and
it's just ridiculous.
Listen, when we come back, hey, Larry. Warriors won a big game on the road, their third road victory. We're going to get into the Niners, but we'll come back. We'll double back on the Golden State Warriors. I want to get your thoughts here from the fans, and then we'll get into the Niners and really what I feel like is a head-on collision to the NFC Championship game right here on 95.7 The Game. It's Larry and Guru.
'Tis the season for basketball.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
The cutter is Poole. Squares up, fires, and hits a 3. 39 points for Poole, new career high.
And football.
2nd and 21. And down he goes. Bosa. 15 and a half now on the year.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
One 877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Poole and Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Run DMC, Larry. It should be a crime to work and be happy at what you do. Like, this is not work. My late mom, Daisy Mae, she says, son, find a job you love. You'll never have to work another day.
There you go.
Some people got jokes, but Larry, this ain't work. This is what I'd do if I were, worked at shipping boxes. This is good. So I'm smiling.
It's funny your mom said that because my late father used to say that all the time. He's like, if you find something you love to do, you basically never work.
That's it. Was he a Larry too, senior?
What's that? No, he's George.
Okay,
George Kruger.
George. Yep. We had a great show. We had Bob Fitzgerald that was brought to you by Department of Healthcare Services. Also, Lo Neal, future Hall of Famer, as you said.
Yep.
You referred to him. That was brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond. And speaking of beyond, the Golden State Warriors, they're in New York. They got to play the Knicks, then Nets. Both teams are hot. Knicks have won 7 in a row, I believe, and the Nets 6, so that's 13 between the two. But you and I, we want to see more from the youngsters. But Jordan Poole, I asked Fitz, and I'm telling you and the listeners, right now I really believe Jordan Poole is not affected by the punch. That's just my 2 cents, right? We got till 3. I can share my sense.
Yeah.
And yesterday he went off, and I really believe, Larry, for whatever reason, he was going too fast, and it slowed down. So let's hope he can keep this up, and they get some contribution from the youngsters, and that's what it's going to be. Because when I get in the caddy today and leave, you have helped me solidify it's about 7th, 8th, and 9th moving forward. And right now, I no shade at Jerome, no shade at Lamb, and no shade at Green, the other Green, Jermichael. But you got to find out what you got in the youngsters, and it's going to boil down to trust.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Last year they did it right. They had these young players on their roster, and they still won the title and found a way to do both, right? They had these young guys, and did they play? No, not really, but they were on the team. They got the experience, and they were so deep that they won anyway. That
shocked me, Larry.
That's not happening this year. It's not going to happen this year.
You talked about it. They don't have Gary Payton II. Go take the ball from Dame Lillard. Go take the ball from Lillard. And I know he hasn't played in Portland or he's getting ready to play. That don't mean that the Warriors still don't miss what he brought to the table. Him hitting the corner threes, like DiVincenzo, I do like him. He feels like a Warrior more than Jermichael Green. And that's no shade, but do you kind of get when I say that? Like the Warriors just got like this type of play and players. DiVincenzo fits more than Green.
Well, DiVincenzo's really underrated. I mean, didn't he go off for like 31 in the national championship game when he was at Nova?
Yeah.
I mean, so he knows how to play.
Yeah.
He knows how to blend. He's a really solid basketball player in every phase of the game. He's a really underrated rebounder. I think DiVincenzo is really underrated. He's already established a little rhythm with Wiseman. I've already seen him throw the lob to Wiseman a few times. I love DiVincenzo. I think he's really nice. Now, Jermichael Finley was sold to us as, last year he couldn't shoot the 3 ball, but that was just last year. And he's going to go back to what he was before that. Well, it hasn't happened.
Right. Green, you mean?
Jermichael Green. Yeah, he can't shoot the 3 ball. Anytime he hoists, I'm like, oh,
well,
man.
the whole NBA now is about I can't shoot the 3, but as teams will shoot them. So I'm with you.
So, I mean, they're not going to get it done this year as far as they won't win the title if Wiseman does nothing, Moody does nothing, and Kuminga does nothing. When I say does nothing, if they're not regular parts of their rotation.
That's how I'm going down.
Doesn't have to be all 3. But at least one of the 3 have to be a regular in that rotation, and the other guys have got to do something. There's a lot of talk that the Warriors may be looking for a reliable veteran and may shop Wiseman or shop Kuminga or shop Moody and may run out of patience. I don't want to see them run out of patience with Wiseman or Kuminga because I think the upside's too great. Yeah. I think you're going to look in 3 years, you're going to be like, damn, you traded James Wiseman. Oh, you traded Jonathan Kuminga? I mean, come on, Bob.
I don't think that's going to happen because
Moody, I'd be okay with. Yeah. Like if you could get me, a piece that could play Jared Vanderbilt out of Utah or somebody who could contribute in the rotation, I'd be open to moving Moses. I actually think Moses ought to get more run. I think highly. I love Kerr, but I don't understand what Kerr's doing this year with this bench. I don't see Ty Jerome. I don't see Anthony Lamb. I don't get it. I'm not getting.
They're not playing bad though. It's just I don't see you moving down the road where those guys, just in particular Lamb and Ty Jerome, are going to supersede Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. You know what I mean? So when I'm watching, it doesn't match. And even when you win and you don't get confirmation from the youngsters' contributions, I feel like you lose a little, like that taints the loss a little bit. Because to me, it's supposed to be where you're at March, April, and then by the playoffs, oh, look at the gross. And we had Myers on, Steiny and I, on the executive show. He did some Bob Myers math when he said, you know what, Guru, looking at these 3 guys, if we could get a player and a half contributions, we would be happy with that. Not all 3 are going to pop, But we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. We got the people on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line. And Larry, I love listeners. I've been one. I used to hear you back in the day. Let's go out to Josh in Marin, because we were having a conversation and you were fired up. So was I about poor refereeing, and he wants to chime in. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
What you got?
What's going on? Bad connection.
Yeah.
Bad connection.
Or was Josh playing with us?
No, I think he was a bad connection.
Because it was E40. Tell me when to go. Yeah, we got that part established. Call back, Josh. But
let me say one thing on the Warriors. A buddy of mine the other day asked me, how many wins do the Warriors need in the regular season for you to feel like they're a legit title contender? And so I just immediately pushed back and like, it ain't about that.
I thought you were asking me, but go ahead. That's where I was at.
I said to him, it ain't about that. He's like, what do you mean? You don't think they need to win 48 or 52 or be a 5 seed or be? I'm like, in an ideal world, they're a top 4 seed, right?
Okay.
But I don't. If you told me the Warriors are the 5 seed, I agree with what Fitz said. Who is beating the Warriors in the playoffs? I don't believe in the Pelicans, the Nuggets, the Suns, the Kings, the Blazers, the Clippers, maybe Memphis. But I don't think there's any team in the West that I look at and say, they're going to beat the Warriors in the playoffs. So it ain't about that.
Wow.
It's not about 48, 51, 52, 55. It's about, do you get to April playing good ball, healthy, and have a rotation of 9 or 10 guys that you believe in, that know their role, and they're playing well together. If the Warriors are playing well in April, that means so much more, and they're healthy. That means way more than whatever win total or whatever seed they are. I think they can win the NBA. They can go to the finals out of the 8th seed.
And Larry, I'm totally with you. They could be 9th or 10th. Now, obviously, that's not what they want, but they're defending champions. And what about this? I'm about to lay on you to what you just said. It ain't about seeding. Last year was about that because you lost the year before when Steph went berserk, but you lost to Memphis at home in the play-in game. They're 4.5 games out of the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. So just think about that for a minute. Everything that can go wrong has almost gone wrong, especially with Wiggins and Steph going down. And to me, it's like what you just talked about, April. You want to be the best version of yourself. So to me, when I look at this Warrior team, it's like a buffet, a basketball buffet. Let me break that down, Larry. The reason being is they could go make a trade if you feel like you're not getting what you need from the youngsters. But like what you and Fitz talked about, 7th, 8th, and 9th, rounding your team out. And if you want to parlay one of those 1 or 2 youngsters to get a ready-made veteran with savvy that can go, because I do believe the Warriors are too small. And sometimes, Larry, I'm watching the game and I'm like, damn, they're just too small and I don't like it. You might even win that game, but moving forward, if you get to the finals and you got to go up against Robert Williams again in Boston, or one of those bigs that you're going to see with, Toronto. Well, they had guys out yesterday, so it didn't bite you.
Jokic from Denver.
And they had some guys out, but it's Embiid. It's going to catch up with you, but I'm waiting. But never once am I like, they can't get it done. And Steiny and I have a bet, Larry. He took the field. I took the Warriors. But
to win the title?
Yeah, I took the Warriors predicated on the youngsters going through their basketball puberty and they'll be ready for playoff time, or they'll make a trade and get somebody in here because and no shade at these two, Lamb and Jerome ain't it for me.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, I mean, I don't get Jerome or Lamb. I love Jerome at UVA.
No, I can't take anything from him.
And Lamb looks like he's got a pretty nice outside shot. But I mean, I don't.
When it goes in,
I don't see Lamb. I don't see Jermichael Green. To be honest, I'm not. He shot 26% from 3 last year.
It's just something about him. Like, he don't fit the Warrior way for me.
Wait, and then the 3-point shot obviously hasn't come back. So I don't know what he's shooting from 3 this year, but it's not close to 40. It's closer to 26, right?
Yeah. I said VIP, Larry, with Fitz, because we got a few VIP callers. But we got Austin from San Jose. Let's welcome him to the program. He wants to talk about the Warrior young guys. What's up, Austin?
Hey, my man, what's up, dude? I thought about you the other night, man. I went to watch Santa Clara game, man. I thought about you.
Happy holidays.
I saw San Jose State beat them, man. That was a kind of a great game, though. But listen, couple things, Larry. Good to talk to you, man, as always. Man, you guys are really coming down. You guys think Kerr, you tell me you love Kerr. You tell me how great a coach he is. He's got 4 rings. But then you guys sit on the radio and question why this man is not playing the youngsters to your satisfaction. But do you think that Steve Kerr got stupid? If those guys were good, they'd be on the court. You think if Weissman wasn't good enough to go against the guys last night, he wouldn't be playing him? He's not good enough. That's hard to hear when he drafted him number 2. But right now, as we said, the guy isn't good enough. And I think that if I had my brothers, I'm keeping Kuminga. And Guru, you know where I'm at. I would trade Moody. I would trade Moody and Weissman. I heard one today, guys. They said the Wizards, who are in a bad shape right now, I heard a good trade. They said the Wizards might be ready to do business. Kuzma and what's the guy, Gallo is the center for a young dude for Moody, Weissman, and a first-round draft pick. What do you think about that? Thanks, guys.
I like
the
Kuzma.
center? You're not talking about who's the center?
And I just watched the Lakers beat them. I forget who he's talking about, or can't pronounce the center's
Denny
name.
Avdia, maybe?
Yeah.
Is he talking about Denny Avdia? He's not a center.
But they're not giving up on Wiseman this fast, right?
I mean, you give up on Wiseman. I mean, first of all, we live in there's no such thing as a blameless world. So either Kerr and the coaching staff, it's on them to get this guy ready to play, or the personnel staff made the wrong call. It's year 3.
Yeah, and Larry,
the guy can't play NBA regular season games at all? At all?
That's what I was telling Austin. I'm not telling you Wiseman is Bill Russell. I'm telling you, you got to take the Band-Aid off, and I wish they would take the Band-Aid off and let these youngsters ball. And then we could find out yay or nay. That's all. And I feel like you, Larry, other teams would covet Moses Moody. He's not a superstar, but he can play. And it's so funny as we watch these Warrior games, one night Moody's the man, the other night he can't play. And it's different callers and texters, it all react to new information. My thing is I'm lobbying to give these guys consistent minutes so we can really find out, so the team can find out what you got.
Yeah.
And if another team covets Moses Moody, guess what? By playing them more, you might have some action on a trade. But 7th, 8th, and 9th is what we're focused in on. And you know what, Larry? I came in today and I thought about, I don't know where you're at, and I'm bumping my gums, and I'll let you tell me. But I didn't ask Fitz this. I mean, this is a dire time for the Golden State Warriors. Is missing the playoffs on the table? To me, no way in hell. But we really, truly don't know when the chef's coming back. You know, it's 2 weeks to get reevaluated. And Wiggins, that concerns me. Is this a sports hernia? I don't know what's going on with the adductor or ab. I don't know. Right. But it's scary. And everything is predicated on them two coming back and being, the best version of themselves.
I mean, they're going to make the playoffs. Come on. I mean, in the history of covering the NBA, I can't think of one team that I really thought could win the championship that didn't make the playoffs. Right?
Yeah,
come on.
They're 4.5 out from number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the playoffs. And by the way, the deal that guy was talking about was Kuzma and Daniel Gafford. I'm not trading James Wiseman for Kuzma. Kuzma's a free agent, I think, at the end of the year. So, I mean, I
could use the scoring, but at the end of the day, I'm not giving up on the future of Moody and Wiseman.
If I need a fashion,
sense,
somebody who knows sweaters or something like that, maybe I'll go with Kuzma.
It's out of
Have
control.
you seen those Kuzma sweaters?
I've seen the NBA fashion along with those sweaters.
with the huge, the ridiculous long arms. I mean, that's a bad
Jordan
look.
used to show up with the 3-piece suit. Call it a day.
I mean, what was
Larry,
that about?
I mean, these dudes coming in trash bags that cost $1,000. I'm like, who makes that hefty? But whatever, I ain't going to hate.
Yeah. But I'm not trading James Wiseman for Kyle Kuzma.
Me neither.
I don't care how good of a first half Kyle Kuzma's had. Kyle Kuzma has had ups. He's had downs. No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Let's go out to the
I think they're going to regret it big time if they trade James Wiseman.
Well, yeah, I don't want that to come to. I hope you're wrong and they don't trade him. I just want to see the big man play, man. And I love Looney, who was on with Willard and Kyle, on Willard and Dibbs. I love everything he's brought, but he is Mr. Consistent, Mr. Reliable, but I want that active big that can get off the ground and throw it down, big fella. I want that.
No
Give me
question.
some of that, and Wiseman has it. When it works, he caught an alley-oop. I think it was the Philly game.
Yeah.
I know it was just 2 points, but it was one of those alley-oops that he looked like plastic, man. Like, that's what I'm saying, and run down court like the Warriors. We got that big.
Looney has
different.
played a lot. Looney's playing the most minutes he's ever played.
Yeah. Never misses a game.
Never misses a game, but, I mean, if you want him to be in one piece, you may have to limit his minutes at some point. He plays a ton of minutes.
What?
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what – I'm not sure. I mean, didn't they hire Jokic's coach? Didn't they emphasize development?
Sounded like Steiny
don't they have Santa Cruz? They've got all these ways to develop these players that didn't exist before. Develop them. Develop your young players and put them out there. And as far as criticism of Kerr, Kerr's a great coach, but doesn't mean he's above reproach. Doesn't mean there's no way you can criticize anything.
Yeah, I called him great. Now we got some we call it breaking news about tomorrow's game in New York. No Wiggins per Anthony Slater, and Kuminga and Clay are probable. And I want to talk to you real quick before we go grab Matt in Oakland on Clay. And I'm rooting for him. And I was telling Steiny I see something. And he fought me a little bit on it, but have you noticed Clay, the staple of Klay Thompson was catch and shoot. Everything's leaning now or one-legged. Have you noticed that? Like the Dirk, out of the Dirk collection.
I haven't noticed
that.
Like
the balance.
But I think at this point we've seen a lot of Klay. I mean, it's safe to say that he is clearly diminished from the player he was pre-injury. That's not shocking. He had major injuries, and he had them after, a number of years in the league. So he's not the same player. Now, will he ever become the same player? I would say no. If you ask me, what do I think? I'd say no. But I hope he does.
How close can you get to that?
Right. How close can you get?
They won the chip with him last year, Larry, starting.
Right. And he's got this thing about him where he's got this unshakable confidence. He always thinks the next shot's going down. Shoot. He's going to keep on firing. But, man, he shot him out of some games this year. So, I mean, somehow he's going to have to get comfortable and get in a flow, and I'm not sure what the answer is there.
Well, I'll tell you this. Before we go out and grab Matt, they were 2-13 going to that game last night. So to get their third win on the road, you got to fix that, but you got to start somewhere. So that was a good sign to go up and beat Toronto. And Nick Nurse.
What's Toronto? I mean, Toronto's terrible.
What bomb detonated there? I mean, what is just – they just look awful. But I'll tell you what, they got some long, active bigs that I wish the Warriors had in their uniform. But let's go out and welcome Matt to the program. What's up, Matt? He wants to talk Dubs.
How's it going, y'all? Yeah. So I listen to a lot of 95.7, a lot of good opinions on here. Love everyone. I hear a lot of blame and a lot of trade talk about the young guys, and I want to know, and I probably know the answer. Why can't we talk about Dre and Clay being available for trade? If the answer is just out of respect, that's bogus. It's like we could get something for Draymond, a real player that would contribute and play hard all the time. People want to be a part of the Warriors organization. This guy wants to be around when he feels like it. And I'm not saying let him go, but why can't we talk about it? That's all. Love the show. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
after yesterday's game, Larry, he was exceptional. He was phenomenal. Exactly. Not just because he made 3 threes. He was the motor. I've been telling Stein, he's like, the metrics don't say he's playing. I'm like, his motor is there for me.
I got no problem with the way Draymond's playing.
I'm with you.
I don't. I think he's playing great.
I got a problem when you don't play.
Yeah, I mean,
get thought out.
I get no problem with the way he's playing, though. I think he's assertive offensively. His offensive game looks more confident than it did last year.
He gives him identity in the paint.
Plus, I mean, this guy's a distributor. He's the heart and soul of the team. He's your distributor. He's your intimidator. He's your enforcer. He's your rim protector. I mean, he's everything. I mean, Green, I think, if you traded Green, I think you would regret that, even despite his.
And there would be a line, all contenders in this line around the corner for him.
He's so much better than his stats ever say.
I don't agree with everything, Larry. I agree with you, though, because what did you make of him getting thrown out? I thought you let the team down, dude. We know you don't like playing without the chef. I'll leave that alone. But you got to read the room and know they need you. They could have won the game the other night. Who was that against?
Yeah, I mean, Green the Warriors' record without Green on the floor is not good. Yeah. So he's got to know that. He's got to stay on the floor. Yeah. But I see Green as an exceptional player. I do think the caller makes a great point, though. The Warriors conversation, of which, is dominant on this radio station, it's like it's sacrilegious. It's like it's heresy to talk about trading Draymond or Clay. Like, oh my God, we can't possibly. My goodness, no way, no how.
Not doing 12-3, Larry.
Come on, you know what I'm saying? It's like people need to look at not just what they were, but what they are.
Right.
And
but
be
what about
open-minded.
loyalty?
I'd be open-minded to
Clay
moving
would
these
never
guys.
don another uniform for me. See, I'm like, and I understand the Crawfords, the belts. I get all that loyalty stuff, Larry. Truly, I do. And Steiny was laughing at me like it's a cutthroat business. You got to say bye sometimes.
Well, nobody goes to the finish line with any. Name a great Warrior player they went to the finish line with. Go ahead. They didn't. They haven't gone to the finish line with anybody.
I was about to say Mully. I pictured
wasn't
him
Mully
in a Pacer uniform.
Wasn't Mully. Wasn't Weber.
Yeah,
wasn't
Richmond. I get it.
Mitch Richmond. It wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is different. Well, Curry is going to be that.
Curry's going to be that.
Clay will probably be right behind him.
I think Draymond's behind him. Well, I think Clay. I'm not sure about Clay.
Yeah.
You think Clay's going to go? You think Clay's going to be a Warrior start to finish? I don't think so.
I don't see why he wouldn't want to be here. Now, it could be, hey, those funds, it's all about the Benjamins. Shout out Ice Cube, but we'll see. But all they've accomplished and the mini big three, I feel like that I'm holding on to maybe something in a Disney movie, Larry, but I feel like sometimes that supersedes the money. And was it the greatest deal? No. Are we paying you a little bit of what you did for us in the past? Yeah, but it's family.
Wouldn't you like to know?
You'd be broke running a team.
The caller brings up an interesting point, though. I would love to know the reality of that. Like, if Bob Myers takes a call, hey, it's general manager blank on line 4, and he's interested in James Wiseman. He takes that call. There's GM blank on line 7. He's interested in Moses Moody. He takes that call. If somebody calls and says, hey, I'm interested in Klay Thompson, is he taking that call? Or is he just saying, you know what? Tell him I'm not here. I'm not taking that call. Because I think he owes it to Joe and the fan base to listen on everybody not named Steph.
Yeah, we can get back to this on the other side too, but Larry, Jordan Poole's right there, and he's just a different player when he starts. And I'm not, so we can talk about that, but I feel like they would take that call. Now, if you were overwhelmed from something from Clay, who knows? But I just feel like what he's meant and what he's done is bigger than what you can give him. Now, people may laugh me out of here all the way back to Union City, but that's how I feel.
What you can get for him?
Yeah, what you can get for him. Does that supersede what he's meant and the hell that you would have to pay from a fan base if you were to move Clay? Or do you think the fan base would be like, oh, who'd we get? Oh, God, we got what's-his-name coming? Oh, Clay was great. We love you.
That's a great question, Goo. Yeah. I don't know. That's a great question. Would the fan base be more tied to kind of nostalgia?
Yeah, like I am.
Or is the fan base more about what have you done for me lately? I want to win this year and what's coming back. Would they be more excited about what's coming back? Or would they be like, man, you really turned me off. I thought I love Klay Thompson and I don't want to see him leave.
I'll tell you what.
I'm not really sure. I've been I'm native San Franciscan. I've been a Warrior fan my whole life. I don't know how Warrior fans would react.
We'll take it to the phones when we get back, Larry. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. We'll finish this Warrior talk, get into the Niners, all brought to you by Pfizer right here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Team Guru for life.
It's the most wonderful time of the year on 95.7 The Game. Oy, oy, oy!
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
We're having a holly jolly time here on the Bay Area Sports Station.
Yay!
Wait a second. Ray, you can't open your Christmas gifts early.
Oh, bite me.
The Bay Area Sports Station, 95.7 The Game. Ho, 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 ho.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a non-stop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Parking needs 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You heard the man. No Steiny today. It's Larry. Steiny is on vacation, enjoying his family, his daughter's home from school, college. She goes to school in London, so I know he's enjoying fam. But we had like a fiesta because I'm out next week, Larry, and I'm not going to see Steiny. So we chopped it up, and, we have this thing that we do when I'm on Twitter. I don't spy on him. He doesn't spy on me. But, when you put something out there, he'll bring it up on the show. And I say, hey, Steiny, I thought Judge was coming. Judge didn't come. They got Correa. But tell me what you think, Larry. I ain't calling you out.
So I put out a tweet saying that.
Some tweets with an S.
I put out a tweet like 6 weeks before the signing that a buddy of mine.
Sources, yeah.
Yeah, a buddy of mine who's had sources with the Giants said he was 95% that he was coming, that he had some concerns about Kapler, about how competitive the Giants were, but that he was coming. So then I ran into a better Giants source about a week and a half before, and I put that out on Twitter. I said I just ran into I didn't name him, but I put it, I ran into a good Giants source who said, no, Farhan would rather spread that money around, and Judge is going to stay in New York, and this is all big to do about nothing. So I kind of put that out. So I guess, and then...
You can't get them all right. I love you for going, but we just had some fun. Larry, you had me thinking they were coming, though.
Yeah, so yesterday, I was at Lenardi's in Walnut Creek, and the butcher's like, hey, man, you on 95.7 this week? I said, I'm on tomorrow and Tuesday with Goo. And he's like, oh, I love Guru. He's the best, man.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did.
Shout out, baby. What's up now?
The butchers at Lenardi's are big fans. And they said, man, him and Steiny were giving you so much crap about your 90 to 95% tweet on Judge coming to the Giants. And I'm like, he's like, are you going to say something about it? I'm like, yeah, I absolutely will.
I love you for that, Larry. But I got to say this. Did you really? I thought he was coming. And the tweet before we found out that Heyman took it back. What was Heyman, right?
John Heyman, yeah. Thank you, John Heyman. He's persona non grata.
But that made me feel, I walked to the car like the baby's coming. I see the feet. I mean, he's really going to be a Giant. They need somebody, a bopper in the outfield. So it wasn't your fault, but I was just having fun, though, when I saw you. I'm like, man, Buffalo Springfield, something's happening here. They end up getting Correa. Haniger, what do you think? I'm not mad at him, but I'm like, the Giants are full of Hanigers, Hey, when he's healthy, okay, so you fit right in, but that ain't going to take down the Padres and Dodgers. But the beautiful thing about baseball, Larry, is we don't know. But you had to go close something, coffees for closers, and Farhan did that after, and you tell me what you thought here, because I was pissed off as a Bay Area native. The comments before you go, the politics here. And remember, he had made that that's why you weren't landing the big boys. To hell with that.
Nobody likes excuses.
He got Correa after that. Your thoughts?
Well, okay. First on the Judge front, it's like that, that beautiful girl that you believe wants to date you. And so you can convince yourself that she wants to date you. When in reality, there's no chance she's dating you. So it's like, as a Giant fan, I wanted to believe that he wanted to be here. But then I started thinking about it, and I started thinking, you know what? Who in our lifetime has ever left New York City when they're the toast of the town?
But they were booing him, Larry.
I know, but he's still the toast of the town. There's
he
so
didn't
many
like how they did his leak the
joints.
contract stuff the last offseason.
I mean, nobody walks away when they're the toast of a town like New York City. I mean, I think the Giants got played. As far as Carlos Correa, well, guess what? When you tease your fan base off of a losing season, and they were 500, but we all know they had to get hot in September.
That didn't feel like 500.
It was the worst 500 year ever. They got hot at the end and finished 500. You had to do something, right? And I was going to rip the hell out of them if they didn't do anything, and you were too probably.
What did you make of his comments though?
Never.
The politics please.
First of all, I
you
believe
don't say that out loud.
I believe he's probably accurate. I believe, because you got to remember this.
But you can't say it, Larry.
Who's deciding who's coming here? It's typically wives of players who live in the South and the Midwest. And what are they doing? They're watching Fox News, and they're watching, Gavin Newsom's a nightmare, and San Francisco's a joke, and there's drugs everywhere, and there's needles everywhere. And, they've politicized San Francisco to a point where it's a very polarizing place to people who've never been here. If you've never been to San Francisco, there's a lot of bad pub on San Francisco on TV if you're one of these people that watches the conservative shows. So I bet you Farhan's totally being honest, but you don't say it.
Yeah, that's all. That was
haters.
You say that over a beer or what have you, but especially when you're shooting blanks. Right. You ain't closing nothing.
Seriously.
Oh, so now you kind of built yourself the own excuse.
Yeah, it's not my fault. No, it is your fault. You own it. Well, take responsibility. But
Correa's their best player now.
I like Correa, but I mean, I do agree with Russo. Dog basically said it's the worst signing in franchise history. I think at the back end of the deal, it's going to be bad. This is going to be 3 or 4 years.
Larry, I don't know if I'm going to be. You tell me, you sound like a simpleton, Goo. I don't know what tomorrow has in store for me, let alone the world. I don't care about year 8, 9. What are you? The Giant fans want a winner now, and if this dude can help in the next few years, only haters or the nerds go all the way to year 10 and 11. Well, let's see if we can squeeze some chips out of this thing. And I know it's highly unlikely, but at least you got a young stud, slick-fielding infielder who is now arguably your best player. And I was asking Stotty this.
He's easily your best player.
Who's this the problem? Who's your second best?
You.
I couldn't pitch, Larry.
No, I have no idea. I mean, seriously.
That bothers me that we don't know off the top.
Correa's going to hit 2 probably in their lineup, but who hits 3, 4, 5? That's the thing. I mean, they have a hole at first base. Is Brandon Belt coming back? They got a hole in center field.
But Belt's coming back, right? That's already done. And I'm not mad if he comes back.
I think Belt could retire.
You think?
Yeah. I think he could retire. I've heard people whisper that.
What about Crawford going to third? I thought that happened. Hey, he could have caused
They got J.D. Davis. They got Casey Schmidt coming. I think Crawford probably plays. I think second and short. Correa's going to be at short, and then they're going to have Tyro and Crawford. Those are your 3 infielders. I think your corner guys are
I still think it's
either Belt, J.D. Davis, and Wilmer Flores. So those are your 3 guys on the corners. But as far as the deal's going to look bad on the back end, but so what? If you're the Giants, you don't have prospects. There's only 3 ways to get players.
Well, you got some guys on the farm, though.
You got a farm system. And then you got trades, but trades have to come from who you deal off your farm system. So basically, prospects lead to 2 of the 3 avenues to get better. The third one's free agency. I look at the Correa signing kind of like Andre Iguodala when he came to the Warriors. Somebody's got to be first. Somebody's got to be, I feel
like he's younger than Andre was. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm just saying somebody's got to say, hey, you guys all think they're a bunch of losers, but I'm going there because I see something.
Right.
Somebody's got to be the first. So Correa is that first, and I agreed with not paying Rodon. I don't want to pay Rodon $20 million, some injured pitcher for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
My whole thing on that, Larry, is he was badass.
He was damn good, but you know what? Gosman was good before him, and they'll get somebody after to be just as good.
Yeah, but what if you come up if you're basing that on we'll find somebody else to replace somebody that was okay? What if they don't pan out? Then you're stuck.
I'd rather do
you like Strickland?
Well, I mean, I do like Stripling and I do like Mania, but they're not Rodon. But I'll do that every day. I'll go 2 for 1 for lesser dollars on pitchers because I ain't getting. I'm not going to pay $20 million for a guy like Rodon who's been on the DL 12 times in his career. He's been hurt more than he's been healthy. So I don't have any problem with them not bidding on Rodon. They're not very good still. I mean, they have Correa, but what are the Giants? I would say you could argue they're better than Arizona, but they're not better than San Diego. Right. They're not better than the Dodgers. So they got to keep going. They got to find another third baseman. They got to find a center fielder. I don't know if they're going to trade for Ramon Laureano or Brian Reynolds. They're going to have to trade for a center fielder.
The last homegrown bopper with Chili Davis for the Giants.
I mean, that's sad. I guess you could say Pablo. Well, are you talking about outfielders?
Yeah, outfielders.
Yeah, Chili Davis, yeah. Dan Gladden.
Yeah, Dan the man.
These guys are retired.
But I'll say this about the sport I love, baseball. Yeah, on paper, and if you go line up envy, the Giants they're going to be in third, maybe before Arizona. But if you can somehow pitch, and these guys have career years, Mania, and he's, you know what I mean? And you play good defense and you get timely hitting, you can compete. And we saw this team do something, Larry. I still have not processed 107. Did it get you a World Series ring? No. And you probably used up the Fluke bottles, a 24 pack of Fluke bottles to get to 107, but nobody saw that coming. You can't do that in the NBA. I don't think you could do that in the NFL. So if they could tap into 80 wins of that 107, whatever they did to make it manifest, now you got Correa. You know, maybe Yaz, or if he's still, you know what I mean?
You need a center fielder. It ain't
just over.
I mean, you need a center fielder of note. Why? Because you got Haniger in left, you got Yaz in right. Those guys are okay if you got a damn good center fielder. Yeah. If you have Brian Reynolds, that's a good outfield.
Oh, he's good.
If you have just if you put Austin Slater out there, you got one of the worst outfields going. So, I mean, they need a center fielder, and it's got to be a good defensive player, and the player's got to be able to hit. They need a first baseman. It's got to be somebody who can hit. Yeah. They can't just lean on, we'll go with Flores and LaStella. No, then you're going to go with fourth place and empty stadiums, and it's going to be a ghost town.
That's what it's about is, bringing the fan base back.
But I like the idea of going pitching with depth. You know what I mean? Don't give me one guy. I'd rather show up in spring training with 10 viable starters than one ace and 4 or 5 guys behind him and then no depth. Because it's a long year, and more important, I mean, there's all kinds of top-tier starting pitching that didn't win the World Series this year.
No doubt. I'll tell you what, we'll get into the 49ers because I got a bunch of questions for you. But before we do, Matt's been holding patiently. He wants to talk about the value of Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. We thank you for waiting. What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas. First of all, about baseball, you should be A's fan, so be grateful.
Exactly. A perspective shaker right there.
Say about baseball players, this would include their wives. You could be too stupid to play football or basketball, but you cannot be too stupid to play baseball. So that's part of the reason why they don't want to come here. As for Draymond and Klay, they'll never get anything for Klay. I mean, he makes way too much money, and besides, the guys. You can't get rid of Klay. I mean, he's my favorite player. And I think he's actually starting to come around a little bit. He just needs to be consistent. I love that he didn't shoot that much.
Yeah, we are bad connection. But, somebody would take Klay.
Well, he's right, though. He makes $40 million.
How much,
and he's due $40.6 million this year, $43.2 next year in the final year of his deal. If you traded Klay Thompson, all you're going to get back is another Klay Thompson, somebody who's got a huge contract.
Okay, but we're not there. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, Larry. No, they're not. They're not looking to trade Klay.
No, but I mean the fact that it can't even be discussed is it definitely. It's a lot of people living in the past.
Right, but okay, and you're defending champs now. We saw him come back from 2 horrific injuries to his body, lower extremities.
Beloved.
He's beloved. He earned that beloved. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. And then when he's on his boat, we're all laughing and geeking and squawking. We love Klay. He's a fan favorite. He's natural at being himself. To me, this is where people condemn me and throw eggs at me. That stuff matters. And Klay Thompson is not the reason you're the 11th seed now. I don't believe that. And I believe him sharing with the world, him taking extra offense to Charles Barkley or anybody that would criticize him, he let you in his world. He was in a dark place. And to me, that's part of the story. It's part of the comeback. And for him to celebrate like he did at the parade, for him to make some progress and even be an option to start, this story is not over. Let Clay, I don't want to say let him eat Larry, but like Steiny's and the rest of the gang are quick to judge him as if it's over. He had a hell of a November. Because now when he shoots Larry, I'm like, oh, it's going in. Not so much here lately, but the story's not over. Give him some more time to try to get back to close to being the old Clay or as close as he's going to get to it. But there's no way you can't tell me the sentimental stuff with Clay and the Warriors doesn't matter.
No,
he's earned it.
It all matters, but there's only one guy on this team that you should absolutely scoff at if anybody brings up a trade, and that's Steph Curry.
I'll tell you, even he can be no trade. Joe didn't give him a no trade clause.
No, come on. I've heard you guys discuss that, and I don't agree.
I don't have too much bullets.
You could make the argument everybody's got their price.
Yeah.
No. Curry means more. He's the guy that scoff at any notion of trading him. Everybody else, you should be open minded. As far as Klay Thompson goes, I'll tell you one thing I've seen is that he just really looks like, I don't know if it's his legs or if it's the fatigue or the injuries, but I like him more when he squares up from inside the arc than outside the arc. I realize the deep two is the worst shot in the NBA, right? The deep two, nobody wants, but the worst shot is the shot you miss, and the best shot is the shot that you make. So I personally would love to see Klay become more DeRozan-like, more of a mid-range. Well, more of a, I mean, I really think he's still a sniper, but he's a sniper in the mid-range. I think those shots will fall in great number in the mid-range. I don't know if there's something about his legs, something about his trajectory on his shot, but when he's shooting the deep ball, sometimes he's drifting on his shot. There's some of that, but then sometimes it's just flat and it's hitting the front rim. I don't know. Personally, I would love to see Klay not be so three happy and pound that dribble, settle in the the two range right there.
Kind of like what Jordan's Poole been doing the last couple of games. And he was good from three yesterday, but still, take that, what you said, those mid-ranges, they count.
Especially to start games. So let's see the ball go through the hoop a couple times in the mid-range, and then you want to extend once you're really feeling it, then go from there. Start from three and hoist from three. He's just missing a lot of those.
Yeah, and we'll get into Niners before we get out of here, Larry, on the other side. But you and Lo were talking about, I was just talking about how smart they are. You know, what they try to do. Are they perfect, the Niners? But the Warriors, you guys talked about what team out there could beat them 4 out of 7. But, Larry, what team is smart enough to beat them 4 out of 7? I'm a league pass junkie. I'm watching these teams. I won't even get into load management. Now, when you're watching an NBA game, the first thing is not who's playing, who's not playing, but the way that they play. You know, I'm like, you don't got shooters. Why are you guys jacking up 30 to 43s a game? I get it. It's a new era. But the Warriors, to me, in the 11th seed are only 4.5 back from the number 1 seed, but every season is its own entity. And the fact that Curry's out, Wiggins is out, dude, I didn't tell anybody this, but I panicked thinking about, okay, what does a Wiggins setback look like? Because I did take him for granted, what he does offensively and defensively. He could create his own shot, mid-range, shoot the three, get hot, rebound, guard the best player. So how long? You know, and I know Evan gave us the update from Slater, hopefully Christmas, but he's a very important cog to this team. But
he's in his prime.
Yeah, and with all that said, Larry, seeding, we agree here again, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you want it, but this Warrior team, when healthy and whole, I think they could. I would bet my brothers on them balling against anybody in the series, and that includes Memphis. Is Ja going to stay healthy?
If I was sitting in Vegas right now, I would put money on the Warriors to go to the finals.
There you look at Larry.
I would not put money on them to win it necessarily because I think Milwaukee and Boston look pretty good. And I'd want to. I don't know that they can do it with their current cast unless they're
locked up Boston though. I know that was a Saturday night game.
Yeah,
no Wiggins, and they locked him up. They were invested.
Who wasn't there for Boston? Was Smart missing that game?
No, Horford and Robert Williams.
Right. Okay. So two big bodies.
Oh, I love one, but they're hurt. My neck and my back. No, I'm just saying they weren't available.
I'm all over the map on the Warriors. I'm too negative
that's my word.
I'm too negative in that I don't think they can win it if they don't get something out of their rookies, out of Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, either from them or in a trade replacing them. I think those guys can't not be in the rotation and not traded and still the Warriors win. But I also think I'm being too positive because I'm like Fitz. I don't see anybody who really stands between them when it really matters in May, in June. I don't think there's anybody in the West that's going to be able to stand in front of them. So I think they're going back to the finals. But at the same time, I think I would want to spend a lot more time worrying about developing Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman and not worrying about, do we have the 8 seed, the 5 seed, the 7 seed, the play-in? I think you can get there from any of those spots, but you got to have your 3 guys either doing something for you or you got to move one of them so you can get a guy in the rotation to help you off the bench.
Yeah, speaking of Kuminga, Stoney's not here, so I'm going to let this off because I do it to bother him. But you talk about basketball gods and the DNA gods. I mean, when you watch Kuminga do some things on the basketball court, Larry.
I'm not moving him.
Dude, just his body. I told Stoney didn't like a young Dwight Howard, but physically, when he is invested in some of the, into the move, and then just reckless abandon, the rim looks like, no. I'm like, dude, this dude can be special. Quit shooting the threes. I know you can, but boy, get to that bucket. And he's quick. Long, strong. I'm like, man, I ain't giving him up.
You got Dwight Howard. I think you got half of it right. He's not Dwight Howard. Okay. He's Josh Howard. Remember Josh Howard, the kid from Wake who played for the Mavs?
But I don't think wow.
Yeah, I mean, they're same 6'8". You know, they're not really.
Why do I feel like Kuminga's a little stronger than Josh, though?
He's a little stronger.
Just naturally.
He's a little better leaper.
Yeah.
A little better athlete overall. But, I mean, 6'8" guys who don't really shoot from the perimeter, who should be able to lock you up, defend, rebound, run the floor,
Kuminga
finish.
Have those moments to where I didn't take the ball, but my body, my physicality bothers you, you know? That's what the game is about, without fouling.
Right. And then Moses, I like Moses Moody. I mean, I've talked to Eric Musselman, who coached him at Arkansas. He thinks Moses Moody, there's a lot more there. There's a lot more there. A lot more there than what you've seen thus far. I think in some ways
he's a good NBA. Like, how could you not be excited?
Too much. Well, he defers too much.
Right. But even then, when they call on him, the one thing I keep telling Stoddy, and I keep going to it, Larry, I don't feel like he's a deer in headlights of, I can't shoot this 3 because Clay's over. He'll let him go. We'll get into it more on the other side, but I'm with you. I'm excited about the future and trying to find out, especially now that you got some guys down, kind of give Lambs minutes to split that up between Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and Ty Jerome. No shade at them. But, Larry, you're not getting out of here because on the other side, you know, I'm going to apologize to one NFL head coach here in the Bay Area, and then I want to get your thoughts on Brock Purdy and where this thing is going.
An apology?
Yeah.
Really?
You're listening to Larry and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
An apology?
I want winners. 'Tis the season for basketball.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
The cutter is Poole. Squares up, fires, and hits a 3. 39 points for Poole, new career high.
And football.
2nd and 21. Bosa, 15 and a half now on the year.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my 4-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and Pro Vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
In Burlingame, mostly cloudy this afternoon, highs near 51.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
interception.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, Larry in today. We'll be rocking tomorrow, too. So I'm excited. Steiny enjoys his weekend. And Damon and Rattle coming up at 3 p.m. And get this, Larry. They got the playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 4:15 and Peter King at 5 o'clock. And we came back with that Niner sound, and you were kind of dumbfounded on, Guru, who you going to apologize to? And is there anything such thing as half apology? And this is where I'm going, Larry. I have called Kyle Shanahan the genius. I've called him the best play designer. And then I said, you know what, Steiny, I want a divorce. Draw up the papers. He said, how can you do that? 2019 Super Bowl. You controlled the play calling, and you went away from what was working on that last drive. Exhibit A, I was disappointed. And then I said, on these airwaves, situational play calling is the area of opportunity for Kyle. So if I had to give him a 90-day review, I'd be like, okay, I'm watching you, situational play calling. Then last year against the Rams, NFC Championship game, you got a 10-point lead. I thought he went away from what was working then, so I came in and I was mad. And I was like, if I were a Niner fan, I would be – I can't ignore that I called him a genius because I'm being real. And, Larry, one of my sayings is react to new information. So when I think of something of somebody –
you're always evolving.
Only real people do that. I'm not one of these dudes. Oh, it's A, and it can never be B. I can learn from B, and you can sway me.
The world's changing.
Talk to me.
Your opinion should change along with it.
But our guy Willard, and he heard this because I said it to Willard and Dibbs, and they used this as a promo. When Trey Lance got hurt, I blamed Kyle Shanahan. And the reason, Larry Krueger, I blamed him is I saw it coming a mile away. And you say, well, how did you see that? What glasses were you wearing? No glasses. It was quarterback vision, 2020, because he, to me, Kyle, was using Trey Lance like Walter Payton, God rest his soul. So it was, I don't want to call it a stench. It didn't sit right with me. Let this dude throw it. Something wowed you in the workout, but with that said, I said I would fire him right now, and I was in my feelings. But now
you were firing him.
You got
so
lucky.
You had him as a genius, and then you were firing him.
But the firing was because of how you handled what I thought is the next great franchise quarterback.
Right.
So
and
now
I agree
we
with
fast
you, by the way,
forward. Okay, now we fast forward. Jimmy comes in, and you got lucky to get Jimmy. You guys were rolling. Jimmy gets hurt, and I'm like, oh, it's a wrap, Saran. Here comes Brock Purdy. Now I'm back in love and infatuated, and I ripped up the divorce papers because what you're showing me you're doing with Mystery Relevant is it supersedes my anguish and anger over how you did Trey. I can compartmentalize that, put that over here. I'm watching what you're doing on the field. And now when I watch the Niners play Seattle, they didn't score 40. And I'm watching what Brock Purdy is doing. I'm giving you, Kyle, credit, 1, for drafting Brock Purdy, and 2, for having him be the extension of you out there. And right now, through 11 quarters, I got the Niners better than Philly. Dallas is dumb. Their coach dumb. And now I feel like the Niners got action like they had if Jimmy was behind center, and that, to me, deserves an apology. On Kyle, your genius is back, and this is my last thing, Larry, and you take it. If you get this done with Mystery Relevant, it will be greater than anything you could have ever done with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance, because Trey, we know what you thought of him. You went up to get him. He was an unknown, but to take Mystery Relevant, who I don't got to tell you is the last pick of the draft, and you go beat Philly or Dallas or whoever in the NFC, and you get to the Super Bowl with that, I'm bowing down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it this way. If the 49ers somehow won the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, Larry.
Kyle Shanahan would immediately be injected into every conversation from now on about who's the greatest coach in NFL history.
Preach,
why?
Man.
Because immediately some guys would be like, well, that Shanahan guy took a third-string quarterback
Mystery
who was the
Relevant.
last pick in the draft and won the Super Bowl.
Larry.
So he's got to be one of the best coaches. So, I mean, there's a lot on the line here. First of all, I'm with you on the mishandling of Trey Lance. You ran him like he was Larry Zonka, and he got hurt. And then you came back and you had the nerve to tell us that, everybody uses their quarterback that way. No.
They treat their quarterbacks with like fine china. You just threw Trey Lance in the box like, just throw it over there.
But the question was, did he do that because that's what because Trey had so many limitations on what he could do? Well, at the end of the day, only really Kyle and the offensive coaching staff for the Niners really know the truth. They either ran the plays for him because that's all he can do, or they ran the plays for him because that's what they thought he was best at. But either way, it put him in harm's way, and I would just love to see Trey doing what they allowed Jimmy to do. And I would love to see what it looked like. Instead, we had a different offense for Trey. But as far as Purdy is accurate and smart and experienced, and the ball comes out on time, and he throws it underneath with accuracy and pace
the ball comes
and
out
rhythm.
People overlook that. The ball. You ain't got to have a Marino cannon. If Joe Montana didn't have a cannon, it came out on time.
Comes out on time. And he hits him. To me, you say, give me a defining moment of Brock Purdy. It doesn't get any more defining than 3rd and 7 backed up on his 4-yard line against Seattle the other day, and he throws an absolute dime.
Not a handoff.
A dime slant to Juwan.
It would have been a run. No shade at Jimmy. I think it would have been a run play.
There's that
let
too.
him throw it.
I think he's got a belief in Purdy that I don't know that he had in Jimmy or Trey. I think he's got a confidence in Purdy that I don't know that he had in those other two guys. The ball's coming out on time. I'll say this. I'm doing stuff for Talk Sport out of London, so I'm working down at the Niner complex. I'll be down there later.
I saw some of your interviews.
Yeah, thank you. And they're on my YouTube channel, The Krug Show. But it's so after Purdy came off the bench, that was the Dolphins game?
Yeah, and they blitzed his ass.
Right, they blitzed him like crazy. Here comes Van Ginkel or whatever, left and right. They were sending dogs at him, dog blitzes. And he beat the blitz a few times. And going out of that game, down in the locker room, I'm thinking to myself, okay, they got a big game coming up. They're on their 3rd-string quarterback. And I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of, most of the time on your 3rd-string quarterback means game over as far as contending for a Super Bowl. And yet there was this bounce in the room. There was this optimism in the room. And it all stems from really, I think, 3 things. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, and that killer defense. And the Niners believe they can win it all. And I talk to players every single week, offense, defense. I talked to Ayuk last week. I talked to Aaron Banks last week, Dre Greenlaw. These guys believe in their defense, Kyle, their weapons, and Brock Purdy to lead them. So the season ain't over.
Right.
And the Niners Super Bowl, look at their odds in the Super Bowl.
I get it.
They went down, but they didn't go down dramatically after they lost Jimmy. So, they got a shot. They got a realistic shot. I think they're going to run the table. I think they can beat Washington, beat the Raiders, beat the Cardinals. I think they're going to win a couple playoff games. The question is, can they go into Philly and beat Philly?
And what if you get down? Like, we haven't seen that yet. What if somebody fumbles or things go? How are you going to?
Can you throw the rock when everybody in the place knows you're doing it?
And Jimmy, we've seen him do that, but that's a major test. But Larry, you talk about this defense, man, and I swear to you, you know where I'm at with the star. I come in here with it on my body every day, damn near. And even 4 weeks ago when it was going good for Dallas and it was like, whose defense is better? I knew Dallas was they could be had in the run game. And when I watched the Niners defense, even on tape, Larry, the second, third time, I'm like, this defense, they are on one accord. Dallas they don't have this. Now all of a sudden, to everybody's eye, it's coming into focus. But a lot of attention goes to Bosa. And I get it. But Bosa don't have another Bosa on the D-line.
Armstead.
But see, Armstead's been missing, and yet that Niner defense still was getting home. Outside of Bosa and Armstead, to the people that don't watch the Niners, if they're in Minnesota, Dallas, and Philly, give me another D-lineman's name that's causing havoc that the average household wouldn't know. Because when I watch this Niner D, it's Bosa, and I see it, and now Armstead is back. But the others are getting home too, Larry.
Yeah, it's Ebukam.
That's right. Okay.
It's Samson Ebukam. Ebukam is a monster. I mean, the Niners are stacked at the
Geno
end.
Smith was petrified, and I get it.
I mean, you got Bosa, you got Ebukam, you got Jordan Willis playing at a high level. He's 270. He runs in the 4.5s. You got Charles Omenihu playing easily the best ball of his career. It's fantastic. Yeah. Then you got Drake Jackson. They got a 5 spot of defensive ends, and all these guys can play ball, and they rotate in. So Coach Eric keeps his D line fresh. So he's got guys. Now they're a little thin at tackle. Givens just went down. Ridgeway's down.
Yes, okay.
Kinlaw's down.
Yeah.
Armstead's not 100%. They're a little thin at tackle, but it's such a pass happy league now, Goo, that the Niners go with their 4 D end alignment. And they don't even worry about having tackles. They just are playing stunting games up front, and they'll go with 4 DNs. They'll go with Omenihu and Jackson inside. They'll go with Bosa and Ebukam outside, and then they'll just play all these looping, TE stunts and ET stunts, and it's working for them. And they got the best linebackers in the game. Yeah. They got 3 guys who could fly and hit, and they're intimidating.
Yeah,
so
I was asking, where's 54? No shade at him, because, he set his own standard, and now he's just sideline to sideline. He's bringing it. I want to ask you.
How about Greenlaw? 57?
Now oh, my goodness. You see him knock the ball out the other night? And that was a big play, Larry. I thought that game felt like watching it 30-3. But I'm like, if they score here, go for 2, they got action, so.
There was 2 plays there. There was the dropped pick, and then the big hit by Greenlaw. The ball pops out. Charvarius picks it up, rumbles down to the 5. They scored 2 plays later. I mean, that's where that game was basically decided.
Now, tell me what you think here of this. And I've told I told Steiny, anybody listen, I feel like the Niners D, or just the Niners team in general, even with Jimmy's interception in the Saints game, they've been getting a good whistle. Every time something bad happens, it's negated, flag. But Hufanga, he's a stud. I know he's a stud, but I saw him get beat in the Tampa game. That got called back. I saw him take, I believe, the wrong route in Seattle. Tight end got the touchdown. I've just been noticing, not blowing assignments, I guess I could say that, but once a game, is that a concern for you? Because sometimes when he blows it, it's like, there was a penalty on the other team. It don't count. But it's like when I watch, I'm like, if that were a playoff game, a better quarterback, that may count. Talk to me about what you've been seeing from him, because I feel like one time a game, he'll get lost back there, and that can get you beat.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Hufanga was a day 3 pick. He was the Pac-12 player of the year. He was an incredibly productive player. He's awesome going forward. If they're playing the cover 3 and he's sitting there lurking near the line of scrimmage, he attacks the mesh point and just detonates on the ball carrier. So he's really great going forward. He's a little bit of a liability in coverage, which is why he went on day 3. That's why he was drafted in the 5th round, because he's not a great coverage player. But here's the question. The Niner defensive front, it doesn't really matter if he's not the best coverage player, because they get to the quarterback and hurry the quarterback. If they get up against Philly, who has a terrific line, and they can't get pressure on Hurts, can the Niner DBs cover Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert? And can guys like him and Gibson make plays in the secondary if the Niner defensive front isn't getting to Jalen Hurts? That's my one question. If the Niners, it's all about rush and cover, and the Niners' rush is substantial, and they put a lot of heat on the quarterback. If they don't put that heat on the quarterback, can Gibson and Hufanga stand up in coverage?
Yeah.
So it's an open question, and it's not going to get decided till January at the Link, as they call it in Philly.
Yeah, and I'll say this about all the Niner fans, because I know I'm jealous of them, because I know they're like, man, we got 3. The season's not over. We got to still see who we play. We could get the 2 seed, but I feel like the Niners are the Warriors. I know they're not defending champs. I feel like they should have been in the Super Bowl, but 2 or 3 seed, it don't matter. That defense travels, but
they got swagger. I mean, the Warriors are going to have swagger in the Western Conference playoffs, and the Niners are going to swagger into any matchup in the NFC. Now, the Super Bowl against Buffalo or Kansas City, totally different story.
That's where I was going.
But as far as the NFC is concerned, the Niners will take the field in the playoffs believing they're going to beat any team they play.
Larry, that's where I was going. And we're going to grab this call from Vince in the city in a second here. But the Kansas City game, and I know that Niners had guys out, Bosa played. Was that an anomaly? Because I know Andy Dalton is not Mahomes. And when you talk about winning the Super Bowl, even though I'm kind of out on Hurts, who looks like he may be unavailable for Saturday's game against Dallas, but like, how did you process that from a defensive standpoint for the Niners? Because I was shocked. Or is that Andy? Are you going to see more of that come playoff time?
I mean, that is the best play caller in the game, right. The best quarterback in the game, and a whole bevy of really creative play calls and weapons. I mean, the Niner coverage, they were so loose in that game. I mean, Mahomes just picked apart their zone. Niners played a lot of zone in that game, and Mahomes just played pitch and catch, and there was nobody even in the picture.
I didn't recognize the bombs on the Niner D to that extent.
Yeah, the worst part of that game was the McKinnon screen pass.
Yeah.
And since that point, the Niners have gotten a lot better at beating up the screen and preparing to defend the screen. But, yeah, if they get Kansas City in the bowl, get ready for more screen passes.
Let's finish the calls up, Larry, with Vince from the city. What's up, Vince? Vince.
Hello?
Hey.
You guys hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Hey, just real quick, Larry, I know I used to listen to you all the time on KNBR, so I wanted to ask you who you thought was a better defense.
Who are who?
All the comparisons. The Harbaugh era defense or this year's defense, because there's been a lot of comparisons and similarities brought up between Greenlaw and Warner with Bowman and Willis.
Yeah.
Man.
I think the Niner linebacker, I loved Bowman and Willis, and they were awesome. But I like this linebacker crew more.
Okay.
I think.
What about defense overall?
You know, here's the thing about that.
That one went to the bowl, too.
I know. That, and also one thing we got to talk about is even though it's not that long ago, the rules are totally different. Like, you could totally detonate on guys back then. Now that draws a flag. Now it's like you got to be better in coverage. So I think that defense was incredibly hard hitting that Harbaugh had. It separated guys from the football. You had the Cowboy and Alden Smith up front.
Oh man!
But I think collectively, the linebackers here are even faster and better. You got 3 of them and not 2. I would say that, I mean, very close. Very, very close. I would think that this secondary, full throttle, is maybe a little bit better than that secondary.
And they're not scared, this secondary.
That front, though, you had Cowboy and Alden playing at a crazy high level. You still had Ahmad Brooks. You had I probably would go with their D-line now with the injury to Kinlaw and some of the injuries up front. I'd probably go Harbaugh defense D-line, Niner, or this D'Amico's group here on the back 7.
Were you in New Orleans for that?
Yes.
Did you think you had it?
Yes, I was sitting next to Damon. The lights went out.
That's just...
It was unbelievable. That's Super Bowl.
You blame Kaepernick? Who do you blame? Or do you blame
Harbaugh?
Okay.
You don't call a timeout. This is the Super Bowl against the Ravens we're talking about. You don't call a timeout when you have Ray Lewis and Ed Reed playing in their final NFL games at the end of a long drive against a way faster, more athletic team. They called that timeout. They should never have called that timeout. That allowed the Ravens to regroup on defense.
And then
you got to run Frank Gore too.
No who got you down there?
I think Greg Roman's really overrated.
Well, I was just going to bring his name up, but those were some of the worst out route passes I've seen from Cap. Dude, they were hitting the side of dude, this ain't tryouts. Come on, the Super Bowl's on the line. Give me some touch.
I'll contend this. You could get Cap and Crabtree on a field with no defenders, and he couldn't hit him on a fade.
Wow.
Because Cap doesn't throw the fade. That's
he took the league by
storm. That's not his game. His game is not the fade.
Yeah, it was running. And, again, we're in tomorrow. You and I get down tomorrow. Warriors take on the Knicks. Damon and Ratto coming up at 3 o'clock. They got Michael Irvin at 4:15. Peter King at 5 o'clock. Larry, this has been a bunch of fun, but I want to run this by you. I got one of my best friends, Frank Carrillo. I call him 49er Frankie, diehard Niner fan.
Yep.
And his saying used to be, when the Niners go to the Super Bowl, we win. And that was the case.
Right.
But here lately, it's just been bad luck, and he gets mad. I add the NFC Championship collapse last year. So you would think right now, when I look at the landscape of the NFC, we've got about a minute left, I mean, I think they're better than Philly. Philly went to the playoffs last year. They lost to Tom Brady. Dallas ain't ready. You beat Dallas last year. Just people keep forgetting Kyle's experience and this Niner team since 19. They've been in it to win it.
Yeah. Dallas can't stop the run. They just gave up 7 yards a carry. Prescott's turning it over. They're a bully defense. You get a big lead. They got, they'll
you throw screens and quick traps, they're done.
You can run it on them, and the Niners will run it on them. Philly is going to be a tougher deal because that's a really tough place to play. You're going to roll in there with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think they'll get it done.
Yeah, I'm excited. Monday Night Football tonight, and it will be Larry and I tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, Damon and Rattle.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
This sham with Steve Keim out there in the desert, I mean, it's like no accountability. Never my fault. It's never his fault. Stuff just happens. Losses just fall from the sky. It's not Cliff's fault. It's not Kyler's fault. It's not my fault. It's not the owner's fault. We just have really bad luck. Just hang in there and keep throwing money at us and we'll figure it out. Shut up.
Listen to In the Huddle. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So it's official. Like, sports is running out of things that I haven't seen before. Unbelievable endings throughout the NFL. A really good game by the Golden State Warriors with no Steph Curry involved. We all know why. For the first time ever, an entertaining soccer game was actually played. All right, maybe it wasn't the first time ever. First time ever for me. I watched. That was good. That was drama-filled. Way to go, soccer. Welcome. We got a huge Monday for you here on 95.7 The Game. I know a lot of people are getting ready for their big Christmas week, but if you're still with us, we're still with you all week long. Ray and I are in. We're going to have abbreviated shows tomorrow and on Wednesday with the Warriors wrapping up their road trips. That means we got to make haste with the time that we have today. A full show for you, and we got a good one. Michael Irvin at 4:15, Peter King at 5 o'clock. You couldn't have two finer gentlemen dropping on by to recap what was an absolutely insane Week 15. Historic comebacks, wild finishes. Ray, for the first time ever, the Raiders are on the right side of the biggest clown show I've ever seen on a football field.
Oh,
congratulations, Las Vegas Raiders!
It's not about the Raiders. I mean, that was just a gift from God. But the team that was always the most prepared and the one that never made the brutal mistake is the one that made the mistake.
Well,
the New England Patriots were always the most prepared, the smartest, and the least likely to have bad luck tip up on them.
Right.
But they had like several guys on the same play do the stupidest thing possible. I mean, not just one or two, but four that I could count.
It was extraordinary.
In a tie game, they thought they had to score the winning touchdown with no time left.
Look, the bloom is off the Bill Belichick rose since Tom Brady left, and he's got a big problem with a quarterback who might not be an NFL quarterback. So what a show we got for you today. The Warriors looked right in Toronto behind a career high from Jordan Poole.
Yeah, Draymond Green going up there and hitting threes like he was getting a currency exchange rate north of the border. It was an unbelievable night for Draymond, who takes a step forward on the all-time franchises game played list that's worth telling you about. It was just a special weekend of football. We had 12 of 15 games in Week 15 decided by one score. That's tied for the most in a single week of football in NFL history. So, Monday night, do your thing. We could achieve absolute, no doubt about it, maximum football with a little Monday night football game that comes nice and close. And, Ray, I'm going to spare you the indignity of maximum football, but I do want to get you a holiday greeting. That's right. Special time of year. Ray, you're going to dress like Santa on Friday? Send everyone home happy?
I'm not coming to work on Friday.
Oh, you got Friday off, don't you? Lucas, do we know that? I think Nahagian is pretty much vamoosed for the rest of the year.
How could you tell the difference?
The smell. No. No.
Fair enough.
No. So, yeah, well, he deserves it. Oh, Alan Stiles is stepping in on a Friday afternoon. It'll be a nice way to wrap up the year. But in the meantime, I guess I am saddled with you, Poopykins.
Hey, I'm sorry.
No, don't be.
Terry Hall died today. I can't be focused on that.
Who?
Lead singer for the Specials.
Oh.
One of the best ever.
Okay. When's the last time the Specials had a hit?
Last year.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to know more about this.
Wow.
Thank you for bringing up death in the opening monologue. Nothing really gets the show rolling quite like that.
You're the one who started linking me and Santa Claus. You deserve what you get.
Hey, you could do it. You got that job down in Tanforan. You're making all the kids happy. I thought for sure.
Once again, you keep asking for it.
So look, my opinion of soccer means very little to anyone listening because you all know I pretty much ain't in for a good time. I'm done apologizing. I don't have to like everything that everyone else likes. I think that the first half, Ray, of the World Cup is like every other first half of a 2-0 soccer game that's ever been played. The minute France tied that game up, something special happened. I mean, the most entertaining, actual back and forth. It wasn't one of those, hey, maybe there'll be a corner kick for people to lean into since nothing's happened for the last 50 minutes. It was spectacular. There was about a 45-minute window where soccer absolutely had my full attention. The start, totally forgettable. The window, amazing. And then the least satisfying ending on the planet is what they decided to put the cherry on top of what you are admitting. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you tell everyone what you already told me.
It's the greatest soccer game ever played.
It's a big statement from someone who lives an understated sports life.
Biggest stage. The two best players in the world were at their very best. It was tension throughout. Andres Cantor. And the referee didn't screw the game up. It's everything you could possibly want.
Referee was jacked.
It almost eliminates the fact that it is a blood-soaked tournament. You can't forget that. But in terms of one day, one game, that's as good as it can be.
It was spectacular. Like the minute that... So first of all, for the first time in World Cup Finals history, we have back-to-back goals in consecutive minutes.
Yeah.
You had the penalty kick, then you had France's second goal. So now you're tied up, and then all of a sudden a game that is... look, I mean, I know enough about soccer that 2-0 means this thing's over, basically. But France did what it needed to do to make that thing interesting, and then Bedlam broke out. I mean, really, ending on penalty kicks, I don't get it. Can you please explain it to me, why they've chosen to do that? Because to me, it's just, this sport values time less than any other sport. Like, they don't even keep it on field. The players don't even know until they hear a whistle. Then they're just going to kind of guesstimate whatever injury time might have actually occurred, and they'll tack that on to the end of the game. I mean, the sport literally does not care about time right up until they've decided, well, there can't be any more time put into this game. We need to go to penalty kicks. It would be like settling the Masters by walking off the course at Augusta and going to like a putt-putt to see who could drop it through the windmill first. It just, I don't get it.
They changed the rule 19 years ago because they thought that people would not want to watch a game that goes on into infinity because both teams would be too worried about giving up a goal to try to score a goal.
Them's the breaks.
Well,
I mean, here's the thing.
It's a profoundly unsatisfying way to solve this problem. I get the logic, but the logic is stupid. They didn't want both teams sitting back and just playing kickball for the rest of time. But I think the real reason why they got rid of it, got rid of what they called the golden goal, which is basically sudden death, is because TV didn't want a soccer game that lasts 4.5 hours.
So I would understand why you wouldn't want a regular season soccer game or maybe any of the knockout round or leading up to the group games to be a never-ending story. But it is the final of the World Cup. I mean, if that isn't let them play until they die, what could possibly be? I just don't understand it. And it was a wildly unsatisfactory ending to a game that, how about this? I don't even like soccer, and if they had just kept on playing, I would have just kept on watching. Yeah. That's how good that actually was.
No, it was phenomenal. I mean, it made the shootout so anticlimactic that you'd have probably been better off just turning it off, just right at the end of extra time. But as it is, the day was not ruined by it. That's how good the game was. The shootout didn't ruin it.
Did the right team win? Was the outcome satisfactory?
Either way, because both teams played so well. Whoever loses doesn't feel bad about, well, they feel bad about losing, but they don't feel like they had left anything or done anything tactically stupid. There was, somebody was going to have to lose that SOB at some point. I don't think there's anybody outside the French national team who feels like they didn't get their money's worth.
When we sit around and talk about the greatest soccer player ever, do we now have to officially put the word Messi in front of the name Pele?
Probably in front of Pele. There is still a debate about him or Maradona. But probably, I mean, Pele's got more World Cups than anybody, won 3 times. But that was when Brazil was so much better than everybody else.
Right. Let's face it. If I had been on that Brazil team, they're winning World Cups.
And they probably would have lost in the
I would have been
final.
A late substitution.
Very late, like after the game.
Yeah.
No, he's in a list of 3. He's now, I think he's regarded as, reputationally better than Cristiano Ronaldo. And now it's a question of, Maradona or Pele.
You want to say it's the best game in the history of soccer? I'm not going to agree or disagree with you because I don't even know what soccer is when I'm looking at it. And that was the best 45 minutes the sport has ever entertained me with. I mean, it was fantastic. My wife was leaning into that game. It was real. That actually happened. That was really, really good. It was a great day for soccer. Today's a great day for me, Ray, because we're officially as far away from the next World Cup as mathematically possible. And it's going to come to the continent.
America.
It's come to Levi Stadium.
And 48 teams, too. So there'll be many more games.
It feels like that's the wrong thing to do. I
think it's too many. But
the NCAA tournament doesn't need to expand. That's a perfect tournament.
Yeah, well,
World Cup's kind of a perfect
the
tournament.
NCAA tournament used to be 20. Now it's 68. So,
right. Well,
greed will overcome all.
It sure does.
Well, just take that month off.
The Telemundo broadcast is spectacular.
Infinitely better than the American broadcast.
We didn't watch a lick of it on the American broadcast. Well, I mean, I watched enough during the initial rounds to know you turn that crap off and you go to Cantor on Telemundo. We will be celebrating Andres Cantor before this game is over today. We're going to be celebrating one of the more spectacular, memorable, historical weeks of football we've seen in a while. And it started off with the 49ers clinching the West. It could end tonight with the LA Rams officially throwing down the gauntlet of the worst title defense in the history of the Super Bowl. We got a lot to get into today, and we got the 2 right guys to stop on by and try to frame what it is we saw on the football field this weekend. Michael Irvin at 4:15, and about an hour from now, Peter King at 5 o'clock, and that's how we're doing it today. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Lucky California.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, beef ribeye roast bone-in whole, sold in the bag, is just $5.99 a pound. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Guys, 2022's been a roller coaster year, so spoil her this Christmas by giving her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas exclusively from Pajamagram. Sensuous and smooth, naturally nude pajamas feel just like her own bare skin, even more alluring than lingerie. The texture and touch of these pajamas is so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. She'll love the feeling of wearing next to nothing at all, and you'll love the way they look. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. Order today, and Pajamagram will also include a free matching naturally nude nightie with the purchase of naturally nude pajamas. That is free gift packaging and a free naturally nude nightie when you order today. Just go to Pajamagram.com. It's fast, easy, and delivery by Christmas is guaranteed. That's Pajamagram.com.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Check out that merch store. You can officially bask in it. 957thegameshop.com is where you can go to find it. We are thrilled to have you here today. Damon and Ratto. You can check us out on YouTube. People chatting away, enjoying each other. You can reach us on the text line as well. It is good to have you here today. I know a lot of people pretty much said, yeah, we're going to, kind of wrap up the concept of working for the year already. So good to have you here. Thanks very much for choosing us today. We got a great show for you. Michael Irvin at 4:15. At 5 o'clock, it's going to be Peter King. And we're going to talk about the right way for the Niners to land this rocket ship that they're on right now, because they got the Commanders on Christmas Eve at home. The Niners are already a 7.5-point favorite in that game. They're going to have the Raiders on New Year's Day in Las Vegas. And the Cardinals on January 8th. That's going to be the final home game of the year. And if I'm the Niners, Ray, you know what I want to do? I kind of want to put Brock Purdy into, let's just call it, less than normal game flow situations. And I'm not saying that you can use these last 3 games like a scrimmage, but I would love to install some things that might make Brock a little uncomfortable. I'm talking about running some offense outside of the parameters of the normal Kyle Shanahan offense, which means going up tempo, some 2-minute, just to get him ready to do that should that fall upon him once the playoffs start. Those are going to be good teams that they're running into, and you just can't, say, well, our defense is going to allow more than 14 points in any playoff game either. That's probably not going to happen. So I think that Kyle's got a luxury built into the end of this season that when you look at the beginning of the season, there was just no way to think that that was going to be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think, one, that Kyle Shanahan feels like he can do that yet. And I'm not sure that giving a guy more than he's ready to eat is ever a good idea. I think that's going to have to be determined in practices, to give him more sort of up-tempo, no huddle, all that stuff. Do that in practice. Save the game for, how you want to play.
But you can't simulate a
you
game in
can't,
practice.
But you know what? You don't count your chickens before they're hatched, and you don't start playing playoff games before it's time for the playoffs. I think it makes sense conceptually, but I don't think it makes sense in reality. I think you just say, this is what we want you to do this, and we keep winning.
Ideally, for the 49ers, that Arizona game will be a full Josh Johnson game. I mean, there's no reason to get Brock hurt, and he now needs to be treated like any QB1 heading to the postseason. And oh, by the way, there is a development of a QB1 heading to the postseason that is just in the last hour or so started popping up on Twitter timelines and on the front page of ESPN.com. Jalen Hurts has a shoulder injury that might shut him down the rest of the year. And given the fact that the Eagles are, assured a bye in the 1 seed almost at this point, he might not play football for a month. And if you were asking me what's something that could slow down a team that just is not slowing down at any point in time, a little rust on a quarterback might be just what does it? I mean, if I were the Eagles, I would be nervous about this season for the very first time this season with this news here today. That's a big, big deal. Jalen Hurts, I think, has laid down an incredibly strong argument to be named MVP.
He's had a hell of a year. It's a hell of a team. The Eagles, unlike the 49ers, are very quarterback dependent. And so I think they're going to feel his loss more than the 49ers would have felt Garoppolo's loss or, God forbid, Brock Purdy's loss, because I think they are not quarterback-centric. It's the one danger of the modern football. It's that if your quarterback goes down, 9 times out of 8, you're screwed. And the Eagles might be screwed because of this. Because it sounds like this is going to be one of those, well, we're going to reevaluate in 3 weeks, the old Warrior scam. And if they reevaluate in 3 weeks, it means you won't be ready for 6. And that's most of the postseason. And I don't want to sit there and extrapolate how long I think he's going to be out. But it's a good thing that the Cowboys lost on Sunday in a hideous game because they've clinched the division now. So the only thing they have to worry about is staying ahead of Minnesota, which is the luckiest team in football.
So, by the way, Jeff Saturday, just signature loss. Not a lot of people have signature losses. There you go, Jeff. But we'll get into all that with Michael Irvin and Peter King a little bit later on. If you are the 49ers, you probably send like a flaming bag of dog poop to Jeff Saturday's house. Because if the Niners were going to climb up and take a 2 seed, the Minnesota Vikings dropping that game to the Colts would have gone a long way to making that a reality. And that didn't happen. A 33-point lead surrendered. To call it historic is to insult
history.
It truly is. When teams have taken 30-point leads in the history of football, they were 1,548, 1-1. I want to say that again. With a 30-point lead, professional football teams throughout history have been 1,548 games to the good, 1 loss, 1 tie. That is as Roger Sherman pointed out in a comprehensive What Went Wrong piece on The Ringer, a 99.903 winning percentage, and the Colts blew a 33-point lead after halftime and lose in overtime to the Vikings. Jeff Saturday's team had just given up 33 points to Dallas in the fourth quarter not only 2 weeks ago. When Jim Irsay, who is, clearly put more thought into touring around the country to show off his guitars and his band than hiring an interim head coach, he actually said, and I'm quote, "I'm glad he doesn't have any NFL experience. I'm glad he hasn't learned the fear that is in this league." Well, fear is incredibly helpful to survival instincts. Fear can be a good thing. And Jeff Saturday is going to be back in Bristol talking football, not coaching football, as soon as this year is over. Like, I can't believe that wasn't a tarmac dismissal right there.
Well, but the thing was, I don't think it was so much anything that he did. I think when the Vikings got within 2 scores, the Colts the players panicked. That's where you saw the fear.
But isn't it the coach? Saturday wasn't brought in to be a strategist. He was there to be the motivator.
Yeah, but you can't motivate somebody who's decided to be shell-shocked. And they all were shell-shocked. You could just see it. When the Vikings scored the second time, they all believed it's over. We're not winning this game. You could the shoulders were slumped, their heads were down. And there's only so much a coach can do when 53 guys decide to start looking for their lunch pails.
You know what the first thing I would do? I'd say, let's just take this clock down to 1 second every single play. How about that, Matt Ryan? Let's just start right there. Let's burn clock. like it was a matchbook.
Go no huddle and then just stand at the line of scrimmage till 0-1.
Absolutely. Whatever you need to do to not run this play before you have to probably gets you in the barn. There was an NCAA tournament game years ago where Arizona was up huge on Illinois. And if Arizona had just come down the court, held the ball, and let a shot clock violation just occur, it would have been a better strategy than playing the last 5 minutes the way that they played. I just don't understand how you can let such a big lead slip away and you're snapping the ball, 15 seconds left in a play clock throughout the third quarter. I mean, I couldn't believe it right there. That's the one thing Jeff Saturday could have done. I guess it's also one thing Matt Ryan could have done too.
I will grant you both of those things, but there's a reason why Jeff Saturday is coaching this team. It's because they stink. And they know they stink. And they proved it. In fact, they were twice as bad as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were by blowing a 17-0 lead in the first half yesterday. It's almost like the NFL said, boy, that was a great World Cup game. We better start doing something out of the ordinary to save our audience.
Well,
and they did.
That's
twice.
To me, as people were trying to argue with me back and forth why soccer, football is better than football, like my argument would be the comebacks that you saw in football, our football, is why that is the more interesting sporting event. Because essentially, throughout the history of soccer, every single game has been played to a final of 1-0, 2-1, or 2-0. Like that's it. Like you have basically three scores available, and the minute somebody goes up 2-0, that's pretty much the other team is donezo. Maybe, just maybe, you score a goal, and then you'll have one or two interesting corner kicks that'll, the whole world will pretend, this is the beautiful game. No, what you saw on the football field, the catastrophe, that to me is beautiful.
It was
insanity is what is beautiful about sports.
How Washington got hosed at the end of last night's game.
Wasn't that great?
Was hilarious. I mean, it's like the NFL said, you know what? That the spruced up halftime show isn't getting it done. The 3-hour pregame shows aren't getting it done. Let's just make the game itself a pie fight. And they did.
The fatwa isn't against Daniel Snyder's ownership. It's officially trickled onto the field.
Yeah. If that was true, I would like the NFL far more. As it is, I want this to continue to keep happening until he's frog walked to a Louisiana prison farm to spend the rest of his days. Next, apparently, to Donald Trump.
How about that?
That was fascinating.
You want to do some politics?
Well, we could do a minute. He's not here.
How about this? That guy is a crook. The end.
I think that summarizes it.
By the way, I don't know. I'm going to stop. Let's go back to making the sports fans happy. Nothing made sports fans happier than hearing Andres Cantor's call on Telemundo. And by the way, this does last 15 minutes, so enjoy.
Va Montiel. Montiel va. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina es campeón del mundo. En el cielo lo hizo Diego. Lo hizo Cuchufo, lo hizo el Tata, lo hizo Luque, lo hicieron ustedes, jugadores, que se ganaron el cielo. Argentina campeón del mundo, Messi es campeón del mundo. No podía ser de otra manera sino sin sufrir. Argentina, la selección argentina de Lionel Scaloni es campeón del mundo. Argentina
Seriously, we could go on for about another 6 minutes. We just got to cut it off right. It was beautiful. It was just awesome. Just Ray, I mean, I know you don't like over-emoting American broadcasters, but give me a man from Argentina watching his childhood team win a World Cup on his favorite player's watch, and then something special happened in that booth.
It reminds me of the time that Al Michaels broke into tears doing that Jacksonville-Houston game a couple of years ago. It's phenomenal. I mean, that's another thing that made it great.
Absolutely.
It's and your diatribe about the sport notwithstanding, there are moments where you just go, yeah, that's magic. And it's never out of context with the game itself, which is why you can have magic in football, you can have magic in baseball, you can have magic in any sport. That game yesterday was pure magic. And you don't get very many of those, and you never get it when all the chips are in the table. That's probably what took it over the top.
You know what I thought? I mean, you tell me if my novice soccer eyes are right or wrong. The most magical moment of the entire game is when Argentina looked like it had a straight-up point-blank goal, and then a defender, just this French guy, comes in out of absolutely nowhere. He wasn't even in the screen, and makes one of the greatest sliding tackles saves that before the ball even got to the goalie, and the goalie was out of position. I mean, that game was over right there, and that guy just miracled himself into it. I mean, that was to me the most amazing thing that happened on the field. I couldn't believe he got to that ball.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. If you haven't done this yet, I'm not saying you, but anybody, find the game again and watch it again. It's worth it.
Pick it up at halftime.
No, you can watch it before. You want to see the setup. I mean, you could watch Vikings Colts, but you need to see the first half to get the full context of what happened in the second.
That was a clown show for the Vikings in the first
quarter.
I mean, it was.
Here's a stat. Their margin of their point differential going into that game was -1. At halftime, it was -34. And at the end of the night, it was +2.
I don't want to. You know how little I like to give you compliments of any way, shape, or form. You had maybe the best tweet of your entire life as soon as that game went final. Spectacular cover by the Colts. They covered, baby.
They got hooked.
That was great. That was great. But look, that was football had itself a weekend. FOOTBOL FUBOL. I don't know how you spell football the other way. But
FUT, like it sounds.
Okay, good. It was great. It was great. It was an awful lot of fun. And someone's like, is that enough to officially achieve maximum football? Again, I want Ray to enjoy.
It is not.
I want Ray to enjoy this day. It's a good day for soccer fans.
You can play it again when Daniel Snyder's convicted.
Convicted.
How
about just sold?
No. He's got to be wearing an orange jumpsuit and picking litter off the highway. And I don't mean the side of the highway. I mean the fast lane.
The dotted yellow line. Just a little bit more from Andres Cantor.
Va Montiel. Montiel va. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Argentina es campeón del mundo.
You know the best thing about that, of all the great things in that? The analyst, his entire contribution to those 6 minutes was going, ah, and then shutting up for the rest of it.
Yeah, didn't step on his play-by-play
another
guy.
peep. It was Vin Scully in Spanish.
The video Like the shot video of Cantor making that call. He's crying, he's weeping, and then his color guy comes in and just kind of like side hugs him. And that's
it.
That's great support right there.
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy in the booth with you when you leap out of it and fall to your death to the stands below.
If that's the greatest call in football, here was the greatest call in football from over the weekend. I bring you to the last 3 seconds at Allegiant Stadium.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward that. Jones is picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
It's Bob Sochi and Scott Zolak on the Patriots Radio Network. And Ray,
this might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
Is the other A+ moment from a color commentator this past weekend.
I mean, it's he is as invested in the Patriots as Andres Cantor is in Argentina.
Oh, yeah. Zolak? Absolutely.
Yeah. Only he just watched his team throw up in a way that you can only explain either because 5 guys forgot the game situation at the same time or gamblers got to the Patriots. You can't lose a game that way. You can't. And yet they did it. And as I'm watching it, I'm just going, this is like a cartoon. It took me about a minute to process it. And I still really haven't, because they're denying that the players are denying that they forgot the situation. They're saying, oh, no, we were running that lateral play even though the game was tied, and all we have to do is run out of bounds and then try a field goal.
Look, the Duchess is in town. I got 2 kids. We're trimming trees, baking cookies. I did not see that in real time. It wasn't until like an hour later where I saw it as part of the replay package on, as I'm tuned into whatever the next group of games that was up on NFL Network, and I'm watching Red Zone, and then I see it, and I was just like, what? I mean, I'm running out of things that I've never seen before, because I have never, ever seen a football game end like that before. An intercepted pick 6 lateral to end the game?
An intercepted lateral pick 6 to win the game in a game that was tied where you didn't need the lateral.
No.
That's the thing that makes it magic. It's the fact that they weren't down 1. It was a tie. The worst thing that could happen is they're going to overtime, where the Raiders have proven for time immemorial that they are the ones who throw the lateral in the tie game.
That's for the first time ever. And this is, here you go. Like, to our remaining Raider loyalists in this audience, you're finally on the right side of history. Maybe for the first time ever, of ridiculous history. I know that the Raiders used to have a glorious past and all that stuff, but since all that ended, it's been a clown show of the first, like, should replace Autumn Wind about 20 years ago. And that was the single most clownish thing I've ever seen to end a game, and it involved the Raiders, and the Raiders didn't do it, and the least likely of all suspects did commit the crime. Bill Belichick. We're going to talk about how the bloom is off that guy's rose when we come on back. Michael Irvin at 4:15. Peter King at 5 o'clock today. 2 perfect guests to talk about what was an extraordinary week 15 in this league. Stick around. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. It's great to have you here today. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Monday Night Football, one and only game of the year, is available tonight from TakingVegas.com, and it's free on a recorded hotline at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. This is Chris Hodge, and guys, we are 27-8 on our weeknight pro football releases this year. That's Monday night and Thursday night. And tonight, we have our one and only Monday night game of the year. It's free. It's on a recorded message. 888-9-WIN NOW is the number to call. 888-994-6669. And here is the offer, because we are so sure we're going to win this game. If we don't come through, you get the rest of our college football bowl releases and the rest of our pro football season, including the playoffs, will be absolutely free. Monday Night Football Game of the Year. Get it tonight on a recorded message, absolutely free. 888-9-WIN NOW. That's 888-994-6669.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of Poole, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC Equal Credit Opportunity Lender.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
In about a half an hour, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker Michael Irvin's going to join us here. 5 o'clock, Peter King stomps on by to talk about just a remarkable weekend of football. I want to go back to it one more time.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football. And Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back and he throws it across the field toward that. Jones is picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest games I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
That's a great call. We got what's my man's name again? Bob Sochi and Scott Zolak on the Patriots Radio Network. It's just glorious. Absolutely a glorious call. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
The best thing about that play, Ramondre Stevenson broke a number of tackles. The first tackle he broke was by Chandler Jones, who didn't really do anything after that and was just standing there watching the Patriots run down the field. And then all of a sudden, while he's still standing there doing nothing, the ball comes floating to him at about 16 frames a second. It's like slow motion. And it just lands in his stomach, and he just goes, hey.
I should run that way now.
Look how did this happen? And it took him like a second to process it. And then he only really had to, beat Mac Jones to get to the end zone. But he's the guy who missed the tackle on the guy who began the goofiest play in history and ended up being the guy who ended it.
The way that Chandler Jones started running with that ball, it's like in Forrest Gump, where the Alabama receives the kickoff, and the one guy runs it over to Forrest, and he's like, "Okay, start running now." He's like, "Okay."
And for the first few steps, it wasn't like he was getting any trade. It's like he was running in place, and then it just like his legs said, "I don't do this for a living," and then all of a sudden it just kicked in. It was hilarious.
A couple of quick texts on the Infinity Mobile X line. Ooh, the Duchess is in town. Oatmeal scotchies. Will they be in the oven? Absolutely. Thank you very much for asking. And then somebody here from the 510 says, LOL, Damon acts like the Bears have won more Super Bowls than the Raiders. Look at it this way. They've won They've won a Super Bowl more recently than you have, and that's 1985. So when it comes to winning Super Bowls, both Raiders fans and Bears fans should just shut the hell up. It's so part of ancient history, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I will guarantee you that the Chicago Bears will win a Super Bowl before the Raiders do.
You can't guarantee that.
I can guarantee that because Justin Fields is on his way, baby. And look, I don't even root for the Bears anymore. They've pissed me off so much. But they do lead the NFL this year in entertaining losses. So that's nice, whatever that means.
Yeah, that 3-11 record looks great.
Hey, but it was entertaining.
They have the worst record in the conference with Justin Fields. That tells you that the other 52 guys are god-awful.
Well, they were 4 other really good guys on the team, and they traded them. So,
nevertheless,
that's how that was.
Justin Fields has never had a year like this.
No.
He should have lucked into 5 wins just by accident. And yet, now, every week, Justin Fields, phenomenal performance. Bears lose by 10.
Who's a better quarterback, David Carr or Justin Fields? Who?
David Carr? Oh, I don't think there's much.
Derek Carr.
Who would I take now? I'd take Fields. But I have a feeling that he, like Jalen Hurts, is a guy who's going to be less effective once it becomes clear that he can't run the ball the way he used to because he's been beaten up.
He's not long for the league, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. It's a strategy that is delightful in the short run, poor in the long run. I mean, Lamar Jackson's not playing now, and Baltimore is harder to watch than any other team in the league. I mean, I don't know if you watched any of that nightmare.
I watched enough to say to myself, I'm going to spend a little bit more time with my family. This game is like watching paint dry.
Yeah, and then you screwed up and spent time with your family when you should have been watching Raiders.
I did blow that a little.
Patriots. Not just a little. That's one you'll never live down. That's the one you need to tell your sons about when they're getting ready to leave. And you say, if you ever get married and have kids, you have to block out more time for you.
Look, I slept like a baby. I know what happened. I've seen what happened. And the fact that I didn't see it in real time, it hasn't bothered me. But again, congratulations to Raiders fans for the first time ever in the single greatest clown show I've ever seen to end a game. You're on the winning end. You're taking the clown mask off for the first time like ever. So congratulations. By the way, the bloom has come so much further off the Bill Belichick rose than the Tom Brady rose, to the point where when we really talk about, who is the greatest coach of all time, Belichick is doing everything he can to walk away from that conversation. He might be the most successful, but what he is without Brady is kind of a massive loser. Pre-Brady and now post-Brady. So, you need a quarterback and a coach combination to have success in this league. We all know that. We never denied that. But for Bill Belichick to basically be now officially too clever for his own good, this whole positionless coaching nonsense where he wasn't naming a coordinator on either side of the ball because it just, you ought to do your job. Mac Jones might totally suck, boys and girls. It's stunning. He has gotten worse since he's entered the league. And Jacoby Myers, who was the one who threw that pass to Chandler Jones.
In fairness, Jones was open.
They should. You're right about that. They should have left Jacoby Myers at Circus. They shouldn't even let him get on the plane. And look, Josh McDaniels actually gets to enjoy one day this year, and that's nice for him. Merry Christmas, Josh.
I will say this though. I don't think it's the problem is with Belichick, the coach. I think the problem is with Belichick, the general manager. That's where not replacing Brady with something even remotely comparable is not nearly the sin as not having players at a bunch of other positions. I mean, their only other real weapon, if you want to look at it, is Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, he's at least a plus running back. But the rest of that, they're as mediocre as the Jets used to be. And they're about as much fun to watch.
Look, the Raiders were up 17-3 in that game, and they did everything they normally do to try to blow it and try to lose it. But New England went full Raider before the Raiders did. And that was it's just a stunning ending, and it was a weekend of stunning endings throughout the entire league. 12 of 15 games decided by one score that's tied for the most in a single week in NFL history. And if Monday Night Football bears out, we will have a historic week of football. We had a historic collapse. This league is forever entertaining. It truly is.
I bet. No, it's not forever entertaining. Browns Ravens was a nightmare, and this game tonight will be a nightmare. This game tonight will be awful.
As long as it's close, that's all I need. Just make it a one-score game. That's what I'm rooting for now.
2-0.
Give me 2-0. I will stick around 2-0 and pray that, it doesn't go 10-2.
I think if this game is 2-0 at any point, and if it ends 10-2, and you don't spend more time with your family, especially with your mother in town, I think it's grounds for divorce. Because you can justify skipping the kids doing the stuff with the tree so that you can watch the goofiest ending in football history.
Someone from the 510 says, can we hear that Raider call in Spanish? I wish we had it. See if we can find the Raiders Spanish call. I would say let's see if we can find the Patriots Spanish call, but those LL Bean wearing racist, there's no way.
I think they have a Spanish.
Yeah, maybe they do.
I think
maybe they do.
And there's money to be had in Spanish broadcasting.
Sure is. Yeah. But
any team that isn't doing that, fools.
I could see how the team in New England might not prioritize it. I'm just going to throw that out there.
They have Hispanics there living there too.
They do, but never mind. Look at it this way. I have lived a lot of places. Connecticut and New England is far, far and away the single most racist place I have ever lived in my life. It's not even close. Like, Connecticut might as well be Mississippi.
That's probably true. I would not dispute that with you, but money is green all over the place. And if you're watching the game, if you have a problem with other people's skin color, you're not going to be listening to the Spanish broadcast anyway. So it doesn't even touch you. And I don't think Patriot fans will walk away from their team because they broadcast their games in Spanish too.
You'd hope most wouldn't. That's for sure. There are two questions that have popped up here, and it's the same question just asked in different ways. But how about Bill Belichick calling Don Yee, and saying, maybe it's time for Jimmy Garoppolo to come on home. Bill Belichick needs a quarterback right now. Mac Jones ain't it. And there's nothing else in that pipe. There is no Brock Purdy behind Mac Jones. Jimmy Garoppolo going back to the New England Patriots actually is one of the most that makes sense observations I've seen pop up on the text line in a while. That's a really good idea, to the point where I'm wondering if Bill Belichick isn't thinking it too.
You really do hate Jimmy Garoppolo, don't you?
No.
You're going to send him to that team?
Hey.
You're a bastard.
They need a starting quarterback. They are going to have the cap room to drop about 28 to 30 million on him, and there's no way that the 49ers are going to be signing Jimmy for anywhere in that neighborhood of money. So that's not a bad idea. Jimmy's just going to want a job.
Yeah, but there are jobs and there are jobs. And this job, first of all, the job he's currently got is not yet somebody else's. That's still to be decided. Secondly, the Patriots just did that because guys can't tell who's winning a 24-24 game. That's a death wish. Parcells, God. Belichick may ask, but if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm going, nah, no taking back.
It's not up to him. Man's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, but I don't know that he's not, in prime position to have the job when the season starts next year. And I think we've learned that Kyle Shanahan keeps all his options open until he can't do that anymore. So I don't think he's in a hurry to get rid of Garoppolo at all.
He might not be in a hurry to get rid of him, but there could be a team that might be in a hurry to sign him, which is going to take the timeline away from the 49ers' decision-making. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. I would sign Garoppolo and just say, look, the job's yours if you can hold it. And just make it that way. I mean, Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy.
Let's see where Brock's story ends this year.
It doesn't matter where his story ends.
If it ends with a Super Bowl trophy, Ray, Jimmy is the most gone man on the planet.
But people like to get out over their skis a lot in this town for a lot of different guys. Brock Purdy is just the latest of them. Let's see before we start making any pronouncements about the Patriots wanting him. Patriots have bigger problems than that. They have to teach their guys what a tie score is.
The old scoreboard deficient New England Patriots.
Yeah, I realize they don't score enough to look at the scoreboard much, but 24 minus 24 should equal 0 to all of them.
When did things start going wrong for the Indianapolis Colts? Well, around here.
Back to pass, Green left to Dalvin. Turns it up outside the numbers to the 40. Gets to the 50. And he's loose. Dalvin 20 to the left. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown!
They drag the Colts pretty much everywhere, all day long. That's Paul Allen on the Vikings Radio Network. Wrap it up for us, Paul.
Snap spot. Joseph, right-footed kick. It is good! And the Minnesota Vikings have completed the greatest comeback in the history of the National Football League. From 33 down, they beat the Indianapolis Colts.
Unbelievable. And again, the 49ers should send a flaming bag of dog poop to the front door stoop of Jeff Saturday today. The Vikings were about to catch a huge loss. If the 49ers really want to be looking at a 2 seed, the Colts just allowed the largest comeback in NFL history. That would have been a real nice present for Kyle Shanahan early on in this holidays. It's just ridiculous that the Colts were unable to close that out. Again, teams had been 1,548 to the good with only 1 loss and 1 tie. That is a 99.903 winning percentage, and they blew it. The Jaguars, however, did the 49ers a big favor beating the Cowboys in overtime. That's definitely the signature win of the Trevor Lawrence era. And Dak Prescott with a game-ending pick 6. Inglorious defeat for the Dallas Cowboys, who have been threatened 2 weeks in a row in a way that I don't think a lot of Cowboys fans looked at that team a couple weeks ago and said, yeah, this is – I mean, the Cowboys had that massive win over the Colts where they blew a 33 – well, no, they didn't roll 33 point. They allowed 33 points in the fourth quarter. That's what Jeff Saturday did 2 weeks ago. But that was you want to talk blooms coming off of roses? If you're the Dallas Cowboys right now, you're officially in the this isn't the way the season started mode.
No, this is the I told you Mike McCarthy can't coach mode. Like they were biting their tongues about that 2 weeks ago. And now in the last 2 weeks, they'll turn it back to him because once you've found a scapegoat, you never let him go.
I mean, I don't even know if it's on him.
I don't think it is on him because
Dak's throwing these picks.
Yes, and I don't think those are being called or designed. I mean, I think Dak...
He's not that bad.
Yeah, no, I think Mike McCarthy is a pretty good coach. He's got a Super Bowl ring. He's not a genius, and he does look like an unmade bed, but he's won a hell of a lot more than he's lost. And to me, that's kind of the way you evaluate most coaches, especially ones that have been in the league as long as he has.
A couple of weeks ago, I think I said the Dallas Cowboys, their weakest link is their quarterback. I really, that's a good offensive line. That's a hell of a defense. That is a good skill position group all around Dak. And
you got 2 really good running backs.
If Dak Prescott is giving you good Dak Prescott, the Cowboys look like world beaters. If he turns into evil Dak Prescott, the Cowboys just nearly gave one away to the Houston Texans, who, by the way, the Houston Texans have played 2 very strong games, nearly beating Dallas this week. They nearly beat the Chiefs on Sunday. They nearly beat Dallas last week. They nearly beat the Chiefs yesterday, and they're 1-12-1. They went back to Davis Mills and got a little scrapple in them.
They're very good when they're a double-digit underdog.
Yeah, points.
They'll stay in long enough to cover your bet for you.
Bills beat the Dolphins in a fun one in upstate New York. Miami's lost 9 straight now with the kickoff temperature 40 or below. 4 touchdowns from Josh Allen. I mean, when we're sitting around talking about how Jalen Hurts could be the MVP, Josh Allen could be the MVP of this league. When he says, I'm about to have a good game, boy, he has good games. He's really good.
He's also thrown a ton of interceptions this year because he still has that one thing about him that says, I can throw a ball anywhere no matter what. And teams are going, well, no, you really can't.
I like irrational self-confidence, though. And he did, if you're going to throw a pick or 2, at least throw 4 interceptions or 4 touchdowns, too, along the way.
Well, and then Tom Brady had the greatest game ever in 1 quarter.
The Bengals beat the Bucs. Tom Brady's team blows a 17-point lead at home for the very first time in his career. Brady throws 2 picks. He lost 2 fumbles. The Buccaneers obviously did themselves no favors, running a fake punt deep in their own territory that didn't work either. At one point in time, they had turned the ball over on their own side of the 50-yard line. Was it 5 consecutive
They turned
possessions?
the ball over 5 consecutive times, 4 consecutive times on their side of the 50.
I mean, bravo.
And I'm listening to the national radio broadcast of that, and Stephen Gostkowski, the former Patriot kicker, is the analyst. And after the third turnover, the play-by-play guy, whose name escapes me, is basically trying to get Gostkowski to be at least mildly critical of Brady, and Gostkowski won't do it. 2 turnovers later, Gostkowski goes, "Well, I don't know how you can explain this away." Really? It just took 5, did it?
Yeah, I guess, he had set his over-under on criticism at 4.5.
Yeah.
Hit.
I mean, because they all think that Tom Brady can kill them with his mind. But if he could do that, they wouldn't be 6-8 right now.
Hey, first place. Show some respect, Ray.
I just did.
That's it's funny though. Everyone's talking about how Tom Brady, they blew the lead. Tom Brady blew that lead for the first time, and I mean, he definitely is coughing up the ball, but he's not out there playing defense too.
Teams commit turnovers. Teams react to turnovers badly. I mean, that's the whole thing about this incessant fixation on quarterbacks. And, you've got no better example than the team here. It just, it's not the quarterback all the time. And it's not the coach all the time. There are 52 other guys and assistant coaches of varying degrees of skill. Football is, weirdly enough, the sport with the most single recognized position in a sport that relies far less on one guy than any other.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I love saying how one guy is such a huge difference maker in the sport of basketball, that one guy is a huge difference. Baseball has forever been an individual sport that is disguised as a team sport. We focus on NFL quarterbacks a ridiculous amount. I mean, there's no reason to attach a win-loss record to a quarterback's Pro Football Talk page than it would be a starting guard or a tackle. It shouldn't be, but that's the way it is because, that's the way people are conditioned. After every single play, you get a close-up of the quarterback, you get a close-up of the head coach, and those two guys must be all on them at all times. It's not that way. Unless, of course, you're talking about maybe one of the single greatest coaches in the history of football.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
I believe him. I really believe him. And if you don't, you can hold him. Hold what?
Come on, Deese. Deese nuts.
The Lions. Ray, the Lions are 7-7. They still got playoff life. They have won 6 of 7. The mojo almost feels a little bit real. They just dropped the Jets back to 7-7. The Detroit Lions, or since we're working so internationally in football this week, the Detroit Lions, they're playing their best stretch of football since what? Barry Sanders was on the team?
Oh, easily.
They're running trick plays to Penei Sewell, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
I mean, and beyond just winning, they're entertaining. The Detroit Lions are watchable.
They are the second luckiest team in football. The luckiest team in football being the team ahead of them in the NFC North. But they do stuff that should backfire on them at least half the time, and it never seems to. And I'm all for all the goofy stuff that they do on the field because, A, it's okay to have a team that's always played, off the pace to suddenly be involved. But at some point, this is all going to go badly, and it's going to go badly in a game they lose 48-3.
Coming up next, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Michael Irvin.
We should just ask about the Cowboys.
That's it. Just pound him on the Cowboys relentlessly. Have you ever met Trevor Lawrence? What do you think of his hair? Just get all over him. And I can also tell you this. This is as ultimate a tease as I can tease you with. We do have the Spanish language Raiders call. That's going to be coming up, too, in our next segment here on 95.7 The Game. So stick around for all of that. Damon and Ratto, it is good to have you here. We are brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
'Tis the season for basketball.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
The cutter is Poole. Squares up, fires, and hits a three. 39 points for Poole, new career high.
And football.
2nd and 21. And down he goes. Bosa. 15 and a half now on the year.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan, Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama.
Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher, love.
It's just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Here's how we long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Tomorrow we'll see sunshine. Rain returns Thursday through the weekend.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Go get your merch, including the relevant shirt with Brock Purdy's number 13, just right there inside of it. I don't know who designed that one, but we got one of these right at the very, very least. 957thegameshop.com for all your holiday needs, as long as your needs consisted of T-shirts from a sports talk radio station. Damon and Ratto, it is wonderful to have you here. We're a little late getting to Michael Irvin, or should I say Michael Irvin is a little late picking up his phone. Again, maybe he was listening, Ray, and he knew that you were going to interrogate him on the Cowboys' defeat, so he's going to pass on this one. But I'm sure
he's worried about me.
I'm sure we'll connect with Michael sooner than later. In the meantime, we normally don't take requests. This isn't like a pump it or dump it FM radio station. But we were requested. Could you please find or play the Spanish language Raiders call? It's by Harry Ruiz. Let me quickly bring you back to how the game ended from the Patriots version. This is Scott Zolak and Bob Sochi on the Patriots Radio Network. Sochi is the play-by-play guy, and Scott Zolak drops the maybe line of the color commentating entire year in the NFL. Here's how it sounded on the Patriots Radio Network.
Now on a 3rd and 10, 3 seconds left. Jones will give it to Stevenson. He started right. He runs it up the middle, hit by Chandler. Jones slips and hit across the 45 with a stiff arm. Off a tackle at the 40. He lost the football, and Jacoby Myers picks it up. He circles back, and he throws it across the field toward Jones. God. It's picked up by Chandler Jones. He breaks away to the 30. He runs to the 20. He runs to the 10. He runs to the end zone. Unreal. Touchdown. Raiders.
Good night. This might be one of the dumbest teams I've ever seen.
And a victory for Las Vegas.
The only way Zolak could have done that better is if it had been punctuated with the sound of him throwing down his own headset. Let's hear how it sounded.
Or throwing up his own lunch.
Sure. Spanish language Raider call. Harry Ruiz, take it away.
Profundos en el campo, solo presión de 3. Ramondre Stevenson con el acarreo. Y Stevenson sigue de pie, avanza de la 45 a la 40, a la 35, a la 30. Lanza el pase hacia atrás con Jacoby Myers. Y los Patriotas ahora simplemente Chandler Jones intercepta el pase. Chandler Jones se mantiene de pie. Chandler Jones se va. Hasta la cocina. Touchdown! Raiders! Chandler Jones lo hizo. Consiguió el balón con los Patriotas intentando lanzar pases laterales. Y los Raiders, de la manera más improbable posible en la historia del fútbol americano, han ganado este partido. ¡Wow! Lo veo y no lo creo.
Look, I'm not saying that Jaime Moreno has got a contender, but I think Jaime Moreno might have a contender there. That was an outstanding call the entire way through. Everyone should be very, very proud of. Look, Harry Ruiz, I can only say this about him.
He's a competitor.
That was unbelievable.
Well, keeping up with that without having to stop and be quiet while you're processing what you're looking at is an extraordinary feat. Because, I mean, he never stops. You know, it's not like he's stuck for words. It's not like he's panicking because something he's never seen in his life just happened. He just plowed through it. Good for him. Should get a raise. It being the Raiders, he probably won't.
Somebody said, "Could you please play the World Cup radio host?" That was not that was Andres Cantor from Telemundo, and we'll play it again at some point in time. But that's what brought us to the request for Spanish languages everywhere. What? One more time for old time's sake. Harry Ruiz. Here we go.
Profundos en el campo, solo presión de tres. Ramondre Stevenson con el acarreo. Y Stevenson sigue de pie, avanza de la 45 a la 40, a la 35, a la 30. Lanza el pase hacia atrás con Jacoby Myers. Y los Patriotas ahora simplemente Chandler Jones intercepta el pase. Chandler Jones se mantiene de pie. Chandler Jones se va. Hasta la cocina. Touchdown! Raiders! Chandler Jones lo hizo. Consiguió el balón con los Patriotas intentando lanzar pases laterales. Y los Raiders, de la manera más improbable posible en la historia del fútbol americano, han ganado este partido. ¡Wow! Lo veo y no lo creo.
Outstanding. I mean, just A+ for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Even the color guy was laying out.
Yeah, I think maybe they're figuring out that sometimes silence is better rather than having the color guy scream like a banshee. I mean, even Zolak got out of the way of Sochi with the Patriots call. It's because you listen on a Sunday, if you're in the car and you're spinning around the Sirius style and you're getting game after game, there's something about the analyst screaming over the play-by-play guy when something important happens. And it's not infuriating because, it's radio, but it's just awful radio. It just, the guy screaming, is not helping the listener understand what's going on, especially when he's yelling over the play-by-play guy. In those examples, the play-by-play guy nailed it. The analyst nailed it just by, I'm going to wait till my moment, and I'm going to call the team that employs me the dumbest team I've ever seen.
Number one greatest radio play-by-play guy in the history of the Raiders.
Bill King.
That's got to be Bill King, right?
Yeah.
So Bill King.
I mean, Papa was very good.
Let's be honest.
Bill King is the guy.
My point is that Greg Papa's just been demoted to 3. Here's the greatest Raiders play-by-play man in radio history. It is now officially, here's the order, Bill King, Harry Ruiz, Greg Papa. That's it.
He won't be happy.
Doesn't matter. He'd have to agree if he heard that. That was fantastic.
He done good.
Look, you know what? Maybe 95.7 The Game can be a Raiders flagship again, but only the Spanish flagship. Can we do that? I'll do that. I'll make that radio deal today, and we'll get better ratings than Papa got in English.
Keep poking that cage.
I will.
Let's see. You've got the station manager hot at you now. You've got the guy across the street hot at you. Nahigian doesn't listen, so he won't even know that this happened.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
Oh, how would you know the difference?
Aroma.
Yes,
we've been over this.
But
no, by the way, if you are listening, Matt, I've never smelled you, not once. So congratulations on your pretty much odor-free existence. Someone should tell Tim Ryan to shut up. Yeah, don't even listen to that. Here's the thing. Nobody listens. No. The reason why play-by-play doesn't work on the radio for the most part as a ratings winner is because nobody's really in their car driving around during football games on a Sunday, and it's a sport for the television if there ever was one. A man for the sport, if there ever was one, was the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the Playmaker, stops on by this weekend. And boy, we got an awful lot of stuff to get into here with Michael Irvin. Thank you for joining us as always, man. Good to catch up with you. What an insane week 15 we have had so far.
Yeah, it was a great week 15. We had 3 games that ended with touchdowns, like walk-off touchdowns. 2 of them were defensive games. It was an incredible week. But I still can't believe the Cowboys lost to the Jags. So I'm just saying, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
So Ray and I were talking about, what if we only asked you Trevor Lawrence questions the entire interview? Like, don't you like his hair? Don't you think those are cool uniforms? Don't you? But we're not going to do that to you, man. The holidays are coming. But so what do you make, though, of the Cowboys losing in the fashion that they did to, let's face it, not the best Jacksonville
An awful team.
Yeah, an awful team. Following up what was nearly a disastrous loss to the Houston Texans, why are the Cowboys trending in the wrong direction at the worst time for them to be doing that, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, the Houston Texans, I think we underestimate just how good they are. You see what they did with the Kansas City Chiefs. They took them to overtime also. So, kudos to Lovey for having those guys play like they're playing. But the Cowboys, I felt like they were overlooking, overlooking the Jags, thinking about that big game against the Philadelphia Eagles this Saturday and not focusing on this business at hand. And let me tell you, you have this kind of defense that the Cowboys have had, and you only have one sack in the last 2 games. That's falling short of what you're supposed to be, and especially since Anthony Brown has gone out on one corner, and you have the young guy over at corner. That's just, he's giving up too many plays. It's just the reality.
The weekend isn't over until Monday Night Football wraps up, obviously, but it's been kind of an interesting week that started with the 49ers looking very impressive with Brock Purdy on the road, getting it done up in Seattle, and obviously Seattle's going in the wrong direction. But with the 49ers continuing to stay on their pace, even on a third-string quarterback, with the development of Jalen Hurts' shoulder injury, which we're still trying to understand the severity of that, and I know the Eagles got to be very, very worried, with the fact that the Dallas Cowboys are going in the wrong direction right now, Michael, and with the fact that even though the Minnesota Vikings did just cap off the biggest comeback in NFL history, the clown show that put them in that situation was bad enough for me to ask you the question, are the 49ers, in your mind, like officially the team to beat in the NFC now, since we got a question mark dangling over the Eagles for the first time all year?
Well, I don't know if it's the first time all year because the Eagles went to a little spat where they, had a lot of turnovers and had some struggles. Then they bounced back from that, but we saw some of the issues again this week. And I say to you, yes, right now, if you say right now who's playing the best ball in the NFC, you would have to say the 49ers after what they did to Tampa, after what they just did. You know what I'm saying? It was an incredible game. Let's just stop playing. That was an incredible game for Purdy. It was an incredible game for him, to beat Tom Brady and get that position and do all of those things. Look at how great they look right now. So, yes, I would have to say right now, I would say they are the number 1 team in the NFC. And on the AFC side, I'm still going with the Cincinnati Bengals, not the Kansas City Chiefs, not the Buffalo Bills, but the Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow. And the Bengals just beat Tom Brady this week. I mean, you're 2 weeks ago. Yeah, there was Brady.
I never felt as many years as I watched Cincinnati. I've always said, they'll fall apart. They're not going to win this game. They'll fall apart. I never thought that the whole while during that game, and they were down to Tom Brady and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I said they will come back and win this game. Cincinnati has changed that narrative. Your boy, what I'm saying? Your boy Joe Barrow talked about it. They said they're going to change the narrative, and they really have. I watched that team and said, I believe this team will come back, and they did win the game.
Given the fact, though, that they won the game in large part because a team quarterbacked by Tom Brady turned the ball over on 5 consecutive possessions, does it make you start to wonder how much more tread is on the Brady tire, whether maybe this might not be it because he's losing it, or is he just on a bad team?
Well, it's a great question, and it's a complex question. The reality is, I don't think that Brady has lost it and can't play, but I do think that he has lost what makes him great with this team. Think about this, right? They had issues right up the middle of the offensive line. You know what I'm saying? And then they've had issues with that receiver that becomes Brady's security blanket, the Gronkowski, the Julian Edelman, the Wes Welkers, all of that middle of the field. We're watching Tom Brady play outside football. In his whole career, he's played inside football, inside out. Now he's playing outside in with Mike Evans, and it's just not his game, and he looks bad doing it.
Michael, going into the anatomy of giving up a 33 to nothing lead at halftime, where do you think it started going wrong for the Colts? Was it the hiring of Jeff Saturday, the injury to Jonathan Taylor? I mean, it just that's not supposed to happen. I mean, 1,548 1-1 is the historical NFL record for teams that carried a 30-point lead in a professional football game. That was spectacular and glorious and inglorious all at the same time. Where do you think it went wrong for the Colts?
And for me, who's been talking about Kirk Cousins and all, you know what I'm saying, and I'm just saying with what they did, the comeback that they did, it was insane. It was incredible. I love watching it. And this is what I thought I was thinking about, like, because Patrick Mahomes has double-digit interceptions, so I was trying to get Kirk Cousins back in the conversation, because what took him out is the interceptions. And I was like, wait, Patrick Mahomes has 11, 12 interceptions. Why is he still in the conversation? But you can clearly see what he does and what he means to that team when you watch the game and you see how he maneuvers and all the things that he has to do to get that team in position to win. You know what I mean? It's just a different deal. But I was so happy for Kirk Cousins, in the kind of game that he had last week and bringing back the Vikings. That was insane. That Saturday, that whole treat of games, you know what I'm saying? Because I was in Minnesota at that game. That whole Saturday was an incredible Saturday. Well, maybe not that middle game, that Cleveland.
We're not even going to ask you about that one today.
Maybe that was a different game. That Cleveland Baltimore game was a different game.
You were talking about Mahomes' interceptions, and he does have 11. Josh Allen's got 11. Kirk Cousins has 11. Dak Prescott's got 11. Joe Burrow has 10, and they're among the league leaders. Do you think that offenses are now less concerned about throwing interceptions than they used to be? Because when the best guys have the highest numbers, does it make you wonder if maybe offensive coordinators and head coaches aren't as concerned by that stat as they used to be?
People go crazy when they see interceptions, but you have to understand it's not just the interceptions, it's where you threw the interceptions. When did you throw those interceptions? And the game has gone to the receivers. When I was playing, it was more the quarterback and the running back. You know what I'm saying? But now it's the quarterback and the receiver. That's why they're making 30, they'll be making 35 million pretty soon. Mark Chase and all those guys are coming up. So that's where the game has gone. So yes, you're going to put the ball in harm's way a little bit more. But as long as you don't make those crucial interceptions, all interceptions do not cost the same. Some are less, less painful. You're not in the red zone. It's not, it's not crucial time. It's not like what Dak did the other day when we're in overtime and you throw a pick six. Those are crucial interceptions. So yeah, you don't want to throw them, but I do think they have less value than they did in the past.
The Raiders ended a game that, let's face it, when they're in a game and something like that happens, they're normally on the losing side of that. But they weren't. And it was the New England Patriots, a team that billed itself as the best prepared and smartest football team, thanks to the coach. No matter, even when Brady left, no one was talking about boneheaded plays the way that we're talking about one of the singular boneheaded plays I've ever seen. I'm running out of things to see for the first time, Michael. I've never seen a game end like that in my life. What did you think of the lateral interception returned for a touchdown?
Yeah, I felt so bad for Jacoby Myers. First of all, you're on a team where that's exactly what we've given Bill Belichick credit for always preparing his team to the T, to the last little letter. And to see that just highlights it because it was his team. But as he said, he just kind of had what I call like a little brain fart. Now, listen to this. This is what I said. Why would you throw that ball back to Mac Jones? Now, if your quarterback was Justin Fields, if it was Justin Fields, you saw that run that Justin Fields made, you can throw that ball back to Justin Fields. You got a shot. I know you don't do that if the game is tied or if you're winning. You don't do that. But if it's Justin Fields with that incredible run he made, I was like, okay, you can try because he has a chance to win the game, but not Mac Jones. That was, and I feel bad for him. I don't know if he'll ever live that down. It's like when I told Leon Lett on Thanksgiving when he went and touched that football, I said, big fella, every Thanksgiving they'll be talking about you for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he'll ever live that down watching that kind of play.
But when you're looking at that play, I mean, it's obviously, bizarre on bizarre. But as you're watching it, are you thinking about, oh my God, what's Ramondre Stevenson thinking of? Oh my God, what's Jacoby Myers thinking of? When two guys make plays that ill-advised, does it sort of become like a virus where the one guy does something really stupid and the second guy suddenly forgets the game situation and repeats the error? Is that how that works?
Well, let me first say this. Like, I'm not as much down on Ramondre Stevenson because really, when he tossed that ball to Jacoby Myers, if Jacoby Myers tried to hit the sideline, that's what he was trying to think. Oh, okay, everybody's on me. You can hit the sideline maybe if I toss it to you and get going. So that first one was okay. But for him to turn around and start running the wrong way and then throw the ball back to the only guy in the NFL that Mac Jones is more athletic than is probably the guy he replaced, who is Tom Brady. So and neither one of them will ever win Best Athlete award. They're just not going to do it. So you see what I'm saying? So that's where that would be. I don't even blame Ramondre Stevenson because I thought also that Myers could have just hit the sideline and just try. If it works, if it does, you go out of bounds and we go into overtime. But turning around and throwing that ball back there, that was a brain fart.
We saw the Miami Dolphins, Michael, drop a game in Buffalo. It was a good game. It didn't really look like temperature affected Miami because they were, in control of an awful lot of that game. It's hardly like they laid down and died. But the Dolphins are obviously not going in the same direction that they were early on in the year. I bring up all of that to ask you this question. What is the coldest you've ever been on a football field?
Listen, it was interesting when I was watching that game. I was thinking about when I played in a game like that. And you know what it was? It was that game I just talked about. It was the Thanksgiving Day game. It was the only game that I've ever played in snow like that. Snow. And it was against Miami. So when I was watching, I was like, oh, this is insane. But watching it and seeing how Miami performed, because I thought there's no way Miami can go to Buffalo, or there's no way Miami can go to Kansas City if they had to. There's no way Miami can go to Cincinnati if they had to. But I thought they proved, yes, we can. If we had to, we can go and win that game. Let me tell you guys something. Seriously. Did you see when Waddle caught that damn football and took off? When he, you know what I'm saying? When he hit that next gear, I was like, oh, my God. That kind of speed was insane and incredible. And then Tyreek Hill down the sideline. They were like on the 25, 30-yard line, and he still got a 5-yard lead on the defensive back. It's insane, the kind of speed that Miami has. And if they can weather that weather, yeah, they'll be a dangerous team for anybody to play.
Hey, it's great to have you as part of our radio family. From our family to your family, for real. Merry Christmas, man. Thank you so much for joining us as always. And we got some really interesting 49ers football coming up. 3 games to end the year. They've already secured their playoff spot in a home game. I mean, we don't know what their seed's going to be, but they're going to start at home, and that's really all they can ask for. Thank you for joining us as always, man. Merry Christmas to you. Seriously, it's always great to talk to you.
And Merry Christmas to you guys. And you guys have already had your Merry Christmas. You're on your 3rd quarterback, and he looks like he looks. That's just absolutely insane. I told you when he came in the game, I had those Tom Brady vibes. Somebody asked me, what do you mean by that? I said, when a guy walks in a game in that kind of environment, you can even see on his face like he's saying, oh, my God, I can't believe I'm in this. Or he's saying, oh, my God, I can't believe they gave me this chance. I'll never let this go. And that's the kind of vibe I got with that kid, and he's done an incredible job. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody, my brothers.
Thank you so very, very much. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game on Damon and Ratto. It's always great to have him. We got Peter King at 5 o'clock, so don't you go anywhere. Much more still around the corner. By the way, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Grab your cowboy hat and strap on those boots because Yellowstone is back. And good news, partner. Philo is the most affordable way to watch the new season. What's Philo, you ask? Well, I reckon it's the best darn way to watch 60-plus channels of live and on-demand TV. Get all your favorites like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, Paramount Network, Nickelodeon, and more, all for just $25 a month. You can watch Philo with your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV and stream 3 devices at a time. It even lets you create multiple profiles. So, unlike those rowdy Duttons, you and your family can keep the peace and never have to fight over what to watch. And it has an unlimited DVR that lets you save all the best stuff, like Yellowstone, of course, for a whole year. With Philo, you get more of what you love for less money and way less hassle. Now's the perfect time to get back in the saddle and start watching Yellowstone. Visit philo.tv to get started. That's PHILO.TV.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It is wonderful to have you here. In 12 minutes, Peter King is going to be here on Damon and Ratto, and we are here, well, I'm going to say through Thursday together, because you're taking off, Ray, on Friday to start your holiday cheer. One more go-around at Tanforan with the kids as your Santa Claus. It's been a tremendous hit down there, I hear, this year. Turn your mic on. God bless you.
I was waiting for you to say something that had some relative relationship to truth.
Well, you know, I this is my problem with Raiders fans, okay? Because
there's a segue.
It's perfect, actually. Because they, not all of them, I understand that there are a few grounded in reality, but just drowned out by those who are not. I mean, I've spent most of the day saying congratulations for the one time a clown show breaks out on a football field that you're on and you're not the clown. That's what happened over the weekend. It's what happened. You're not the morons for the first time in like forever. Somebody here from the 510 says, Damon needs to shut up. He's always been a Raider hater since he was over on that AM station. But when he comes to 95.7 The Game, the Raiders are still part of it. And he didn't say anything because Greg Papa was there and he didn't have the balls to talk about Raider Nation. The reason why I didn't talk about Raider Nation is because I'm an afternoon drive. And if I don't get ratings, the whole station goes under. The Raiders were not a ratings winner. Neither were the A's. That's why one team has officially left the market. Nobody cared but a small group of the least realistic fans I have ever dealt with. If there's one thing I think we can all agree on, is that the overall quality of football discussions have increased since Raiders fans have stopped calling the station here or anywhere. I'm sorry, more than half of you aren't even grounded in reality. Damon, you're a Raider hater, Your record is 125-207 over the last 20 years. You're the Cleveland Browns with much better uniforms. That's what I walked into. I walked into the single most laughable, clownish, unrealistic nonsense a football team has ever given the West Coast. If I told you your team sucked when they were here, it's because your team sucked when they were here. Why you a Raider hater? I'm not a Raider hater as much as I'm a fan of observable reality. Afraid of Greg. Look, I love Greg. Greg is a great play-by-play guy. The 49ers are very lucky to have him, even though I hate his call. San Fran, it's a terrible call. He'll never sound better than the touchdown Raiders call. But he obviously can't take that with him. But he's an excellent play-by-play man. Greg didn't like me because I told him that Jamarcus Russell sucked, and he was still carrying water for that concept. And we got into and we've since patched up big time. So stop it. If I told you that the Raiders sucked, it's because they sucked. And you can go back and look through the years, and you can find out I'm right, you were wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Damon, you're a Raiders hater. No, I just know what good football is, and it ain't most ever being played in a Raider football. Right up until the last 3 seconds at Allegiant Stadium, and we go once again live on tape to Harry Ruiz with the greatest Spanish radio call I think we've ever heard.
Profundos en el campo, solo presión de 3. Ramondre Stevenson con el acarreo y Stevenson sigue de pie, avanza de la 45 a la 40, a la 35, a la 30, lanza el pase hacia atrás con Jacoby Myers y los Patriotas ahora simplemente Chandler Jones intercepta el pase, Chandler Jones se mantiene de pie, Chandler Jones se va hasta la cocina, touchdown Raiders. Chandler Jones lo hizo, consiguió el balón con los Patriotas intentando lanzar pases laterales y los Raiders de la manera más improbable posible en la historia del fútbol americano han ganado este partido. ¡Wow! Lo veo y no lo creo.
There you go. Merry Christmas, everybody.
I don't get one thing about that call. Why is it Patriotas, which is Spanish for patriot, but they don't have a Spanish word for Raiders other than Raiders?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because the instructions are on the Raiders flagship. We use the names. We stay with the Raiders name no matter what. I'm sure that the Chicago Bulls have themselves a Spanish broadcast, but I doubt they're referred to as Los Toros. You know what I mean?
I know, but Los Bulls, when they haul those out, just doesn't work. You know, if you're gonna have the Spanish station or you're gonna have the Spanish language uniform, go Spanish.
Somebody else there, Damon doesn't know anything about soccer, but makes it sound like he's an expert when he's talking about the game. Well, I speak with authoritative presence, and what I am is someone who you so deeply respect. Every word that pours out of my mouth feels like gospel. But I continue to tell you that soccer is not for me. I don't like it. It's mostly boring. I'm pretty much correct about that across the board, and we all know it. But it does offer some moments in the World Cup final. Offered more moments of entertaining soccer than anything I've ever seen. And to confirm my suspicion of all that, Ray gave it the single greatest review I've ever heard Ray give a sporting event. Ray, what was that soccer game in your mind?
Greatest soccer game ever played.
There you go.
It also had the best Spanish language call of all time, including Harry Ruiz.
You want to do it one more time?
Did I have a choice?
Va Montiel! Montiel gol! Argentina campeón! Argentina campeón del mundo! Argentina campeón del mundo! Argentina campeón del mundo! Argentina campeón del mundo! Argentina es campeón del mundo. Pero el cielo lo hizo Diego, lo hizo Cuchufo, lo hizo el Tata, lo hizo Luque, lo hicieron ustedes jugadores que se ganaron el cielo. Argentina campeón del mundo. Messi es campeón del mundo. No podía ser de otra manera sino sin sufrir.
Argentina, la selección argentina de Lionel Scaloni es campeón del mundo. Argentina, campeón del mundo, bicho. Manolo.
Somebody in the 415, by the way, Andres Cantor on Telemundo, just glorious. Somebody in the 415, and I can't confirm or deny this. I'm going to have to just say this is what someone just said. Raiders in Spanish is asalientes, which translates into assaultants. Asaltantes. So that's why they just don't want that said on the radio.
Well, I mean, they've got a pirate on the helmet. They could say pirates in Spanish, which I presume is piratas.
I don't know.
Why don't they do that?
You're right, Ray. Good job.
Well, because they're not called the Las Vegas Pirates, I guess.
Well,
so
I'm offended. I want it changed.
And that'd be confusing when they play the Buccaneers.
Not really.
Oh.
That's Los Brady.
What happens when they play the Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, they'll probably win 2-0.
The whole world's gone off. What if the Pirates actually beat them?
Wouldn't surprise me.
So I do know this. When I took like high school Spanish, everyone normally, you sit down and all of a sudden Joe becomes Jose, and you get the Spanish version of your name when you are in Spanish class. There was no Spanish version of the word Damon, the name Damon. Like the Spanish teacher didn't have a translation for Damon. And so she said, you could take Demundo, but that's really not it. You could go with another sort of something in that neighborhood, or you can just make up your absolute, what would you like to be called? Said, call me Bernardo. So I was in Spanish class. I was Damon in every other class I ever took, but in Spanish, which I didn't do well in, I was Bernardo.
Well, probably because when they called on Bernardo, you forgot that was your name.
I was usually stoned, yeah. I was like, huh?
Why wouldn't your Spanish teacher just have gone with Damon?
I don't know. That's I thought Vic Damon
they gotta
was
try
right
harder.
There. Yeah,
they're credentialed instructors. They're educators. Make an effort.
Someone said Damiano. Yeah, it could have been. Like they could have tried. She didn't even bother trying. I think that's the thing. She looked at me and she's like, I ain't even trying with this one.
This guy's a D- with shoes on. I'm not bothering.
Yeah, not even trying. Not even trying. But that is we got two incredible calls. And I do love me some international flair when it comes to sporting events. We do have the international flair that is Peter King joining us here at the top of the hour. Let me welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Peter, thank you for joining us. As always, it's great to have you on. I want to bring you on with something I'm guessing you may not have heard. As ridiculous as that Raiders game ended yesterday, have you heard it in Spanish on the Raiders Spanish radio network?
Could I please have it? I want it. I want it.
Harry Ruiz, and here you go.
Profundos en el campo, solo presión de 3. Ramondre Stevenson con el acarreo. Y Stevenson sigue de pie, avanza de la 45 a la 40, a la 35, a la 30. Lanza el pase hacia atrás con Jacoby Myers. Y los Patriotas ahora simplemente Chandler Jones intercepta el pase. Chandler Jones se mantiene de pie. Chandler Jones se va. Hasta la cocina. Touchdown! Raiders! Chandler Jones lo hizo. Consiguió el balón con los Patriotas intentando lanzar pases laterales. Y los Raiders, de la manera más improbable posible en la historia del fútbol americano, han ganado este partido. ¡Wow! Lo veo y no lo creo.
Feliz Navidad, Peter.
Listen, he sounds like Andres Cantor, the Argentinian. After the final penalty kick goal gave Argentina the win. Poor Andres Cantor, he's like weeping through his announcing in the last minute and a half of the biggest call of his life. That was is unbelievable, really.
With the money that Amazon spent on Al Michaels, with the money that ESPN has given Joe Buck, I think I fire both those guys and hire Harry Ruiz of the Raiders.
Yeah, he's great.
That was fantastic.
How about this? Okay, so look, I'm on, I'm in Brooklyn, and I'm getting ready to watch the football games, but of course I'm watching this thrilling World Cup game, and all of a sudden I look at the clock. I said, okay, hey, it's like 10 minutes before kickoff. They're still playing. I mean, and then, they were just in penalty kicks then. I said, are they going to be done? And so literally 4 minutes before the Jets and Lions kicked off at the Meadowlands, Fox Soccer handed it to, whoever was doing it. Oh, it was Ian Eagle and Charles Davis at the Meadowlands. I said, man, it's a good thing that this thing got out on time. They almost risked preempting some of the football.
Peter, it's Jets and Lions. Where's your dignity?
I have none. But hey, Jets and Lions this year, it's like, who would have thought Thursday night, when we saw the NFL schedule at the beginning of the year, we were mocking Amazon because Amazon had paid double what Fox paid for it last year for the Thursday night games. And their big pennant race game on December 22, week 16, huge week for football in the NFL, is two of the worst three teams in football, Jacksonville and the Jets. And now, this is going to sound lunatic. I think Jacksonville's running the table. And if they beat Tennessee in week 18, the Jacksonville Jaguars will be playing a home playoff game on January 14th.
They're going to have to do that in London?
That's how insane this is.
Is it a home game in London for them?
Yeah, I bet the owner wishes it was a home game in London, but no.
Since we're talking about just ridiculous endings, it was pretty ridiculous for the Indianapolis Colts from halftime on. And Jeff Saturday is, wearing as much egg on his face as humanly possible, considering 30-point leads had been 1,548, 1-1 in the history of football. What went wrong there? And is there any doubt that Jeff Saturday will be broadcasting from a studio in Bristol next year, almost on that alone?
I really don't. I mean, it's easy to sit here right now and say, well, that blew Saturday's chances. Guys, the coach of the Indianapolis Colts is Jimmy Irsay. And he is going to do what he wants to do. And I'm not saying that Saturday is in or out or whatever. I don't think. Look, that game made everybody look bad. Matt Ryan in the last, midway through the third quarter, in the worst Super Bowl loss ever and in the worst regular season game loss ever, has now been outscored by 70-3. And so there's a lot of people with egg on their faces. And again, my biggest problem with Jeff Saturday the other day, and it's actually a huge problem. My biggest problem with Jeff Saturday is exactly what he did, down the stretch with minute and a half to go, whatever. He could have, he could have kicked a field goal to go up by 11, 2.5 minutes to go, excuse me. Could have kicked a field goal to go up by 11. And instead, he went for the quarterback sneak with Matt Ryan, and he didn't make it. And then you say, well, wait a second. A 54-yard field goal isn't a gimme. And that's what it would have been. I understand that. The kicker on his team, Chase McLaughlin, at that moment, was 8 of 10 between 50 and 55 yards in the season. And he made 49 and 52-yard field goals in the windless dome on Saturday. And in both of those cases, the ball hit either the net behind the goal post or the railing behind the goal post. And so clearly a 54-yard field goal was not going to be the biggest stretch. Anyway, I'm just simply saying I'd question him more in strategy than I would as a blanket indictment for his team blowing a 33-point lead.
And yet it probably wasn't like the worst moment of the weekend. I mean, it was in the team photo for sure, but, there's the Jacoby Myers brain spasm. And then there's Tom Brady simply, I don't know if this is the right word to use, but I'll use it anyway, just collapsing in the third quarter against Cincinnati when they've got possessions 5 straight times and they end in turnovers. So I actually don't know what the question is from there. Is this the most bizarre weekend you've ever experienced?
I was actually thinking about that last night. And, I think the biggest issue I have with what happened in that game, I would start it pretty much kind of before Brady. Okay? And because I think in many cases, we can look at, specific plays and say, okay, this is fully responsible for what happened. And this mistake is awful and all that other stuff. And there's no question that Brady played a gigantic hand in this loss. But I guess here's the thing that I will always wonder about. The Bucks are up 17-0. They get the ball to start the third quarter. They got 4th and 1 at their own 26. They're up by 17 points. 4th and 1. They fake a punt, which Gio Bernard does not know is coming. Okay? And it hits off Gio Bernard's helmet. Bengals recover in 5 plays later. Whatever it is, they kick a field goal and then go on, and the route is on. The only thing I'm saying is I thought the game was very poorly coached and managed in the second half by Tampa. Both, how in the world are you the special teams coordinator, for this team, or how are you the head coach of that team and you okay that to happen? And clearly, even if you do okay it, how does the up back, the personal protector, not know that the fake is on? I mean, that's all. I'm not saying it's a fireable offense. It's time to put whatever coach called that and the player who didn't know was coming, Gio Bernard, it's time to put them on double secret probation.
I love Animal House references from Peter King on a Monday really, it's been a spectacular weekend of football and football. Basically, if football is associated with your sport, you had a hell of a weekend. This whole crazy week 15 began all the way back on Thursday, which feels like ancient history at this point, Peter. But we saw Brock Purdy go and do what very few quarterbacks of any pedigree have done with the Niners, which is win in Seattle. And maybe that's a little bit on the Seahawks going in the wrong direction at this time of the year as well. But we've seen nearly 3 full games now out of Brock. As you look at him, as you talk to your colleagues about him, you got a comp? You got an inkling of where this may go? Have you seen enough to think this team might be the first football team that can honestly say, with a third-string quarterback, they might not miss a beat?
A better comp than Tom Brady, honestly, because it's silly to compare. Right. For a lot of different reasons it is.
Sure.
Honestly, a better comp, and again, it's almost silly to compare him to this player, too, is Kurt Warner. Because remember, when Kurt Warner took over the Rams, the year he took them over, 99, 2000, whatever year it was, remember that they were already down a couple quarterbacks, and they did not have a great alternative.
Trent Green going down.
Yeah, Trent Green going down in the hit from Rodney Harrison, I think in the last preseason game. And what was interesting in that time, there was a lot of pressure on Dick Vermeil and Mike Martz, the offensive coordinator at the time, to go get Jeff Hostetler, who was free. And Vermeil is the one who stuck up for Kurt Warner and say, hey, this guy knows our offense. I feel really good about him. I've seen him in practice. let's go with Warner. And a lot of people rolled their eyes and said, okay, Dick, you crazy old bat crap uncle. We'll see what happens. But that's why this reminds me a little bit of Brock Purdy, because even after the Miami game, even after that game, even though it was 33-17, and Brock Purdy actually widened, significantly widened the lead, in that game. I mean, what I will always remember about that one is sitting with Kyle Shanahan after the game and him saying, I think this guy's going to be okay. Now, he has to think that, and he has to say that, and he has to project that image to his team. And I understand exactly why he did that. So, what has happened, in the 3 games since, it's crazy. He's averaged 30 points a game. And look, I know Mike Silver wrote the column about Brady, which was really an interesting column, I thought. And all that. And I was thinking the exact same thing. Could Brady actually play in December at Levi's and then be back there as the quarterback the following September, 9 months later or 10 months later? And now I say, it just sounds crazy, the words to come out of your mouth. Why would anybody not want to give Brock Purdy a real chance? And, the interesting point, obviously, and there will be plenty of time to talk about this, is obviously how Kyle will handle the off season and whether he'll open up the competition, Purdy versus Trey Lance, or whatever. I have no idea what he'll do. But he has actually made it so that right now, I, along with everybody else who does this for a living, I think one of the coolest matchups of this postseason, if you tell me right now that the 49ers are in good health approaching the final weekend in January, the game I want to see maybe even more than Buffalo, Kansas City, the game I want to see is Brock Purdy at the Eagles. How fun would that be? Because the Eagles would be facing this stone wall, of a defense. But, hey, all you can do at this point is pray for good health.
So you said Eagles before either Ray or I did, Peter. What do you make of the early returns here on a shoulder injury for Jalen Hurts?
Whenever you hear something like that, and the first impulse by the team and by everybody who covers the team is to minimize it, is to downplay it. And look, the Philadelphia Eagles, as we sit here right now, have a 3-game lead on the Dallas Cowboys. They'd have to go 0-3. The Cowboys would have to go 3-0 to lose this division. And most likely they'd have to go, they would have to go 0-3 to lose home field. All right. So I am concerned about it, but you know what I'm a little bit more concerned about? If it's really kind of a significant injury and they're just not saying it, and then think about if let's just say, for the sake of argument, because this is gonna sound kind of impossible, but imagine if he did not play another football game for 5 weeks, because the divisional round of the playoffs is 5 weeks away.
Yeah.
So I don't, that's a little bit stale for me. So we're going to see, but I would anticipate that he would play some the rest of the year. But I probably have said this 6 times on this show. Parcells, his favorite cliche, and he has 1,000 of them, is they don't sell insurance for that stuff. We just don't know what's going to happen.
Is there any value, specifically in terms of the 49ers, but in general, for a team with a big big lead and sort of having their playoff fate already settled for the most part, and trying to do anything different between now and the end of the regular season, either in terms of offensive scheme or resting guys or trying to give guys, multiple weeks off so they can get healthier? Or is football just a different cat that way?
I think the only way I would really rest guys is if they definitely needed it. We've just seen too many examples of coaches who tried to rest guys, and it went poorly. Tony Dungy still to this day thinks that resting his team has nothing to do with some of the Colts' failures in the playoffs. But, what is he going to say? And what's Mike McCarthy going to say, about the year that he rested Aaron Rodgers, and I think he had 19 days off before they played a playoff game, and the Giants beat him 900-0. And so, I think it's just, honestly, I just think it's too risky. I've always thought it's too risky. Football's a rhythm game, and I think you have to stay in rhythm. Can you just imagine if you're a basketball player and you clinched everything and your coach said, we're taking the next 3 weeks off until the second round of the playoffs because we really don't need to play right now? I just don't think it's smart. That's all. So I don't know what you can do differently, but I'm sure that Kyle will measure everything before he makes his final decision.
Peter King here on Damon and Ratto. So with all the spectacular games, with all of the historic comebacks, I want to actually ask you about a player who didn't play this week, because I think maybe nothing is interesting other than an abundance of caution. But the Broncos, apparently healthy scratched Russell Wilson. Is that just extra caution, or is there something more to it?
No, I think it was extra caution. I don't think there's anything at all nefarious about it. I don't think it is Nathaniel Hackett saying, let's see if the backup can play better than Wilson. And honestly, Brett Rippon, even though he wasn't great, he still put up more points in a full game than Russell Wilson had this year. So just a weird, coincidental series of events. The Broncos need in the last 3 weeks of the season, if they can, to try to get Russell Wilson back playing like Russell Wilson. And again, it doesn't make any sense at all to sit him now, at least in my opinion. And if I were Nathaniel Hackett, he absolutely would not be sitting, because all you're doing if you're sitting him when he's definitely healthy enough to play is you're putting that bit of doubt not only in his mind but in the mind of the fans. I don't know. I don't see anything funny about it at all.
Okay. At this point, is there much difference for the 49ers whether they finished second in the conference or third, given the fact that whoever they play, is significantly worse than they are, and the difference between playing in a domed stadium in Minnesota at home in San Francisco, how significant is that? Is there a huge advantage in them finishing second rather than third?
I don't really think so. I mean, the only big advantage is knowing that, and this is an advantage, but lately in the NFL and the playoffs, home field has not been the great decider of anything, really. But the biggest thing is, you play your first two games at home rather than play one at home and then likely the other one on the road. But I don't really think it's that big an advantage, Ray.
I think it was maybe the Dan Le Batard show that released a clip of you talking about smoking a doobie with the Doobie Brothers. That immediately led me to think if you had to put together like the top 3 draft picks of bands or artists that you could smoke a doobie with, what's your draft board look like? Take me into the smoking a doobie with war room of Peter King.
Oh my God! I mean, look, I have not smoked a doobie in 20 years probably.
Come on out
Which
here.
was the last time anybody used the word doobie.
We can take care of you, Peter.
No. Yeah, you're right. Doobie just is a term for people of a certain age, of a certain age. But I guess because I am of a certain age, probably the first guy I would think of is Bono. I think that would kind of be fun, and maybe even The Edge. I think doing that with you too. But first of all, just get in mind, please. I'd rather have a Guinness with Bono. I'm just not a big weed fan at all anymore. I fell out of love with it, and so I wouldn't voluntarily ever do that. But the night that I actually did that was really one of the weirdest things, because I was a senior at Ohio University. I was actually the managing editor of the school paper on campus at Ohio, and we basically, when concerts came to town, you basically got to cover one when you're a senior, and write the review. And so that year, I forget what other bands were there, but we had 3 or 4 top editors, and so we were the ones who were going to get to cover these concerts. And I saw the Doobie Brothers were coming, and I said, "That's my band. I really want to do that." And the concert was very uninspired. And afterwards, I was going to go back and say, "Man, you mailed it in tonight." But then you find yourself in a circle smoking pot with these guys, and I don't know, the journalism kind of goes out the window, which means I think you probably shouldn't smoke pot with the subjects that you're going to be writing about a couple hours later.
Do you think you could have used dope rather than watch Ravens-Browns?
Hey, Ray, can I just tell you this? I texted Rich Eisen Sunday morning, and I said, basically, holy crap, did you get the short straw? Because he had Browns, Ravens, and the NFL Network, other announcers. Noah Eagle had this unbelievable Minnesota-Indianapolis game. And then Kevin Kugler had the night game. And then Rich Eisen. And look, if you had given me my choice of the 3, I would have taken Buffalo and Minnesota for sure. But that Cleveland game was kind of cool because it's Deshaun Watson against the co-leaders of the division, arch rivals, all that. So that probably was going to be fun, but that was one of the dog games of the year. And so I felt for Rich Eisen. But anyway.
Do you think he's in trouble?
At least I'm glad I didn't have to watch much of it.
Yeah. Do you think Eisen's in trouble as a result of that assignment?
Yes. Yeah, I think he's going to get whacked tomorrow.
If that happens, you are officially a warlock.
It's breaking news. I mean, we'll definitely get trending if that does happen. Peter, thank you very, very much as always. It was great to talk to you. Happy holidays. It is wonderful to have you as part of our family here. And let me tell you, this is going to be a hell of an ending for the 49ers, no matter how it ends.
It's really going to be fun. And listen, I'll wave to you because I'll be in Berkeley with my daughter and her family for Christmas. So I'll wave to you guys.
I mean, we could seriously run you over. We'd get you back on the doobies if you want, is what I'm saying.
No, please don't. Please don't. You actually have to hold me down for that. I'm probably one of the few people in America who wouldn't take weed for free.
Well, whatever's left on your doorstep, drop it over on Ray's. We'll take all of it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All
You're
right,
the man.
guys, thank you.
There he is. Well, again, someone's like the Doobie talk. It was with the Doobie Brothers. So you're allowed to have the Doobie relating back to the story of the Doobie Brothers. By the way, Ray, without even thinking about asking that question before it started pouring out of my mouth, I have put together my my war room of guys I would like to smoke weed with throughout the history of rock and roll. Would you like it?
Again, I'm just nodding because I know it's coming.
I mean, number one off the board is...
Oh, Fish.
No, actually, Bob Marley. Thank you very much, though.
You wouldn't survive a night with Marley. No one would. But Marley didn't survive a night with Marley.
Ray, I get down. Let me just say that for the record. Peter Tosh, second off the board. I could probably take him way later, but someone else could see that value and come up to snatch him too, so I'm going with that. Followed by Jerry Garcia, Jimi Hendrix, and then, yeah, pretty much all members of Fish would be solid. But I'd just like them to start playing. No one from U2 was on my draft board. A pint of Guinness with Bono? Absolutely.
Again, he is to Guinness what dope is to Marley. You're not in for one.
No, you don't. You don't want to be there for one. Ray, all-time smoking a joint draft. Who's going number one in your draft?
Oh, Marley's up high. I think maybe Tommy McCook.
You should tell everyone who that is.
Head of the Scotalites, the oldest living great ska band ever.
By the way, Ray Ratto has gotten my children into ska with a few selections that he's told me, like, go listen to this, go listen to this. And I put it on. My kids like ska. Nice job. Nice job raising my kids, Ray.
Don't you blame me for that.
So there you go.
I'm not going to get that first bail call.
No. There you go. Someone's like co-signing Peter King would rather have a glass of wine with Bono. Yeah, probably.
See, drinking is a solitary thing. You don't need to have Bono if you're planning to just get plowed.
You can do it on your own.
Exactly.
I mean, think about it, too. He's Irish, too, so aren't you going a little whiskey with the man as well?
Well, he's at the age now where he's not drinking elite stuff anymore. He's drinking the stuff that he can feel, which means most of his taste buds are gone, so he could be drinking Windex and not know the difference.
Just living in the well, comfortably.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Whatever's closest to your hand, barkeep.
So we have historic happenings all over the NFL this past week. Two things we haven't even mentioned. I'll just mention them because it's history, right? Justin Herbert became the first quarterback in NFL history to start his career with 3 consecutive 4,000-yard seasons. Have the style of football changed? Do you get an extra game to do it? Sure. So if that's not enough to impress you, let me give you this. New York Giants linebacker Kayvon Thibodeau last night. Hey, Grant,
both those guys. Go Ducks.
Get in there. Go Ducks. It's a Ducky day. Thibodeau is the only NFL player in the last 30 seasons, rookie or not, to have a game with 12 or more tackles, 3 or more tackles for a loss, a sack, a forced fumble, and a defensive touchdown. He basically went full Lawrence Taylor against the Washington Commanders, who, as we were talking about earlier, may have had the fatwa call in on them by Roger Goodell because the amount of calls that went poorly for the Commanders last night was like 3 or 4 more than usually even the NFL allows.
That said, they win they get to tie the game if Taylor Heineke doesn't trip on his own feet by himself as he's running for the pylon at the end. I mean, he's a portly fellow by NFL quarterback standards, but you got to be able to get out of your own way.
By the way, Duke has weighed in, and he is down for the 95-7 the game. Put it in the air, sesh, should it ever happen. That'd be something else if we got the listeners together.
All 4 of them?
I got promotional concepts that the minute, Odyssey wants to be cool, we can really make some money here. There's no doubt.
Wow, I think you lost Odyssey when you said the word cool.
Maybe. Speaking of historic notes happening all over the sport of football and football, we actually have 2 notes of NBA history plucked last night. We'll start local and then work our way out. Draymond Green passed Al Attles for the 6th most games played in franchise history last night. 712 regular season games played for Draymond Green. Paul Aronson, by the way, is in 5th place at 713. So barring injury or something happening, Draymond's going to have 5th place to himself before the end of this road trip. Jeff Mullins is in 4th place at 716, so Draymond will have that not long after Christmas. Draymond's going to be climbing into the top 3 pretty much by the end of the year. It's almost assured to happen unless, again, something goes wrong, because Nate Thurmond sits at 757. If he picks up that player option for next year, Ray, he's going to pass Chris Mullin for second most games in franchise history. Draymond Green. Steph Curry is number 1 at 852. And obviously catching Curry is pretty much out of the question for Draymond because they're going to be playing together. And we know that, Draymond doesn't love necessarily playing without Steph, but he did that last night, and he was actually spectacular. We're going to get into that in just a little bit. I know you're not a big fan of counting games played.
Well, in that stat particularly, Nate Thurmond should be higher on the list because they should never have allowed him to go to Cleveland. He should have been a franchise player who stayed with the franchise till the day he died. I mean, that's how important he was. I would suggest he might be one of the 3 most underrated players in the history of the sport.
Nate Thurmond.
Nate Thurmond was sensational.
Preach to the kids who don't know, Ray.
6'11" center at a time when everybody was a 6'11" center. He was famous as the one guy who could defend Wilt Chamberlain, even more than Bill Russell. I mean, he was able to keep his numbers down, and even Russell didn't do that. He had a great mid-range jumper. He was mobile. He had shoulders that you could balance a drink on while he was playing. They were that square to the ground. He was a phenomenal player. I mean, I would say right now, easy one of the top 5 Warriors ever. That includes the contemporary guys. Just simply, if you told me I had to rank them in order, I'd rank them well before Klay Thompson. Maybe only behind Curry.
So if you're going Warriors, I mean, I know that.
Well, it would be Chamberlain. If we're going to allow Chamberlain as a Warrior, even though he didn't play there for that many years.
Give me your top 5.
Chamberlain, Curry, Thurmond, I guess Mullin, but I'm not sure. I mean, after 3, it gets murky because you can have him, you can have Hardaway, you can have Richmond. Paul Arizin went to the Hall of Fame, but those top 3 are pretty clear in my mind.
Rick Barry?
Rick Barry 4th. Again, Rick Barry's another guy who did not play with the Warriors that many years when you add it up. I mean, he came back for that second go-round, but he left right at the beginning of the prime of his career to do the ABA thing. And then after he came back and left the Warriors a second time, he finished with the Rockets.
You got Ty Jerome in your top 10?
Yes, he's 8th.
Nice.
But no, Thurmond is truly special.
Great barbecue pit in the city as well.
Yes, Big Nate's.
Yeah.
Hence the phrase.
What do you think Nate Thurmond would have done to Nikola Jokic? Probably slowed him down a little, but there wasn't much slowing him down last night, man.
He wouldn't have ever gotten a 40, 27, and 10. I know that.
Jokic last night had a monster game. And why are we telling you about it? Again, we got historical NBA notes getting plucked. 40, 27, and 10 is the first triple-double of at least 35, 25, and 10 since Wilt Chamberlain back in 1968. That's 7 years before I'm born. So it's one of the greatest nights of basketball in my lifetime. Have to bring that up. It's just the 5th 40, 27, and 10 game in the history of the NBA. And basically the others belong to all Wilt Chamberlain. So
yeah,
it's just Jokic last night, whether you want him to be or not, especially with the Nuggets rising to tied now for the 2 seed, I believe, in the West, he has reinserted himself into yet another MVP conversation.
Oh, I would suggest that he is probably the leader right now because while you have to consider Curry, obviously. I think now that the Nets are alive again, you've got to look at Durant. You've got to look at Giannis. But
Tatum, although, Boston is starting to level off a little bit, and Ja Morant, who has to be in the conversation. But if you just look at one guy's role on his team and how important he is to everything that works there,
you're looking at Denver succeeding because Jokic answers the bell every night and occasionally does your 40, 27, and 10. He's, I'd happily start a franchise with him. Not hesitate very long at all.
Lots of people weighing in, wanting to know how they can get together and smoke a joint with you, Ray.
I would say they should smoke a lot of them by themselves and then imagine it, because that's as good as it's going to get.
What, because you refuse to partake or refuse to meet people?
The second.
Okay.
No, partaking is good for Americans. People are not. By the way, did you see the Wolves and the Bulls last night?
I did not. What did I miss?
You missed the Wolves putting up 150 without Karl Anthony Towns.
I told you Rudy Gobert was the answer to all their problems. I did see the windmill dunk that Anthony Edwards
Gobert didn't
down.
play either.
No?
No.
Oh, so
their lineup, you'll like this. D'Angelo Russell, who finished with 28. Anthony Edwards had 37. And their other three starters, I could give you the entire roster of the Wolves. You wouldn't get all three. Jaden McDaniels, Kyle Anderson, and Naz Reid.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, see.
Yeah. Naz Reid, of course, everyone knows, Illmatic was an incredible album. Was that another Nas? Okay, sorry, another Nas. So there you go. Didn't have that one.
Yeah, their starting lineup had 92 points.
Damon, maybe the better question would be, what athlete would you like to burn one with? Bill Walton came to our texter's mind. Ricky Williams, Klay Thompson, of course. I might have to go Ricky Henderson on that. Just to hear Ricky go third person for like a full hour.
He wouldn't need to spark up for that.
You're right. Ricky would be on the list. Contemporaries. Let's see how cool Carlos Correa is before he even takes an at-bat, right? Let's see if he can really hang in this town, if he's cut out for it or not.
He went from Houston to Minnesota. I don't think he's on the cutting edge of chemical experimentation.
By the way, I've got a quick list of 5 names that it's not even 5, it's 4. See, I'm already over-exaggerating. Other remaining free agent moves for the San Francisco Giants. Because they basically spent their mother load. So they're going to be on the margins and around the edges from anything here out. What do you think of these names? Real quick. We got 1 minute. We'll go through all of them. Jurickson Profar. Can play absolutely anywhere. Mr. Utility guys. Played every position on the field except pitcher and catcher. And I think could be the guy who could be, the kind of versatility they might like. Adam Duvall. Just sign him and park him at DH. It's power in your lineup, just like that. Will Myers, like a younger Brandon Belt. I know it's not sexy or exciting, but there you go. And how about Craig Kimbrell? Taking a flyer chance on Craig Kimbrell. He didn't have a great year last year, but he still had 22 saves and a 3.75 ERA. You set him up. He starts setting up Camilo Duvall. Like, the Giants might be playing a lot of 7-inning games if they got that right.
I think Kimbrell's kind of a wrung-out rag at this point. I mean, I don't think there's much left there. Will Myers would have been intriguing except for his injury history. And he was always set up for success in San Diego and never really did. Duvall, big strikeout guy. I don't know that he would replicate his power numbers in San Francisco. You were pretty right. It's pretty much seeds and stems.
Yeah, that's where we are
at this point.
We'll keep the theme of the segment going along.
Yep.
All right. When we come on back, though, no seeds and stems from the Warriors last night. As a matter of fact, they rolled a fatty. Maybe one of their best games of the year, no matter who was out there or not. They were basically 50, 40, 90 as a team, and Draymond was, speaking of hot, smoking early on. So we're going to come on back, take a look at the Warriors looking right in Toronto as we tip our cap and say goodbye to you this Monday afternoon. Here on 95.7 The Game, we are brought to you by ChooseChangeCA.org.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life or your choices with just one wrong pill. Find medically proven treatment options at ChooseMat.org.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
This is it, the putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth with visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR planning, budgeting, and more. NetSuite is everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your procedures and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 32,000 businesses already use NetSuite. For the new year, NetSuite has a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/radar. Head to netsuite.com/radar for this special one-of-a-kind financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/radar.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
The award-winning documentary Beyond Homeless, Finding Hope offers real hope for transforming homelessness in San Francisco. Watch at beyondhomeless.org.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
Look, I'm all in on the Brock Purdy experience for this year, and just see where it goes. But I am cautious in the sense that, I know that this can crash and burn at any moment.
Willard and Dibbs from 9 to noon.
Come on! Can we play? Play the games! What are we doing?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I don't see you moving down the road where those guys, just in particular, Lamb and Ty Jerome, are going to supersede Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
And if I'm the Niners, Ray, you know what I want to do? I kind of want to put Brock Purdy into less than normal game flow situation.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Poole will take it front court. Behind the back, off a screen, takes another three. Rainbow swish! Orange to Boucher, knocked away by Kuminga. Picked it up. He's got 2-on-2. Kuminga, right wing to DiVincenzo. The trailer's Poole from 25. Up and good. 3-ball right side for Jordan Poole. Timeout, Toronto. Poole bouncing with the dribble. Guarded by Van Vliet. Right-hand dribble now. Pulls up, shoots over a double team, and hits a floater. Picked up by Klay Thompson, out to DiVincenzo. Beautiful bounce pass to Poole. Uses the inside hand on the left side. What a pass by DiVincenzo. Poole through a series of staggered screens. Gets an open look and buries a three. Rebounded JaMychal Green down to Poole, who drives all the way, flipping high up in the air. It's up and good, and he got fouled. Poole down the lane, floater up and good. He's got 36. Pass to Draymond. Flipped it over to DiVincenzo. The cutter is Poole. Squares up, fires and hits a three. Here's Poole driving in, goes up and scores. He caught the Raptors napping in transition, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game. 41 points for Jordan Poole.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
He'd hit even one more bucket before it was all said and done. The Warriors looked right in Toronto behind a career high from Jordan Poole. He finished with 43, and Steve Kerr was asked if that's maybe the best game of his career.
He's played a lot of great games for us, so if it's not the best, it's definitely one of the few best because he was great at both ends. His defense was excellent. I thought he was patient offensively, got us into our offense well. He just set the tone. He just carried us.
Ray, that's just the third win in 17 road games for the Golden State Warriors, and it's officially the first good thing to happen to the Warriors in about a week. So, well-timed. They've actually got a beatable opponent tomorrow in the New York Knicks. Nets, like you said, playing a better brand of basketball than earlier in the year, so we'll find out what that looks like when we get to that on Wednesday. But Warriors needed a decent game, and they didn't just get one out of Poole. A lot of guys played well, and this is a game without Wiggins and obviously without Steph Curry.
Yeah, the thing that stood out to me of all of the things was that they only took 39 threes, which is about 9 below their game average. And I think one of the problems that they've had, other than the defensive stuff and the bench stuff that we've talked about ad nauseum, is that they haven't been very selective about the shots they take. They've been eager to jack stuff up from distance a lot, and I think it's hurt them. I think it's stagnated their offense. I think it's, put more pressure on their defense because all of a sudden their possessions are shorter. And I think last night, not just Poole, but all of them showed a much greater sense of discipline. And that's sort of one of the things that Curry's been harping on all year long. And by the way, his voice sounds shot.
Steve's been screaming a little bit of practice, I bet. And look, I'll say this too. The other place that the Warriors have just been a huge incomplete is in their transition defense. Nothing makes life harder on your transition defense than missed threes.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Curry has as many rebounds as he does, but that's never a stat that's very impressive. That doesn't help you a whole lot when your point guard is leading you in rebounds, because that means there are a lot of errant shots he's chasing down. No, I think one of their biggest problems has been this year, they love the three more than they should. And when I looked it up last week, and they were averaging like 48.5 a game, I mean, that's the kind of number you'd see from the old Houston teams when they were losing by a lot, because they would jack up anything just to get back in the game.
Well, I mean, it's a number that Kerr himself would go on to deprogram when I would ask him things like, why not, just have Steph take 23s a night since he's got them shooting, and he's just like, that's too many threes. It's too many threes.
It is. Because when he takes that many, everybody else wants to take that many because he's kind of infectious that way.
Draymond Green on Jordan Poole's spectacular evening.
He was incredible on both sides of the ball, and when you connect the game like that, things go your way. We all know what a special talent he is. He's been going through some growing pains, and, to see him come out tonight and have the game that he had, especially with Steph, being down and, us needing to get a win, it was really huge. So it's great to see him play that way, and I thought his effort on the defensive end carried over to the offensive end.
And that's what they say unlocks, every good Warrior when they're playing well. And Clay
and Poole, I mean, he's one of those guys I was talking about, because for the year, he's only shooting 33% from three, and he's a better shooter than that. He just has to be more selective and be willing to let the offense come to him more, because when he does, like he did last night, you see the difference.
And, last night he got back to his old self at the free throw line, where his shooting percentage is way off on this year so far. But last night I believe he was 10 for 11, and that'll get the job done. Draymond Green, speaking of Draymond, how about Draymond just cooking last night? 17 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, only 2 turnovers, 3 made threes, and they were basically in a row at the very beginning of the game.
Felt good starting off, man. Felt real good. Kind of settled us in and allowed everybody else to get going. I mean, it's been a while since I hit 3 straight threes, let alone 3 straight possessions. So felt real good.
Again, when you're down your man, Steph Curry, you need someone to get up and lead that team. Steve Kerr on the great start out of Draymond last night.
Yeah, that was a great start. Draymond was feeling good right from the beginning of the game, and I don't think I've ever seen, I think he had 13 points in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game. By the first time out, he had 13, which was crazy. But Draymond's amazing, such a competitor, such an incredible defensive player. Those shots were huge for us. They just helped us get off to a really good start.
Jalen Green, maybe his best game with the Warriors, 15.7 rebounds. JaMychal Green. Sorry, Jalen Green's another guy. JaMychal Green, 15 points and 7 rebounds. Jonathan Kuminga, right back in the doghouse. He only had 5 minutes last night. James Wiseman was given junk time. He was given 2 minutes along with Ryan Rollins. Andrew Wiggins missed his 7th straight game, though, with his strained abductor. We were told that he was cleared for practice. I don't know if he's going to be playing tomorrow night against the Knicks or the following evening against the Nets. We'll have to stick around and find out together. But, look, that was a really good team game. One of their best nights of the entire year, no matter who was or wasn't included. The Warriors collectively nearly shot 50, 40, 90 as a team and were up by 22 going into the fourth quarter. We haven't said that about most games Steph has played in.
No, but as we say, they were more attentive on defense and they were more patient on offense. It's, for a team that has spent the first third of their schedule not figuring it out, the answers are pretty much right in front of them. They simply have to apply them, because it's not a make or miss league if you pick the best shot. It's more like a make league.
Especially when you got shooters like that. So, they'll get another shooter back, obviously, Steph Curry, soon enough here, but what's a month off of rest going to do for him? How long is it going to take him to ramp back up? Today, Kevon Looney, basically on Willard and Dibbs, says, they need some wins and they need them.
We know it's time to get some wins. We're attacking it, time to win. It's time to, we're not looking towards the playoffs. We're trying to get better right now,